When the apocalypse arrives, heroes aren't born, they're forged. He has already witnessed the fall of civilization, the rise of monsters, and the deaths of countless people. Now fate has given him one more chance. As ancient energies awaken across the planet, he claims every opportunity, every treasure, and every power before anyone else can reach them. Because this time, the strongest martial artist on Earth won't be chasing destiny. Destiny will be chasing him. One disaster after another began to occur in this world. Fishermen discovered a giant clam in the coastal areas, so huge that it took more than 10 people to surround it. It is suspected that this is the result of a nuclear wastewater discharge. An ancient tree in a popular tourist spot has grown excessively. Its roots stretch for 10 miles, attracting tourists. Cracks caused by tremors appeared in the ground, but people did not take these disasters seriously. They simply did not believe in them. A whole crowd gathered at one of the schools. They surrounded the main character, Fan Yi, and the school beauty, Shu Qingli, who came out to talk. Everyone was shocked by the news that the popular school beauty was breaking up with her boyfriend. Some even said that their goddess was simply lowering herself for him. She entered the prestigious Qingcheng University, while her boyfriend couldn't even get into an ordinary university. They will never be on the same level. Qingli didn't care about the crowd of onlookers. She told her boyfriend that she'd realized something after thinking it over carefully. It was time to end their relationship. High school love always reaches a certain point when they realize they were never meant for each other, even though they initially thought otherwise. Besides, it takes courage to live with each other your whole life, and both partners should be on roughly the same level. That's why she wants to break up with him. Although she maintained a casual and serious face, she was laughing at him in her mind. Even if he did everything he could to get her back, nothing would work. Fan Yi remained silent, and the boys started laughing at him. He must have been so shocked he was speechless. She was the school's beauty. Shouldn't he immediately kneel down and beg her to come back? Someone like him was never worthy of her from the start. He was like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Qingli listened to their words and felt proud of herself. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Fan Yi simply waived her proposal to break up and agreed. This greatly surprised her, and he calmly said goodbye to her, saying that if she had nothing more to say, he would leave first. She was surprised that he was so cold and asked him to wait, and then he turned to her with a gloomy face, asking if she wanted to say anything else. She exclaimed with displeasure that no matter how much he begged her, no matter what he did, she would never return to him. Did he understand her? He paused for a moment, and then advised her not to consider herself more important than she actually was. He was very busy. These words left her speechless. People were disappointed that everything would end so easily, and Fan Yi thought, Shu Qingli and all these people have no idea about the coming crises. They don't feel it at all. Money, diplomas, everything that was once considered standard in this society will turn to ashes, scattered by the wind. They don't understand that he is no longer the man they knew. He returned from a future where a catastrophe occurred and was reborn in this timeline. As for Qingli, for him, she is nothing more than an old, unfamiliar name that no longer means anything. Now he has much more important things to do than what occupies their minds. So what if she's the school beauty? And does it matter what people think? Everything will be rethought soon anyway. Real threats, that's what awaits all of humanity on this planet. And this story begins last night, when he received the memories of his past life. The whole world was strewn with disasters, from the blood-red moon to natural cataclysms and monsters that captured cities. A voice sounded in his head and announced, the revival of spiritual energy will begin in 361 days, 11 hours, 59 minutes. When the revival begins, the world will be shaken by unprecedented, unpredictable changes. Standard society will be completely rewritten, and the era of spiritual practitioners will begin. Strength will become the only standard. He asked this unknown voice to introduce itself, and then a bright flash appeared before him. It exploded, and in its place, a system window appeared. This system was created on the outskirts of the universe. It uses a superior algorithm that preserves cosmic secrets. The system automatically creates spiritual techniques based on the spiritual entities with which the user comes into contact. The current number of techniques created, 0. Fan Yi was shocked by what he saw. He reached out to the system window, trying to see if his eyes were deceiving him. When his hand passed through, a huge beast suddenly leaped out at him with its mouth wide open, then froze. Looking into its throat, Fan Yi saw himself, only dead and disfigured by various injuries. The voice said that this was his fate. If he were an ordinary person, billions of others would have gone through the same thing. Realizing this, he swallowed calmly and asked, so this is him in a previous life? Now he remembered everything. Back then, he was an ordinary person, swept away by the flood. He fought only to survive the ensuing catastrophe, but at the same time, the country was collapsing and people were dying before his eyes. In the end, he couldn't hide from the pursuit of the mutated beasts and died, desperately wanting revenge. Maybe that's why the system chose him, giving him a chance to return a year before the revival of spiritual energy. Back then, no one could yet sense what events were coming. However, he would use this year to turn any phenomenon caused by spiritual energy to his advantage. He accepted his destiny and new power, and the system immediately assessed him and bound him to itself. Now a new path was open to him. Everything in this world could be used as material for creating techniques. From now on, let him accumulate powerful abilities, create unique techniques, and ultimately become an invincible practitioner and save this world. The news recently reported that the situation humanity is currently facing is extremely dangerous and extreme. One cannot rely on past experience. One must adapt independently. Feng Yi thought this is the end. The authorities did not issue any reassuring statements or deny all the strange phenomena. On the contrary, they advised citizens to be cautious and vigilant. You could say this is something like a warning from the country, but without unnecessary details. In the past, such claims of supernatural phenomena would have been immediately deleted to prevent them from spreading. But in this case, a simple and calm announcement is a fairly well-known approach that the country has used to allow people to prepare psychologically without unnecessary panic. True, it is partly tedious and time-consuming, but the outcome will be better than that of neighbors mired in chaos, lawlessness, and looting. The system also told him that anything could be used to create techniques, so when a strange phenomenon occurred, he needed to be there. He received a warning on his phone from Qingcheng University for new students to protect themselves from the sun, and the same thing happened to the students next to him. Judging by their words, they decided that universities are now also using media hype. Temperature can kill people? This is definitely fake news. Most likely, they bought their place in the trend. Fan Yi glanced at the cloudy sky and wondered if the weather could really change that much. Qingcheng University is only a 15-minute drive from here. Right now, there was no sun at all outside, and the university website showed that it was currently scorching hot at the north gate, and the temperature was 74 degrees Celsius. People, of course, didn't believe it, and MC thought that when they see any unfamiliar phenomenon, most people don't pay attention to it, thinking it's just a joke or a common trick. But he alone knows that this is his chance. 15 minutes later, Feng Yi was already there. People were hiding under umbrellas from the sun and running in all directions, and smoke was rising from the asphalt. MC wiped his sweat and thought that, judging by everything, this was the northern gate. There were almost no people. Something really was wrong with this place. He saw lights emanating from the asphalt, touched one, and it flared brightly, followed by a system notification. A strong solar energy disturbance had been detected. The opening of the solar attribute data template had begun. All the lights reached out to him, began to swirl, converging in one spot, and he screamed in pain and heat, covering his entire body. There was a bright flash, and everyone in the area closed their eyes, as there was a risk of blindness, and they even thought they were all hallucinating, or that a heavenly messenger had descended to Earth. Feng Yi continued to absorb it, hoping that the formation would soon be completed. He was in so much pain that he felt like he was about to die. The system notified him of the formation's completion, and he obtained the Golden Breath of the Sun technique. Meanwhile, at the central gate of Qingcheng University, new students were registering, and Qingli was among them. Everyone couldn't pass by such a beauty and pestered her with offers to help with their luggage and join a club, but she politely declined. She passed a sweet couple, delighted to be enrolled in the same city and now able to see each other every day, and called them fools in love. Suddenly, there was a roar and a column of light shot into the sky. An announcement immediately blared over the loudspeakers. Warning, heat wave at the north gate. Students are advised to avoid this area. Qingli frowned and thought that many strange things had been happening lately. She couldn't ignore it. She needed to see it with her own eyes. Meanwhile, at the north gate, the formation had just ended and the light had finally gone out. Poor Fan Yi, who had endured this torment, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The system told him that by looking at the scorching sun and inhaling its searing heat, he could use the golden breath of the sun to strengthen his body. The new technique was automatically mastered, earning 50 points. He didn't understand what points were being talked about, but decided not to dwell on it. It was obviously something useful. He would figure out how to use them later. The sun clouded over for a second. MC exhaled, and all the clouds immediately dispersed. The students saw the sky suddenly darken, and they felt a chill in the air, and a crowd began to slowly gather at the gate. The university president arrived with some people to investigate and was outraged that they had declared a danger, but they were still there. He ordered everyone to quickly go to registration. Anyone who didn't would lose points. The students parted, and a mysterious girl in a robe next to the president, Qingying, ordered the perimeter to be restored and the north gate area to be completely sealed off. Meanwhile, Fan Yi received a notification. The Level A pollution zone, the north gate of Qingcheng University, had been cleared. The pollution zone is an area officially designated by the Xia government where spirit rebirth energy appears. The danger level has not been confirmed. After reading this, MC realized he wasn't the only one awakened, and suddenly he heard an alarm sound. All unauthorized persons must immediately evacuate the isolated area at the north gate. People in military uniforms cordoned off the area, and their leader walked into the fog where Fang Yi was. He thought it was bad. It was too noisy, attracting attention. Before anyone noticed, he took off running, and Qingying reached the place where he had just been, and carefully examined everything. She ran her hand along the ground, rubbed the dust between her fingers, and said that this was no accident. Could it be that someone had already begun to resonate with spiritual energy? Xingli heard her words, but didn't understand what she meant at all. Looking after the fleeing man, she wondered what was going on. Was what had happened really just a performance? But the man she saw was Fang Yi. She chuckled. That couldn't be true. She wasn't that naive. With such mediocre abilities, he couldn't possibly have entered Qingcheng University. Time passed, and upon returning home, MC immediately took a shower and lay down to rest. But he still couldn't get rid of the fever. Nothing helped. Neither a cold shower nor air conditioning. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. What if he had been seen in all this commotion today? He decided to check it out and went to a news site. Thankfully, nothing was written about him there. However, there was something more interesting. The Spiritual Energy Practitioners Association had updated its ranking system. He'd heard of them before. It was an online group that occasionally posted rules for spiritual training. Back then, everyone thought it was just some writer mixing elements of fiction about spirit rebirth with real life. Could it really be that those people he'd seen before at Qingcheng University were really them? He unlocked the ranks of spiritual practitioners. Rank 1. Ghost Axe. Body transformation, turning into a living weapon, using the hidden spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Rank 2. Soul Creation. Summoning heavenly powers to awaken the spirit bloodline and shape internal spiritual energy. Rank 3. Diamond Body. Spiritual blood becomes indestructible. Energy flows through the bones, granting control over physical properties. Rank 4. Divine Moon. Transcending earthly limitations, gathering faith to ascend as a new god. Rank 5. Son of Dawn. The pinnacle of the universe, controlling the birth and death of stars, ruling over all dimensions. Final rank. Supreme Transcendence. Transcending life and death, opening the heavens, shaping the earth, holding the universe in one's hands, beyond dimension. The revival of spiritual energy has become an unstoppable trend. These ranks were published to prevent cultivators from choosing the wrong paths. The association invites everyone to compare their abilities according to these ranks. Fang Yi thought that, although the content looked a bit fantastical, the design was familiar and the watermark looked genuine. People, of course, didn't believe it, thinking the author of the news was crazy, but MC thought the announcement looked genuine, especially from the official agency of the Xia country. In his past life, he had never heard of this association. Back then, he was an ordinary person and had no idea such a thing existed, and when the disaster happened, he simply had no time for anything else. He only thought about how to survive. Maybe the Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association is an official signal from the government for those who awakened early? He decided to try restarting the golden breath of the sun and sat in a meditation pose. Closing his eyes and concentrating, energy began to emanate from him. His body rose into the air and he began to level up his rank. Step 1. Strengthen his body so that it becomes an instrument capable of absorbing the energy of the heavens and earth as if it were a living weapon. He needed to control spiritual energy to shape it into a divine axe. He concentrated harder. The silhouette of an axe already began to emerge in his mind, and he rejoiced. Just a little more, and he had succeeded. The system congratulated him on reaching the rank of first star Ghost Axe. He could use points to forcibly embed the data he had obtained into any object. Current available points? 50. And then he realized he had completely forgotten about points. But what did embed the obtained data mean? It probably refers to the golden breath of the sun, which bears solar attributes, forcibly embedding into any object. He glanced at the mug on the nightstand and wondered if that counted as any object. He decided to try it. The mug rose into the air and the system asked, "Do you want to use points to embed the sun attribute into this object?" He smiled, meaning he had guessed correctly. Forced embedding means bestowing magical properties, a supernatural ability, on the object. If he chose yes, then this cup would gain the sun attribute. But what if it were a gun, a sword, or something else? Would it become his personal weapon? Judging by the system, he would probably collect data for many more attributes later. A weapon with supernatural powers created especially for him would be extremely useful in the future. It was better for him to start experimenting now. If it worked, the next time he could create a real weapon. This was a new beginning, and with the appearance of the mutated beasts, he needed to be fully prepared. He began his experiments. A bright light burst from his window, and the monster that was currently devouring a man saw it. It was a mutated beast. A man-eating rabbit. It was late at night, and Fang Yi was already asleep, but he was disturbed by some noise outside, knocking and screaming. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Where is that rat?" He opened his eyes, got up, and went into the living room, thinking that the voices were coming from the neighboring house. But how could the sounds of a pet sound like a rat? Since he had reached the rank of a spirit axe, his hearing had also become sharper, so hearing sounds from neighboring houses was quite normal for him. A rustling sound reached his ear, and he turned to the front door and realized something strange was happening there. He looked out into the hallway, and the rabbit hiding on the ceiling immediately rushed towards him with a loud roar. Seeing this terrible creature, MC was frightened. His memories of his past life were blurry, but when he saw it again, goosebumps ran down his spine. Meanwhile, a helicopter carrying a capture team was flying over the city, and Qingying, standing on the roof of a building, looked around and said that the rabbit that had swallowed the dark spirit fruit was still on the loose. It was moving incredibly fast. She, holding a lollipop in her hand, asked her colleague to keep her informed of the events, then jumped off the roof. She sensed something appearing, and she detected its aura. She pressed her feet against the building's facade to stop herself and said that she had detected a trace of its dark energy. The target had fled to a residential area 20 kilometers away. She's already sent the coordinates, and she's running there as fast as she can right now. Otherwise, the residents of that area will die. She pushed off from the facade and jumped to another one, telling the team to be careful. It just swallowed the dark spirit fruit, so the transformation isn't complete yet. It can continue to evolve and become stronger, so they shouldn't take their eyes off it. She nimbly jumped from building to building, and the man who saw her from the window cursed and said that all this work was making him hallucinate. His colleague asked why he was standing there. Had he finished drawing the manga yet? Had he forgotten they were on the 65th floor? Meanwhile, the rabbit attacked Fang Yi. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he jumped aside a second before the monster struck. He immediately noticed that his body had changed dramatically after breaking through the ranks. He could now clearly see the creature's slow movements, but its muscles reacted so quickly that he could dodge its attacks. But why had these terrifying mutated creatures appeared now? Judging by the memories from his past life, it hadn't yet completed its transformation, and the dark energy at this stage was increasing not only its strength but also its madness. He needed to stop it, otherwise everyone in this building would become its food. He ran up to the rabbit and grabbed it by the tail. The beast, of course, began to protest, and then MC ran to the window and threw the rabbit out. The glass shattered, the rabbit flew out of the building, and Fang Yi, concentrating all his strength in his legs, jumped out after it. He gathered his strength into a fist, then struck and pierced the monster through and through. The rabbit trembled in pain. It opened its mouth wide and began to absorb his yang energy, and MC thought that the power of the sun was fierce and majestic. This rabbit was seeking its own destruction. After that, an explosion occurred. A resident of the house saw a momentary flash in the window. He got up to check and thought, was it thunder? But it was quiet outside. Fang Yi successfully dealt with the monster, leaving only small pieces of it. This rabbit had just acted insanely hungry, as if it wanted to absorb all the energy in his body. An eye fell at his feet. He winced and crushed it, thinking, although it possesses the dark element, it attacks fiercely, despite the fact that the yang element suppresses and neutralizes it. This creature is truly very hungry. The beast's mutation has already begun. If it were an ordinary person who had not yet awakened, everyone here today would simply become food to satisfy this monster's hunger. To counter such threats, he needs to gather more techniques. A few minutes later, Qingying arrived at the scene and was very surprised to see that the monster was dead. She examined what was left of it and reported to the team that the target was dead, the body torn to pieces. She begins collecting the remaining dark energy. She reached out to the piece of the rabbit's body and felt an intense heat. She frowned and thought that this was high-level yang energy with pure concentration, exactly the same as at the north gate of Qingcheng University. This couldn't be a coincidence. She contacted headquarters and reported that the rabbit was dead. She didn't kill it. A new pioneer with high-grade elemental affinity had appeared. The man asked if the one who cleared the contaminated area at the north gate of Qingcheng University and killed the mutated rabbit were the same person, and although he was only at the first stage of the spirit axe, his element was extremely pure, exactly like the yang element in the northern part of the city. She confirmed this, and he searched the database. He was not in the headquarters archives. A pioneer with such talent, the association must contact him at all costs. Qingying agreed with him. She finished extracting energy, and he told her to put all current tasks aside. The top priority was to track the pioneer and document everything related to him. It would be good if she could convince him to join the Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association. She unwrapped a lollipop and replied, "Understood," but for now she just needed a cup of milk tea. She wondered who this mysterious man was. In fact, the association was right. A person with such power must be a true expert. She had to meet him at any cost. Morning arrived. MC stretched and looked out the window. Today began with the morning, in which the sparkling sunlight illuminated his body. An early awakening motivated him to train even harder. He threw on a shirt and immediately sat down to meditate. Feeling the morning light, he activated the golden sun breathing technique and stared into space. As soon as he reached the level of the phantom axe, he began to feel the energy of the technique forming into thin threads around the divine axe. Noticing that the axe had become more distinct, he wondered if he would really advance to the next level so quickly. He grabbed the axe and found that it felt much easier than yesterday. Training is like chopping wood. No secrets, only persistence. He took the axe in both hands, swung it, and struck with all his might, and the system informed him that he had been promoted to the 2nd star of the Phantom Axe rank. Energy began to drain from his entire body, becoming stronger and more resilient than before. But even though he was progressing quickly, it was partly due to the energy remaining from the last breakthrough, which he had not yet fully expended. From now on, he needed to move forward step by step. He glanced at the weapon that had recently been delivered to him and thought it was still dangerous to train here, inside the building. It would be better for him to find a quiet, isolated place. Meanwhile, in the association's headquarters, the leader was sipping tea and saw the news about the detection of a solar energy wave and wondered, was it him again? Fang Yi went to a deserted place, the mountains, and grabbed his new sword. He infused the sun's energy into the weapon, and it immediately burst into flames. Last time, he tried using a fake knife as a weapon, but despite successfully creating it, it couldn't withstand the sun's energy. It seemed that not every object is suitable for a weapon. But this time, he felt that the sword had the same internal strength as him. The compatibility must be extremely high. The system notified him that the programming was complete, and he decided to test the sword's power by swinging it several times. He lunged forward, rose sharply into the air, and the river surged, and a very bright light began to emanate from the tip of his sword. He swung the sword, causing the water to rise like a wall, and exhaled with relief. He almost set the entire mountain on fire. He glanced at the boiling water with a nervous smile and thought that the sound was quite loud, and smoke rose. He must have attracted a lot of attention. He needed to get out of here quickly. At this time, Qingying was already running towards the column of smoke. She cursed, as she was in a hurry. She just went out to buy milk tea on sale and ended up missing the opportunity again. She ran to the source of the smoke and, not seeing anyone in the area, said with annoyance that this was definitely a streak of bad luck. Seeing that the river was boiling, she was very surprised and exclaimed, "What the hell was he doing here? And what should she do about it now? Who will deal with it? She will be criticized again. Ever since this guy appeared, nothing has been going right." Turning around, she noticed a carved cross on the mountain and became nervous, because this simply cannot be. Just last night, his aura was at the level of a ghostly axe of 1 star, and now it has risen to 2, and besides, there is an incredibly strong aura in this. Is this a spiritual weapon? A spiritual weapon, as the name suggests, is one infused with spiritual properties, allowing ordinary weapons to unleash supernatural powers. But spiritual weapons are extremely rare. Even within the association, there are only 2. The technique for infusing spiritual cores is still incomplete, the technology is limited, and mass production is not even being considered. So how did this person obtain a spiritual weapon? She thought for a few seconds, then sat down on a rock and laughed nervously. Perhaps she was imagining things or making a mistake. In any case, she'd better start sorting out this mess, starting with cooling the river flow. Meanwhile, MC was leisurely walking through the forest, pondering everything. His weapon now contains the element of the sun, but the system didn't say whether it was possible to have only one. Previously, it said he could create different techniques. If he later obtains other elements, will he also be able to infuse them into this weapon? Combine all the properties in this? He received a message on his phone from a certain YTG72, who directly asked if he was a pioneer. He's sorry, but he followed his views and saw that he was interested in the latest news about celestial and terrestrial anomalies, and he also saved the post about the level chart. He has several friends who are also pioneers. They often get together and are also looking for others like them. There are 3 of them, and when it all started, they decided to get together to support each other. Even in this situation, there will be those who understand. They just want to find other pioneers online and make friends. Fang Yi realized he'd forgotten to set privacy and wrote back, "He's a newbie too." The guy was delighted and asked how his training was going and if he'd reached a level yet. This ghost axe was incredibly difficult. Rumor had it that even masters were only at the ghost axe level, so if you rounded up they were only slightly behind. He thought, so even the official army is basically at the ghost axe level? The guy decided to tell him about a rumor. A new polluted area had just appeared, and he invited him to join the team. More people meant safer. They'd share resources. MC was interested and asked him to send him the address, and the guy also sent information about the area. The polluted area, Dark Dragon Blazing River, was formed due to cracks in the Earth's crust, and a dark river had spilled out there. The flow of water turned into molten lava, causing the temperature in the area to become extremely high. He thought it was somehow similar to his solar energy, so he decided to join them. Time passed, and a team had gathered in the Binmu region among the mountains, waiting only for Fang Yi. One guy asked Lao Li when his friend would arrive, and another turned to Xiaoya and said that thanks to her map and materials, he immediately found the way. She had described everything in such detail. She thanked them for coming at all and for exploring this place with her. When they entered, they should keep an eye on each other. Zhang Xiaoya, she was from the Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association and an employee of the Ministry of Culture. She smiled awkwardly and thought, it's a pity there are no strong and promising pioneers among them. she wanted to recommend someone to the association. Many pioneers don't know that the Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association is actually an official body of the Xia country. To become an official employee, you need a very high level. You can't get in through normal means. And she got in thanks to a multi-stage selection process. And of course, not without family connections. If this time doesn't work out, she'll probably have to work harder again. Fan Yi finally arrived, greeting everyone with a smile, and Xiaoya noticed how young he was. If she's not mistaken, his power is on par with the 2-star ghost axe. It's strange, although his aura is very strong, he doesn't exude any aggression. On the contrary, his aura is very warm. Since the team was now assembled, they entered the dungeon, and the MC volunteered to take the lead. The guys advised him to take his time, as there might be rocks there, and one of them said he thought all the water inside had turned to lava, and a drop of water that just fell scared him. But that's strange. They don't feel like it's as hot here as expected. Someone suggested that they hadn't reached the center of the pollution yet, and while they were chatting, Fan Yi thought, even though he arrived last, the group perceives him as one of their own. Either they immediately got used to him, or they were genuinely looking for a reliable ally, and now everyone was so sincere. He stopped. There was a lake of lava ahead, which meant they had arrived. He immediately rushed toward the lava. Xiaoya worriedly asked him to wait, as it was dangerous there. But he didn't listen and plunged his hand into the lava. Seeing this, she was terrified and told the others to pull him out immediately. But before they could, the lava suddenly erupted, forcing them to retreat. The system informed MC about the detection of a celestial and terrestrial phenomenon. Analysis is in progress. Activating maximum computing power and recording the process. Bloody fire sword technique acquired. Inner flame, high temperature carries an explosive element. The power of this is truly destructive. The technique of the Scarlet Fire School requires the blade to be drawn in order to unleash its power. Each swing is a roar of flame. The blade is covered in furious fire, generating fiery lightning. When the flames concentrated in the blade flare up in battle, colossal energy is released. Fan Yi grabbed the weapon and thought that this technique perfectly matched his sword. He decided to spend points and infuse the element of internal flame into the sword, after which the fire began to gather around him, and the team members saw that he was fine. His weapon absorbed the power of the lava, and the guy said, "It seems Fan Yi has recovered. You could call this a small incident in practice. Now the spiritual energy here has stabilized. It's time for practice." The guy happily spread his arms out to the sides and said that he felt the energy had changed. Now it can be absorbed without interference. His friend felt it too, a little more, and he would officially enter the path of spiritual cultivators. He turned to Xiaoya, and she said with a smile that she was only here to collect data. Let them train in peace. She would monitor the situation. While she was wandering through the cave, other pioneers arrived, and they looked very unfriendly. Their leader asked, "Where did this trash come from? Let them go. This place is occupied now." The girl thought that everything was bad. All three were at the level of the 1-star ghost axe. The enemy was strong, and they were weak. Even together, they couldn't handle it. They shouldn't mess with them. She tried to resolve the situation, saying that they had found this place first. Her friends had already started absorbing spiritual energy, and if they didn't mind, they could join them. The man asked with displeasure, "Have she even reached the level of the ghost axe?" He started to threaten her, but she stood confidently in place and thought, in the era of spiritual energy rebirth, the principle of survival of the strongest applies. In a period of wild growth, weak pioneers don't deserve the resources to become strong. However, the Xia country suppresses such incidents, and as a member of the association, she is obliged to do something. MC approached them. He told the man that as he saw, he was big and strong, but he can only bully a weak girl? He drew his sword, struck the ground with it, and fiery flashes erupted in all directions. The man immediately ordered his friends to retreat, after which the cave shook, distracting the boys from their practice. Fan Yi thought that it was precisely because of the reverence for the principle of the strongest survives that spiritual practitioners had conflicts that could not be resolved. But mere words and inaction were impossible to intimidate these people. The man was already trembling with fear. He pulled the sword out of the ground and pointed it at him, ordering them to leave. Flames erupted behind him, and the man became nervous and wondered what kind of monster he was. They broke into a run to avoid trouble, and the team members approached Fan Yi and began to admire his toughness. He smiled sheepishly and suggested that they leave, since everyone was almost equally skilled. Xiaoya thought for a moment and said, "It looks like there's no more spiritual energy in this polluted area. They really should leave already." They headed for the exit. She glanced at Fan Yi's back and thought that if that blow had hit, only a few charred bodies would have remained. He was definitely a high-level pioneer with rare attributes, and he also possessed incredible talent. She definitely needed to report this to the organization. When she said goodbye to the team, she immediately reported the incident to the association, and the girl asked if a pioneer with a high-level element had really appeared again. Xiaoya was surprised because she said "again" and asked her to elaborate, but since the boss stood behind her with a gloomy face, she remained silent and quickly bid her farewell. After ending the call, she turned to the boss and happily called him Master, asking if they weren't lucky. 2 high-level pioneers in a row. He skeptically replied that these outstanding individuals with high attributes now had noble status, were highly valued, and would occupy influential positions in the future. This isn't an easy situation at all. He sighed heavily, thinking about how much he wanted to quit. Meanwhile, the MC was walking around the city, and since he was carrying a sword, everyone was taking pictures of him and laughing, calling him a cosplayer, while others, on the contrary, admired him, saying he was a real man, a man among men, the pinnacle of perfection. But he dressed that way on purpose to hide from everyone's attention. He took out his phone and checked the news. The headlines were full of strange, out-of-the-ordinary incidents, all related to Fang Yi. Of course, the flares from his power were visible from all over the city, and the man he threatened had spilled the beans. He frowned and thought it was all because of the inner flame element. He had been careless, although it would be strange if a force of 2,000 degrees Celsius hadn't caused an anomaly. The one who exposed him couldn't have been Lao Li or Zhang Xiaoya. He had absorbed a large amount of solar energy, but it seemed that if he used the same method again, he could advance further. Stop thinking. He had to go to the back hill quickly. 5 minutes later, on the back hill of Feng Yi's house, the gardening expert Qing Ying had finally finished repairing all the damage he had caused to nature and exhaled in relief. And then a bright flash lit up the sky. She felt an equally powerful aura, which meant this person was somewhere here, in the mountains. She saw flames gathering in the sky, outlining the shape of an axe, which surprised her greatly. Had he really reached the 3rd star of a ghost axe rank? Could a rank breakthrough really cause such a storm? This was beyond simple talent. She needed to check everything urgently. She ran toward the light and thought, could this really be that guy? It couldn't be, but if so, she would definitely catch him. At this time, MC was meditating. Streams of light rushed into the sky and clouds began to gather around them. He showed various gestures with his hands, and he did it so quickly that it was difficult to follow them. At one point, he stopped. The axe became clearer, and Qin Ying meanwhile thought, he is forming the power of the ghost axe. Is he really that good at controlling spiritual energy already? This man probably trained for hundreds of years without anyone knowing. When she tried to reach the 3rd star ghost axe rank, she failed and lay in bed for a week, coughing up blood. She doesn't even want to remember it. Even with her physical training, she couldn't handle it. So where did this monster come from? Inexhaustible spiritual energy, impeccable control, every swing of the ghost axe, every drop of spiritual energy, as if honed by thousands of training. This man is no longer just a monster. He's like a deity descended to earth. Besides, many people, when they feel they're about to break through to a new rank, rush to achieve results. But this man acts calmly, confidently, and maturely, like a previously unknown master. The ghost axe began to move, and she immediately realized that the practitioner was somewhere in the east. At this moment, Feng Yi rose into the air, and the system informed him that he had strengthened the ghost axe rank to the 2nd star. Qin Ying soon arrived, getting very close to the fiery flashes, but there was no one at the practice site anymore. She caught her breath and exclaimed in annoyance. She was too late again. Only 30 seconds had passed. If she was not mistaken, he had already noticed her surveillance, which meant that now she would never be able to persuade him to cooperate. And then a thought occurred to her. Since he knew she was watching him, maybe he hadn't gone anywhere? Fang Yi was hiding in a tree. He had long noticed that she had been stalking him for several days and decided to observe her. She told him that she was the captain of the Firefly Squad of the Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association and also a pioneer. She was here on behalf of the association to sincerely invite him to join them. She had been following him for several days solely for this purpose, and she sincerely hoped that he didn't think anything bad about them. Besides, although the association is not yet open to the general public, they have all the official documents. She fell silent and began to worry that he would consider her words an insult. Maybe he thought she was too intrusive. She needed to be more careful with her words. Her tone should be gentle. He asked why they wanted to invite him, and hearing his voice, she became nervous and didn't even know what to do. Maybe she should just tell the truth. Such a person was unlikely to fall for false compliments if there was any point in speaking empty words at all. So she told him this. The thing is, the Shia country wants to find and unite pioneers to make them more organized and provide additional protection. Right now, the pioneers are developing chaotically, and she understands that joining an association may be limiting. But in the end, everyone will have to face the resurgence of spiritual energy and unknown enemies. He asked, what if he says he doesn't want to? You can't completely trust them yet. Qin Ying was a little nervous, and to convince him, she showed him her documents and exclaimed shyly, her name is Qin Ying. She used to be an ordinary athlete. She doesn't know if he's heard of her, but here are her documents, so he can check everything. MC remembered something about her. He saw her on TV. As he thought, people with good innate abilities are more likely to become pioneers. No wonder she runs so fast. However, based on the situation in her past life, the Xia country never achieved its goal. In the end, all human civilization was destroyed. But now that he has started over, with a system at his disposal, he will definitely become part of these events. But not now, the time has not yet come. He told the girl that he really knows her, thereby causing her to smile, and then went down to her and promised her to think about this proposal, but she should temporarily hide his traces from others. He thought that judging by her behavior, the association was now completely avoiding conflicts with pioneers like him. This precisely allowed him to use her to his advantage. Qingying said she would cooperate with him, but his breakthrough had already been noticed by the association. She would have to borrow it anyway. What did he think about this? He thought for a second and agreed, and she turned to say something to him, but he was already nowhere to be found. After that, she went out onto a forest path and began to complain. She hadn't caught him again. Which one had this happened to? He was deliberately hiding from her. She had spent so much effort trying to unravel the traces left by this great master. It had been so hard on her, but she would have to come to terms with it. Actually, completing missions somewhere other than the city wasn't bad either. She was informed that anomalies had just appeared, and she asked in surprise, "Is this really happening again? If it were those strange, cruel creatures again, then that was bad. She will never forget them." Anomalies can exist in the form of monsters and disasters. They feed on the energy from pollution zones. They mutate into monsters and consume people, or they transform into natural disasters, claiming territory for themselves. This creates even more pollution zones. If the anomalies are not destroyed, they will continue to wreak havoc, constantly terrifying people. Evening fell, there was a severe thunderstorm, and Feng Yi was walking home. The news warned of a red alert. Thunderstorms and rain, it is highly recommended not to go outside. The Yuang Mountain area is at high risk of flooding. Access to the area is closed, and it is currently highly recommended to avoid visiting this place. There haven't been such terrible thunderstorms for so many years. Which great master decided to send down heavenly punishment on them? MC walked down the street with a gloomy face. He felt a dense concentration of thunderstorm energy, an uncontrollable fury, but the center of the storm is right at the top of the mountain. So he headed there. It was precisely the pollution zone, Mount Yuhuang. The mountain is 1,545 meters high and covers an area of 25,000 hectares, making it one of the city's largest tourist attractions. The level of pollution here is unknown. He continued walking through the dead forest when lightning flashed in the sky and struck him directly, followed by a roar. Meanwhile, the leader called a meeting. According to spiritual energy concentration data, the danger level at the top of Mount Yuhuang is rapidly increasing. Mount Yuhuang must be immediately isolated and declared a new pollution zone. The situation arose suddenly and is extremely serious. Qingying was sent on another mission, but was urgently recalled. The leader gave her the floor, and she stood up and reported that Mount Yuhuang was now inaccessible. Spiritual energy with a thunder element is rapidly escalating out of control and is highly explosive. This zone is currently classified as Class A contamination. If the situation continues to develop as it is, the summit could be classified as Class S within an hour. A contingency plan must be developed immediately. However, according to all reconnaissance data, there is no one in the area who could approach this zone, including her. Even 3-star Ghost Axe pioneers have a 100% chance of death, according to simulations. The faces of everyone present were gloomy. Lieutenant Colonel Han Li suggested that they begin blocking the roads from the very foot of the mountain. They would post a 24-hour patrol there to prevent anyone from ascending. The man agreed. They would solve the problem thoroughly, sealing off the mountain completely. The pollution zone had just formed. There was an abundance of spiritual energy, and no one was allowed to approach. When the concentration dropped, they would begin their investigation. Meanwhile, Feng Yi was battling lightning, quickly dodging bright flashes thanks to his golden sun breathing technique. But this wasn't enough to extract the purest lightning energy. He needed to reach the epicenter at the summit of Yuhuang. In an era of spiritual energy revival, humanity not only had little to gain, but also risked falling to the bottom of the food chain if it remained inactive. It wasn't just global climate change. Even small creatures like rabbits and mice could now pose a threat to humans, and in the future, entities more terrifying than any known monsters would appear. Even spiritual practitioners might prove powerless against them. Although he had already mastered the golden sun breathing and bloody fire sword techniques, which represent the solar and fire elements, this was clearly not enough. He had previously infused both of these elements into his blade. The solar element enhances the blade's strength and resilience, while the bloody fire sword technique enhances its destructive power. However, over-reliance on weapons creates many vulnerabilities. Only the personal strength of a spiritual practitioner can defeat cruel and cunning enemies and gain an advantage. The power of thunder concentrated here is a unique chance to strengthen his own body. To grow ever stronger, he must seek opportunities in the changing world. Otherwise, he will only be left to await death from new catastrophes. He concentrated, gripping the blade tighter, and then lightning struck, and his entire body trembled from the powerful resistance. He gritted his teeth, exerting even more strength, but was unable to withstand the lightning, and eventually an electric discharge ran through his entire body, causing him to cry out in pain. He coughed up blood and thought that it was an incredibly powerful energy, like a furious punishment from the heavens. It was pressing down on him, raging because he had intruded into its forbidden zone. It wanted him to kneel before it. So how could he subdue it? He told himself to calm down. he needed to think. The system was warning him. He needed to come into direct contact with the spiritual energy itself. An idea occurred to him. He used the golden breath of the sun at full power, and when a bolt of lightning rushed towards him, he ran towards it and swung his sword with a loud cry, blocking the blow. Blood gushed from his mouth again, but he stood firm. He needed to endure, reach the top of the mountain, and then be reborn through death. He used all his strength to hold on. Such a wild, such dense lightning energy was pressing down on him. Even just breathing made him feel like his muscles were paralyzing. It wants to kill him, but he won't give in. Lightning struck the mountaintop even harder, and the system reported, "Powerful lightning energy detected. Data processing." At this time, people in the city saw such a huge lightning bolt and began filming everything on their phones. Some old man even said that someone from the higher realms was undergoing heavenly trials. Why does he think he sees someone's figure in the sky? The man next to him was worried. What will happen if this lightning strikes the city? It can't break through the roof, right? At this time, MC received the great power of divine thunder technique. By summoning heavenly lightning and tempering his body, he becomes godlike, for which he received 5 points. The lightning element is the highest power, designed for offense and destruction. Unlike the solar element, the lightning element can temper the body, converting flesh into energy. In both attack and defense, it is an absolute crushing force. They say that in ancient times, spiritual practitioners merged with lightning, absorbing it, and their bodies became like mountains, indestructible and eternal. Lightning is a spear and a shield. He feels that this is not just destruction, but purification. Rebirth. Lightning strengthens his muscles, bones, and without a drop of pain. The system said that this is the purest power of heavenly justice, destroying any evil. Passive effect. Plus 300% to critical damage. Does he want to use points? He thought, does this mean he can now infuse this power into the sword? If he adds lightning, the blade will become stronger. Although, perhaps this will violate the purity of the solar element. Besides, too many elements can simply destroy the blade. So he decided to embed the lightning element into his hand. The system clarified whether he really wanted to do this, and when he agreed, sparks of lightning disappeared into his hands. The next morning, the association's people arrived at the mountaintop. Qingying told Lieutenant Colonel Han that things hadn't gone as expected. The pollution on Yuhuang Peak had dropped from peak to light levels in 3 hours, but powerful charges still remained in the air. He immediately realized the pioneer had been there, and she excitedly ran up to him, asking if he was alive. She touched the ground, concentrated, but couldn't trace his element, or where exactly he had gone. Perhaps too much time had passed, and the overnight rain could have washed away all traces. The lieutenant colonel suggested that he had most likely left the summit around 8 p.m. and remained unharmed. She asked why he thought so, to which he replied, the anomaly was detected around 6 p.m., and they had sealed off the foot of the mountain by 7 p.m. This meant he must have ascended earlier, otherwise they would have definitely noticed him. The most powerful lightning strike at the summit occurred exactly at 7 p.m. Hadn't she herself made a forecast using the association's instruments? The pollution level at Yuhuang Peak was expected to reach S-class by dawn, but after 8 hours, the intensity of the surge decreased sharply. Furthermore, there's speculation that this man may have abilities related to the element of lightning, which is why he survived the ordeal. For him, this anomaly was a huge opportunity. It's assumed he not only survived, but also reduced his spiritual energy concentration. Otherwise, it's too strange a coincidence. The question is, did he accidentally stumble upon the source of power, or did he intentionally anticipate it and come into contact with the anomaly? Such people are the most dangerous. It's unclear whose side they're on. If he threatens society, the consequences could be no less than those of the anomaly itself. They need to find him urgently. Feng Yi was already sneezing from how often he was mentioned, and Lieutenant Colonel Han declared, from now on, they must find him as quickly as possible and at any cost. His temporary code name is Tyrant. After that, he approached the head and said that they hoped the association could recruit the Tyrant as soon as possible. They would also try to keep the information secret and conduct an immediate investigation. The man replied that this was a matter of course. Besides, they had a high-level pioneer who was currently trying to contact him. He asked Qingying to report everything to Lieutenant Colonel Han, which made her nervous because she had agreed to cooperate with that guy. She approached the lieutenant colonel and stood at attention, reporting the situation. This was the pioneer who had previously cleared the level A contamination zone at the north gate of Qingchen University. Lately, she had been constantly trying to contact him, but he appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Not long ago, she discovered the body of a mutated hare that he had killed. If she was not mistaken, he possessed the element of the sun. She would try to get close to him and find out how he cleared the north gate of Qingchen University. She was very nervous. She was already trying her best. The information was half true, but that was the only way they would believe her. If she said nothing at all, everything would definitely fail. After her words, the lieutenant colonel thought for a moment and praised the girl for her good work. They needed young people like her. The new displaces the old. She excitedly said that he was overpraising her. It was her duty. She would definitely keep trying. Han Li approached the head and suggested that they release a couple more fake news items to simulate an emergency. That would be all for now. By the way, he didn't quite agree with them publishing information about spiritual energy online. Ill-wishers could use it. The man looked away, unsure what to say, and Qingying smiled. It was finally over. MC returned home. He used the golden breath of the sun on his clothes to clean out every stain and smiled at the excellent result. When he infuses the lightning element, changes are truly felt. His right arm has undergone a physical modification. Under the influence of lightning, it has become the strongest and most durable part of his body. The changes are enormous. He feels like he's approaching a new threshold of development, but what surprises him most is that lightning, an initially aggressive and untamable element, has suddenly become as docile as a kitten after being implemented. It's controlled easily and smoothly. When he first activated the golden breath of the sun, the pain was simply unbearable. He doesn't even want to remember it. He tried releasing lightning and wondered if the element was somehow weakened after being absorbed. The system informed him that lightning deals 300% critical damage to anomalies, and he really wants to try it out. His phone rang, and he immediately realized something was wrong. After the recent incident, he immediately set up special notifications for the news and forums. The world is currently in a state of great change, and to somehow protect the common people, the Xia country always sends out emergency warnings first. But for pioneers like him, these warnings are also a source of enormous opportunities. Even if he has to face mortal danger, he is still worth the risk. The news reported on an explosion at a chemical plant, which subsequently contaminated the city. The cause is still being investigated. The explosion coincided with a shift change, so fortunately, no one was injured. He noted that the incident was quite large, so he found it hard to believe that it was just an accident. People in the comments were worried. The video of the explosion seemed eerie to them, like the end of the world. Everyone living near the plant felt a cold, ominous atmosphere, and other people didn't believe them at all. Fan Yi found this comment interesting. An ominous cold smell. Why does this remind him of something? And then he remembered, in his past life there was an ominous creature. It also emanated that cold and terrifying atmosphere. While a huge rat was devouring a man, MC hid behind the rubble, afraid to make a sound. He wondered if these could really be those creatures. They like to appear in dark places. Initially they behaved like wild animals or plants, but after mutation, they gained intelligence. Their strength is astounding. Vision, grip, killing speed. They are monstrously developed and terrifying. They are far more dangerous than a mutated rabbit. He has to be there tonight. They cannot be allowed to survive and evolve further. It's time for him to test his critical damage in a real fight. It was raining outside, and a squad of destroyers from the Pioneer Association quickly rushed along the road. Their commander contacted headquarters. He informed them that they had been tracking the anomaly from dossier number 7, the Night Candle, but had temporarily lost their target. The Night Candle's known abilities include blending into the darkness of the night, concealing its body. It makes a barely audible crackling sound nearby and feeds on human flesh. It requests urgent assistance in replenishing the dossier. Lightning flashed in the sky. He said that in such weather, the creature would definitely start hunting, and they could not allow that to happen. The HQ operator said, accepted. File number 7, Night Candle. Additional information added. The request for a cleanup and liquidation operation has been approved, assigned a B-rank priority. The estimated response time is within 12 hours. The demolition squad must continue surveillance. They must ensure maximum security. The squad ran across the rooftops at this time. Their commander accepted the order and thought that 12 hours wasn't so fast, but it was the maximum HQ could allocate. A surge in mutations and awakenings was currently occurring across the country, and HQ was already overwhelmed. Suddenly, the operator contacted him and excitedly reported, there are operatives from the Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association in the area where they are currently located. The captain of the Firefly Squad, Su Qingying, is currently there on a mission to monitor the pioneers. They can contact her and ask her to help them temporarily. The squad leader thanked him for his assistance and asked him to send her to them as soon as possible. He had heard about her successes. And then Qingli's voice came from the roof of the neighboring building, asking, since when had she become so famous? Had they summoned her? Were they overworked? The commander indignantly exclaimed in response, saying that this time they were dealing with a night candle anomaly that devoured people, and there was no time for jokes about overwork. She asked, so that's how he felt about calling people for help. Apparently, the destroyer squad was so high level that they didn't need any help, in which case the Firefly squad wouldn't be involved. A member of her squad worriedly asked, what if they really did get eaten? Her colleague said, serves them right, as if they didn't have any missions of their own. The commander excitedly called out to Qingying and apologized. He had been really harsh, and he really hoped that they would all help them search for and detect the anomaly. She knew how dangerous this creature was, but their ability to track and pinpoint it would be extremely useful. If they were eaten, the people in the city would definitely die. Qingying became serious and said it was a joke. She had no intention of refusing them. This creature is extremely cunning, acting only in the dark, hiding, and making almost no sound, making it very difficult to catch. But once it eats a person, it's impossible to stop. They will try to help them catch the night candle. Fan Yi was also in the city at the time. He stopped, smelling a familiar smell, too pungent and unusually heavy, meaning the monster had already evolved. Soon, with a joint effort, the squad found the night candle. Qingying used her ability and discovered its exact location. Right now, the rat was hiding in a dark and damp place. The commander informed the squad of the beginning of the operation, after which they scattered. Night Candle noticed movement on the rooftops. It immediately broke into a run, and the commander exclaimed that the target had detected their presence and had the sabotage team activate the information immediately. Night Candle stopped, blocked by a squad member, then his colleagues arrived from other sides and completely surrounded the monster. The commander pounced on Night Candle from above, striking with his palm, leaving a deep cut in the monster's skin, and the rat growled. It was forced to retreat. The skin on its back tore, and large wings sprouted from it. Xingying warned everyone of the danger. It was now using sonic waves. The monster flapped its wings and attacked, forcing the commander to retreat. One of the squad members rushed to it, asking if everything was all right, and he thought, this was expected of Night Candle. They are strong creatures. If they hadn't retreated so quickly, all their bones would have been broken by now. This is a destructive force combined with terrifying darkness. If it isn't controlled, the city will face disaster. At this point, the rat took a deep breath and then exhaled a poisonous mist, causing the asphalt to melt. Xingying immediately realized it was trying to escape by digging through the ground. She wanted to stop it, but her subordinate stopped her. This is corrosive dark energy that destroys matter on contact. They don't have a strong enough counterforce. At this point, the squad began to surround the monster. The commander said that even if it could melt the ground, it wouldn't be able to create a tunnel instantly. They are not allowed to break formation and should be on guard. Now, their main task is to collect real-time data and adjust the battle strategy. The boy became wary. He saw two red eyes in the darkness, and then the rat jumped out of its hiding place and swept him off his feet. The commander said they couldn't let it get away, and they gave chase. At this time, a member of the Firefly squad noticed that the spiritual energy concentration had just increased sharply, and Xingying ordered them to stay outside while she went with them. A rat ran into an abandoned factory. Xingying joined the demolition squad and decided to first assess the spiritual energy concentration. She touched the watch, and the commander asked, "Is this a new auxiliary device developed by the association?" She confirmed it. The watch showed that the maximum energy concentration one team could withstand was 50 units. A moment ago, the energy concentration was 48. Suddenly, the watch beeped loudly. The number 80 flashed on the screen, and the concentration continued to grow at a frantic rate. They realized that in this case, there could be more than one anomaly here, and they held their breath. A snake lurked on the ceiling, and suddenly there was a roar behind them. The gates closed. They realized that the Night Candle had deliberately lured them here to encounter another anomalous creature, and they decided to retreat immediately to the gate. If the anomaly tried to stop them, it would have to reveal its location, and with their combined forces, they could open the gate. Xingying fired at the gate, but couldn't breach it, and the creature flashed behind her. She lost coordination, her eyes, all her senses, and her entire body couldn't function properly. She was poisoned by the gas. This caused her to fall, but the serpent was in no hurry to attack and waited. She called out loudly to the rest of the squad, but no one answered, as if she were alone. But they must be somewhere nearby. She just can't sense them, and they can't answer her. If she remembers correctly, they were lured here on purpose. In fact, this is the lair of another anomaly. She sensed a faint presence earlier. There is a possibility that it is a giant snake. Unlike the Night Candle, which uses dark energy, this black fog is toxic, and they were poisoned from the moment they stepped into it. The toxic gas suppresses the senses and accelerates the depletion of spiritual energy. If she uses spiritual energy for attacks, it will quickly run out, and eventually her spiritual energy is almost zero. Without a shield, she will soon die. What kind of monster is this? It has combat intelligence and overwhelming strength, and it sets traps so cunningly. The strength finally left her body. She fell on her back and thought, "Is this the end?" A crash came from the ceiling. Someone broke a crack, and a bright light fell on her face. Then a hole appeared in the ceiling, and a man climbed into the factory through it, but she could no longer see him. It was Fang Yi. He landed near the snake and wondered if this was a dark-type anomaly. Recognizing him as a threat, the snake immediately rushed to attack. He dodged the blow, and then the Night Candle entered the battle. MC blocked the rat's attack and thought, "Are there two anomalies here? One lures and sets traps, and the other kills?" They made a cunning pair, and he kept wondering why this place was so saturated with spiritual energy. The rat sank its teeth into his shoulder. He released lightning, frying the monster, and then struck the snake, saying, "Now it's this one's turn. It's afraid of fire, right?" The creature opened its mouth wide, aiming it forward, but MC flipped in midair, then swung his weapon and motioned for the creature to look at the blade. He then moved toward the creature's face and made a powerful cut, slicing the monster's body in two. Its head began to regenerate, and he said, as expected, it didn't help much. The next second, a powerful electric shock struck the monster's body, and the protagonist thought, it's good that he immediately realized that this snake's dark aura was even thicker than that of the Night Candle. Just now, when he used the Bloodfire Sword technique, he took control of the power and suppressed it. He concentrated the lightning power in his hand and directed it through the sword straight into the snake's body. The Night Candle is a dark anomaly that can be sinister and cunning, but it's not particularly powerful. It is bloodthirsty, but the most it can do is harm a few people, unless of course it evolves. But this snake. The next second, he felt pain in his shoulder and heard the sound of an object piercing his body. He thought, Snake scales? He knew it. This creature had already mutated. The monster's intelligence is more advanced. Every attack is fatal. This creature's venom has a paralyzing effect. It kills silently, without a trace. After that, he cauterized the wound and thought that he didn't feel any sharp pain, probably because of the continuous flow of solar energy in his body. The golden sun breathing technique can dissolve poison. The sun element itself within him protects and heals, and the lightning element purifies. These two elements respond to the poison's invasion with pain, warning him of approaching dangers. But for others, less fortunate, even with modest defensive abilities, it may be incurable. The snake has secretly grown to an enormous size, and apparently is at the level of 3 stars. And he hunts by setting ambushes. Not only are they allies with the night candle, but it's also the perfect trap for elite pioneers. It's probably already swallowed quite a few people. They were probably pioneers who didn't cooperate with the association. And yet, no matter how sinister and poisonous it is, the end is ashes and dust. At this moment, he had already plunged the monster's body into the flames and thought the flame energy was pure, but the lightning strike was more effective. Does he think his combat abilities are now worthy of attention among the pioneers? He looked at the fire, then walked closer and, pointing his hand towards the streams of fire, thought, there is someone else here. Then he looked to the side and noticed Qingjing coughing in the clouds of smoke. She bit her lip, and he walked closer and thought, her? The one from the association. He walked closer and said, no need to pretend. Her play at being dead needs some work. And she blushed with embarrassment and, covering her face with her hands, thought, oh my god, enemies always meet on narrow paths. Could it be him again? Then she laughed awkwardly and said, she woke up from the smell and was not pretending. And he came closer and, folding his arms over his chest, remarked, she is strong. Her teammates fell, having spent all their energy, but she had enough strength to defend herself. If she had not had sufficient willpower, she would not have felt the blood or the burnt flesh. And she hesitantly thanked him for the compliment. And then she thought that she really did save some spiritual energy to defend herself. He noticed this, but she does not understand how he defeated the night candle and that snake. Then MC said, she does not have to close her eyes anymore. She just has to promise to be honest and not reveal his identity. He turned around, she looked at him and thought that now he is much friendlier than before. He said, it's too late. Since she and her comrades were safe, he would go first. She shouted, hey, wait. But the next second, the protagonist pushed off the ground and, jumping through the hole in the ceiling, said, no need. Too many mouths to feed spoil the job. He'd leave it to her. Then he climbed onto the roof and thought, it's good she didn't see him just try to absorb the dark energy. The discomfort and eerie cold he felt was disgusting. Maybe it was because the dark spiritual energy had already been dissipated, his body instinctively rejecting it. The system was also silent. Okay, he'd think about it later at home. Meanwhile, Qingying thought, it's a pity she didn't even get a good look at his face, so he still doesn't trust the association. Then she began to slap the commander, who was lying on the floor, on the cheek, and told him to wake up. It's over. And he opened his eyes and, sitting up, shouted, they're in ambush. After that, the rest of the squad also rose, and the commander, holding his hand, looked in surprise at the remaining skeleton of the monster. He shouted, what's going on? Where did this incredible sun element energy come from? And Qingying explained, as they saw a certain pioneer had come to their aid. He was the target of her mission. Her original task was to track pioneers with very high levels of sun energy. He shouted, so it's him. And she added, she hasn't succeeded yet. His identity still remains a mystery. In fact, it was he who tracked her. He knew exactly what he was doing. But this time, he saved them. Then the guy clenched his fists joyfully and shouted, so, he single-handedly defeated both the night candle and that snake. And then the commander concentrated energy in his hand and said, by the way, where is the night candle? Then he suggested that they put this away first and hand over the remains of the association. After that, he took a step forward, and an electric impulse pierced his leg. He shouted, what's with that furious energy? Captain Qingying, is she sure it possesses the sun element? The remnants of that electrical energy are too clear. And she asked, is that the body of a night candle? Quite pure lightning element, apparently high level. The commander crouched closer and shouted, could it be that 2 pioneers appeared here? One killed the snake, and the other killed the night candle. Then they left together. Qingjing thought, no, that's impossible. Only one person appeared here. No one would believe that one person possesses 2 high-level elements. One of those elements would already make someone a high-level genius. A pioneer with 2 high elements is practically impossible. Flame Wanderer, Thunder Burial Sealer. What kind of monster is this person? Then she thought, it's good that she left the team members outside the factory. If they stayed inside too long, they would report to the association. Based on the situation, the association sent scouts to the scene. Their original goal was to collect their bodies. The next second, the girls grabbed her legs and screamed, boss, she's alive. They thought they'd lost their captain forever. What would they do if she died? Then, Qingying thought, now their main task is to scan the residual spiritual energy, analyze traces, and reconstruct the battle. At that moment, the association's reconnaissance team began working, and she thought, they also need to report the results to the association. After that, the guy holding the tablet looked at Qingying and said, Captain, judging by the trace analysis, regardless of combat habits or killing methods, everything points to one person destroying both anomalous objects. there's a 99% chance it's the same person. Then the commander said, it really is a high-level pioneer. He thought they were mistaken. Either of those two anomalies could have destroyed them. The guy added, exactly. This powerful man destroyed them with a single blow. They were all Ghost Axe ranked, but the difference was simply unbelievable. Then Qingying adjusted the device on her ear and said, her surveillance target has appeared. The data has been updated. She needs to report to the higher-ups. Then she said, the results are Burial Sealer and the North Gate of Qincheng University. Both were her assignments. At that moment, the head answered the phone and, while enjoying a hot drink, said, that's it, Qingying. She should pause her mission. He saved her, destroyed the anomaly, and secured this territory. This means he's not an enemy of the association. In any case, she and Han Li have different views on this matter. For her own safety, to make a good impression on that Burial Sealer, she should avoid contact with him for now. And she replied that she understood. But she still had one theory about what happened earlier. When Burial Sealer was about to cultivate on the mountain, he asked, what is it? She replied that she'd noticed an incredibly strong aura in the area where he was operating. She'd suspected he might have a spiritual weapon, but she'd thought it unlikely. But now that it's confirmed he's a pioneer with 2 high elements, the leader was surprised. He has a spiritual weapon? Then he added thoughtfully, that's unlikely. No matter how gifted he is, there's no chance he could have a spiritual weapon without outside help or resources. Furthermore, the scouts found no traces of the 3rd spiritual energy typically associated with spiritual weapons. Qingying then added, when they met, the aura of the spirit weapon she felt was similar to the sun element. The leader said thoughtfully, if the weapon's element comes directly from his own sun energy, then if he has reached the soul creation rank, it is theoretically possible to do so alone. Qingying then widened her eyes in surprise and thought, soul creation rank? Even on a global scale, spiritual practices at this level are very rare. She only knows of 2, the leader said. But if this person truly possesses 3 elements, it will completely change the balance of power. He will revolutionize the entire world of pioneers. Because, according to research, different elements incompatible in the human body are almost impossible to coexist. So far, no pioneer has been confirmed as possessing 3 different spirit elements. If he truly possesses a spirit weapon, then the fact that they haven't discovered a 3rd element might actually be good news. He suggested, hoping that such a powerful pioneer will never become an enemy of humanity. Meanwhile, the protagonist had taken a shower, emerged from the bathroom, and, drying his wet hair with a towel, thought, there was less than a year left until the official revival of spiritual energy, yet anomalies and various phenomena were already beginning to flare up everywhere. Moreover, they were becoming extremely active. He concentrated the energy in his hand, and after quickly drying his hair, thought many pioneers like him had begun cultivating powers independently. Once interaction between the body and the spiritual world begins, they become more sensitive to changes in heaven and earth, like those people at the underground river recently. Even without official recognition from Xia country, the pioneers cultivating independently had generally reached the level of 1 star. But now that the country is turning to independent pioneers, it shows that both official and independent pioneers are in a relatively peaceful and mutually supportive stage. The anomaly is still within controllable limits, and there are no serious conflicts between pioneers yet. He then put on his sweater and thought, however, even though the government has established an association of spiritual energy practitioners, it hasn't yet become public knowledge, and people are increasingly discussing local instability and unexplained phenomena. Clearly, the government is trying to protect humanity and prepare in advance by issuing warnings. After some time, he arrived at the site of the destruction and said, but this is precisely the problem. He feels the government is unsure of the beginning of a new era. With such a large population, once information becomes public, all order will collapse. Internal unrest will cause chaos and the mortality rate will rise. At the moment, even recognized pioneers are unable to stabilize social upheaval. Internal and external threats will only accelerate this collapse. So such a soft approach from the government is not a mistake. After all, human hearts are more frightened than ghosts or gods. He thought, but he is worried that the development of anomalies exceeds his expectations. What he encountered today was a typical mutated product of dark energy pollution. Touching the black mist, he realized it belonged to a sub-branch of dark energy known as shadow energy, the natural enemy of pioneers. The system window in front of him read, shadow energy, sub-elements of dark energy, the enemy of pioneers, currently unabsorbable. He thought, however, these anomalies are far more intelligent than typical exotic beasts. They don't just consume humans. Pioneer bodies are an excellent source of nutrition for them. They can even cooperate with each other to lure and kill pioneers, although they still don't reach the level of the true dark anomalies he'd encountered before. There are those that can destroy a country, even a continent, single-handedly. And yet, if he hadn't tracked them today, this squad that tried to recruit him might not have survived. Even the sub-element was so sinister and vile that the threats posed by full-fledged dark energy are simply too dangerous. But if it's marked as temporarily unabsorbable, that means he'll be able to absorb it once the system conditions are met. This might even be the key to turning the tide. He now has the Golden Sun breathing technique, the Divine Thunder Great Power technique, and the Bloodfire Sword technique, the Sun element, and the Inner Flame. In addition to the high-level elements, he also has corresponding techniques that are perfectly suited to him. Furthermore, with his current strength as a 3-star Ghost Axe Pioneer, there should be very few pioneers who can match him, but it's still not enough. After a while, he noticed his phone ringing. He looked at the screen and thought, "Auntie, why so suddenly?" Then he answered the call. Auntie asked, "Fang Yi, how is his health lately? His cousin is coming to study nearby. She's worried about being alone at the inn. Should she stay with him for a few days?" He asked. Cousin? He thought. The only thing he remembers about her is that she's an excellent student, obsessed with studying, and he doesn't even remember what she looks like. After that, he said, "Let her come. He has a spare room at home. When will she arrive?" Auntie replied that she will give her the address and she will come herself. She will bring him a couple of special snacks. MC replied, "Thank you, Auntie. He will not hold back." She said, "Okay, his cousin should arrive tomorrow afternoon. She apologizes for disturbing you." And he replied, "It's okay. He has things to do, so he will go." Meanwhile, Lin Yi was chatting in a general chat room called Spiritual Energy Revival, Martial Arts Vanguard Team. She wrote, 1 and 11, she will arrive this afternoon. An 81-year-old sultry woman asked, "Does she want to meet in real life, or will they go directly to the place?" Lin Yi replied, "Neither. She'll stay with her cousin. She needs to play her part." Scammed an online romance for 50 cents asked, "Cousin?" Lin Yi wrote that they would talk later and hung up. At that moment, his aunt told him to take care of himself. She added that he should come visit his aunt next time. After that, Lin Yi went to a news site where it was written, "Rumors, the city that became famous on the internet has been renamed the City of Death. 3 more are missing. Are they still taking the animal challenge?" She said, "Yanghua." The next second, her mother opened the door and asked if she had finished packing. Lin Yi was surprised, looked at her and said, "Everything is packed," but she still doesn't want to disturb her cousin. "The hotel is also fine." Her mother replied, "No, it's safer than if she stayed alone, and she trusts her cousin." After that, Lin Yi started pushing her mother out of the room, and she added she shouldn't cause trouble by staying there. She just needs to help around the house whenever she can, okay? Lin Yi replied, she shouldn't worry, she understands everything. After that, she slammed the door, pressing her back against it and thought, one step at a time. Whoever the cousin was, he was unlikely to be more difficult than an anomaly. After some time, she approached the building, and the system on her phone reported that she had arrived at her destination. Lin Yi looked ahead thoughtfully and said, she must be there. A few seconds later, the protagonist exited the building, and Lin Yi, looking at him, asked, is he her cousin? He asked in return, is she Lin Yi? They looked at each other silently, and after a while they entered the house. They sat at the table, and the protagonist asked, so she came to summer camp? Lin Yi confirmed it. He said if she needs anything, she just needs to say. Lin Yi replied, okay, thank you, cousin. After that, he handed her the key and said that it was a spare key. He added that he was going to his room, and her room was right across the hall. Lin Yi took the key and replied, okay. Then she will rely on him for these few days. After that, he left the room. She looked after him and thought, it seems like cousin is kind, it's easy to get along with him. She thinks that he won't interfere with her affairs. At this moment, the protagonist thought, are his feelings deceiving him? Or is she just bad at hiding her secrets? Just now, when she was sitting on the sofa, he really felt her faint aura. Could she also be a pioneer? Then her coming here under the pretext of summer camp. Maybe that's the real reason. The next second, Lin Yi wrote a message. Cousin seems nice. He doesn't interfere with her affairs when they go out. An 81-year-old sultry woman wrote to her. Don't rush. She suggested keeping a low profile. It's been chaos here for a while now, with lots of polluted areas, but they're always occupied by some pioneer. Scammed an online romance for 50 cents added. That's right, the last time there was an underground river. 2 squads clashed, and someone very strong appeared. They say he destroyed the sun with one blow and forced the other squad to retreat. An 81-year-old sultry woman wrote, destroyed the sun? Seriously? This means a very high degree of alignment with the sun element. An elite pioneer, perhaps? She had heard about it too. Lin Yi wrote, that's exactly why they need to be careful this time. The spiritual energy revival hasn't officially begun yet. Everything is happening in secret. Who knows how many dangerous pioneers the Xia country is hiding? Lin Yi wrote, okay, then they'll wait for news for now. She thought, okay, since she just arrived, she won't start training right away. If her cousin finds out, it will be difficult to explain. After 3 days, MC didn't expect that living with his cousin would bring so many problems with training. Meditation can be interrupted literally at any moment. Even his training in the Golden Sun breathing technique can be noticed. He sat on his bed in a meditative pose, concentrating his energy and thought, this light, she won't notice it, right? He himself doesn't know why he hadn't noticed before how bright the sun's golden breath looked. But that's not the worst of it. After a while, Lin Yi took the plate and said, dinner is ready. Today she's having beef stewed with tomatoes, cucumber salad, and corn rib soup. He approached the table and said, good, she was very generous today. He added that she should let him help with the dishes. And she put the plate down and said, "No need. She's staying here for free, so this is the least she can do." He thought, excellent manners, she does housework flawlessly, like a person obsessed with OCD. After that, he began to eat and thought, he doesn't stop her to lower her guard towards him. Only then will he be able to get to know her true nature. The next second, a notification came on Lin Yi's phone, and the protagonist asked, "What's wrong? Did a friend text?" He rose from the table and, walking to the side, added, then she should talk to her. He would go to his room. When he left, she picked up the phone and, entering the room, sat down on the bed. She answered the call and asked, "What is this about? Will the anomaly appear again tomorrow? What time? 3 o'clock in the afternoon?" She shouldn't worry. She will definitely be there. Okay, at the entrance to Manhwa. Yes, they will meet there. At this moment, the protagonist hovered in the air next to the window of her room and thought, Manhwa? Isn't that a famous tourist town in the suburbs, just an hour's drive away? Then he felt a current of energy and thought that he knew it. His cousin is also a pioneer. Fortunately, with her current level, she won't notice him, although, when she was in high school, she had already reached the level of the 2nd star of the Ghost Axe, even almost breaking through to the 3rd star. Is it because of her great talent that she is so strange? So, the summer camp trip was a lie, and the real goal was the anomaly? It seems she somehow found out about it, and made up an excuse to come. However, each anomaly also takes away his chance to obtain a new technique to enhance his own strength. I wonder what element this anomaly in Manhwa will have. Then he pushed off from the building, flew forward and thought, although it doesn't really matter, whatever it is, it will be his. At this moment, Lin Yi opened her eyes and thought, strange. Was she imagining it, or was someone watching her? After some time, the city of Manhwa, scammed an online romance for 50 cents, approached Lin Yi and, placing her hand on her head, asked. She said that she is currently living with her cousin. Right? What is he like? Handsome. And Lin Yi thoughtfully replied, a good person. But in appearance, he is completely ordinary. In any case, he is not the type of internet celebrity she likes. Scammed an online romance for 50 cents sighed desperately, and then an 81-year-old sultry woman approached them, folded her arms and laughed. She told her not to forget herself. Even Lin Yi used to consider herself an ordinary person among people. Then Bob, sitting on a bench nearby, said, okay, since they're all here, should they get to the main topic? Then Lin Yi came closer and asked, by the way, she's not coming again, right? Bob replied, well, there are at least 6 of them now. I doubt she'll come. Then, the 81-year-old sultry woman followed the others and, looking at Lin Yi, added, she's always so mysterious. They've gotten used to it. They should go. At that moment, MC was watching them from the cafe. He thought, it looks like his cousin's team is also keeping a low profile. The weakest among them are at the level of the 2nd Ghost Axe star, and the men who just spoke are at the level of the 3rd. And judging by what they said, there's someone strong on their team, but that person is often absent. In the mountains of this tourist town, a vine suddenly appeared, hanging from the sky, just like the beans from the fairy tale Jack and the Beanstalk. Plants appear completely spontaneously at different times in the area around Manhwa, and this contradicts all the previous knowledge of the pioneers, simply beyond their comprehension. Although it is an anomaly, it is not related to the weather, nor to a collapse of the earth, nor to changes in the surface. It is something strange that appears out of nowhere, calmly creeping, causing no harm. No lightning, no scorching sun. The vine just moves silently. Sometime later, the team arrived at the site, and the 81-year-old sultry woman said in surprise, my God, it's true. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Scammed an online romance for 50 cents approached her and asked, should she wait? Maybe they shouldn't come any closer? And Lin Yi asked, what happened? Scammed an online romance for 50 cents, frightened, pressed herself against the straps of her backpack and said, just the sight of this gives her goosebumps, as if something was wrong. Had they seen the rumors on the internal forum? She had acquaintances on another team. The last time this plant appeared, they tried to touch it. They were all high-level pioneers, but after that, they all disappeared. She had a premonition that they could end up the same way. She clutched her head and said, death without a grave. She began to shake with fear and added, she was sure that she was not afraid of the risk of turning into nameless bones, because she could, on the contrary, return with pockets full of trophies. But as soon as she saw this creature, she felt a primal terror. Her intuition told her that this was an anomaly of an extremely high level, certainly something powerful, unknown, and completely new. She bit her lip, tears began to roll down her eyes, and said that she didn't want to die here. She wanted to retreat. The 81-year-old sultry woman looked at her silently, and Lin Yi noticed that she was right. In fact, they all felt it. There was something destructive about these vines with a woody element. She didn't know how to describe it, but it felt like drowning in a river of time, where everything had faded and all life had disappeared. That's why they felt such anxiety and uneasiness, as if it wanted to absorb their life force. The next second, Lin Yi grabbed scammed in online romance for 50 cents by the hand and said, but this is their path as pioneers. At that moment, the protagonist was watching them from the top of the cliff. He folded his arms and thought, What a gloomy aura of death. He had seen many different anomalies, but besides the dark energy, these vines were the most alarming. Choosing to train here was courage worthy of respect. Even though these are plants that symbolize life, it exuded submission and humility. They did not seem alive, more like dead plants that only pretended to be alive, but had lost their spiritual energy. Then Lin Yi climbed a small hill and, clenching her fist, said, "Guys, they don't have time to think. Since this is dangerous, they should just train here. They must move only within sight and not stray too far." The others replied that they understood, and Lin Yi thought that this way they could protect themselves. The next second, she positioned herself on a tree branch and concentrated energy around her body. The protagonist thought, not bad. They sense energy quite strongly. They train at a distance, not too close and not too far. No wonder she's succeeding. She's precisely calculated the optimal location to reap the greatest benefit without being reckless or retreating. Then a flash of energy shot into the sky and he thought in surprise, a breakthrough? She's reached the rank of a third spirit axe so quickly. His cousin's talent is truly outstanding. The rest of her team shouted in surprise, a 3-star spirit axe. Amazing, Lin Yi. But the next second, the roots of the anomaly began to move, and noticing this, Bob turned in the opposite direction and shouted, "Bad. The vines are moving towards them." The 81-year-old sultry woman shouted in surprise, "What? They detected them even at this distance." The next second, several of their team members were enveloped in vines and scammed an online romance for 50 cents. Running further, shouted, "Run! Faster! Otherwise they will definitely die here." Lin Yi's breakthrough was too loud. They can't let it entangle them. If that happens, the aura of destruction will immediately envelop them and vaporize them on the spot. At this moment, the vines began to hit the barrier around Lin Yi, and the sultry woman grabbed her hand and shouted, "No, they can't leave now. Lin Yi will be in danger." And she looked at her indignantly and shouted, "What does she want from her? Use spiritual energy to protect her. She chose to train here herself. She is acting irresponsibly. If she wants to lose her life just to become stronger, then go ahead." Then Bob walked up to the 81-year-old sultry woman and told her to calm down. He looked at her and said, "Life and death are in the hands of fate. Wealth is in the hands of the sky. If they don't leave now, they will be buried with her. She is young. She should not act impulsively. They are all strangers who met by chance." But the next second, the 81-year-old sultry woman slapped him in the face and shouted that in that case they could leave, and she wasn't asking for their help. Continuing to watch them, the protagonist hoped that his cousin realized her situation. She was still a student. The power of these vines was great. He didn't know if his strength was enough to save her, but he was afraid that time was running out. Then he concentrated his energy and, grabbing the hilt of his sword, said, he made a promise to take care of her, and there was no way he could break that. At that moment, the 81-year-old sultry woman rushed to attack the vines, but several of them still grabbed her body, and she screamed loudly. At that moment, the vines continued to hit Lin Yi's barrier. MC jumped to attack. The 81-year-old sultry woman anxiously called out to Lin Yi. The next second, a powerful stream of fire destroyed the vines. The protagonist began to land on the stream of fire. Those watching the scene cried out in surprise. The vines retreated, it stopped attacking, and then the protagonist landed on the ground, and the others began to shield themselves from the powerful light, and wondered, is he also a pioneer? What a pure sun element. Yes, such a pure element can suppress destruction. Bob gritted his teeth and thought, what the? He's sure he's quite talented. After all, he reached the rank of a 3rd-star spiritual axe in such a short time, but he knows that there are only a few such pioneers in the country. Apart from that mystical talent, even Lin Yi's talent doesn't greatly surpass his. But if there is someone with such power among the pioneers, then who are they compared to him? Wandering pale stars, merely adorning the bright moon? He crushed him. No, he crushed all the pioneers. What kind of person is he anyway? The next second, the system reported, concentrated wood elements detected. Automatic verification procedure initiated. Successfully completed. Eternal life can absorb all surrounding life force, rapidly repairing bodily damage in a second. The protagonist felt the energy and thought, what a powerful wood technique. As long as there is life around, it is like an eternal charging station that will never run out. After that, the system reported, the element of devastation has been extracted. The element of devastation, it can instantly release an aura of devastation, corroding all surrounding life force. The protagonist opened his eyes and thought, no wonder it grows in such an area. If it grew anywhere else, all life force within a radius of tens of miles would be dried up to the bottom. Such power. The element of devastation is too powerful. It can forcibly absorb life force. The next second, an 81-year-old sultry woman approached him and thanked him for saving them. He looked at her, and she added, it's true. If it weren't for him, they all would have surely died. How could they thank him? He walked forward and, waving his hand, replied, no need, they will meet again. He thought, in fact, he only came here because of rumors, but he received both an element of eternal life and an element of devastation, so he benefited from what happened. As for the conflict between those people, from now on he should pay more attention to his cousin's actions. People most easily reveal their true colors in crisis situations. and this team is fragile and unreliable when it comes to serious incidents. The next second, he pushed off the ground and rushed upward, and looking after him, scammed an online romance for 50 cents said, he left so quickly. What will they do? Bob looked at her and asked, does she regret not coming sooner? The threat had passed, and Lin Yi had almost completed strengthening the 3rd rank. It would be best to just stay here for now. A few seconds later, Lin Yi opened her eyes and sank to the ground. The 81-year-old sultry woman, noticing this, shouted, she's awake. Bob said, so, if she's sensible enough, she won't sever the relationship between them, and instead of threatening to do this, it's better to think about that mysterious man. After that, Lin Yi noticed the marks on the ground and asked, what happened here? What a powerful trace of energy. She looked at the fiery streams on the tree and thought that even from this distance, she could feel how scorching and overwhelming it was. At that moment, Bob approached the 81-year-old sultry woman and said that he would explain what happened. That's how it all happened. After some time, Lin Yi approached the house and thought, could someone so strong really exist? She remembered someone saying that he was practically a monster. No matter how hard they tried to damage the vines, they failed, but he did it with one blow. Then he told her to look ahead and said, the vines rose higher into the sky, not daring to approach them. This is the fear instilled by his presence. And although he had already left, the vines were still obedient. Not a trace remained of the former maddened madness. After that, she entered the apartment, and the protagonist asked, is she back? He noticed that she looked a little pale. She awkwardly scratched her head and said that studying was a little tiring. After that, she went into the room, and he said that she was really exhausting herself. She should quickly go and rest. Perhaps they could order takeout today? She replied, of course. After that, she closed the door behind her and leaning her back against it, sighed heavily. She thought, the breakthrough is too exhausting. Every time she uses spiritual power to control the divine acts, she has to concentrate hard. It's even worse than not sleeping for a month. Fortunately, she's not an ordinary person. A few days without sleep won't kill her. And after that, she jumped onto the bed and opening her phone, thought, Galan, she wrote, if there are any leads on that master again, she must let her know. She thought, this is her first time posting in the group. She replied, of course Galan, but she also has questions. Does she think the one who saved them could be the same person who became famous in the Dark River? If it really was him, then why save them? At this moment, information began to spread among the pioneers. Extra. A high-level god with the sun element has appeared again. With a single blow, a rainbow pierced the sun. All daylight was swallowed up by a boundless white fusion. No pioneer of the same level in the country would dare accept this challenge. In the polluted zone of the Dark River, from now on, if you see him with the anomaly, be careful, keep your distance. After a while, the protagonist mounted his bicycle and thought, okay, now Lin Yi should be less wary of him. Even if something happens, she won't suspect he's watching her. While there's still time, he should figure out how to use the element of devastation. It's closest to the plant type. Although, ultimately, it's a rather frightening element, since its essence is corrosive. If he places it within himself, things could end badly. Plus, it might conflict with the thunder element he already possesses. So the best option would be something similar to that strange vine. And it hung from the sky because it sensed a rich aura of rebirth. It chose to evolve on its own, which gave birth to the element of devastation. Then he smiled and said he knows where to go. After some time, he stopped at the city forest park. He parked his bike near a tree and, entering the park, said, you need to choose the plant that resonates most strongly with his aura, one that can also interact with the element, to make it a conductor. The next second, he pushed off the ground and concentrated the energy in his body. He looked at the flow of energy and thought, so this is how the plant reacts to the aura, quite actively, but still not enough. He closed his eyes and said, something more is needed. Then he turned his gaze to the side and noticed one of the flowers. Could he power this? He pointed his finger at the bud, and then the petals closed around his finger. He sat down next to it and thought, quite lively. This wildflower looks like a simple plant, but when interacting with the aura, it behaves unusually, even rubbing against his finger. And then he stroked the plant and said, if this plant in the entire forest reacts most strongly to his aura, it's perfect for implanting the element of devastation. Then, it's decided, this is it. Is it ready? The next second, he released energy, and the system asked, does he want to implant the element of devastation into this object? He answered affirmatively, and the energy began to concentrate in the plant. After this, a powerful stream of energy burst into the sky, and MC looked at the flower moving and the energy spreading around. He thought, such a powerful force of devastation, as if the demon himself had touched it. In just 3 seconds, the flower absorbed almost the entire territory of the city forest park. Too powerful, and it still continues to frantically absorb. Okay, at this rate, it can attract the attention of spiritual energy practitioners. He began to pull the plants from the ground and thought, especially since this is the center of the city, the association will certainly notice this area. Due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, all these plants are in danger. When he entered the park, a large number of CCTV cameras caught his eye, and the place itself was completely deserted. Then, he took the flower in his hand, and was surprised. The flower still hasn't stopped absorbing, surviving without roots, but compared to that breakneck speed, this was significantly slower now. He placed his finger on one of the petals and said, amazing. Even without soil, the spiritual energy had barely weakened. Although before he chose this plant, it was an ordinary wild one. He wondered, Could it be that after he introduced the element of devastation into it, the plant began to evolve? As if some shackles had been released. The next second, a sound was heard behind him. Warning. The abnormal value has exceeded the limit. He turned his gaze to the camera and thought, bad. Had he attracted the attention of the surveillance system? The next second, he pushed off the ground, resolutely rushing forward and said, it's time to leave. Meanwhile, in the Spiritual Energy Revival Research Department, people gathered around the monitors. The system reported, warning, the normal value has been exceeded. The others were astonished. The abnormal values are jumping uncontrollably. What happened? They must immediately head to the park and isolate this. No entry for unauthorized persons. After some time, the group arrived at the required location. The researchers scanned the area with their instruments and were amazed. What a horror. At the northern gate of the university, the fluctuations were only between 8 and 10. In the area of the Dark Dragon by the Flaming River, it was 25. The guy next to him agreed. When the spiritual energy anomaly exceeds 10, the army takes control of the situation. But the concentration in this park has never exceeded even 10 before. Then one of them placed a special device on the ground and, turning around, said, strange. Humidity, soil temperature, and other indicators are normal. But it feels like all the life has been sucked out of the plants in a matter of seconds. What element could do such a thing? They should move on. The epicenter should be ahead. And the next second, the head of the researchers shouted, don't come near. He shouldn't touch anything. It's the element of devastation. The guy was surprised. The element of devastation? The head of the researchers asked, has he heard about that vine hanging from the sky? The others cried out in surprise. He means that vine hanging from the sky? It's already classified as a level A mutation. He replied, that's right. It was classified as a level A mutation due to its extreme danger. It's extremely dangerous, terrifying, leaving behind the bones of countless pioneers, and all because it possesses the element of desolation. It sucks the life force from everything around it, claiming it for itself. Then one of them said, Master, if he hadn't stopped him when he stepped inside, he would have been dead by now. The master replied, that's right. Plants awakened with the element of desolation create a dead zone, so anything that enters is also affected by it. He added thoughtfully, he once heard of another plant with the element of desolation in Xia country, in the forbidden area of an ancient tree. A giant rotting tree that polluted the entire forest. Gray mold kills everything that comes near. With the changing heaven and earth, plant mutations cannot be underestimated. Currently, the desolation element is the strongest known plant element. In addition to that vine and the ancient tree, a new source has now appeared. The next second, Hanli placed his hand on his shoulder and said, he has been informed of the situation. The head researcher was surprised by his appearance. And then Hanli shouted, all researchers must equip themselves and proceed to the infected area. After that, everyone donned protective suits and went deeper into the forest. They said, the source of desolation has not been detected. Didn't they say that only the vine can move? Perhaps the energy is decreasing. In just 5 minutes, the concentration dropped to 25. After that, Hanli looked at Qingying and suggested exploring further. She replied, I understand. They directed streams of energy directly into the ground, and the energy rushed far ahead, stopping at a certain point. Qingying shouted in surprise, stop. Hanli frowned and said, the source has been taken. The head researcher was perplexed. Taken? Impossible. And Hanli said, if someone really managed to take this from the restricted area, then their identity is extremely suspicious. Qingying said, Lieutenant Colonel, she knows what he's thinking, but there's no trace of that top-level pioneer's spiritual power here. The Lieutenant Colonel looked at the tablet and said, based on video surveillance and analysis, they found information on the suspect. His movements match both mutation incidents. Then he handed the tablet to Qingying, and she looked at the information and said, Fang Yi. The Lieutenant Colonel adjusted his cap and said, all information will be sent to her. Most likely, he is the pioneer they haven't encountered before. How they proceed next depends on their association. She replied, she understands. 2 hours later, the protagonist planted a small, obedient white flower in a pot and placing it on the table in front of him, laughed lightly. Stroking the plant, he said, this is his first time growing a flower. He can't believe he didn't even have a pot. Well, this is his own little home. Big, and this shouldn't be pressed against his hand. Now that he has the element of devastation, he will practice it independently. In fact, it is his reliable assistant, he thought. Thanks to the special abilities of the element of devastation, this will be useful in battle. The element of surprise is guaranteed. And the flower is completely unremarkable in appearance. Even Lin Yi will not suspect a thing. In battle, an ordinary appearance is the best camouflage. Then he said, but strength is only part of a story. What matters is who has more trump cards. The next second, his phone rang. He looked at the screen and thought in surprise, old man Wang Liang? Isn't that his childhood friend who joined the army 3 years ago? Liang is his neighbor. They were deskmates from elementary school to middle school. They could have gone to high school together. But he suddenly left, saying he was going to serve in the army. He answered the phone and asked, is he back? Liang said, yes. He suggested meeting up for a drink at the same old place. MC was surprised. So suddenly, Liang smiled. Yeah, he has a huge secret that he must tell him. Just don't faint when you hear it. After that, Liang hung up and, putting the phone on the table, said, he is reporting, miss. He followed her instructions. But if he is not the one they are looking for, can they guarantee his safety? Jilan knocked on the table and told him to just do his task. He should not interfere with anything unnecessary. She crossed her arms and added, If it wasn't him, then as his friend, he simply had to pass on some words of advice. After a while, the men clinked glasses and wished each other good health. The protagonist sat across from Liang and thought. Meeting him again, he realized that military service hadn't been easy. That bungler had matured a lot. Then Wang Liang put his mug on the table and said, "So much had happened in these 3 years, and how was he?" The protagonist placed his hand on his chest and replied, "More or less. He entered a vocational college, so not bad at all." Liang was surprised, and the protagonist thought, by the way, in his past life, he never got to see Liang again. In that world full of chaos, it was hard to find out any news. As a soldier, he probably died in some nameless battle. Will he be able to change the fate of his old friend this time? Then Liang said, "He wants to ask you this. Have you noticed anything strange lately? Like in the movies, zombies, monsters, something like that?" The protagonist thought, this guy. It was logical though. News of the spiritual energy's revival should have reached the army long ago. But the way he asked, was he really trying to pry something out of him? Then he wondered, what was he even talking about? Liang put his hand to his face and said, "If you haven't noticed, then fine. He actually came today to tell him something, and that was a warning. In the near future, maybe in a few months, maybe in a year, everything he values now, education, wealth, all will become absolutely worthless junk. Everything will change." Hearing this, MC thought, ordinary soldiers are ordered to remain silent, forced to sign an agreement that forbids even hinting at the revival of spiritual energy. It turns out that he was already marked as a suspect, and his activity was being monitored. And since Liang is his friend since childhood, they called him in for an investigation. Then, Liang raised his hand and told him not to worry. As long as he doesn't utter a word of what he told him today, everything will be fine. The protagonist thought, even though he played dumb and didn't cooperate, Liang still conscientiously warned him, risking reprimand. He was on guard for change. After that, Liang's phone call came in and the device said, "Liang, he must return to base immediately within 10 minutes. He must report everything at the destination." He replied, "Yes." Then he jumped up from the table and ran to the side, shouting, "Sorry, brother. Urgent task, I have to go. He'd better go home. He can't see him off." The protagonist asked, "Is this related to the revival of spiritual energy?" He would go with him. Liang looked at him in surprise, and the protagonist came closer and, putting his hand on his shoulder, added, "He must take him with him. Their meeting today, wasn't this an order from his superiors?" He continued to look at him in surprise, and the MC told him to relax. Even if he didn't know what his superiors' orders were, he was sure they wouldn't harm him. He thought, besides, he really wants to know what the army is doing. It must be related to a change in the world. But since the Spiritual Energy Association is already dealing with anomalies, what exactly is this army responsible for now? I'd like to figure that out. Sometime later, they reached the Lindsay District's restricted area, number 19. The protagonist followed Liang and thought, the spiritual energy here is so dense, the concentration is even higher than in the contaminated zones. Then Liang shouted, "He's back." They answered, "Confirmed. He must enter." They followed inside, and a powerful explosion occurred in front of them. They noticed several soldiers fighting a huge monster. Streams of energy flew in all directions, and the protagonist thought, is this a fusion? Jilan, an officer of the 3rd star of the Ghost Axe, stood next to him. She said, "The unusual fusion of the elements of darkness and flame made this dog especially ferocious and wild." Several soldiers had already received serious injuries. Then she noticed Liang and shouted, "Officer," and he hit his chest and shouted, "He has arrived." She was indignant. Did he bring an outsider into the forbidden area without permission? He shouted, "No, it was him." Before he could finish speaking, she shouted, "Okay, never mind. The situation is critical. They are just waiting for him. He must take his place in formation immediately." He replied, "Yes." And then Jilan looked to the side and thought, is this Fang Yi? He doesn't look special. His spiritual energy is only slightly active. Maybe it's not him, but now is not the time to figure it out. Then she said, since he is his friend, she will not be verbose. This is a forbidden area. Once he gets inside, he will be responsible for his own life. Everything he sees is strictly confidential. He replied that he understood. And then Jilan put her hand on her weapon and shouted, "Zhangmi, Liu." They sent streams of powerful energy at the monster, and Jilan added several shots from a powerful weapon. The next second, the dog opened its toothy maw, releasing powerful streams of energy, and Jilan shouted, "His mutation is progressing again." A huge clawed paw aimed at Liu and Fang Yi. Zhangmi shouted, "Be careful." Liu covered himself with his hands, and Jilan fired several shots and told him to remain vigilant and keep his distance. They would not let him finish them off until he had fully evolved. He replied, "Yes." Watching what was happening, the protagonist thought, a trained squad, comrades who trust each other, the highest discipline and coordination. Everyone is important, and together they can unleash power far beyond their individual capabilities. The next second, his eyes widened in horror, and he shouted, "Run! They can't handle him." The next second, powerful streams of energy scattered in all directions, and Jilan shouted, "Raise the alert level. The mutation level in the forbidden area has risen. No one is to retreat." The others shouted, "Yes, ma'am." A huge hellhound was looking at one of the soldiers, and Jilan shouted, "Attention! The hellhound has completely merged with the element of darkness and completed its mutation." Liang looked at the creature in fear, and Jilan called out to it. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn." The next second, Liang jumped back from a paw strike, and Jilan, clenching her fist, shouted, All units attention. In restricted area number 19, a level dog has completely mutated. It has now been upgraded to level B. They are updating the battle plan. The next second, MC noticed his comrade starting to fall. He caught him just before the ground and asked, "Is he okay?" He smiled, looking at him, and replied, "Yes." He just tried to channel spiritual energy into his restraining collar, but got hit back. He shouldn't worry about him. They serve in Zone 19 for a reason. After that, Jilan grabbed her weapon, ran forward, and shouted, "No matter what it takes, no matter what tactics and methods they use, even if they have to give up their lives, they will never let a rank B monster leave the forbidden area." At that moment, the protagonist ran forward, and she, noticing this, shouted, "What is he doing?" And at that moment, the protagonist, concentrating energy in his body, resolutely ran forward and asked, "He's quite arrogant, huh?" He approached the monster and, pushing off the ground, jumped upward. He shouted, "Then let this divine lightning tear it to pieces." He delivered a powerful blow, hitting the creature's face precisely, and energy scattered in all directions. The soldiers, shielding themselves from the flying debris, watched in amazement. Then Jiang Mi shouted, "He wasn't mistaken, was he? This is a B-level mutation that even Officer Jilan couldn't handle alone." Liang shouted in surprise, "Officer, could his friend really be the one?" And Jilan replied, "That's right, they all saw it. He is the burial sealer." At this moment, the protagonist stood next to the creature's body and asked, "Still not completely dead? Well, then they will do this." "Officer Liang, they should retreat," Jilan thought. A B-level mutation usually requires strategy and coordinated tactics, and he managed it alone. Just how strong is he? She had to admit, his mastery of lightning is at the highest level. Even in this day and age, it's simply incredible. When will his spiritual energy be completely revived? How terrifying. How far can he evolve? At this moment, a stream of electrical energy shot straight into the sky from the protagonist's fingers, and Jilan thought, he truly lives up to the title of burial sealer. The protagonist channeled the energy into the ground and then walked on. Then Liu rubbed his neck and said, "Damn." He went cold while watching. His head was buzzing. Jiang Mi, shaking with fear, put his hand to his chest and asked, "Why does the lightning element seem 100 times more terrifying than the darkness element? Maybe he could withstand the corruption of darkness, but not lightning. No way." After this, the protagonist approached his comrade and, raising his thumb, said, "Liang, he's great." Liang ran up to him and shouted, "There you go." He scared him to death. He playfully punched him in the shoulder and added, "He didn't think his friend was so cool." The protagonist laughed and shouted, "He repaid good for evil, huh?" He hit him, and he saved him. In response, he apologized and added, "To be honest, he suspected that he was the pioneer. But orders are orders. He had to detain him." The MC raised his fist and asked, "Has he become like a stranger in 3 years? Did he think he wouldn't recognize him?" After that, Jilan approached them and thanked Fang Yi for her help. She extended her hand and he returned her handshake and said, "It can be considered that he helped a friend." Jilan added, "She forgot to introduce herself. She is Jilan, in charge of guarding restricted area number 19. He saved them in area 19. Does she hope they can exchange contact information? She needs to compile a detailed report." The protagonist replied, "No problem." At that moment, Liang thought, watching the officers salute his childhood friend is a truly realistic sight. Jilan added, "Fang Yi, his strength surpasses many. He has already surpassed the level of a ghost axe master. Therefore, she sincerely wants to invite him to join the ranks of the armed forces of the Xia country. However, an invitation from a simple restricted area guard is perhaps not honorable enough." She thought, the most shocking thing is that he has reached the ghost axe rank, only a 3rd star, but has already surpassed the level of a master of that rank. And the protagonist said, "Officer Jilan, does she mean to say she's unworthy of inviting him?" She replied, "That's right. She doesn't deny it and sees nothing shameful. They were acting on orders from above and only wanted to talk to him without dragging him into this incident. Perhaps they would come to him in person later to invite him." Fang Yi laughed and said, "It's not that serious. In fact, he respected them all very much. Not everyone had the courage to sacrifice themselves to protect others. He had never seen soldiers fight with his own eyes before, and he had just been a little touched." Jilan thanked him, and he added, "So if any problems arise in the future, they can feel free to contact him. He will come to their aid, just as they protected them, ordinary people, during the peaceful years. However, on the condition that they do not interfere with his spiritual practices or restrict him." Then he waved his hand and, turning to the side, said, "It's time for him to go." The officer replied, "Good. Liang, they still need to deal with the body of the mutated dog. She will arrange for it to be taken back." After this, the protagonist moved on and thought, now he finally understood the role of the army. They are stationed in places rich in spiritual energy but dangerous regions, partly to practice and maintain superior combat power, partly to establish a defensive line between anomalies and civilians. Jilan said, "Liang, his friend can no longer be described as a simple person. What happened today is just the tip of his iceberg, but even this is enough to leave them far behind. And the fact that he became such a powerful pioneer so quickly means that he has incredible perception. Everything, courage, ability, he has it all." Liang, smiling, said, "Oui, sir. In that case, Perhaps we should grant him more privileges? If she doesn't consider herself suitable for recruiting him, let him, his childhood friend, handle it. She grabbed his shoulder and shouted, "Okay, kid, don't be arrogant. He will help her clean up the scene." He replied, "Yes." After some time, Fan Yi sat on his bed, concentrating his energy. He thought, so this time his identity was revealed, but he only revealed the lightning element. And judging by their reactions, this might even be for the best. At the very least, they learned that the lightning element is incredibly rare, perhaps even unique, and it suppresses the elements of darkness, something the army values highly. To win him over, they wouldn't threaten or suppress him. On the contrary, they would support him. They would provide him with a voice, the fastest path to power, and access to the most advanced information. Besides, he now understood the difference between the army and the Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association. The army is the night watchman, the blades in the darkness, the shield of the nation. Meanwhile, the association fills in the gaps, eliminates the remaining threats within the cities, and strives to ensure a stable life for civilians. On the one hand, the government uses restricted areas to protect civilians. On the other, they signal the resurgence of spiritual energy and employ a special approach. This allows him to buy quite a bit of time for ordinary people, to prevent them from being killed by the anomalies in the first place. As expected, even after absorbing the element of devastation in the spiritual energy-rich Forbidden Zone, he didn't feel like he was about to make a breakthrough. But after briefly entering the Forbidden Zone, he noticed that his internal spiritual energy was overflowing. This was clearly a sign of a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was walking down the street and wondered if her cousin had returned. She could have let him try her refined dish. Then she noticed a bright flash of energy shooting into the sky and was surprised. "What is this?" she thought. Such powerful vibrations. Could it come from someone who had reached the Ghost Axe rank? No, something was wrong. This energy was too terrifying. Could some pioneer really be about to break through to the Soul Creation rank? Such a powerful pioneer had been right under her nose the whole time. At that moment, a warning appeared on the screens. "Attention, the anomaly level has reached 99. More powerful spiritual fluctuations have been detected 5 kilometers southeast of the city." Han Li shouted, "What's going on?" He ordered all units to sound the alarm. They must immediately move to the designated area. Qing Yin wondered in amazement. How could such a powerful anomaly have gone unnoticed all this time? This level was enough to destroy an entire city. Then they gathered around the table and began to discuss. Had a Soul Creation ranked pioneer really appeared? Or was this area facing a catastrophic disaster, or perhaps both? After that, Han Li gave the order to request immediate support from headquarters. In addition to weapons of mass destruction, all the latest equipment and resources must be deployed. Then one of his subordinates ran into the room and shouted to Lieutenant Colonel Han Li that the alarm was cancelled. The anomaly had been ruled out. This was a pioneer's breakthrough. Meanwhile, the protagonist exhaled deeply. He had reached the Soul Creation rank, the first star. He scratched his head and said, he really had made a breakthrough so easily. He felt physically lighter, but otherwise nothing seemed to have changed. Then he noticed a message and thought it was Liang. He opened the photo his friend had sent and read the message. A fire had broken out in a field at Qingcheng University. He had to look into it. The insider information was confirmed. It was believed to be an anomaly, and this was the second time. The protagonist wrote that he was referring to the incident with the high temperature at the North Gate, and now the field had caught fire. Liang replied that he had heard about it too. They said the pioneer had cleaned up the pollution at Qingcheng University, but for some reason, the anomaly had reappeared, but he couldn't tell anyone that he had leaked the information. The protagonist replied that he understood and would now go and talk to his superiors. Liang was indignant and warned that the protagonist's strength was too monstrous. Even his superiors said he couldn't handle him, so he couldn't cover for him anymore, and the protagonist should be careful. The protagonist thought he was right. This was why he had always been cautious around the army and the Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association. An overly flamboyant display of power wasn't always beneficial, so he hid his sun element and bloody fire sword technique. He texted his comrade not to worry, he'd be on guard, and had a few more tricks up his sleeve. Then, Lin Yi entered the apartment and said she was back. She walked into the room, bag in hand, and asked if her cousin had eaten. She bought some food. Fine, she'd just leave it here, and he'd get it later. She thought that her cousin, although decent and upstanding, even without any bad habits, was simply terribly lazy. He loved to lounge around the house, didn't even want to go to college, and spent his days on his phone. Although, frankly, it probably didn't matter anymore, but still. While they, the pioneers, were constantly busy, chasing opportunities, hiding their powers from ordinary people, he was carefree and idle. Meanwhile, in their neighborhood, someone so powerful that he could shake the heavens had just reached the rank of Soul Creation. The pioneers, sensing this, would probably soon begin discussing what had happened. After that, she lay down on her bed and thought that when the time came, she would protect her cousin, in gratitude for letting her stay. Meanwhile, the protagonist watched the video and thought that first there were high temperatures, then a fire. another event related to the element of the sun. Judging by the footage, the fire was already spreading quickly and blazing aggressively. Trees and flower beds around the field were reduced to ashes, and now everything is cordoned off. The video was cut too quickly, but it still looks more serious than the incident at the North Gate. He wondered what was so special about this particular solar element. If he wanted to see it for himself, he would need to contact her. The next day, reporters gathered at the university entrance and asked, was it true that there had been a fire at the university and it couldn't be put out? Were there any casualties? Why wasn't it reported in the news? What about student safety and flammable materials? The next second, the gates opened for Jilon and the protagonist. The others were surprised. Who are these two? Do they look very important? Are they not allowed in? And they just walked through? Jilon looked at the scale and said, it's burning quite intensely. Is this the so-called heavenly fire? MC clarified. Heavenly fire? She replied, that's right. That's the official name. No warning signs. Spontaneous combustion that cannot be extinguished. And it only stops when it has consumed everything it desires. A rather accurate description, isn't it? Then she added, she was going to the director's office. Did he want to wait here or come with her? He replied that she could go, but he would stay here. She said, fine, and warned him to be careful. He would soon see everything for himself. After that, the protagonist remained at the entrance. He moved the barrier tape and, looking ahead, thought that the charred earth had already cooled. Not a trace of the spiritual energy of the heavenly fire remained, so he has nothing to take either. It seems he was too optimistic. Then Qingli was surprised and exclaimed, Fan Yi? He turned his gaze to her and asked, Qingli, she asked, is it really him and what is he doing here? The girl interjected, ah, Fan Yi, is this the guy she was talking about? Her ex, who just entered college? Qingli confirmed it. Then the girl patted her on the shoulder and, laughing, said that she understood. He was probably here because he still had feelings for her, but he had to face the truth. He should just let it go. He looked at her in surprise and asked, what feelings for her? Students started gathering nearby and talking. Isn't that Qingli? Who is this guy? I have no idea. Probably another poor guy who is trying to court their queen. I've never seen him. Apparently not from their school. What's with the security? Didn't they say they would tighten it? Why do outsiders still get in here so easily? Annoying. After that, the girl approached the protagonist, pointed her finger at him, and declared that Qingli was now the most beautiful girl in their university. She advised him to think carefully. Does he know how many guys better than him are courting her? He shouldn't get his hopes up. No chance. He should go home. He doesn't belong here. And one more thing. Their school is closed now. How did he even get inside? If he doesn't explain, she'll complain to the security guards. At that moment, Qingli blushed with embarrassment and thought, didn't he say he didn't regret the breakup? And what is he doing here now? He says one thing, but feels another. At that moment, Jilon approached them and asked Fan Yi if she was his girlfriend. He replied that she was just a classmate from his old school, not a friend at all, just an acquaintance. She replied that she understood, just a classmate. The girls thought fearfully, what kind of pressure is this? Who is this woman? How does she know Fan Yi? Jilon then added that she had already spoken with the principal. The situation with the heavenly fire was more serious than they thought. It was complicated. The principal would lead them to the initial ignition point. For now, he was acting as a special military advisor under her command, so he needed to go too. He replied, no problem. Then the principal shouted for all outsiders to clear the area. The field is closed. No one is allowed to approach. Qingli looked at him in surprise and shouted, the principal? She thought, he's usually so busy that he resembles a ghost. Even the vice principal rarely sees him. Some say that no one in the entire school has ever seen him smile, and he came here because of that woman and Fan Yi? Then the girl, folding her arms and smiling, asked, has the principal shown? Is he here to arrest the two trespassers? After that, the principal shook the protagonist's hand and said, hello. He must be the advisor to Fan Yi that Officer Jilon had spoken of. He'd been worried about a strange incident on campus lately, fearing that students might be harmed in a fire. He was truly grateful to them for their help. He was leaving the matter of the field in his hands. With these words, he bowed, and Qingli watched with wide eyes. After that, the staff closed the protagonist and the others and shouted, everyone move away from this area. There will be no spectators. Everyone back. One of the people present was surprised, but had she seen everything correctly? A director his age bowed to this young man? He must be something special. No wonder he was able to get onto their campus. He needed to take a closer look. Who was it that called him Qingli's admirer or her ex-boyfriend? It couldn't be. She would have to chase after him, and even then, he might not accept her. Hadn't they noticed? This guy hadn't even given the university queen a second glance. After some time, they passed through the North Gate, and the director said, after the golden sun at the North Gate dissipated, he thought it was all over. But a few nights ago, the first field suddenly caught fire. Even the fire trucks couldn't put out the fire. Luckily, there were no students that night, and he managed to cordon off the scene in time. But then the second field caught fire, and then the third. One fire can still be somehow explained, but when strange incidents happen one after another. He personally saw tongues of flame falling from the sky and a crimson fire hanging in the air for no apparent reason. Fortunately, the fires on the other fields were extinguished. This was the exception. With these words, he stopped near the burning field, and MC thought, the burning smell is simply suffocating. He asked, "Is this basketball court the site of the original fire?" The director answered, "That's right. This is the only place where the fire cannot be extinguished." Then Jilan took out some equipment. MC asked what they were. She replied that it was a basic device for detecting normal spiritual energy. That's what you could call it. If the threshold exceeded 10, the area needed to be cordoned off, isolated from ordinary people. Human life is incredibly fragile. An anomaly above level 10 is essentially catastrophic. The next second, the number 60 appeared on the device, and Jilan exclaimed in surprise, "Such a high number? This is bad. The level is too high. If they leave it like this, not only the university but the entire city could suffer. They need to immediately dispatch 3 third-star Ghost Axe level soldiers and 1 second-star Ghost Axe level soldier to form a seal formation. They must have the purest spiritual power, the strongest spiritual foundation." And the next second, MC began to jump over the fence. Jilan shouted, "Consultant Fang Yi." The protagonist decisively jumped into the fire, while the device's reading rose to 110. Jilan covered her face and exclaimed, "Another splash. Level 110. This can now be classified as a Class S anomaly. He went there? What should they do now?" She thought. How did he get in alone? He may be the strongest in the forbidden area right now, but still. Meanwhile, MC was passing through the fire and thinking, last time, the sun element protected him from the thunder. This heavenly fire element should be no worse, but along with the protection, it also isolates his internal flame element. This means he can't activate techniques related to it, so he needs to get as close to the source as possible. And then, the next second, the formed fire dragon pointed its maw at him. The protagonist concentrated energy in his hand and released golden solar armor. The fire monster didn't stop, and MC concentrated his energy even more. The system reported, "Intense fluctuation of the heavenly fire element detected." The protagonist frowned and clenched his teeth, and then shouted, "Worthy, even more wild and powerful than the devastation element, but he must absorb it, no matter what." The system reported, "Activating the ultimate computing power, compilation complete." He had obtained a technique of the heavenly fire element, the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Sealing Technique. The 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire incinerates evil, suppresses demons, and seals impure beings. After this, MC sent streams of fire into the sky, and the system reported that his new technique did not require study. It was already unlocked. Several fire dragons rushed downward. The protagonist's eyes blazed scarlet, and the system notified, "The heavenly fire element has been acquired." The next second, the protagonist's face transformed, and he loudly proclaimed, "The 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Sealing Technique." He stood up, and magical chains began to erupt from his back, grasping the dragons by the necks. Those watching the scene exchanged astonishment. It was the aura of the seal. Jilan exclaimed. She once saw a high-ranking military pioneer seal a forbidden area. The man's technique was different from Fang Yi's, but the aura was eerily similar. After that, the protagonist extended his hand forward and chanted, "Compression." The magic circuits contracted more and more, and the seal was complete. MC approached the director and said that he had temporarily sealed the heavenly fire in this field. He warned that the director should not remove the seal until the field was repaired, and no one should approach it. At least this way, the heavenly fire would not spread further. The director replied, "He can rest assured, the field will not be opened. In any case, they have more than one such field." The protagonist said, "Very wasteful, 7 or 8 sports fields." The director shouted with a smile, "He, the consultant, is a great joker, if anything is needed." Before he could finish speaking, Jilan intervened. "Director, she wanted to discuss something with consultant Fang Yi." The director smiled and replied, "Of course, please." MC asked, "What's the matter?" She came closer and said, "Fang Yi, he's really good at hiding his abilities." He replied, "Not really. The heavenly fire was quite strong. It wasn't easy to handle." She told him not to pretend. She was talking about how he'd been hiding his talents all this time. No matter, it's normal for pioneers to keep secrets, especially ones as powerful as him. Fang Yi may not have the right to ask him for anything, but she hopes he'll at least listen to her. At a time like this, the country desperately needs top-tier talent. When spiritual energy is fully revived, it will be the equivalent of a nuclear explosion. So be it the military's restricted areas or the Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association, everyone will be scrambling to recruit him. Perhaps even foreign powers will try to lure him away with extremely generous offers. Of course, she won't deny it. She has her own motives. If he joined the army, he would be a great asset to them and their restricted area. More allies means more paths forward, so she suggests he start thinking about it now, lest he be caught off guard when the time comes. He replied, "This is what he's curious about. Why have she and Leon never tried to recruit him into their restricted area? They even act as if it's not good enough for him." Jilan replied, "Well, because there's a certain legendary military region, basically, monstrously powerful." So she thought that would interest him more. He asked, "A top-tier group?" She confirmed, "Exactly." Although she hadn't seen them in action, rumor had it they'd been very busy lately. He thought, the country's most elite military unit was so active that officers in other districts already knew all about them. Then Jilan stepped forward and said, "Well, that's it. They had to go." The director had invited them to lunch at the university cafeteria. Fang Yi mused. It seemed they too had encountered serious problems. This meant that anomalies with powers beyond those of the current pioneers had already appeared. Judging from Jilan's tone, those pioneers must also be at the soul creation level, or even stronger. The day of the complete revival of spiritual energy was drawing near, and he still didn't feel quite ready. How best to use the heavenly fire element he had just obtained? Heavenly fire is unpredictable. It burns fiercely and leaves nothing behind wherever it spreads. It is vast and perfect for combating those anomalies that endlessly multiply across vast areas. He got it. Isn't this a perfect match with his bloodfire sword technique? The more additional enhancements like this, the better. Behind the mountain, MC wondered what it was. There were no anomalies in this part of the mountain, but it was fenced off. Although the military would hardly have received the information so quickly, they already know that he is training and conducting experiments in this part of the mountain. He saw a sign that said, "This mountain is dangerous. Do not climb." He wondered if only the Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association should know about his habits. He asked, did they really give him this land for experiments? If so, then he would not refuse their favor. Although wait, there is a feeling as if some small thing has snuck in here. This aura, it is similar to what was in the factory, but not as intense. Fang Yi saw the monster and thought, since this one has developed intelligence, the anomaly is probably now assessing the enemy's strength, deciding whether to attack, right? Well, he will see how it handles. The system window reported that heavenly fire, also known as supreme flame, is a powerful light element that gives birth to evil and filth. Embed the heavenly fire element into a sword? Fang Yi replied, yes, heavenly fire burns but never goes out. What happens if you combine this eternal heavenly fire with his bloodfire sword technique? The MC swung his weapon and shouted, he'll try it on the monster. The monster flew aside and screamed loudly. Fang Yi said, excellent. The power of this flame is at least twice, no, even 3 times greater than that of the previous technique. And more importantly, this flame does not harm himself. It's cold. Well, now he needs to catch up with the creature. After a while, the streamer said, brothers and sisters, she really is not a scammer. She's been an incredibly lucky person since childhood. Do they understand? Even if it's her first day streaming, the content finds her. Viewers were writing comments. Is this some kind of scam? Stop chatting already. If she's not afraid, then let her go straight to Qingcheng University and record the abnormal heat, and he'll donate her a racket. Everything else is boring. Is she from the Stone Age? Now everyone's talking about heavenly fire on the Qingcheng University field. The video has already been deleted, but it's pure horror without editing. If the streamer really films this, he'll eat dirt while standing on his head. The streamer turned around and the monster attacked her. She screamed loudly and dropped her phone. The monster started choking her and she wheezed. Frightened viewers wrote, streamer, what happened? Did she see a ghost? At that moment, the MC attacked the monster and drove it away. The number of viewers quickly began to increase and the streamer sat up and asked, what's going on? She grabbed the phone and screamed, she filmed it. There's a person there. Someone is standing in the fire. It must be a deity. A deity has come to save people. Instantly, footage from the stream began spreading across the internet. The headline said that an immortal descended to Earth to save the world. And heavenly fire? It's just nothing. A mysterious man who split the heavens with a blade, a lord who tames flames and created a fiery forest. The girl screamed, Qingli, let her come quickly and see. A celestial being descended to Earth to save people. So powerful pioneers really do exist, and real fire is also real. Qingli folded her arms across her chest and said not to believe it. Everything on the internet is either a performance or special effects. She looked at her friend's monitor and screamed, what the hell? The girl asked, how come? She told me it was true. How cool. Qingli, she screamed, this video is definitely fake. It's all special effects. She saw the MC and thought, it can't be. It definitely can't be him. The silhouette just looks a bit similar. If it were true, he would have turned to ashes long ago. He won't take revenge on her, taking advantage of the opportunity, will he? Horrible. She won't bow her head for anything. After a while, the 81-year-old sultry woman asked, Yi, doesn't this guy seem familiar? He looks very similar to the pioneer who saved them from the vines back then. Yi replied that she thought he looked similar too. She also recently learned that a pioneer who had reached the soul creation rank lives not far from her house. Could these two really be the same person? Xiaoya screamed. Lao Li, what does he think? Could it be Fang Yi? It feels like he's gotten stronger again. He answered, exactly. The stance when he strikes with the sword is exactly the same. It seems they really did attach themselves to a powerful patron back then. After a while, the man said that a crisis was looming in the city, and their pioneers were starting to be in short supply. They said that the military had already negotiated with Fang Yi, and she, Su Qingying, she stood up and said she believed he would help them. Jilan said, to reach the soul creation rank in such a short time, what kind of monster is he? Yes, the anomalies will flee at the sight of him. And how many more high-level elements does he have? Han Li replied, 3, or even more. With such monstrous potential, their attempts to intimidate him look like clowning. Winning him over to their side is now the only method. Jilan asked if he meant that the higher-ups had also already decided to personally intervene. He answered, yes. However, it seemed the higher-ups weren't yet ready to humiliate themselves and make contact with Fang Yi. After all the previous strongest pioneers emerged from within the military structures. Jilan said they would see. What else does Fang Yi lack? new weapons and equipment developments, as well as information on suitable places for cultivation. All of this could be offered to him. Besides, they needed to deal with this stream and the circulating video. Qingying thought that many people who knew what was happening in the world had already paid attention to him. Jilan frowned and thought, this guy, she can't wait to see what he'll show next. After a while, the girl was sitting in the hospital room and saying, teacher, it seems they have new hope. With the appearance of a person with such power, his chances of awakening have increased slightly again. One day later, the MC was sitting at the table and thinking, yesterday everyone was talking about nothing else. Who would have thought that some streamer would sneak up that mountain to broadcast? They clearly have plenty of courage, all for the hype. But now he saw it is nowhere to be found, and the stream itself has been blocked. It's probably the work of the military or the association. He looked towards the door and asked, wait, Lin Yi didn't come back last night and didn't text him? What's going on? Even if she's on a mission. Fang Yi took out his phone and thought, he felt something was wrong. It's unlikely that this girl could be so irresponsible. The voice on the phone said the person he was calling was out of service. MC frowned and thought, this is bad. He needs to look for her. At that moment, Yi asked the 81-year-old sultry woman, how long have they been trapped like this? Can she estimate? She answered, probably 10 hours. She can't say for sure anymore. She asked for forgiveness. It was she who let her down. She thought it was an ordinary shadow, but she grabbed her side and Yi said, okay, stop apologizing. In the end, it's she who isn't strong enough. Let her remember, she needs to be on guard and conserve her strength. She frowned and thought, if only she were as strong as that pioneer. The monsters stretched out their ominous hands towards them. The girls turned and looked at the monster in fear. Yi put her hand forward and ordered them to be careful. She quickly attacked the monster and screamed in fear. Are these the people who were stuck here and died? Now they have become part of this anomaly, the walking dead. It's just playing with them. It wants to absorb them too. The 81-year-old sultry woman said, attacks on this black fog have no effect at all. Besides, spiritual energy is quickly depleted, and they don't even know the location of this anomaly. It's like it's waiting for them to completely exhaust their spiritual energy, and then, she coughed and said, it treats them like rats. It seems to be invincible in this place. A loud scream rang out and a red ball appeared in front of them. It began to separate, and the 81-year-old sultry woman ordered them to die. Damn monster. Yi said, be careful. This thing is starting to lose its patience. She widened her eyes in surprise, and a red glow appeared behind her. Red eyes appeared around her, and she thought, are they really going to die? The 81-year-old sultry woman can no longer be heard. It seems to her that they have both been swallowed by darkness. She asked for forgiveness. It was impossible to decide alone. She was too confident that they could handle this task even together. Oh well, the path of spiritual practitioners involves many dangers anyway. She always knew that one day she would simply disappear into some nameless corner. I wonder what will happen to the world then? What role will those powerful pioneers play that they don't yet know about? A great revival of spiritual energy. She probably won't see it anymore. Yi closed her eyes when she suddenly saw a bright glow. MC said he was almost too late. Yi screamed. Yi screamed, cousin? She thought, is it really him? He also saved them. So he's not an ordinary person? She saw a monster behind him and screamed, careful, from behind on the right. Feng Yi thought, great, he'll just test how heavenly fire affects darkness. Bloody fire sword technique. He created a massive stream of fire and attacked the creature. Yi helped the 81-year-old sultry woman up, and she asked, are they already dead? She screamed in surprise. A nightmare. What kind of sea of fire is this? Did they end up in hell with the anomaly? She told her to calm down and look around. They're all alive. The 81-year-old sultry woman screamed. Are they still alive? Wait, who is he? MC said he dealt with the anomaly, and he hasn't even had breakfast yet. The 81-year-old sultry woman widened her eyes in surprise and asked, is it him? In Manhwa City by the vine hanging from the sky. Is it he who saved them? Feng Yi asked. Did she know him so easily? Yi asked. Wait, does she mean to say that the powerful fire elemental master who saved them back then was her cousin? The 81-year-old sultry woman screamed. Oh my god, is he her cousin? She told me he was mediocre. MC adjusted his hair, and the 81-year-old sultry woman grabbed Yi by the shoulders and said, yes, this is the same savior who cut through the vine with one blow, made a tough guy at the level of the 3rd star of the ghost axe lose his composure, and attracted the attention of Sister Galan herself. Yi thought, so her cousin is that powerful pioneer who wields the fire element. But he just used the purest lightning to destroy the black fog. This aura of lightning and fire surpasses all her abilities. He's a genius who possesses 2 supreme elements at once? Wait, could he really be the pioneer who broke through to the soul creation level right in their area? MC said, okay, it's him, but he wants to know this. They understand that this dark anomaly can't be treated as ordinary, right? Why did only the 2 of them come? Where are their comrades? The 81-year-old sultry woman replied, well, Kshuka seems to have a serious illness. She used to go on missions in secret from her family, but now she's locked up at home, so she couldn't come. She thinks her uncle is busy with some other, more difficult mission, and she doesn't always work together with the other guys. Yi said she underestimated the anomaly too much this time. She thought that since she broke through to the 3rd star level of the ghost axe, there would be no problems. MC thought, So that's how it is. Everyone on this team is acting on their own. Well, they probably won't last long. In that skirmish, the 81-year-old sultry woman was dissatisfied with the team, but now he's defending it in front of another person. His cousin has always been smart, so she probably noticed it too. He said cousin since she and her friend know who he is, and he trusts them. How about forming our own team? The only condition is that she can't tell anyone about this. The 81-year-old sultry woman cried out joyfully. Seriously? Is it really possible? Then she's a grave. She won't tell anyone. She only got such a chance thanks to Yi. Yi looked at Feng Yi and thought, a strong pioneer like her cousin probably already realized that she was a pioneer and had been secretly protecting her all this time. What a blessing to have a loved one who, no matter what, will always help on this lonely path of spiritual energy practitioners. She cried out, okay, thank you cousin. She'll fry him 2 more eggs for dinner. She looked at her phone and said, Sister Galan sent a new quest. She looked at the notification for the Extreme Darkness quest. You need to go to the Extreme Darkness Zone and collect the required items. It's related to the element of darkness. Let them think carefully before signing up. MC asked, Element of darkness? What is the Extreme Darkness Zone? Yi frowned and replied, this is the border zone of darkness, strictly forbidden in Xia country. The dark energy there is extremely strong. Pioneers usually avoid it. Most of the anomalies in their city leak from there. Official services were unable to investigate this in depth. They say serious disasters have occurred there. Feng Yi replied, I see. Then we should try. He said to ask more specifically about the quest. She will answer her, right? The 81-year-old sultry woman replied, no, Sister Galan is very mysterious. She will never say an unnecessary word. MC thought, since the zone of extreme darkness is strictly guarded by Xia country, and so many people have died there, and this Galan can issue quests related to this zone, it means she is either insanely brave and goes against the authorities, or she is an extremely unusual person, or she herself is from the army or the top of the association. He believes the latter most of all. Yi wrote a message. Sister Galan, she wants to go. What exactly does she need to do? Galan replied, this time the task was to collect untempered flowers. She reminded that the reward for this quest was inflated due to the danger in the zone of extreme darkness and the element of darkness itself. The anomalies there are much more dangerous than those they've encountered before. So, please, let them go there as a team. The 81-year-old sultry woman asked in surprise, what's wrong with Galan's sister? She answered in such detail. Galan wrote that this time, they might encounter S-level anomalies. The risk of death is very high. Let them think 3 times. If there's a strong and reliable pioneer on the team, then they can sign up. She walked down the corridor and said, well, now it all depends on whether he agrees. MC folded his arms and asked again, what? If there's a strong and reliable pioneer on the team, he thought. That's too blunt. He could hear it. She knows him, and she's sure a pioneer like him would definitely be interested. Does he dare to come? He said, cousin, it seems like a clear hint at him. Sounds tempting. He definitely wants to go to the zone of extreme darkness. Yi wrote, there will be 3 people on their team. The girl said, Sister Galan, their squad after all. Galan said, it doesn't matter. If he is the very pioneer worthy of the Xia country's trust, then he will come. The girl said, but if not, then this entire squad of pioneers. Galan interrupted her and said, then that means the time has not come yet. Do the 2 of them really think that the quest to collect untempered flowers is only needed to send strong pioneers to certain death in the danger zone? The girl said, Sister Galan, they. Galan interrupted her again and said, yes, the quest is incredibly dangerous, but in fact it serves a completely different purpose. This is necessary for the sake of preserving the strength of the Xia country. By collecting the flowers, they will be able to save many pioneers, and their future support. And they are also the best core fighting force, who advanced forward one after another, and whose fate is now unknown. Galan held the teacher's hand and said, Teacher, he is the only pioneer in Xia country who has reached the diamond body rank. They must use untempered flowers to heal and awaken him. A fighter of the diamond body rank after awakening spiritual energy will have a value that cannot be compared even with nuclear weapons. This is their main support in negotiations with other countries before and after awakening spiritual energy. Therefore, even if they have to sacrifice several troops, even more pioneers, or even themselves, it will be worth it. The girl said, the task is important, but so is her health. Galan asked again, her health? She screamed, yes, it really is important, because she returned alive only thanks to her comrades. She asked for forgiveness. She didn't need to take it out on them. The girl said, Sister Galan, she should be the one apologizing. Does her head hurt again? Galan clutched her head and replied, nothing. It's not time to take the medicine yet. She just remembered. Okay, all that's in the past. She recalled hearing a cry some time ago. Sword Guardian squad, we must retreat immediately. The zone of extreme darkness is truly an extraordinary place. The wounded man extended his hand and said, Galan, they can only entrust this flower-picking task to her. For the sake of the teacher, for the sake of the Xia country, for the sake of everyone. Galan screamed, no, she will not leave, Commander. The man said, they're elements, they hope they will be useful. He released mana toward Galan and said, she must return alive. Currently, Galan said, They had given her their spiritual energy, but they didn't know one thing. Blood-stained or unhardenable flowers that were not plucked whole are useless. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, the 81-year-old sultry woman asked, "How much longer do we have to go?" She says, "Oh great Yi, she is so strong. Could she not fly a little further?" Yi said, "So far, spiritual energy has not reached the level where people can fly freely. Even the pioneers are not capable of it yet." MC narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is there a zone of extreme darkness ahead?" He thought, everything is shrouded in the element of darkness. Even through numerous barriers, an unpleasant aura can still be felt. The 81-year-old sultry woman hugged herself and said, "What a disgusting aura. This is hundreds of times more terrible than the anomaly they encountered last night. No, even thousands of times." Yi told her to hold on since they have come. MC said, "That's right. Let them look ahead." He didn't expect there would be so many pioneers here. Yi frowned and said she thinks it's not just about the generous reward. The element of darkness is insidious, deadly, and hostile to humans. But by now, there have been more than one attack by dark element anomalies in the cities. Fang Yi was right. He'd already encountered such anomalies twice. The mutant rabbit looked more like some kind of rodent, a giant rat. And then there was the night candle and the giant snake in the factory. Their intelligence was more advanced than that mutated rabbit's. They cooperated, setting traps and thus killing. The people from the association were on the verge of death. And most importantly, as Yi said, the anomalies are incredibly cunning. He thinks they are deliberately bypassing the army's defenses at the city's borders, although he doesn't know what exact methods she uses. But now the anomalies in the city are appearing more and more frequently, and they have reached a level that is difficult to simply contain. So they have to get there. Qingying looked to the side and saw MC. She asked, "Nightmare, did he come too? And with 2 girls?" The girl asked, "Boss, boss." Qingying turned away and said, "Amitabha, great Buddha, please let him not notice her." "Not notice her?" MC looked at her questioningly and asked, "She is Captain Su, right?" She turned around and said, "It is him." She didn't expect him to appear in the zone of extreme darkness. This is simply wonderful. In fact, she had long ago received intel from the army about Fang Yi. The 81-year-old sultry woman asked, "My God, who is this girl? Could it be my sister-in-law?" Yi cried out. "Cousin?" Qingying cried out in embarrassment. "This is a huge misunderstanding." MC waved his hand and said, "Of course not. It's his assistant, Captain Su from the Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association." Qingying said, "In my opinion, that sounds a little more offensive." Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. A group of youngsters. How recklessly impudent they are. Lao Deng said, "The current pioneers are all younger than each other. No manners at all. They can't even see their elders, let alone greet them. They can't even nod. And instead of getting down to business, they become aggressive and fight. They don't even pay attention to where they are." He hopes that in the zone of extreme darkness, they can rely on each other. The 81-year-old sultry woman irritably ordered them to listen and said, "She has a difficult character, but at least he knows who it is." Yi stopped her, and MC turned around. She walked up to Lao Deng and said, "Uncle, he should watch himself better. They'll see who's who." He turned around and said, "The car has arrived." "Well, they'll see." The car door opened and Galan appeared in front of them. Someone asked in surprise, "Is this Galan's sister?" "Really?" The 81-year-old sultry woman looked at her in surprise and asked, "Who is she? Such a big motorcade." MC replied, "She must be here to open the gates for them." Galan turned around and looked at him carefully. Galan extended her hand forward and widened her eyes in surprise. "Everyone is gathered. The gates are swinging open. You can enter. Special reminder, the picked unhardened flowers must be whole and not stained with human blood. If it doesn't meet the requirements, they won't receive a reward. If there are no questions, they can begin." Lao Deng said, "That's it. She doesn't interfere herself, but sends them to certain death. There won't even be posthumous compensation. How rude." The guy said, "Lao Deng, let him talk less. If they die, they will be recorded as missing. Would the authorities just pay their families a large sum of money? Otherwise it would be a direct admission that they killed them." Qingying said, "That person must be, like him, a first-star soul formation rank. Besides, among those silent guys, she thinks there are also a few strong ones, but maybe they are hiding their Juza energy, so it's hard to say. The rest of the pioneers are around the 2nd or 3rd star ghost axe rank. The strength of each team is roughly equal." MC said thoughtfully, "It looks like things are tight, since so many elite pioneers have come." He thought, that guy was a soul formation rank, and it seemed to him that his level of spiritual energy was not that high. The girl said, "Sister Galan, statistics complete. In this zone of extreme darkness, there are 37 people of the 2nd star ghost axe level, 12 people of the 3rd star ghost axe level, and 3 people of the 1st star soul creation level. The abnormal difficulty level of this mission ranges from B to S." Galan said, "Okay, let them go to the monitors. She has completed all the preparatory work. No need to worry." After a while, they entered inside and MC said to follow him. Because of the darkness, visibility here is limited. If they don't stay close to each other, they will quickly lose their way and get lost. The 81-year-old sultry woman fell to her knees and said, "Sorry, she really can't hold back. She's going to vomit." Qingying said, "It's okay, it's just the smell of rotten corpses and decomposition. She's not the only one feeling sick. It's normal. There's a group of people with the same level as her ahead, and they're also vomiting non-stop. The dark energy is suppressing the pioneer's powers. It can be considered a kind of pollution, and the anomalies in the extreme darkness zone are very active. According to common knowledge, B-level anomalies are equivalent to the Ghost Axe level in the Pioneers. A-level is equivalent to the Soul Creation level, and is often found in places with raging or concentrated spiritual energy, like here. S-level anomalies are comparable to or even higher than the Diamond Body level, and almost always represent a large-scale disaster. However, it's worth emphasizing that anomalies related to the dark element in the extreme darkness zone are further strengthened. The anomaly that was originally classified as B-level is at least a level higher here. The 81-year-old sultry woman said she's never heard of such a thing. Yi said she'll keep an eye on it. And Captain Sue, is she okay? The 81-year-old sultry woman said, right, she wasn't affected by the pollution? Captain Sue, who had already reached the 3rd-star Ghost Axe rank, laughed and said, she's overthinking things. They just deal with such anomalies often, so they're not afraid of the stench. Besides, she recently trained hard to level up and changed her water element to ice. The 81-year-old sultry woman asked, since they're the same level, Captain Sue, does she feel the same? As soon as she entered the black fog, her spiritual energy plummeted in effectiveness, even more so than during the previous quest. Qing Ying answered thoughtfully, many masters have died here before. Among them were elite military personnel of the Soul Creation rank and above, so you need to be even more careful. Yi said, you need to move faster. This is an important quest. The rest of the people ahead can no longer be seen. She suggested they move closer. She will talk less to conserve energy. Everyone needs to focus their spiritual energy. They can't let the black fog harm them. MC thought, after entering, his body didn't seem to experience such severe discomfort, or perhaps after rising to the Soul Creation rank, it doesn't affect him so much. At the same time, Lao Deng attacked the monsters and laughed loudly. He shouted, the anomalies of the extreme darkness zone aren't that scary. Brothers, these untempered flowers should be picked by them. They will show these youngsters true strength. Old man, he's doing well. Go ahead. Yi started coughing, and MC turned around and thought, after all, she's still a child. He patted her on the back and she asked again, cousin? Her body was covered in mana, and she said, this feeling. The nausea and coldness disappeared, as if she were basking in the winter sun. Qing Ying said, the Soul Creation rank is truly powerful. Yi said the fire element is so warm, no wonder it's a rare supreme element. Only after reaching the 3rd-star rank of the Ghost Axe did she gain a deeper understanding of the essence of the elements. Her wood element is good at absorbing spiritual dew from plants. Captain Sue said that her water element, changed to ice, is also rare. MC said, not the fire element, but the sun element. It's his fault for not explaining it to her. He was the one who extinguished the fires at the North Gate and at the Qingchen University sports ground. But these two anomalies were different. The sun element and heavenly fire element also have some differences. Qingjing screamed. He admitted it so easily. So he now has 3 rare supreme elements? MC thought, actually, there's also the devastation element, but it's always useful to keep an ace up your sleeve. He said something like that. And also, an 81-year-old sultry woman. She said she hasn't yet broken through to the 3rd-star rank of the Ghost Axe, and has a weak sense of the elements, but she mainly leans towards the metal element. She swears, after they come back, she won't make fun of him anymore. His sun element will warm her up a bit too, right? MC slapped her on the back and said, okay, he will warm her up today too. She screamed and was covered in mana. The girl asked, what are they doing there? MC asked Captain Sue, her team. Maybe they want it too? Qingning said, well, that would be nice. The girls screamed, then what are they waiting for? Please, they are asking. MC covered them with his mana too, and then said, attention, there is an anomaly nearby. Qingning screamed, what the hell? She screamed, an 81-year-old sultry woman, right in front of her. She turned around and screamed in fear. Horror. There was a scream. Be careful. It's a rank A anomaly. A huge creature rushed towards them and roared, and Qingying said, she will do it. She released mana towards the monster and said with displeasure, it's so annoying. Did it disappear? MC turned around and saw a huge number of monsters. He screamed, underfoot. He stepped forward and ordered everyone to get out of the way. He flashed his eyes and spread fire in all directions. The monsters screamed loudly, hot, hot, no need to burn them. Fang Yi said, it's temporarily safe. This bunch of anomalies has been destroyed. Don't be fooled by all those eyes. There were actually only 2 of them. He didn't expect that the anomalies here had already evolved to imitate human speech. Qingying said, perhaps they've eaten many people and learned this. Even the weakest anomalies here have already been nurtured to A level by the extreme darkness zone. If they don't have a soul creation rank, then fighting them face to face is simply impossible. Galan watched this and thought, he destroyed 2 A-level illusory beasts with just 1 attack. Even she would have exchanged blows with them several times before. Yi said, if Captain Sue is right, then they definitely need to stick together. She believes that the anomalies could very well disguise themselves and infiltrate their ranks to attack when they relax. The 81-year-old sultry woman sat on the ground and looked at them, when suddenly she was ordered to get up quickly. She looked to the side and thought about how eerie and oppressive the aura was. Scarier than cat demons and zombies. Even the slightest touch could burn her. Is this level suppression? She feels like she won't even be able to breathe soon. MC looked to the side, and Yi asked, can they hear something like the sound of the surf ahead? Fan Yi frowned when suddenly the ground began to tremble. A cry rang out. We need to run, not fight. Hurry. The guys asked for help. This is the same thing that even the legendary squad suffered heavy losses when faced with it. Dark Tide. Lao Deng asked irritably. What kind of dark tide is this? Just because the army couldn't handle it doesn't mean he can't either. Morons, everything here belongs to him. A red wave washed over his barrier, and he screamed. No, something is wrong. These anomalies. They are not A tier or even S tier. No, he can't let them catch up with him. He can't. People screamed loudly and a huge wave sucked them in. Someone said such a heavy aura. Are they beyond saving? Can they still escape? MC asked. Captain Su, what is this dark tide? Qingying screamed. Dark tide. It is a form of the element of darkness. Corruption that absorbs everything, even the anomalies within itself. But they took everything into account in advance to avoid days of this activity. My god, the people ahead. Are they really all dead? Yi asked. Is this the dark tide? She only read it on the forums. They say it has enough power to wipe out an entire city. Cousin, maybe they should go around this place? Will they still have time? MC raised his hand and created a barrier. He told everyone to remain calm. This spiritual barrier is holding back the darkness element. If necessary, they will need to combine their strength to maintain it and wait out the tide. Qingying screamed. What is he trying to do? The dark tide is concentrated darkness element. Their strength can't do it. Even that old man was instantly swallowed up just now. Fan Yi asked, concentrated or not, what difference does it make? He will just destroy it. Yi said, cousin? Qingying screamed. Did she hear correctly? He is going to destroy the dark tide? MC had already rushed forward at this moment and said with a mocking voice as he thought, these anomalies are not just A-rank creatures that have evolved under the influence of the darkness element. They have fused with each other, enhancing their own abilities. Their power grew from B rank to A rank and then from A rank to S rank. And now, these anomalies are inside the dark tide. They are definitely no less than SSS rank. It's no wonder they so easily absorbed even a soul creation rank pioneer, one of the elite. Fang Yi attacked the anomalies and advanced. He thought, the power gained from breaking through to the soul creation rank, combined with the enhanced weaponry, was astounding. Previously, such a battle would have dragged on for a long time, but now, within the dark tide, he was able to instantly destroy a rank A anomaly. He widened his eyes and thought, this face seemed familiar. Is this that guy? He asked. Is he still alive? Lao Deng hissed back, and Fan Yi thought, he's still moving. His spiritual energy hasn't been completely absorbed yet. The foundation of his spiritual energy may not be as durable as his, but at least he's strong. There's still hope. He swung his hand and said, Divine Thunder, Purification. He quickly directed an attack towards the guy and said, he managed to save him after all. Although it wasn't that easy. He clicked his tongue and asked, Infinite self-healing, huh? This must be a unique feature of anomalies above tier S? Well, then they will try this. Remove the spiritual barrier. The system window reported, extremely strong dark energy detected. The element has been set to a special value. Extraction is temporarily impossible. MC thought, so he still can't extract the dark element? It really is special. Well, since he can neither destroy it nor absorb it, he will have to think of something else. He regretted not bringing the flower with him. The devastation element would come in handy now. What else can be used? He thought of it. The answer was right in front of him. Yi asked, Captain Su, has she ever seen something like this? She replied, although her knowledge is not that deep, she has never even heard of such a thing. Can the dark tide really be stopped? Yi asked fearfully. What is happening to the barrier? Too strange. Even in the battle with the vines, she hadn't felt such anxiety. But here, in this place, cousin, for so long. What if something happens to him? Qingying took her hands and said, his spiritual shield was still active. It only flickered slightly. They just needed to fuel it together with their spiritual energy. Besides, if he fell, they would all end up buried alive anyway. A soul creation ranked practitioner who mastered many elements. She even suspected that his true strength might have already reached the 3rd star. Certainly not them. Nobodies with the 3rd star rank of the Ghost Axe should come to his aid. The girls looked at her puzzled, and Yi laughed and said, Captain Su, she has a good sense of humor. Qingying asked again. Yes, her partners say so too. Does she feel better now? At that moment, the 9 dragons' heavenly fire sealing technique flew towards them. MC rose into the air and ordered to rise. The 81-year-old sultry woman cried out joyfully. It's her cousin, Yi said in surprise. This technique, it's simply incredible. Galan was watching from the side at this moment and asked in surprise, the element of heavenly fire, a seal? She thought, did he really just seal the dark tide? MC accumulated mana and ordered to submit to the will of the 9 dragons. He directed his mana towards it and shouted, seal. The sphere began to form and shrink. After a while, Fan Yi said it was temporarily safe, and he was also lucky to pick up a survivor. What should we do with him? He said, cousin, he's okay. Such a relief. Qingying approached Lao Deng and said, her squad will deal with it. He sealed such a strong element of darkness, so why doesn't he look satisfied? MC remained silent, and she thought he said he was going to destroy the dark tide, and he really did. He's simple. Fang Yi said, because this is only a temporary sealing. There is too much darkness element inside. While the seal holds, they need to quickly gather the untempered flowers. Qingying replied, okay. They will take this person away for first aid. What about those who were ahead of them? No one got out? MC replied. He didn't find any bones or scraps of clothing. Most likely they were all absorbed by the darkness element. regardless of the strength they possessed. The 81-year-old sultry woman said, and yet just a moment ago, they were alive. She may seem heartless, but right now she only thinks about how lucky they are not to see their deaths with their own eyes. After a while, MCE, the 81-year-old sultry woman, said, the two of them and Captain Su should be in the vanguard. The most dangerous thing right now is the Black Lake. He will stay to cover the rear. The girls replied, okay. The system window reported that intense fluctuations of the darkness element have been detected. Detection successful. Activating extreme computing power. Systematization in progress. Systematization successful. He obtained a darkness element technique, Boundless Dark World. Its effect is to create a confined space of black fog. Within this space, energy will be corroded by the darkness element, and spiritual power will be significantly weakened. MC asked, Dark World? A special space? That is, when he uses Boundless Dark World against an enemy, the resulting darkness element corrosion effect can drain the enemy's spiritual power, and energy recovery will gradually decrease. And if he combines this with his current techniques of other elements, won't it create an even stronger weakening effect? Then, even if anomalies more powerful than the dark tide appear, he will be able to destroy it. Qingying said, he doesn't feel the black fog. She thinks it's coming again. She turned around and widened her eyes in surprise. She saw the hovering MC and thought, is this energy breaking through again? But just now there were no changes. Could it be that he absorbed the power of the dark tide, officially designated as a tier S with an unlimited limit? That's absurd. During the period of spiritual energy recovery, all pioneers know that the darkness element is the most terrifying. It is a power composed of the negative emotions of all living beings, as well as hidden malice. Therefore, absorbing the darkness element is officially strictly prohibited. Previously, someone tried to research ways to refine and absorb this element, but everyone paid a huge price for it, so darkness element anomalies were treated with special treatment. Although their levels range from D to S, even a D level can cause a lot of trouble for a pioneer who has just reached the Ghost Axe rank. Not to mention the existing tier S anomaly, the Dark Tide. Not to mention one soul creation rank pioneer, even 10 can be easily absorbed. There was a pioneer who tried to absorb the darkness element before it was strictly prohibited. He was a 3rd-star Ghost Axe and had absorbed only a trace of the darkness element left by the anomaly. However, he was poisoned, his skin was covered in ulcers, his mind was clouded, and he is still in the mental hospital. MC exhaled and told him to come out. They have been watching them for a long time. Galan stepped forward and said, if she is not mistaken, Fang Yi, he sealed the dark tide. Qingying screamed. Galan? She ignored her and asked, so what did he do just now? Absorb the darkness element? Fang Yi replied, exactly. Qingying thought he admitted it. Galan quickly took out her pistol and pointed it towards MC. The 81-year-old sultry woman screamed, Galan's sister? What is she doing? Qingying ran forward and shouted, if she remembers correctly, Fang Yi is the main candidate her army is trying to recruit, right? Their association wanted it too, but they intercepted him first. So what does this mean? MC approached her and asked, that's strange. Isn't their mission to find the untempered flowers? He seemed determined to complete this mission, but now it seems she is unhappy that they didn't die here. The 81-year-old sultry woman stepped forward and shouted, Sister Galan, they always trusted her, but since she was here, why didn't she intervene? If it weren't for Fang Yi, their entire team would have been wiped out by now. She's okay, but Yi is a child, but she just stood there and watched, and now she's even causing trouble for him. Galan ordered him to calm down. It was a joke. It seems his comrades really value him. She congratulates him. He passed the test. The 81-year-old sultry woman asked again, he passed what? Qingying said, that's right, exactly. Fang Yi asked, so their goal was to test him? Galan replied something like this. Considering his talent and strength, and as for why she didn't intervene, it's because pioneers can only follow the rules of the world of revived spiritual energy. She covered herself in mana and walked forward. She said, they are all the same. This is the fate of pioneers, life and death, fortune and misfortune. Everything changes in the blink of an eye, but she is lucky to have someone who is strong and can rely on. Didn't she notice? Until now, not a single anomaly had attacked her, because they were all intimidated by Fang Yi's power, which sealed the dark tide. The dark tide itself lives by the principle, suppress the weak and fear the strong. She said to go, she will show you where to look for untempered flowers. She knows this area well. MC thought, this woman, yes, she is not quite herself. Qingying said, her squad also once encountered the dark tide, but in the end, she was the only one who survived. Fang Yi thought, is that so? Because of her position in relation to missions and rules, she exhibits absolute submissiveness and coldness. Because of the deaths of her comrades, she developed a kind of self-destructive tendency due to PTSD. But at the same time, she still has a conviction that helps her move forward. However, when she saw how he sealed the dark tide, she could no longer hold back. MC said, okay. He suggested that Captain Su, an 81-year-old sultry woman, be lenient towards this sick woman. The 81-year-old sultry woman asked again, sick? MC nodded his head and answered, yes. Her spiritual defense is severely damaged, She should be at least a 2nd-star soul creation rank. However, due to the destroyed barrier, it has weakened by a full 2 ranks. This means she has suffered severe internal injuries. Galan turned around and said, "Thank you, but her wounds are no longer important." A zone of extreme darkness, a mass grave. The team walked through the dark space. MC looked towards the skeleton and said, "This." Galan stopped and said, "They have arrived. This is a mass grave. And here is the untempered flower." She saw dark spirits around the flower and said, finally she can see it again. MC frowned and thought something was wrong. He created mana in his hand and shouted, "Be careful." Galan jumped aside and thought, this is powerful. This is an incredibly rare sun element. She turned around and thought, was she really not prepared enough? Yi ran up to her and asked, "Sister Galan, is she okay?" Qingjing said, "She is heavily infected with the darkness element. Maybe we should stay here? Let him go for the flower alone." Feng Yi walked towards the flower, putting his hands in his pockets. He walked forward when suddenly a huge monster appeared next to him and roared loudly. It screamed, "I'm so hungry, I'm so hungry." The monster repeated this several times, and MC waved his hand and said, "Divine Thunder." Feng Yi thought, this is a weirfox. How many did it absorb to mutate to this state? Is this another S-level anomaly? He needs to finish the monster quickly, take the untempered flower and return. They don't have much time left. MC asked, "Is it still alive?" Then he will try something else on the monster. The boundless dark world is revealed. Dark mana rushed towards the monster and covered everything around. The creature roared, and the system window reported, under the influence of the darkness element inside the boundless dark world, the S-level anomaly, Werfox, was downgraded to B-level. MC said, the level dropped by 2 at once. It seems that even S-level anomalies in the extreme darkness zone are not that durable. MC released fire mana and thought, it's over. Qingying asked, so what now? This dark aura, could it be the element of darkness? But it feels a little different. Yi said, that's right. She doesn't feel that sickening and chilling sensation. Galan said, it's because Fang Yi mastered the element of darkness and created his own spatial domain. She thought, creating a domain with spiritual power is incredibly difficult. The only one who could do it with his element before was Master. And besides him, there are at most 3 people in the entire world with this ability. The identities of the other 2 are unknown, but they know that they are in Country M. When Master foresaw that the capital was facing an apocalyptic disaster, he expanded his spatial domain to suppress it. But as a result, Qingying screamed, he's coming back. Galan said, so fast. MC said, that mass grave ahead shouldn't be a problem anymore. He walked up to the flower and plucked it, thinking everything should be fine now. He gave it to Galan and she said, so this is an untempered flower. It's so tiny. Fang Yi said, well, the mission is accomplished. We need to retreat immediately. The dark tide can break the seal at any time. Besides, they still have the wounded. Galan smiled and said, okay, thank him, Feng Yi. Without his efforts that turned the tide of the battle, this mission would never have succeeded. Thanks to them all. We need to leave. Galan said, Feng Yi, she sincerely thanks him. The only diamond body rank master of Xia country, Elder Wu, is now in critical condition, so the untempered flower is his only salvation. It saved his life. MC thought, diamond body. After a while, the 81-year-old sultry woman shouted joyfully, finally a way out. They got out alive. Yi said, yes. They are finally under the sun again. The people near the portal joyfully greeted them and shouted, untempered flower. They really got the untempered flower. When Sister Galan said they would find it, they couldn't believe it. Yes, who managed to obtain it? The 81-year-old sultry woman looked around in surprise and asked, so many people are waiting here? Yi asked, is this a transport from the Star Wars zone? That same Star Wars zone. This is the most powerful combat unit in all of Xia country, known to everyone. The 81-year-old sultry woman asked, so Sister Galan is a high-ranking officer from the Star Wars zone? My god, she had just argued with her. The Star Wars zone ranks first among the 10 great war zones in Xia country. Even in peacetime, it was famous throughout the country for gathering the most elite fighters, those with outstanding physical and intellectual abilities. After reviving their spiritual energy, they gained an incomparable advantage. Abundant resources and guarded forbidden zones, which are unique places for spiritual practices. Galan handed the flower to Han Li, and the soldiers cried out, they welcomed. Han Li said he would immediately deliver the untempered flower to the hospital, so she could rest assured. Galan replied, okay, she'll come back later. The military left, and MC asked, is she from the Star Wars zone? She replied, yes. Rumors of his strength and actions had already spread throughout their unit, so soon everyone would know about him. But she had to admit, his strength would be enough to easily defeat even their most elite team. Besides, she couldn't even discern the limits of his potential. If he was interested, how about joining them? He would have access to the best cultivation resources. Yes, regarding this mission, the reward for him, his comrades, and the Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association team would be doubled. Fang Yi thanked her for the reward. He knew they were the best forces in Xia country, but he had his own method and pace of cultivation, so he would refuse the offer to join their ranks. Galan frowned and said, Fang Yi, the world is currently changing dramatically, and the nation values and fears darkness elemental anomalies most, and their numbers are growing at a terrifying rate, and the situation will only worsen in the future. Like malignant tumors, their influence continues to spread. Any anomaly could trigger a catastrophe at any moment, but they are doing their utmost, creating forbidden zones to contain them, while the association guards the territories. She is not telling him this to make him feel guilty. She simply believes that such an exceptional person deserves to know the truth. MC replied, he understood. If he encounters anomalies again, even if strangers are involved, he will not simply stand by. She can count on him. Galan handed him a token and said, I am very glad I met him, Fang Yi. She wants him to keep this token for now. With it, he is free to enter any forbidden zone for cultivation. Also, the gates of the Star Wars Zone will always be open to him. And one more thing. Doesn't he want to visit Elder Wu? MC asked. Does she mean that Diamond Body Rank Master? Galan replied, yes, he is her teacher. She thought he should meet him, if of course he doesn't mind. It's just her personal wish. Besides, she would like to make friends. Fang Yi put away the token and said, okay. The more friends you have, the more interesting life is. He will go, and this will then be a gift in honor of friendship. He extended his hand forward and released mana, and Galan asked, what is it? Fang Yi said he is confident that he can purify the darkness element poison that has accumulated in her body. She thought in surprise, the lightning element can even heal? Her whole body tingled, and the cold and aching sensation was replaced by warmth. The discomfort passed. The wounds left by the dark fog are healing. It seems to her that even old injuries are disappearing. The channels and meridians are being cleansed and restored. The toxins were completely destroyed by this rare lightning element. It was incredible. It was as if she was reborn. MC asked, well, how does she feel now? Galan replied, great. All traces of dark energy disappeared. No, rather, it crumbled to dust. At this moment, a doctor was examining Lao Deng and asking, a first-ranked soul creation star in such injuries, can he still be saved? Xingying turned around and looked at Galan thoughtfully. She asked, is she still here? She asked him to wait. Her wounds. Galan replied, yes. The pure lightning energy completely cleansed her of the dark element poison. Xingying pointed her finger at MC and said, so this is the tyrant's lightning. It can both overthrow enemies and save lives. Fang Yi asked, what was she staring at? She started waving her hand and ordered the doctors to come to her. She wanted to ask if they could cooperate with him? MC asked, in what sense? Xingying replied, if they combined his spiritual power with medical devices, they could save even more pioneers afflicted by dark energy. She bowed and cried out, please let him help them again. Fang Yi released mana forward and asked, is that so? His mana began to spread further, and the doctor cried out in surprise, is this really working? Such pure lightning power could really destroy dark energy. Galan said, when Fang Yi passed it through her, the darkness element poison completely disappeared. Does this mean that if he simply touched the injured pioneers, they would be healed? There was an injured person there, also at the soul creation rank. Xingying said, no, not all pioneers can withstand such spiritual energy. The doctor said, yes, Officer Galan. Although her wounds appear serious, they assess them as minor injuries. To treat that patient, it would have taken about 10 times the lightning energy she received. It will be a miracle even if he just survives. A full recovery is out of the question. Fang Yi said, is that so? So is this some kind of blood transfusion? How can he transfer his energy to them? Can they preserve it? The doctor pointed towards the medical vehicle and told him to come here. He told him to put his hand inside and release the spiritual energy. MC replied, he understood. Yi smiled and thought, she never thought that Sister Galan was actually a high-ranking officer from the Star Wars Zone, and her cousin even managed to get an offer on special terms from them. Sister Galan, who was always cold and aloof, even personally offered to befriend him, and she saw her give him her command token. MC turned around and asked, Yi, how are they? She replied, they are completely fine. She clenched her fist and said, she and the 81-year-old sultry woman want to go train and take a few missions. They can't rely on him forever after all. Otherwise, they will never get stronger. She thought, she can't drag everyone down forever. She needs to quickly catch up with her cousin. Fang Yi said, okay. He told them to be careful. He chuckled and thought, the children have really matured. Xingying said, then they will go too, until the next mission, if fate allows. MC answered, yes. Galan suggested visiting Elder Wu. After a while, Xingying said discontentedly, well, let them sit there with their arrogant looks since they didn't show up in person. What will they order us to do now? The Star War Zone snatched Fang Yi right from under their noses. All her efforts were wasted. The girl said, Captain Su, calm down, calm down. Xingying thought, the structure of the Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association is still too disorganized. Both at headquarters and in the branches, many behave even more arrogantly than the high-ranking army ranks. The elite teams act in disarray, let alone build relationships with Fang Yi. It's good that some of those bullies didn't come to cause trouble. Star Wars Zone, hospital, medical base. MC asked, so this is Elder Wu? Galan replied, it's so strange, isn't it? A diamond body-ranked cultivator had turned into a feeble old man. His complexion was even worse before, looking like a real corpse. And even after using the untempered flower, he still hadn't regained consciousness. Fang Yi asked, what did he go through? Galan replied, when the darkness element disaster struck the capital, the firmament was shrouded in darkness. To prevent the city from being destroyed, her master used his own body to seal it, and they all also transferred their spiritual energy to him. They concluded that this cataclysm exceeded the S rank. Although the dark tide they encountered earlier was terrifying enough, the destructive power of this disaster was several times greater. This could wipe out the entire capital and destroy the surrounding cities. The capital is of immense importance. If it ceased to exist, the entire nation would plunge into chaos. Her teacher used his own spiritual energy to seal the rank S anomaly, but they never expected that even their combined forces would still be insufficient against this disaster. The teacher was struck by the counterattack of the darkness element. If he weren't a diamond body rank cultivator, he would have turned to ash on the spot, or even become food for the dark anomaly. MC said, "Protect the city from such a disaster." He is truly an incredible pioneer. MC thought that in his past life, he was also able to last so long only thanks to pioneers. Perhaps he had already fallen by then. He extended his hand and Galan screamed in fear. What does he want to do? Fang Yi told her not to be nervous. Although the untempered flower is already effective, he still wants to try to cleanse his body of dark energy a little. Then maybe he'll wake up faster. Galan asked, "What? But this is an S-level anomaly infection." Galan remembered Fang Yi and the flower and said, "Okay, let him try. Maybe a miracle really will happen. But he should be careful. This type of darkness element is even more terrifying than the dark tide. Otherwise, the master wouldn't have recovered so slowly even after using the untempered flower." MC replied, "He understands, and he can feel how powerful this darkness is. Although it's slightly weakened by the flower's healing effect, a powerful pressure can still be felt." Dark mana began to spread in different directions, and Galan screamed, "Fang Yi, make him concentrate. It's starting to affect him." MC was covered in mana and asked, "What is this?" He thought the darkness is dragging his consciousness into the past. Just one touch of the darkness element that corroded the elder's body, and his mind is already so infected that he has hallucinations. MC said, "Never mind. He is here to erase it." He thought, this anomaly can't be omnipotent. He saw the attack of a huge eye and screamed, "What is this?" Golden solar armor. He dodged the attack and said, "This lightning is as powerful as the one he absorbed on Mount Yuhuang." So many insect-type dark anomalies. Even if they are all illusions, each anomaly is powerful, like the ones he met in the dark tide. Feng Yi thought, there are thousands of them here. Then there's no choice. He'll have to exterminate the pests. MC charged and ordered a rebellion. He swung his sword and turned around, thinking, this anomaly is definitely rank S, but either because it's an illusion or because of the effect of the uncast flower, it feels more like rank A. And this is what Elder Yu encountered? Did he have to destroy all the anomalies in the entire city? No, it might have been even worse. Fang Yi said, "Boundless Dark World." He released mana, and the anomaly asked, "He's not human, is he?" MC chuckled and said, "Release." The anomaly said, "They'll be back soon." MC thought, it must be a residual creation of the darkness element anomaly. It said, "We." So it wasn't alone. Could others really come back too? He turned around and said, "It's time for him to get out of here." His eyes widened, and he returned to reality. He drew the dark mana from the Elder's body and raised it into the air, saying, "Seal." This is the Nine Dragons' heavenly fire sealing technique. Galan said, it was the element of darkness that remained in Master Wu's body. MC replied that it must be remnants of the anomaly he had fought. It still carried powerful dark energy, but after using the untempered flower and Elder Wu's own efforts, its influence had greatly weakened. Elder Wu truly lives up to the title of Xia country's pioneer. All this time, he used his own body as a vessel to suppress the darkness. Anyone else in his place would have died dozens of times over. Galan said it saved his life. Feng Yi replied that it wasn't just thanks to his strength. If the flower hadn't weakened the anomaly, it wouldn't have been able to remove the residual darkness from his body. Galan said the flower was keeping him alive, but his efforts had made Master's full recovery possible. Feng Yi said that in any case, the anomaly should now be completely neutralized, but he had to tell her something. In the illusion he saw, the residual consciousness of the darkness element anomaly seemed to be warning that they would return. They had to be ready at any moment. When it happened, they couldn't let the old man lead the battle again when he had just recovered. Galan said yes, she had heard rumors before. MC asked again. Rumors? The military and the association's monitoring departments regularly collect data on anomalies recorded everywhere. These records are classified and strictly guarded to prevent leaks, but they say that according to their predictions, even with the current power reserves that Xia country possesses, they might not survive the first year of a full-scale spiritual energy revival. But of course, none of them want to believe that. MC asked again, monitoring anomaly data? Sounds very official. Galan answered, yes. Do you think these rumors are true? MC wondered if his reincarnation could change the future itself. He remembers holding out until 3 years after the spiritual energy resurgence began, even though the earth was already almost completely destroyed by then. MC put his hand on Galan's shoulder and told her not to dwell on it. Elder Wu will wake up soon, and if that anomaly returns, he will fight shoulder to shoulder with him, no matter what. He thought, this battle is inevitable anyway, but this time, he will change the outcome. After a while, Feng Yi thought, after 2 encounters with S-level anomalies, he feels like he is on the verge of breaking through to the second soul creation star rank. The resurgence of spiritual energy is just around the corner, and although he has already absorbed the darkness element, it is still disastrously insufficient. The anomaly he saw in the illusion, even after several attempts at suppression, still remains strong. MC pointed at the flower and said, "There it is again. It's a pity he didn't take it with him last time. Although a flower is not that easy to carry around. In any case, he just regrets not giving him a chance to prove himself and level up. How about stretching his legs outside?" Behind the mountain, Fanyi said, "The Spiritual Energy Revival Plant Research Department is quite good. The world is still in the early stages of spiritual revival, and the restoration of nature has only just begun to develop vigorously. But in such a short time, most of the burned trees have already grown back, and they even planted a new batch." He took the flower out of the pot and said that he would have to thank Sue and the others somehow. Little by little is fine, but he shouldn't get carried away. Otherwise, with its appetite for flowers, it will devastate all the forests on the planet. The flower began to suck energy from the plants, and Fan Yi looked around and thought, "That's enough for now." He took the flower out, and with a smile on his face, suggested moving to another place to absorb it. He wondered what place it would rank among all the plant-like, or rather tree-like evolved creatures. A devastation element anomaly like this should at least be level A. In fact, this mountain was full of animals, but he hadn't seen a single one today. They were probably terrified of the devastation energy emanating from the flower. At that moment, a loud howl rang out, and MC turned around and asked, "Is that a wolf?" "It's a pack of evolved wolves." Fan Yi looked at the mountain and asked, "Isn't that the Wolf King?" It seems his evolution is almost complete. MC wondered if this surge of spiritual energy meant it had advanced to level A anomaly. The wolves began to surround them, and Fan Yi thought, after evolving, the Wolf King's wood element had acquired the property of caustic poison, probably because it absorbed darkness energy. It seemed the darkness element had been becoming more active recently. He never thought it would be able to bestow dual elements on the Wolf King so easily. And yet, it had grown to rank A. MC took a flower out of the pot and said, "We need to destroy the monster right now." MC said, "Although it is strong, the bigger problem is the huge number of wolves. If they break through, the city at the foot of the mountain will be in danger." MC said, "Okay, then they will begin." He wonders how destructive the power of his devastation element is if he uses only that. At the foot of the mountain, the people looked at the bright flow of mana in surprise and said, "The Wolf King's evolution is complete. The monster's aura is incredible. What is the level of infection?" The mage replied, 90. The guy asked again, 90? The mage replied, "Besides, it's still growing. The Wolf King's own base strength has already reached the rank of the last star of the Spirit Axe, maybe even the first star of the Soul Creation. This is too strong. The rest of the pack are around the rank of the second or third star of the Spirit Axe." The guy shouted, "There are too few of them. They won't win." And he himself only just broke through to the third star rank of the Spirit Axe, right? It's the element of darkness. The element of darkness has manifested again. No wonder the infection rate is so high. The mage cried out. He understood. He thinks the Wolf King has developed a dual attribute. This is almost unheard of among anomalies. But even if they can't win, these idiots can't be allowed to complete their evolution. Otherwise, the entire city will be destroyed. They are naturally cruel, and after evolving, they became even more terrifying. He will warn the association and request reinforcements. Wait, can they feel it? The ground is shaking. Is this an earthquake? How could the wolves summon this? The mage cried out, "No, it's another anomaly." The bright mana began to spread even faster, and a scream rang out. "Oh my god, it's the element of devastation." Where did the element of devastation come from? The guy ordered to run. "Take shelter immediately." "Is this the vine that disappeared not long ago? Why did this appear so suddenly?" The mage ordered the evacuation of all residents nearby quickly. "Wait, Captain. The element of devastation isn't spreading in their direction." "But what is it?" the mage asked. "Is it sinking deep into the mountain?" The guy replied, "Yes, strange. It feels like the danger has simply passed. But they should still report, shouldn't they?" The mana began to spread further through the roots, and flowers appeared on this one. Someone screamed, "What kind of flowers are these?" MC frowned and said, "These flowers will regenerate and multiply until they suck every last drop out of them. The monster's body is protected by spiritual energy, so it will last a little longer." "But what about them?" The flower squeezed the wolves' bodies, sucking out all the energy from them. It scattered bones to the sides, and the Wolf King released mana towards the flower. Fan Yi said, "It's useless. Can't it see?" The devastation element of these spiritual flowers had already taken root deep in the forest. An endless sea of flowers, born from the mountain and ingrained within it. It had gained intelligence through evolution, but he was sure it had never heard the saying, "Wild grasses never die completely, for the spring wind will make them bloom again." The wolf growled and rushed to attack, and MC said, "Not bad. It even found the source. The flower. They found it. What will it do?" The wolf growled loudly again, and the flower increased in size and took the attack directly upon itself. The flower began to suck in the wolf, and Fan Yi asked, "Will it absorb the creature completely?" The flower continued to absorb the wolf, leaving only dark mana. MC thought, this is such an all-consuming devastation energy. What kind of power is this? He never imagined that after acquiring the devastation element, these flowers would create their own spiritual art without his intervention. MC said, "Having only once entered this sea of flowers, not a single anomaly will escape. Destroyed again and again, the flowers will regenerate, leaving only bones of the anomalies beneath the endless wave of devastation. He thinks he'll call this an endless spiritual sea. The system window reported the flower successfully implanted the devastation element skill, an endless spiritual sea. The flower opened its petals and a bright light appeared. MC looked at it carefully and said, "Now it's the flower's turn to evolve." The association has sounded the alarm. A Class A anomalous contamination has been detected. Two completely different spiritual energies have appeared in the contaminated zone. In addition to the Wolf King's evolution with the element of darkness, another energy, the element of devastation, has emerged from an unknown source. The leader asked for the location. It was in the foothill forest. This is the area Captain Su had previously observed. He asked if the destroyer squad had been sent to stop the wolf pack. The destroyer squad contacted headquarters, and the commander reported, a powerful release of energy of the element of devastation occurred at the site of the Wolfpack's mutation. The readings are off the charts. It completely destroyed the level A anomaly of the Wolf King, but instead of moving toward them, it retreated deeper into the mountain. Now strange mountain flowers are blooming everywhere. This is simply abnormal. They can't get any closer because they don't know how dangerous this energy of devastation is. If this unknown anomaly were to manifest, the damage would easily exceed what the vines had caused previously. They should call for reinforcements. If something went wrong, even all the pioneers gathered here might not be able to cope. In that case, the leader decided to dispatch 2 elite squads, and Qingli frowned, still unable to shake off the nagging feeling. Behind the mountain, so it was definitely him. She turned to the leader and said that this time the source of the devastating energy was definitely Fang Yi. His home was right in that area. He would protect everyone here. Meanwhile, behind the mountain, MC asked the flower, had it evolved again after absorbing the Wolf King? Had it gained a second element? The flower showed him the fire element, and he smirked, noting that this was unexpected. To think it could evolve simply by absorption. This was an absurdly easy path to development. He took the flower, and the system reported, the spiritual flower has absorbed the mutated Wolf King and his pack. Evolution complete. It is a rank A anomaly. Elements, desolation and fire. The evolved blazing void flower has a strong desire to absorb spiritual energy and can be placed in the boundless dark world for nutrition and further growth. Fang Yi was intrigued by this. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought of placing it there himself. He placed the flower in the dark sphere and thought that the soil and anomalies of that world were saturated with darkness. If the flower absorbed this energy, it might evolve again, gaining the element of darkness. When she finished, the clouds in the sky swirled into a funnel and lightning struck. MC immediately understood. It was time to break through to the second soul creation star. He began to meditate. A bright light fell upon him, but he felt that it was now much easier for him to direct the power. The spiritual energy of the earth and heaven flows into the body, as if they were one. At this time, Zhang appeared nearby. He was born. And all this time he had been looking for Fang Yi, the legendary owner of the heavenly fire element and the holder of the second star level of soul creation. How exciting. Recently, he saw Fang Yi, who called himself a pioneer of the fire element and vowed to break his pride. He would make everyone admit that he is the first among the pioneers with the fire element. MC noticed his presence, then a stream of fire immediately flew at him, and in response, he created a sphere of darkness and reflected the blow. Thinking, finally, he showed himself. All this time, he had been hiding there, not even hiding his energy. A newcomer who had just reached the rank of soul creation. He does not obey anyone, is not a member of any organization. A free pioneer, eager for battle. Zhang Lu emerged from the shadows and called him an interesting guy. He senses a strong spiritual pressure emanating from him. How did he dodge his stream of flying flames? Fang Yi remained silent, giving him a dissatisfied look, and the guy said with a smirk that he forgot to introduce himself. He rushed towards him and shouted his name at him, and he hoped he would remember it. MC raised his hand, using the divine thunder technique, and a bright flash appeared in the sky, which then headed towards Zhang Lu. He clearly did not expect this and was unable to react. Lightning struck him and slightly fried him. He exhaled, fell to his knees exhausted, and thought, what happened? Wasn't he a pioneer with the fire element? Fang Yi walked up to him, grabbed his head, and released lightning, pressing him into the ground, and then said, he didn't hear him. What is his name? Zhang Lu nervously gritted his teeth and thought, how is this possible? He is a master, a pioneer of the first star level of soul creation. He reached this rank faster than anyone else, and his main trump card is one of the rarest high-level fire elements. With such strength and rank, he should have no rivals at all. Everyone must bow to him, flatter him. Only then will they gain at least some benefit from this spiritual rebirth. MC chuckled, once again unleashing lightning bolts, causing him to scream in pain. He thought, he has fire elemental power, but then, where did he get lightning? It engulfed his flames. He can't even move. Fang Yi asked, is this his true strength? The youth of today are so overconfident. Zhang Lu thought that he hasn't even reached the second star level of soul creation, so why does his strength and pressure feel like it's 3 levels superior to his? He will die. He will definitely die here. He panicked and asked him not to kill him. MC thought about something for a second, then let him go and decided to give him some advice. The power of a pioneer is not meant to be used against people. If he has time to start fights, it's better to spend it destroying rampaging anomalies. After clicking his tongue, he left, and Zhang thought, what's wrong with him? How can someone's spiritual energy be so strong? It's simply unbelievable. Or is he really that weak? He returned home very upset. When he entered the room, his friend laughed at his new hairstyle, and another said, but he warned him, fighting will lead to nothing good. His friends said that even though he has a bad temper, he can't continue like this. The revival of spiritual energy hasn't even fully begun yet. Against what's coming, they are practically road dust, and he's still making enemies. This is recklessness. One day, such eagerness to fight with everyone will definitely get them into trouble. Zhang walked past them silently, and his friend asked in surprise, did he explode after all this moralizing? Zhang sat down on the couch. The guys looked worried. And then one of them sat down next to him and threw an arm around his shoulder, asking, is he okay? Has someone possessed him or something? Is she really that same? Zhang who starts fights out of nowhere and hits first and then says hello? His second friend asked, wasn't he going to challenge that guy to a heavenly fire strike? What happened there? He quietly told them that he was knocked out with one blow, and his friend asked him in surprise to tell him everything in more detail. Zhang pursed his lips, emotions surged, and he burst into tears, repeating his words. After that, he grabbed his head and exclaimed, why didn't he notice that something was wrong? If he had retreated, then he wouldn't have had to humiliate himself so much. His friend asked, was that blow really that powerful? He was a fire elemental genius who reached the soul creation rank in less than a month after awakening. It was unlikely that there was anyone in the entire province with such speed. He said it all happened in an instant. Just one strike. His best technique, a stream of flying flames, was completely crushed by thunder. The guy asked, maybe he had picked the wrong one? His fire element has an incredibly pure nature. It was unlikely that there was anyone as strong outside the combat zone. And the speed of reaching the soul creation rank also had to be taken into account. His friend asked, did he remember when he had just awakened and was fighting them for resources? Did he defeat 2 other 3rd-star Ghost Axe pioneers? Both were of the same element as him. Perhaps the heavenly fire strike he encountered wasn't a pioneer at all. Their previous assessment showed that his strength wasn't even higher than theirs. Zhang in tears, grabbed his shoulders and exclaimed that there was no mistake. Even the place was the same. This was definitely his territory. They hadn't seen it themselves, so they couldn't understand. He was a monster, a deafening, furious thunder, as if the heavens themselves were raining down their roar right into their ears. The pressure made it feel like my head was about to explode. A voice inside me screamed that it was him. He was a pioneer with 2 elements, fire and thunder, both top tier. His lightning surpassed his flames by several orders of magnitude. He was clearly hiding his true strength, and he was willing to bet that he was at least a 3rd-star soul creation practitioner. His friend, puzzled, said that was impossible, and the guy remarked that if he was right, this guy would be the other pioneer's worst nightmare. Such strength and talent were even terrifying. Zhang said he crushed him with a single move. Maybe he should go and learn from him? At this time, Fan Yi was meditating at home, but nothing was working. It was strange. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd-star level of soul creation, but why had this surge of opportunity suddenly disappeared? The problem wasn't in his body. He opened his eyes. There must be an external cause. He left the room and thought, for some reason, the surrounding spiritual energy no longer resonated. He couldn't create the necessary environment for a breakthrough. He remembered the conversation about a large-scale energy revival and wondered if something serious was really about to happen. Was the spiritual revival starting ahead of schedule in his city? He should contact Galan and check how things were going with the military. He called her, but she didn't answer, and he wondered if the military had already moved to the front lines. But in the event of a serious anomaly, he would have been notified by now. The worst-case scenario was a forced communication shutdown. Qingying called him, excitedly informing him that the situation had changed, and if he could, he should request reinforcements. He barely made out her words because of the interference, and asked if there were a lot of anomalies in the city since the connection was bad. She told him that the problem was much worse, and then the connection was completely lost, and a bat crashed into his window with a roar. He turned around, and the bat hadn't just crashed into him. It was trying to break the window, and it succeeded. The glass shattered. The bat burst into the house and flew towards Fan Yi, and he called the beast's actions stupid. He concentrated the power of lightning on his fingers, then jumped and waved his hand, shooting an electric discharge at the monster. Immediately after that, his cousin ran into the room to report the bat anomaly, but seeing the broken window, she froze for a moment and then asked, what happened? She went to the window and said that anomalies usually appear unexpectedly, but for it to happen right inside houses was a first. He remarked that this was bad, and he hoped he could handle it. In the worst case, this place could be drawn into a major disaster, the kind they'd only heard about on the news. 2nd-star Ghost Axe anomalies usually hide in the shadows, not rampage on busy streets, let alone attack a pioneer's home. A real fight awaits them. No one knows what exactly is coming, but let her gather all the pioneers she can reach. She understood everything, and he climbed onto the table by the window and asked, She's almost at the threshold of the soul creation rank, isn't she? Then for now, she's entrusted with the security of the house. She needs to be careful and keep the anomalies out. Can she handle it? Hearing her affirmative answer, he left through the window, while the Firefly squad gathered at the highest point in the city. Qingying said the connection was unstable, so Fan Yi probably hadn't heard their location. If a major disaster really does break out, they'll have to cope on their own. Her subordinate asked if the instruments were simply malfunctioning. She couldn't even imagine what an anomaly of an unspecified level meant. Qingying hoped it was just a false alarm, then contacted the patrol and asked them to report everything. The contamination level in Area A is 4. Everyone be on guard and report any fluctuations in contamination readings. A squeaking sound came from the sky. Numerous bats flew out of a whirlpool in the sky and were heading towards them. The city was about to face the strongest storm in 50 years. Several red alert levels had already been issued. All public events were cancelled for one day. Citizens were asked to stay indoors and observe safety measures. People were amazed by what was happening in the sky. They thought the end of the world had come. At this time, Jiang Lu and his friends rode out on motorcycles. His friend exclaimed that the weather was really bad. Why are they so unlucky? Maybe they shouldn't go. Let him at least say something. But Jiang Lu remained silent and confidently rode forward. A bat attacked him, and he immediately fried it, after which he asked what kind of anomaly it was. Small creatures usually stay away from his fire element. Despite the intense flames, the bat was not even harmed, which left him confused. It turned out that it had burned, but came back to life, and since something strange was happening outside, and the anomalies were monstrously strong, they decided to return home. A meeting had been called a few hours earlier. They decided to immediately request high-ranking personnel from the association and establish close cooperation with Fan Yi. One of the pioneers contacted the association and, right during the battle, reported the appearance of a level A anomaly in the city center in 24 hours. A huge flock of anomalous bats had already gathered on the outskirts of the city. Qingying told command to send out teams immediately. She would go too. Bats appeared behind the man, and he exclaimed that according to the latest forecast, the approaching anomaly was a tier S. He didn't have time to finish. The monsters devoured him. Meanwhile, within the military city, Galan was fighting the monsters. An explosion rang out, and she swung her blades, and drawing the monsters closer, dealt numerous swift blows, cutting them all down. Her ability, an advanced variant of spiritual energy mutation with the metal style, allows her to transform spiritual energy into any form and amplify it, increasing its power to 200%. She thought that these bats continued to multiply, impossible to kill. She felt as if they were trying to stop her from doing something. A subordinate landed behind her. He smiled and told the commander that her wounds had healed well. It was as if she had gained even greater strength. But things are pretty bad, and the two of them are the only senior officers left to hold the defense in this area. Let her give the next orders. She glanced at the sky and said that the signals here are being jammed by the anomaly, and the jamming systems are down. She hadn't been able to contact field units or other areas. She believed they were in the same situation. They had to hold off their attack now. She raised her voice and ordered the first and second squads to stay and hold this line. They couldn't let them reach the restricted area. Everyone else would follow her. They would break through the enemy and link up with groups from other regions. The anomaly's target isn't the restricted area, but the entire city. Meanwhile, the streamer stood at the bus stop with her friend, hiding from the rain. Several people ran past them, trying to escape the downpour, and she looked up at the sky with delight and remarked, "The rain is so heavy, they should grab raincoats and keep filming. This terrible weather is trending right now." They needed to risk everything, just like last time, to capture that perfect shot. She looked at her partner with a smile, and her eyes suddenly widened in horror. The monster had sunk its teeth into his neck. Realizing what was happening, she screamed loudly, then broke into a run. Shots were heard from all sides. Bats were grabbing people and devouring them in the air. The streamer ran as fast as she could, but a bat caught up with her and sank its claws into her shoulder. Luckily, the pioneers arrived in time to help her. Qingying shot the bat. It immediately fell, and the streamer looked up in shock at her savior. She extended her hand, saying, her assistant will take her home. She helped her up and told her subordinate to make sure she gets there safely, after which the girl exclaimed that the number of level S bats continues to increase. Signs of further evolution are also observed. She told them to hurry and get the citizens to safety, since they knew they evolved by feeding on human flesh and blood. After that, they would meet here. This zone had the highest level of anomalous contamination. Meanwhile, MC was moving around the city on the rooftops of the building. He glanced at the swarm of bats and wondered if they had already evolved to the level of the third star of the ghost axe. He swung his sword, directing a stream of fire at them, and immediately realized that these anomalies were unlike the others. The swarms multiply and mutate, and it was simply impossible to completely destroy them. Moreover, in every densely populated area of the city, There were clusters of dark elemental anomalies with extremely high energy concentrations. It was as if multiple identical contamination zones had appeared simultaneously, and each one was capable of causing a mass catastrophe. This meant that finding the association's employees would take more time. Then he would have to deal with these anomalies alone. He summoned the boundless dark world to feed the flower and thought, he must hurry. Most of the pioneers he was with should be home by now. Given his cousin's abilities, the help of those pioneers, and the multitude of shelters in the buildings, they should be relatively safe. But if the disaster escalates, that dream could come true. If they want to survive, it won't be easy. 10 minutes passed, and Qingying held off the monsters the entire time. But no matter how many she killed, there seemed to be no end to them. Her spiritual energy is recovering too slowly. It will soon be completely depleted. She also doesn't know if her assistants are okay, which makes her worried. A huge flock of bats crashed into a building. A cry for help came from within, and Qingying immediately ran there. She cursed and thought that if these creatures continued to evolve, they would reach the rank of soul creation. Even though they split up to save people, it was still not enough. Anomalies have already begun attacking people inside buildings. Everything is exactly like that time in the capital. She fired at the monsters several times, but then others swarmed her from all sides, and she realized that if this continues, the king of anomalies will soon be born. The city was inexorably plunging into chaos. The level of this anomaly is no lower than the one that almost destroyed the capital, and unfortunately, it seems no one can stop it. Even the association and the military seem to have no one who can turn the tide. The entire city is on the brink of destruction. The association reported a pioneer squad in Sector A, at the cost of their own lives, summoned a cloud of spiritual energy to slow the spread of bats. And in Sector B, a group of pioneers lured an anomaly into the encirclement and also released a cloud of spiritual energy, perishing along with the swarm of anomalies. Latest news, the darkness element anomaly codenamed Cocoon has reached the Diamond Body rank, threat level S. This is predicted to meet the standard of the Anomaly King. The man told the leader that their pioneers have suffered heavy losses. The bat population is too great, and their rate of recovery far exceeds defensive capabilities. The emergency plan has been activated, but even if reinforcements from other areas try to break through, they will not make it in time. The city is surrounded by a massive black shroud, and troops from neighboring zones and rescue teams are unable to enter. The leader grew nervous. They were isolated from the others. He firmly stated that the moment had come that would decide the city's fate. As a pioneer, he was ready to stand to the end and fall with everyone else, to live and die with this city. They would have to walk over their bodies to destroy them. Let them transmit the code word, final, to headquarters. The second line would not be able to contain the catastrophe. To stop the further spread of the element of darkness, they must immediately launch a devastating blow. At this time, Qingying was already exhausted. She blocked the enemy attacks with her shield, but her spiritual energy reserves were almost depleted. If this continued, she would lose. She fired at the center of the whirlpool in the sky, her energy projectile bouncing off the monster's body. It was many times larger than the others. She immediately realized that this one was at the level of the third soul creation star. The monster pounced on her, piercing her shield with its claws, and she cursed, her spiritual energy almost at zero. The monster broke her shield, grabbed her with such force that she screamed, and then threw her. As she fell, she looked at the creature and realized she had no other choice. Even if she died, she would take it with her. She gathered all her remaining energy and fired, and then a fireball suddenly flew past her face and exploded, colliding with the monster. Fan Yi arrived, and she was very surprised by him, and he used the power of divine thunder, enveloping the sword in lightning. The monster burst out of the fire. Then he delivered a horizontal slash, throwing the monster hundreds of meters away, leaving a trail of explosions behind him. MC landed next to the girl and apologized to her. There were too many anomalies in the way. She caught her breath and told him to be careful. They could recover. He looked at the huge monster flying towards them and told her that he knew it, but she shouldn't worry. If he promises something, he will definitely do it. He opened a boundless dark world, and Qingying looked at him in surprise, wondering how she could have forgotten. This city still had Fan Yi, the unrivaled pioneer. He gathered all the monsters into the dark world and turned to her, asking if she was all right. She confirmed it and thanked him for saving her. She still had restorative medicine, it would help her. He noticed something about her, then lightly struck her with lightning, and said that he had purified some of the dark elemental energy. She needed to bandage her wounds. She thanked him for his help in confusion and thought, high-level lightning is incredible. Her wounds hurt much less, and she was healing faster than with the association's restorative medicine. Meanwhile, the association saw how the swarms of anomalies were thinning and were already glad that they had broken through. The man said that all rescue teams around the city were attacked and contact was lost. It was still impossible to get inside. The number of anomalies outside is not decreasing, and the number of pioneers in the city is dwindling. Not a single unit has contacted. The king of anomalies is supposedly about to appear, and the flocks of bats are thinning only because they are gathering for his birth. In fact, he really wants to go home and see his parents, but he probably won't be able to return. Let them do what they can with the time they have left. At this time, MC looked at the whirlpool in the sky where all the monsters had gathered and asked if she had any specific information about what it actually was. She answered him that it was a super S-level anomaly that could engulf an entire city, and its power was no less than the one sealed in the Star Wars zone. People usually call it a disaster. This cocoon is like a warning of a disaster, a kind of sign. People feel the approach of disaster, but they are unable to stop it. Something terrifying is growing inside the cocoon, and if it is born, the entire city will be destroyed. But now, there is a more scientific explanation for this anomaly. Research shows that anomalies, even of the same species, devour and attack each other. In their chain of mutations, devouring for the sake of evolution is the fastest path to ascension. But anomalies of the dark element are different, and swarms of bats are the most typical example. An individual with perfect evolution has a suppressive effect on its own kind, and ordinary anomalies instinctively accept the role of servants. Such an individual with perfect evolution is called the king of anomalies. It is known that he is so powerful that it is far beyond comprehension, but he has not yet reached the rank of diamond body. Moreover, even the strongest pioneer was bedridden after the sealing of the catastrophe, and untempered flowers were needed for his recovery. No one wants to lose another genius pioneer. If there was any chance, he should leave now. Break through the anomaly barrier, get outside, contact the military, and tell them to cordon off this place. He hit her on the head and asked with a smile, had more than 20 years of study really been wasted just because of the resurgence of spiritual energy? This was his home, and he would stay even if he had to pay a high price. She looked at him with a smile, and he headed towards the whirlpool and wondered if they wanted to use the entire city as a sacrifice to celebrate the king's birth. He released the golden breath of the sun and extended his hand to the girl, asking her to lend him her auxiliary device if it still worked. She gave it to him, but she didn't understand why he needed it. This thing detects anomalies and simply contacts the association, nothing more. After that, Fan Yi swung his sword and said that he would go up there and stop it before it was too late. Meanwhile, the association received a signal from the missing pioneer, Qingying. They saw her gaining altitude at high speed and contacted her, asking if she could hear them. There was no answer. They continued to monitor her location, and the man exclaimed that her speed was incredible. But why was she heading to the place of the highest concentration of infection? They need to get her back now. She was heading to certain death. He continued trying to contact Qingying, telling her to stop her actions immediately, to avoid unnecessary casualties, and wait for support from the military association headquarters. They need a plan. Let her stay in place. At this time, MC heard static from the watch. Finally, this thing is showing signs of life. He asked, can they hear him? Hearing an unfamiliar voice, the man became nervous and asked where Captain Qingying was, but Fan Yi ignored him and told them to listen carefully. Everyone needs to establish contact with him. He will destroy the king in the center of the anomaly zone. If they don't want the city to be turned into prey or wiped off the face of the earth, let them hand over all the equipment and intelligence they have. Let them help him strike the great cocoon and destroy it. The man clenched his teeth nervously, waved his hand, and ordered his colleagues to connect to him immediately. Let them use any surviving satellite radars to detect nearby sources of anomalies. They must give him all the information they have. He told his colleague that he was the primary contact and had him provide the exact coordinates. He set to work, and the other operators downloaded satellite images. They showed the great cocoon surrounded by swarms of bats, their density increasing as they approached, and they swirled like a typhoon. The northern direction had comparatively fewer anomalies. It was the best route to break through. The main roads were clogged with anomalies, so he needed to break through along the secondary ones, heading southeast. Following their recommendations, MC began to approach them, and the operator informed him that the anomalies had spotted him and were approaching. 2 targets, estimated to be level A or S. Their strength was comparable to that of the second Soul Creation star. He needed to evade them immediately. The man grew nervous and wondered if it was possible to avoid them. There was no time left. Suddenly, the entire building shook and an alarm sounded. At that moment, Fan Yi struck the monster with all his might, and the association showed that the source of the anomalies had disappeared. The man was shocked. He had destroyed a level S darkness element anomaly with one blow. Could he really be that tyrant? They were overjoyed and even burst into tears, and the man exclaimed, that same unknown master is right here. He didn't think this pioneer would be in the center of the city. MC glanced at the monster that remained behind him and thought, after breaking through, his flame element has gained resistance to darkness element anomalies, therefore greatly slowing their regeneration. If he had broken through to a higher level a little earlier, one blow would have been enough to completely deprive them of recovery. But since things are different, he will have to rely on speed, non-stop high-frequency attacks. The endless swarms of anomalies are greatly hindering him. He dealt numerous quick blows, while the cocoon began to twitch, and the bats, seeing this, immediately flew towards it, leaving the pioneers alone. Because of this, they were surprised and completely confused about what was happening. The leader immediately realized that this was not a good sign, and there was only one explanation. The Anomaly King had called them back. Was he really accelerating his birth? If the bat flocks outside the city were retreating, did they have a chance? At that moment, several cars drove up to the city. Galan got out of one and immediately began shooting at the monsters in the sky. She asked how much longer it was to the city center. Her subordinate answered that according to the device, they had at least half an hour to go. She glanced at the huge flock of monsters in the sky and noted, by then, the Anomaly King would already be born, and the city would be gone. How could they stop it? The subordinate said that the number of these creatures greatly exceeded initial estimates, approximately 10 times the expected number of S level. Even with large caliber ammunition, it would be impossible to destroy them all. She nervously gritted her teeth and noted that if this continued, the nearby cities would soon be overrun by the darkness element. Still not enough people to break through? He confirmed it. Some pioneers were simply standing aside, as if the disaster did not concern them. And then she noticed something in the sky. Swarms of bats were gathering at the place where the king of anomalies was to be born. Then she saw a bright pillar of fire in the crowd of monsters and immediately realized it was Fang Yi. Seeing her mouth wide open in surprise, the subordinate questioned her name, and she said with a smirk that none of that mattered anymore. She ordered all units to increase fire support. They should not think about the costs. They must enter the city. The Star War Zone will not abandon any city. A huge fire dragon appeared in the sky, devouring the swarm of monsters. This sight surprised them even more. Meanwhile, Lin Yi joyfully exclaimed, "It's her cousin," his sword technique. The bats were rushing to stop Fang Yi. He understood this, but this was exactly what he wanted. He swung his sword, striking an area, and an explosion rang out in the center of the swarm. A bright flash of fire rushed forward. MC felt it again. Even among the polluted spiritual energy, he felt that he was close to a breakthrough. A ray of light broke through the clouds towards him. He smiled and decided to speed up, after which he created a boundless dark world and commanded the spiritual flower to appear. The sphere of darkness cracked, the flower broke free, and MC asked it to dry them and help him break through. The flower released the element of devastation, suddenly grew stalks and impaled monsters on them, thus completely clearing the way for Fang Yi. He stood on a flower and, looking into the thick clouds, asked, "Is it still hiding?" As he pursued it through the sky, he realized something. In the air, the giant cocoon looked like some kind of distorted and ominous phenomenon, but in reality, it was more like an illusion, visible but intangible. However, he could hear it, the heartbeat of the king. Like war drums on ancient battlefields, it was dull, primal, and wild, declaring war on all living things, stirring up the darkest and most insane desires hidden in the human heart. But if the king was not yet willing to reveal himself, then he had not yet fully hatched. He contacted the association and asked if they had determined the exact location. The operator answered that they had detected him. The king's position was synchronized with the instruments. Fang Yi raised his hand. A laser beam burst from the watch, pointing the direction to the target. The king was in the center of a whirlpool of clouds. He used the golden sun breathing technique. A full release and an extremely bright flash emerged, just like the sun, incinerating the monsters in the area and illuminating the city. The pioneers at this time wondered what kind of element it was. One of them said it was the fire element, but his comrade disagreed. The fire element had never possessed such power and could not suppress the darkness element. It was the sun element, a pure, radiant, supreme element, completely opposite to the darkness element. The association noticed how the number of anomalies was rapidly decreasing, and they were simply delighted by this. The encirclement radius was narrowing. The density of anomalies dropped to 100. Meanwhile, the soldiers were approaching the city. The commander was informed that the clusters of flying anomalies blocking their forces were receiving some kind of signal. They were retreating, returning to the city. Galan glanced at the huge glowing ball in the sky and said that Fang Yi was about to attack the Anomaly King's cocoon. A subordinate asked, "So it's really him? The tyrant, also known as the Heavenly Fireblade. It's incredible. But even if he possesses the purest form of the sun element, fighting the Anomaly King alone is dangerous." The commander waved her hand, ordering everyone to move out. They would head to the city immediately. The subordinate excitedly pointed to the sky, telling her to look at it. Her eyes widened. The cocoon grew, meaning the Anomaly King was hatching prematurely. The pioneers were furious, vowing to destroy every single anomaly. At this time, Lin Yi and the others went out onto the roof, and she said that if they only defended themselves, they would definitely die. They had to do something, help her cousin at any cost. The creature inside this cocoon strives to be born at the cost of everyone in this city, and will ultimately turn this place into a bloody hell. At this time, Qingying joined her squad and helped her subordinate with her wounds. Lin Yi gritted her teeth nervously and said, the B, A, and even S-level anomalies that were bothering Fang Yi were killing their families and friends. She took a closer look at the sphere and understood everything. The flower her cousin had summoned had absorbed the power of countless bats. It was just like the vine they had encountered before. It seemed he had also mastered the element of devastation. In that case, they should channel all their spiritual energy into the plant network he had created. Let it absorb their power. She sent the energy into the sky, and her friends followed suit and fired as well. The leader noticed the streams of energy flying past and wondered if the pioneers were gathering spiritual energy to attack the anomalies, but their strength was insufficient to reach them at such a height. But when the energy crashed into the plants, he understood everything and decided to help. He poured out all his energy, and the others did the same, firing at the plant. Jinyin noticed the pioneers' energy projectiles flying toward the flower from all corners of the city and didn't stand aside. She also released energy and mentally said to the Anomaly King, "This is the resistance of everyone born here." Meanwhile, MC slashed at the monsters with his sword. He wiped the blood from his face, and the operator warned him about a cluster of flying anomalies rushing towards him from outside the city. 200,000 B-level and 3rd star Ghost Axe rank anomalies, 100,000 A-level and 1st star Soul Creation rank anomalies, and tens of thousands of S-level anomalies. Fang Yi glanced at the flock approaching him, then turned to the king and said that he didn't care about it. No matter how many minions he summoned, he would destroy them all. He was in such a hurry to be born because he was afraid of being killed before that happened, right? The king's sharp claws broke through the claws. He comes. MC was wary. The Anomaly King grabbed the thick cocoon shell with both hands, then tore it open and burst out with a loud cry. His birth was accompanied by an earthquake. His mere appearance was capable of destroying the entire city. All of Fang Yi's friends were now deeply worried and rooting for him. He must win. MC told the king that he was the true culprit of this disaster. He was born and raised here. He loves this place and this life. The Anomaly King rushed to attack. Fang Yi rushed towards him, wishing for his death, and then the two energies collided, causing a powerful explosion that affected the entire area. The smoke cleared. The Anomaly King glanced at Fang Yi and said that he was a pitiful 2nd star soul creator, and he dared to challenge him. He launched a furious attack, and MC realized that things were bad. The monster opened its mouth wide, sucking him in with a powerful stream of air. As he fell down the esophagus, he thought that he really was different from ordinary anomalies, withstanding the full force of his attack and remaining unharmed. He fell into the stomach and thought, even after he had scorched it with the sun element, the king was able to swallow him. Digestive juice has powerful corrosive properties, and the concentration of the darkness element contained within is nothing to speak of. An ordinary pioneer in his place would have long since been nothing left. But somehow, it's strange. An anomaly that has evolved to such a stage must have a fairly developed intelligence. Isn't the king afraid that he'll attack him from the inside? The inside of the body is the most vulnerable place. He decided to try this, enveloping his fist in flames and then striking, but nothing happened, and after a few seconds, everything shook. It seems his abilities are significantly weakened by the king's slime, but he can still inflict some damage. The main thing is that it still works, which means there's a chance. He ordered the spiritual flower to come out, and thought, when the Anomaly King clashed with him in battle, it absorbed the spiritual flower too. Fortunately, it had already absorbed enough darkness element. Plus, it also absorbed the spiritual energy transferred by other pioneers. He noticed the flower leaning over and asked, "What's wrong? Does it dislike his darkness element?" He never expected that a spiritual flower with a devastating element would repel the darkness element absorbed by the Anomaly King, and he had originally planned to devastate it from the inside. He continued to strike, while everyone who was rooting for him could not find him anywhere. Shiyun asked Lin Yi what happened just now. She confusedly replied that she didn't know either. Where is her cousin? At this time, the Firefly squad was evacuating people. Xinying looked at the sky and nervously clenched her teeth. She saw how the king swallowed him, and right now he was fighting him from the inside. Finally, a column of soldiers entered the city. Galan ordered them to quickly complete the evacuation before the Anomaly King and the bats attacked the city. They must minimize the possible damage. She nervously glanced at the king and ordered them to hurry. They couldn't take any risks. The Anomaly King let out a heart-rending scream, directing the monsters to attack, and suddenly his throat swelled. Fang Yi was in danger. Acid poured onto him. He held his breath and felt a burning sensation, then lost consciousness. He woke up in the ruins of the city, with a primate watching him intently from around the corner. It noticed it, and when it decided to attack, it wanted to respond. But there was no spiritual energy in this space. The monster's fist was right in front of his face. He jumped back sharply and dodged its blow and thought, since he was able to dodge, it means his body has the same strength as before being transported here. And the King of Abnormality's ability is futilely trying to make him think that he has returned to a past life. It wants him to believe that he has not yet awakened and become a pioneer. The primate attacked him, wanted to kick him, but he dodged again and thought, does this mean the King of Abnormalities is not strong enough to deprive him of all his power? And he himself is no stronger than him. Since his abilities have not disappeared, he needs to figure out how to break through this barrier. There must be a breakthrough point in this illusory reality, which is the weakness that the King of Abnormalities revealed to him. He closed his eyes and concentrated. The monster took advantage of this and grabbed him, calling him a fool. Once he gets here, he will no longer be able to get out. Let him take a close look at him. MC grinned. He understood everything. The monster half assumed his form and said that it was over. This was its destiny. It opened its mouth wide, about to devour him, and told him to accept his fate. Even if he had gained some power, so what? People are ultimately nothing more than nutrients for their evolution. The bodies of his dead comrades and friends lay nearby. His face darkened for a moment, and he asked the monster with a smirk, "Is this all he can do?" He released the energy of the sun. His dead comrades came to life and reached out to him, and he said that he didn't understand anything. He did it to protect his home and everyone around him. That's why he returned to the past. A bright flash of light drove the monster away. Everything around Fang Yi was engulfed in flames, and its appearance changed. He told the system that it was time for this, after which 3 golden hands appeared next to him, and the system reported. It was detected that he meets the requirements for a breakthrough. Does he wish to strengthen his rank at the 2nd Soul Creation Star? He agreed, then rushed towards the monster and told the Abnormality King that he had to repay him for helping him realize something. He swung his sword, killing the monkey, and continued. His reincarnation is an event that changed the course of history in this world, which would otherwise have been consumed by their race, and he is the chosen Avenger. The Abnormality King laughed, calling him a pathetic and insignificant ant, and saying that he thought he had true strength, but challenging him, being only at the 2nd Soul Creation Star level? This is ridiculous. He struck a blow that MC dodged and said that he could no longer escape, so let him become his food. He laughed again, but when he sensed something, he was no longer in the mood for humor. Fang Yi grinned, landing a blow, and the monster panicked. Did he injure his precious body? He was a vile, disgusting man. MC reached out and placed a burial seal on him, sealing him with the heavenly fire of the 9 dragons and destroying evil. Dragons flew out of the king's body, and he was surprised and exclaimed that it was impossible for someone at this level to wield such power. He ordered the dragons to destroy all the anomalies, and then a bright flash appeared in the sky. The Anomaly King was erased by this power. All the darkness immediately receded, and the sun's rays finally touched the city. A sphere of darkness swirled in the center of the former whirlpool. All the flames covering Fang Yi's body died down, after which he removed the boundless darkness and a shockwave passed across the sky, dispersing the clouds. At first, people couldn't believe their eyes that it was all over, but then they began to rejoice. Galan looked at the sky with a smile and noticed the sun was rising. A subordinate asked if she was going to celebrate. She closed her eyes, enjoying the warmth of the sun, and told him that they still had things to do. For example, they needed to help people return to normal life and restore the city to its previous state. Everyone began to hug and cry with joy. The people in the association had the same reaction, as if they were in a dream. They looked at Fang Yi and said it was good that he appeared and defeated the king. Otherwise, they would be accused of letting the city fall, and even in death they would have no peace. At this time, all the wounded began to be transferred to hospitals. Qingying approached the head and asked, "Will they survive?" He told her not to worry. The medical center had not been destroyed by bats. She frowned and noted, if not for Fang Yi, it is unlikely that many would have survived. Sometimes she wonders, who is he anyway? Why is he so strong? He always changes the course of events and accomplishes the impossible. He agreed with her. After this battle, headquarters would definitely take action. She said that what happened in the sky was a clear sign that he had definitely reached the level of the 2nd Soul Creation Star. If so, someone would definitely contact him before them. When she first started observing him, she thought they could compete, but now he had left her far behind. After getting to know him, she realized how incredible his fortitude and talent were, and his true strength was probably even greater. He was one of the greatest geniuses not only here, but in the entire Xia country. The man said thoughtfully that everyone had seen the golden light piercing the clouds, the fire dragon sealing and destroying anomalies. Heated discussions were clearly inevitable, and rumors would spread not only among the pioneers but also among ordinary citizens. They needed to act proactively. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment before asking, "Burial sealer sounds good, right?" Meanwhile, Lin Yi ran to her cousin, and Qiyun followed her, asking her to wait. She looked around worriedly, looking for him, and her friend told her not to panic. They could just wait for him at home. Lin Yi stopped, a smile immediately appearing on her face, but tears welling up in her eyes when she saw him. She called out to him, and he approached them, asking why they had come looking for him. The girl began to ask if he was okay, and then indignantly exclaimed that she knew he would need their help. She threw his arm over her shoulder, and he said with a smile that he was fine. They had done well too, and he thought, the Anomaly King was strong. He hadn't looked so pitiful in a long time. That final blow and sealing had drained almost all of his spiritual energy right after strengthening his rank. Now, because of him, 2 children are worried. Touching his hand, Jingying felt something and happily asked, did he break through again? The 2nd Soul Creation Star? What's with his terrifying progress speed? Just how monstrous is his talent? After this incident, the internet was flooded with videos of Fan Yi's battle with the Anomaly King. Everyone was curious about the mysterious master who defeated him with one blow and what his wounds were. Now known as Burial Sealer, people were very surprised because he didn't even have official support. He had achieved such a level on his own. Some even thought he was one of those hidden trump cards their great country was keeping secret. Jian Lu found these videos and exclaimed that it couldn't be true, but he couldn't be wrong either. It was definitely that guy. He jumped up from his chair and joyfully exclaimed that losing to such a master was an honor. He ran to the exit, and his friend worriedly asked, "Where is he going?" He told him that he was going to become his disciple, and the guy said he shouldn't do that. Many will be looking for him now. Meanwhile, in the capital, mysterious people started a meeting to discuss the incident. The man said that he was hoping to see the military and the association tear each other apart, so he was disappointed. His friend asked if he was eager to get a good gun and fight him. The woman said that was no good. A savior blessed by heaven? A simple weapon won't cut him. She put a photo of Fan Yi on the table and thoughtfully said his nickname, Burial Sealer. She cut the photo with her fingernail and burned it, telling them not to rush too much. No matter how strong he was, whoever stood in their way would be destroyed. Time passed. MC was sitting at home and resting, and then there was a knock on the door. The head and King Ying were standing at the threshold, holding a bunch of gifts in their hands. The man said that they had made a serious mistake with the S-level anomaly invasion this time, but thanks to him, they had avoided irreversible consequences. On behalf of the Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association, they expressed their most sincere gratitude to him. He smiled and invited them inside to talk. They sat at the table, he poured them water, and the leader looked around the interior and thought, so this is what an important person's house looks like? What do the military even do? The association can provide him with much better housing, he said. Actually, the association sent them here to enlist his support on a matter. They plan to promote the title of Burial Sealer. Currently, powerful pioneers have emerged in every city in Xia country. Their fame has spread far and wide, and they are quite well-known figures in pioneering circles, and the recent S-level anomaly is now considered one of the most terrible disasters. They want to promote the title of Burial Sealer so that after the spiritual revival, they can make Taizhou a key strategic metropolis. After this disaster, they realized the city needed a renowned, powerful pioneer to act as its leader. Qin Ying added, in the future, celestial phenomena will become more frequent and there will be more anomaly invasions. They can't allow themselves to be left to their own devices. After all, if it weren't for him, everyone in this city would have died. It all comes down to a difference in the method of death. Lin Yi said, it seems that after the emergence of spiritual energy in their world, she still hasn't realized how cruel the world has become. Fan Yi told her not to be so pessimistic and thought he was focused on cultivation and didn't pay attention to the city's development. Taizhou, where he lives, although one of the key provincial capitals of the Xia country before the spiritual revival, never entered the top 3 in either strategy or development. Among the 100-odd cities, the top 3 were the capital, Shenzhou, Tianzhou, and Kangzhou. Besides them, there are Haizhou, Yuanzhou, Chuanzhou, and others. So this crisis for Taizhou is actually an opportunity. The leader said that now each city is beginning to collect information and report on the number and strength of its pioneers, developing local combat power. The stronger the pioneers, the higher the city's rating and the more resources it will receive. More and more independent pioneers want to join associations in various cities. All of them, whether pioneers or ordinary people, need hope that they can see on the path of evolution. However, the association will protect their identity and privacy. The main thing is to create an aura of mystery. Let them speculate, blurring the line between reality and fiction. MC agreed with him. A moderate dose of mystery is much wiser than complete openness. Lin Yi noted with a smile, that was well said. Imagination can sometimes be a more restraining factor than reality. Fan Yi said he had no objections. This matter was beneficial both for him and his loved ones. In that case, he looked forward to a pleasant cooperation. He extended his hand. The head was a little surprised at first, but then he shook it and said with a smile that they were happy to cooperate with him. After this, with the full cooperation of the association and the military, the city returned to normal with incredible speed. Repairs and aid to the victims were carried out in an orderly manner. The disaster accelerated the restoration of order, and life began to return to normal. Sometime later, in Shenzhou, at the association headquarters, the association workers were chatting about Burial Sealer. Among the new batch of pioneers introduced, it was he who attracted the most attention. The young man said he possessed a high-grade sun element, which is the opposite of the darkness attribute, a true chosen one of heaven. He clicked his tongue in displeasure, and his colleague said, that's not all. According to data downloaded from Taizhou, he possessed more than one such element. The Heavenly Fire Strike, which had become popular on one website, is a high-grade fire element, and the Lightning element, thanks to which he became famous in the war zone as a tyrant, is also him. His friend was very surprised, and he smiled. He wanted to say something else, but Gu Yuzhou approached them and asked if they were discussing Burial Sealer. She asked them to show her the files. They immediately walked away from the computer, and she said that more and more pioneers are beginning to make a name for themselves. With such fame, Many who have not seen his abilities with their own eyes must be convinced of his strength. Even she would like to personally witness his mastery. Perhaps they will meet very soon. Meanwhile, in Kangzhou, Qingli was sitting in one of the libraries, working on her laptop, and a guy kept staring at her. Finally, he plucked up the courage and approached her to ask for her phone number, but she immediately turned him down, even scolding him, saying that he was bothering her. He sighed sadly as he left, and she mentally called him a boring idiot. People like him were completely unaware of the changes in the world. She had been in Kangzhou for a few days and didn't expect so much to happen. After finishing her exams, she had gained spiritual energy, becoming a first-star Ghost Axe pioneer. People capable of becoming pioneers are extremely rare, but she was one of the chosen ones. Perhaps that was why she managed to avoid that disaster in Taizhou. Ordinary people, how could they fight anomalies? Especially those vile little humans, what could they even do? She recalled her meeting with Fan Yi and thought with a smirk. Judging by his calm demeanor, he had probably been sucked dry by those bats long ago. How wrong she had been to think that this genius was anything like that worthless guy. She glanced at Burial Sealer's photo and thought he was 10,000 times his equal. Only such a strong and handsome pioneer was worthy of her. Meanwhile, MC and his cousin went to buy some real estate, deciding to take a little rest. Lin Yi asked doubtfully if they could skip training today. He smiled and replied that a day off was rare. A good work-life balance was essential. The association's proposal made sense. In addition to training, they needed to devote time to improving their living conditions. Lin Yi recalled how Captain Su had advised them to change their housing and even offered to help them with it. She was very happy and said that she never expected Captain Su to have such connections. She had never even dreamed of such luxurious conditions. Captain Su actually said that she would simply give them 2 apartments, meaning hers too? Fan Yi asked in response. What's so special about that? The era of spiritual energy rebirth is coming. Those people understand the value of a sufficiently strong pioneer, and no house can compare to that. She said yes, but her head was still spinning. She thought it would be enough to simply earn a little money and resources for practices to make ends meet. A stench reached her nose. She asked her cousin if he could smell it. He confirmed it, as if a sewer had burst. Something was wrong. He had lived in Taizhou for a long time and had never felt anything like this. She assumed that the workers had just accidentally touched the pipes, but MC immediately realized that someone was following them. They immediately turned around, followed by 3 men, and the leader of them asked, "So he's the burial sealer?" He realized it when he entered the range of his potion. He's just a pathetic PR product, a handsome guy with no real strength. Taizhou is a real dump, promoting some brat to captain. They'll have to teach him a lesson, so make him quickly hand over everything they gave him as a reward. Lin Yi attacked one of them. He dodged her blow and swung his weapon, which she blocked with her shield. She called out to her cousin and warned him. They are all soul creation rank. Fan Yi at this time encountered their leader. He stopped his weapon with his bare hand, surprising him, and then gathered flame into a fist and asked what kind of trash dared to rob him in broad daylight. He punched him in the face, even knocking him back. His brother exclaimed in shock that this couldn't be true. He was clearly under the effects of his all-pervading potion, saturated with spiritual energy. He should have been completely numb and paralyzed by now. But MC wasn't at all threatened by this thing. A universal, all-pervading potion, crafted by a pioneer with a wood element with the ability to paralyze. It's based on sweat-rich and spiritual energy, collected during pioneer practices. This is purified, extracted, and mixed with a special powder from the black market. Experiments show that the potion can penetrate an opponent's spiritual energy shield. Although the paralyzing effect is short-lived and weak, in a duel, victory is determined by small details. Drawback: for some reason, it has an unforgettable, terrible smell. His brother recovered from that blow and stood up, exclaiming that they were simply slacking off. With a soul creation rank, there's nothing to fear from him. He won't escape this time. Fan Yi learned what the potion was made of and noted that such dirty and sneaky tricks suited their flawed style perfectly. A simple spiritual energy shield wouldn't have worked against them, but it was a shame such tricks weren't effective against him. Meanwhile, a guy jumped on Lin Yi, so she simply kicked him in the groin and returned to Fan Yi. He said he really didn't want to cause a commotion, but having his daily life interfered with like this was so tiring. He removed his glasses and ordered Lin Yi to step back, after which his body erupted in flames. The heat quickly spread throughout the area, and the men screamed in pain. They believed he was truly a burial sealer and asked him to stop. Luckily, Qingying arrived just in time. She asked Fan Yi to stop before they died, and when the flames died down, she sighed in relief and said that these guys were priority targets under the association's surveillance. She'll take them away. The association has begun registering all the pioneers to improve control, especially people like them. He said with displeasure that he doesn't like being disturbed. If they dare bother him again, it won't end that easily. Qingying remarked that the 3 of them were lucky to be alive, then called the medics and told them one last thing. If this had happened 2 days ago, the association wouldn't even have interfered in the fight between the pioneers. They deserved to die. Burial Sealer spared them only out of respect for the association. But that's far from all. They know perfectly well what punishment awaits them next. They were loaded into an ambulance, and she thought they were a bunch of idiots. They dared to challenge the number 1, officially supported by the association. Lin Yi wanted to know what punishment awaited them, and she told her, "These guys have criminal records, and even though they've reached the soul creation rank, they face life imprisonment. They'll never see freedom again and won't have any rights. They'll spend the rest of their lives in prison, using their value as pioneers for the benefit of society." MC remarked that this method was quite good, and Qingjing looked at him with a thought. The man in front of them is gold for the association, the future of Xia country. But even if they promote Burial Sealer, there are still plenty of clueless, weak, and narcissistic idiots who are pushing ahead. Maybe their PR campaign is too modest. Regardless, the association should lure more powerful pioneers like him to its side and invest resources in their growth. Under no circumstances should those idiots be allowed to ruin the good relationship they worked so hard to build with Fang Yi. Let the punishment of those idiots serve as an example for the others. She smiled and suggested that they go choose a new car and villa. The association chose 2 properties for him. One is a top-floor penthouse in the city center with a beautiful view, fully furnished, and, most importantly, convenient for everyday life. And this is a 3-story villa. It's located in the mountains by the water and is ideal for internships. Both properties are fully furnished and have been designer designed. There is no need for additional expenses. They are ready to move in immediately. Lin Yi glanced at the model house and remarked that both locations were indeed beautiful, and the MC declared, "They will take both houses." Lin Yi was very surprised. She hadn't even suspected that this was possible. And Fang Yi checked with Qing Ying if this was really possible. He believed her sincerity. She smiled nervously and said no problem. She would report to her superiors. They didn't need to worry. Everything was approved and would be processed quickly. After that, they went to look at the car. She took them to a dealership with which the association has a partnership. While they were busy choosing, passers-by outside watched them. One of them told his friends to look at the girl. She had such fair skin and a pleasant aura. His friend added that the guy was also unusual. Although he was wearing simple clothes, he gave the impression of a strong person. He noticed him right away. He even wondered who he was. His friend assumed that he came to buy a car for his girlfriend. And because of this conversation, the girl, Qingli's friend, also became curious. And when she looked at the guy, at first she couldn't even believe her eyes. She adjusted her glasses and thought, isn't this Qingli's ex-boyfriend? The one with connections in the army and whom the director personally greeted? They went shopping and just like that, they bumped into her roommate's ex-boyfriend, and he's buying a car for another girl? She took a photo of it and sent it to Qingli, writing that she would never guess who she just saw. Her ex-boyfriend buys a car at that exclusive dealership only for VIPs, and everything there costs millions, and he buys it for a very beautiful girl who looks like an aristocrat. Seeing the messages, Qingli clucked her tongue in irritation and wrote back, "So what?" She wondered where he got so much money from. It seems the disaster in Taizhou didn't kill him. On the contrary, he was incredibly lucky. He now lives off his rich girlfriend. It's a pity, but the gap between them is still not so easy to overcome. This was how it was in the past, this is how it is now, and this will be how it will be in the future. When she reaches the top among the pioneers, these mundane trifles will cease to matter. Time passed. MC and his cousin went to see the new villa in person. Lin Yi happily ran into the house, looked around with delight, and he told her to wipe her drool. They also had a penthouse downtown. They could move back and forth. She went to see what was up there, and he thought she was finally acting her age instead of trying to seem more mature. And yet, they had never even met in their previous life. But she was probably a reliable pioneer. He would never allow her to be burdened with responsibility and die. Galan called him, which surprised him slightly. It turned out she wanted to congratulate him on his promotion to captain, and said she heard the association had given him 2 properties. That was typical of them. He smiled and told her that it was quite good, so let them continue. Galan told him not to stand up for them. She knew that a powerful pioneer like him disdained worldly wealth, but regarding improving his living conditions, she thinks there really isn't a better reward. The first batch of spiritual fruits that have appeared since the spiritual energy resurgence began will be harvested soon. She'll send him some to try. She thought that the gap between ordinary people and pioneers also shows the difference in their worldviews. But the difference between a top-class pioneer like Fan Yi and an ordinary pioneer is even greater. Even the strategic resources of the Star War Zone might not be of much use to him. She glanced at the top secret folder and said, she has some task, and she needs him for it. Is he interested in this? Now he understood the real reason she called him, and of course he was interested. She asked if he knew the Tianbao Tower in Kangzhou. He replied that it was the largest shopping mall in Kangzhou. It was recently sealed off, and the people of Kangzhou were constantly complaining about it. She confirmed this, but also because of the anomaly, many people died there, and now the shopping center has become a real haunted house. Tianbao Tower, the symbol of Kangzhou City and a bustling multifunctional facility, has become the city's face. However, due to frequent abnormal occurrences, various incidents have recently begun to occur here. The Kangzhou Association had no choice but to seal the buildings. The protagonist raised his hand and after greeting them, announced that he had arrived on a mission from the Star Wars zone. Galan told him not to reveal his identity or level for now, and he didn't know why, but let's keep it that way for now. He couldn't determine their exact ranks, and it seemed everyone was hiding their strength. Judging by their clothing, the two must be from the military. The man greeted him and said, "It's him. It's a pleasure to meet you." The other man also replied, "Hello," and Fang Yi thought that these two felt similar to Su Qingying, likely also from the association. Officer Galan had already informed them. They were from the Kangzhou Association, and they would be working with them this time. They got into the car, and a heavy downpour began. The guys discussed how they were becoming a temporary team for this mission, although he wouldn't even know how strong they were. The other guys were sitting in the back, and the girl in front said that they should definitely agree on at least one thing. Once they got inside, they would help each other, right? Fang Yi thought that it seemed like this time the participants were recruited from all over the place. Kangzhou was a famous metropolis, but the association members seemed to have varying abilities. At that moment, the guy noticed the main character's bored look and asked his friend, "Didn't Galan say she sent them a great master?" The girl replied that she wasn't sure either, since he looked like an ordinary student, but he wasn't wearing an official bracelet, and his aura was hidden, making his strength impossible to determine. At that moment, the girl was dumbfounded and asked if this was really the mortician who single-handedly suppressed the catastrophe and saved Taizhou from destruction. But could the mortician really be that young? Possessing 3 rare supreme elements and destroying infinitely reproducing anomalies in the first stage of the mission, sealing the Anomaly King, and even subsequently breaking through. This is truly interesting. Sometime later, Galan was sitting in an office in the Star Wars Zone military district. She answered the phone and reported that this was the Star Wars Zone, and people started shouting that the Tambao Tower had completely collapsed and they had lost contact with everyone who had entered. The anomaly concentration over the mission had reached 12,000. Confirmed casualties were 53. Please let her take this seriously. Galan closed her eyes and realized the situation was getting more complicated again. She told everyone not to worry, because she wouldn't take this lightly. The people she had dispatched wouldn't let her down this time, she guaranteed it. But at that moment, they started shouting, "Hill." Galan replied that since they had already entrusted the mission to them, they shouldn't ask any more questions. Such were the rules of the Star Wars Zone. After some time, bright lightning sparks appeared in Tianbao Tower, and a rain of blood began. The guys got out of the car, and the protagonist silently looked away, thinking that the situation was serious. Whatever was inside was no weaker than what they had encountered before. The guys noticed something and asked each other to look at it. They were dark stains that looked very similar to traces of blood. As far as one of them knew, Tianbao Tower is quite narrow inside. The building has 40 floors, making it the tallest in the city. More than 2,000 employees and visitors had previously been evacuated. But before the complete sealing, some people refused to cooperate, so they are still trapped inside. Kangzhou had previously sent rescue teams, but no one ever returned. So the exact number of casualties is just an assumption, and in reality, no one knows what is happening inside. Fang Yi asked if anyone else could be contacted there. His teammate replied that most likely not. No one had transmitted any messages since the anomalies began. On the second day after the sealing, he was helping outside. That day, the building looked as if it had been abandoned for decades, though it was originally new. There weren't even any silhouettes in the windows, just fog. They tried to use one of the buildings as an entrance, and then body fragments gnawed by anomalies began to fall out. After that, the anomalies slowed down more and more each day. And less than a week passed, and then this happened. Fang Yi said they had no contact with those inside, so the casualty count was based on the bodies and fragments that fell out. The Kangzhou Association was too irresponsible. They started shouting that they had no other choice, and Fang Yi frowned and thought at the association and coldly approached the information courtyard. There was probably no better option, and the real losses were undoubtedly much higher. For ordinary people, anomalies are insurmountable, and in a confined space, helpless sheep are unlikely to escape the beast's claws. They can't delay any longer. They must enter now. Some anomalies evolve, devouring living people, and the greater the loss, the worse it will be inside. His partners stopped him, grabbing his shoulder and shouting at him to wait. Even if the military had told him to obey their orders, he should at least communicate his plan. Fang Yi was silent for a moment, then turned and asked, "What's the plan now?" They would act blindly. They would first enter and assess the situation. The girl added that, besides, he wasn't even officially registered. They all had experience dealing with anomalies, and as commanders, he should at least be aware of their capabilities. He said that without formal training, he lacked experience. At that moment, one of the girls shouted at them to shut up. Time was short, and they should stop chatting. He'd taken this mission because Officer Ga Lan had personally recommended him. They'd surely heard of her skills, right? Fan Yi replied that internal conflicts were the last thing they needed before the mission. If they didn't want to enter, they should stay outside. The guys yelled at him to stop and immediately followed him. When they entered, they saw a car and a lot of blood on the walls and railings. Sissel asked why it was so quiet. Suddenly, they heard a loud scream above their heads, and when Greg looked up, his face expressed surprise and asked, "What?" A monster appeared right in front of his face, roaring loudly and baring its fangs. It was startled and screamed in fear, causing Fang Yi to immediately turn around and, using his fire abilities, destroy the monster with one swing. He cut it into several small pieces, causing the monster to glow with bright calves and begin to dissolve. Greg was surprised. He managed to do it so quickly. Was it really over? Song Yue asked. Where did he suddenly get that blade from? When the protagonist bent down, he grabbed the monster first and asked, "Is it a bird-gecko hybrid?" All the guys watched in shock, and he announced that with such a level of mutation, many should already have it. Song Yu exclaimed in fear, "This is a level A+ anomaly." At that moment, the creature's body began to dissolve and turn to dust. Greg turned to Song Yue and said that level A+ was equivalent to the second soul creation star, but he had just broken through to the first. Song Yue replied, "Yes," meaning he could kill him with one blow. Blade, could he really be a mortician? And that's a heavenly fire blade, right? Merge replied that he seriously didn't expect her to be a mortician. After all, in his mind, he was a man who never parted with a sword. Fan Yi replied that after one of his breakthroughs, he fused his blade with spiritual energy, turning it into a spiritual weapon that he could summon and shape at will. He was sure he wasn't the only one capable of this. They should move in formation. There was no time to waste. The guys answered okay and followed him, saying it was good that he was on their side. A moment later, Fan Yi created fire in his hand to illuminate the room and their path. The guys began to climb the stairs, and Fan Yi thought that at this rate, losses would easily exceed 500 people. They entered the warehouse and wondered if it was empty too. Song Yue commented that there was blood everywhere but no bodies. Yes, anomalies feed on human cavities, but they would leave absolutely nothing behind. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind them, and all the guys were stunned. Song Yue sensed it first and turned around, screaming from behind. At that moment, Fang Yi destroyed the monster again with a single swing, and the creature began to roar loudly and fell to the ground, immobilized. The guys realized it was another anomaly, and Fang Yi asked if any of them had sensed something was wrong. Greg asked again, "What does that mean?" He replied that although these two anomalies were elite level, the small number of rescue teams shouldn't be completely wiped out. This place probably wasn't the real Tianbao building. When the guys realized this, they were terrified and didn't understand what it meant. Sissel asked again, "What did he mean?" Fang Yi replied that there was blood everywhere along the way, but the stench and heaviness came only from the darkness and the anomalies, not from actual corpses. Right now, they were like blind flies and needed to check something to confirm their guess. Song Yue couldn't utter a word, and he thought the only question was whether he should reveal the boundless dark world to them. Song Yue said he was right. It looked tragic, but it wasn't lifeless from mass death. It was a void of nothingness, as if there had never been living beings here. It was like a simple, empty model. She confirmed that this was true. If he was right, then this place had been transformed into an empty shell by the anomaly. Where they are must be somewhere around here. He lowered his hand and summoned the boundless dark world, causing a magic ball to appear right in front of him. The guys exclaimed in fear. Is this the element of darkness? The system reported that an analog of the element of darkness and the inner world of darkness had been detected. Should I activate this information? Fan Yi replied, yes. The inner world of darkness is a space created by the elements of darkness, a nest of darkness capable of consuming the original space. It's similar to the zone of extreme darkness and the boundless dark world. To enter the true inner world of darkness, you need to find its gate. Fan Yi confidently replied that everything was clear. To enter the real building, you need a gate. The same applies to those trying to escape. They are under the influence of darkness, their minds and emotions distorted by hallucinations, so they mistook the windows for an exit. This explains why everyone who supposedly escaped through the window ended up dead. Song Yu exclaimed in fear. So they were killed in the inner darkness world long ago? So they needed to find the gate he'd mentioned? The system signaled attention. The inner darkness world had been attracted by the tax, and the inner darkness world had manifested. Fang Yi exclaimed that it was here, and at that moment, a bright magical arrow was aimed at him. The guys screamed in fear that they were being attacked by dark elements. Why wasn't the spiritual shield working? Sissel screamed that she had the same, and Greg confirmed that he had a terrible headache. Something was trying to get into his mind. Fang Yi used his magical powers to create a special barrier, and the guys revived and appeared to be fine. They wondered if that was a direct attack by the dark element. Wait, it had no effect on him at all? Can't they see? He saved them, after all. Well, he almost crushed them, even before it touched them. Without him, they wouldn't have lasted long. At that moment, Fan Yi reported what he'd found and immediately threw his fire substance at the monster, shouting that he'd break it. Sparks of fire appeared in his hand and he shouted that he'd do it right there. Fan Yi waved his hand, and at that moment, a bright purple spark appeared in front of them. Song Yue didn't know what to say. so Fan Yi silently looked down. A moment later, a real gate appeared in front of them. Fan Yi held a fire sword in his hand and told the others to go forward, but they should stay close. They all entered together, and suddenly Sissel said she could already smell it. Fan Yi looked into the distance and realized the smell of corpses and blood. It turned out there were many dead people there. Right then, another monster appeared above them, causing everyone to freeze in horror and realize there were a lot of them. The monsters screamed that it was their prey and opened their sharp-fanged mouths. Merge exclaimed, "Is this another level A+ darkness element anomaly? This is simply incredible." Fan Yi created a fiery flame in his hand and struck the approaching monster, causing it to breathe flames. He managed to block the attack and swung his paws. Fan Yi landed and struck the monster with a fire arrow. They struggled for a long time, but Fan Yi tried to fully unleash his inner flames. When he cast this spell, everything around him glowed with fire. The guys were amazed at how powerful he was. The anomalies instantly melted. He didn't need their help at all. Song Yue said she sensed in his fire a trace of another flame, erupting like magma. Fan Yi said that they were innocent, but this had caused them pain. Let these creatures share their final journey with them. He cast this fire on the corpses of the people and chanted this spell. He felt sorry for having to bury them with these monsters. It was unfair to them. A moment later, they dissolved into flames, and Merg declared that he had cremated worthy morticians with a single blow. His reputation was truly well-deserved. He turned and said that since they were no longer here, it was worth doing something. They should search for survivors and rescue them, while the remaining anomalies would be on him. The first floor had been cleared, and he would move upward from here. The real Tianbao Inner Darkness building had been completely overrun by anomalies. This was the 10th floor. After the massacre and devouring, the anomalies level had increased, and most were now at least at the first star level of soul creation. Aside from the altered environment, their strength and maturation abilities weren't all that strong. They were already on the 15th floor, and Fan Yi was climbing higher and higher, even in his hands, declaring that it was cold here, and the element of darkness penetrated even his spiritual shield. When they entered, they saw something being used on the corpse, and Greg said that it was a caustic substance, so they should be careful and not inhale it deeply. At that moment, a drop of blood fell on the ground right in front of him, and he realized that a monster was right above them. It was a monster with several huge eyes and a terrible maw, and Fan Yi said that this was finally something interesting. The monster rushed to attack them, and at that moment, Fan Yi grabbed his sword and attacked the monster with his magical powers, causing the monster to fall to the ground of crushers. Fan Yi raised his sword and asked, "Is this trying to buy time for evolution? This will not work." He threw his magic arrow aside, and the monster screamed loudly in pain and horror. Fan Yi said that he had overestimated this. He thought it would be at least the level of the 3rd star of soul creation, but it didn't even notice him. The guys were surprised when they heard this, and suddenly Greg turned around and asked, "What's going on here?" Fan Yi asked again, "Are there any survivors here?" The guy came out to them and asked in a trembling voice, "Are they the pioneers?" There were only 5 of them left. He pointed to the other frightened guys sitting in the basement, and it was a secret room that looked like the vault of some major brand. Everyone was frozen with fear, and Fan Yi said everything was fine and they had come to save them. Merg added that they were from the Kanzu Association. All the monsters outside had already been destroyed, and now they were safe and could leave. The guy spoke fearfully. Instantly, he repeated the phrase, and Merg couldn't understand what they were talking about. They were shouting instant kills, these terrible monsters. They killed them all with one blow. Outside the Tianbao building, there were guys saying that this time, they really did have hope. They were the Kanju City Support and Observation Group. They confirmed that the flame light of the burying creature was visible on every floor, and they couldn't contact them. But they were finally detecting weak spiritual waves. The latest data showed he was on the 40th floor. His friend asked again, "What, the 40th floor already?" But how much time had passed? It turned out to be 9 minutes and 56 seconds. The burying creature had reached the top floor in less than 10 minutes. This news would shock the entire pioneer community of Kanju City. No, this wasn't the end. A pollution outbreak from level S anomalies had been detected upstairs. Fan Yi was surprised. Was that the Anomaly King? The system reported that it was the Bone Bird Anomaly King. He found himself alone with this monster. At that moment, he immediately threw his arrows and rushed to attack, musing that even though this Anomaly King was a bone bird, those insects that seemed paralyzed on this body were actually part of it. He shouldn't relax. And at that moment, he struck the king with his sword and was stunned. He saw his sword begin to weaken and crack, and at that moment, the king began to manifest numerous beetles. The onlookers began to shout, "King of the Anomaly, can't even he handle it?" No, they had to act too. What's the point of interfering? Who could win? Fan Yi chuckled and said, "You arrogant creature, it's time to end it." He cast Divine Thunder and struck the monster with a bright arrow, causing everything around him to glow with bright blue sparks, and the monster to roar in pain. Fan Yi shouted, "Stop screaming already," and a bright pillar of light pierced the creature once more. Fan Yi asked, "Can't it fight back? If it's so easily destroyed, it doesn't deserve to be called the Anomaly King." Does it know that even if the entire Tianbao Tower were turned into a storehouse, this creature's strength would still be no match for a bat? He asks. Please let this creature taste the torment of helplessly awaiting death. Sissel retracted her words. This was pure infanticide. Merge confirmed that it looked terrifying, that he was just toying with this creature. But it's the Anomaly King. How did this burying beast even end up in Tianbao? If it were one of their own, it would be amazing. Each of its strikes is calculated to the last detail. From left to right, from outside to inside, perfect symmetry without the slightest deviation. From the very beginning, it hasn't struck the bird's skull once. It can't even resist, and their strength is simply incomparable. They are already stronger than the Anomaly King. The monster began to roar loudly, and Fang Yi asked, is it still trying to heal? Maybe the monster thinks he's joking? At that moment, he created a bright flash of light, and the monster roared loudly at him. A moment later, a loud bang and a massive explosion erupted in the building, shattering numerous windows and floors. Thunderous lightning struck the sky, and after a while, a yellow sunset appeared. People thought it was all over and the Anomaly King's energy was fading. This is simply unbelievable. What kind of pioneer is he? This is a completely different level than theirs. So this is the gulf between them and the top geniuses. He finally understands why there is always someone stronger, like a sky above another sky. He heard that the level-specific anomaly in Tianbao was named after the King of Sacrifices. The embryo of the disaster was sealed, and all details were classified in the Tianbao archives with a top-secret marking. Most likely, it cannot be repeated by anyone else. Fang Yi said the bone bird was dead, and the dark inner reality had dispersed. They could contact the outside world and report the situation now. Song Yue exclaimed, come in, this is the current situation report. Tianbao Tower has been resolved and all anomalies have been eliminated. That's right, thanks to the mortician, they successfully completed the mission. They hope the Kanzhou Association can cooperate and express their gratitude to Tianbao and the mortician. Fang Yi approached the window, and Song Yue began shouting, Captain Kanzhou, the one who was only elected today? What's he doing here? The mission is complete, and he's only just showing up now? They replied that they heard the mortician from Tianbao had arrived, and they tried to warn him not to cause trouble. But such powerful mountain pioneers never listen. Song Yue exclaimed in anger, what's wrong with them? This mission was entrusted to the military, and the Star War Zone personally invited Captain Tianbao. They must be responsible for him. They need to evacuate him from here immediately. The Kanzhou Association and their captain's intentions are unclear, a challenge to the military's authority. A mortician is the most important person jointly assigned to military zones and the Tianbao Association. Anyone who dares to defy him will be punished. Fang Yi didn't care about this conversation and calmly walked outside. Looking ahead, he was surprised. This is quite fast. Are they already here? An arrow was aimed at him, and it turned out to be the Kanzhou captain, Feng Yang. He shouted, is he the mortician? And Tianbao? Fang Yi asked again, what if it's him? He wondered, a pioneer with the wind element? This was his first encounter with such a thing. Fang Yi was noticeably concealing some of his spiritual power, at least at the soul creation rank. He swung his powers and wanted to hit Fang Yi, but a moment later, he jumped aside. Feng Yang realized this mortician was nothing more than a brat, and that was great. He was using him to assert his family's prestige. First, he was grateful for sorting out the problem at Tianbao Tower for Kanzhou, but why would the captain come all the way here? Wasn't he overstepping his bounds? Young man, he needs to respect chain of command and rules. Feng Yi replied that when he arrived in Kanzhou, there was no captain. He had come at the military's request to resolve this anomaly. So what did the newly minted captain want from him? Feng Ying told him not to be nervous, as young people were always so impatient. His family was grateful to him, and he bore no ill will and respected his talents, but he simply wanted to take his blade. Otherwise, he wouldn't leave Kanzhou. He used his magical powers and, with a sinister grin, looked at the protagonist, who seemed confident in his abilities, and asked mockingly, is this true? Feng Yang showed his fangs and smiled, after which Feng Yi struck him with an arrow, and Feng Yang was dumbfounded. Feng Yi told him that in that case, he would take him. He shouted, rise, and at that moment, a serious battle broke out between them. Feng Yang grinned and replied, okay, he's getting interested. He jumped to the side to avoid the blow, and at that moment, Song Yue shouted that the connection had been lost again just as they started fighting, but they needed to notify the military circle and that they should also contact their superiors. They must get the survivors to safety immediately. He said they had 10 minutes if they didn't want to lose their captain. Merge asked again, what do you mean? Song Yue shut him up and said she understood. Sissel exclaimed that this Feng Ying had only just been appointed and he was already causing problems. They should return quickly and call for reinforcements. Merge believed they should teach this mortician a lesson by settling their city of Kanzhou within the country. Sissel asked, do they really think that's possible? Fang Yi replied that everything now depended on his fate and struck Feng Ying with his magical powers. He chuckled and asked, is he really bragging about his strength? If he wanted to kill him, then let him use all his strength. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly found himself behind his enemy, who was surprised when he realized the gravity of the situation and turned around in fear. A powerful explosion erupted at the site of their battle. Feng Yang jumped back and realized, My god, what was that feeling just now? Such pure solar energy, such explosive power. Strangely, his body literally physically felt fear. Fan Yi found himself engulfed in flames and asked him, does he want to use all his strength? Then he wouldn't last even 10 minutes. He smiled, and Fan Yang exclaimed, so this really is that blade. It's a new weapon, secretly developed by the association. Fan Yi remained silent, and Fan Yang continued shouting that it contained terrifying elemental power, capable of slicing through mountains and seas with a single strike. They had truly completed it and given him the only copy. But that was good, meaning he hadn't rushed here in vain. This spiritual weapon was bound to be his. His measly second-star soul creation level had better hand over the blade. Otherwise, he'd have to kill him and take it. He shouted that it wasn't enough, and it still wasn't enough. Did he mean to use all his strength? Meanwhile, people gathered at the Tianbao Association and began shouting. Captain Kanzo collided with their captain? Su Qingying asked. Wasn't the Burial Master invited by the Star Wars Zone to help resolve the anomaly in Kanzo? Boss, what exactly are they planning in Kanzo? The boss replied that it was serious. Not only were 2 prefectural-level associations involved, but the Star Wars Zone might also get involved. His subordinate tried to whisper something, but the leader asked, what did he say? So they contacted Kanzo. What did they say? If they stopped them within 10 minutes, everything could be fixed. The guy replied that they had contacted him, but they said that their air captain was the pride of Kanjo, so he couldn't lose. At that moment, everyone around was dumbfounded with horror and anger, and the leader began shouting, what? They just don't take them seriously. They're idiots. Just a bunch of idiots. He slammed his fist on the table and continued shouting that they were short-sighted fools from Kanjo. Do they really think that an anomaly of this level can be sealed so easily? Su Qingying replied that perhaps they weren't fools but simply overconfident. What was his level? The subordinate replied that they said he had only just crossed the threshold of the 3rd soul creation star, that he was from a large Kanjo family, so he received all the resources for cultivation. They exclaimed, he crossed the threshold of the 3rd star? The leader shouted, so what? The enchanter possesses several high-level elements, and his true strength far exceeds his level. The Kanjo Association hadn't undergone the king's sacrifice, and they don't understand the meaning of the funeral procession. This Kanzu captain would simply lose. At that moment, he swung his sword and exclaimed that he might even die. Meanwhile, the protagonist beat Feng Yang, causing blood to flow from his mouth and the beads to break. A fierce battle ensued between them, and Feng Jiang couldn't understand what was happening and why this fiery blade wasn't cutting. His spiritual power was vanishing instantly, like mud sinking into the sea. Could there really be a technique in this world that could completely neutralize an opponent's blade art? At that moment, Feng Yi announced they were already there, and Feng Yang was stunned. He saw the association building, causing him to scream, claiming he hadn't even noticed they'd gotten there during the battle. Feng Yi explained that out of respect for Tianbao and the war zone, he wanted to give him one last chance. Feng Yang cried out in fear, and at that moment, Feng Yi kicked him, sending him flying right in front of the association. Feng Yi explained that if someone insisted on hiding like a turtle, he would have to clarify the situation. Feng Yang was horrified by such a surge of energy, and the people watching the battle from the ground asked what was going on and what had happened. Was something burning? Was it their imagination? Or was it getting even hotter, the temperature rising among them? They saw someone casting a spell. These flames, it seemed, hadn't been seen on the news in the neighboring city. They knew everything they were saying online was true, that spiritual revival was real. Feng Yi said there were 10 minutes left. Didn't he ask him to use all his strength? Feng Yang, exhausted, didn't respond, and Feng Yi screamed, "What's wrong with him when he's only using 30% of his strength?" Feng Yang was dumbfounded when he heard this. So that's not all? This couldn't be true. He was at the 2nd soul creation star level. At that moment, the protagonist directed the remaining energy at him, and Feng Yan was horrified by the shock and lost consciousness. Sometime later, in the observation and communication room of the association's apartment in Shenzhou, the association had gathered to discuss new tasks and decided to discuss a colossal surge of energy detected within Xia country. The location was the Kanzhou Association building. Attention, the energy level continues to rise. One of them adjusted his glasses and said that it wasn't the element of darkness. Dark energy doesn't have that frequency. Another guy started shouting, "What's going on in Kanzhou?" They hadn't received any reports from them about the anomaly intrusion. If this wasn't a battle with an anomaly, then it might be something else. Suddenly, one of their subordinates began shouting that they had received all the intelligence. The newly appointed Captain Kanzo and the Divine Blade coveted Captain Tianbao the burial's weapon, but he refused, so the Divine Blade was trying to kill him. They cried out in fear. What? Kanzo was simply seeking death. They needed to warn them immediately and order them to stop. Otherwise, they would remove all the senior officers from the association. They needed to send someone urgently because this was a major incident for the entire association. At that moment, Yuzhou entered the room and announced that they thought she should go there herself. She was a pioneer from the association headquarters. Her call sign was Sea Mystic. At that moment, a little girl from the city, looking at the sky, screamed for her mother to look at that shooting star. The star struck the skyscraper directly, causing it to break in two. Her mother screamed in fear, hugging her child. "Oh God, please don't let her watch this. They need to get out of here quickly." Their father was packing his bags and said that Kanzu couldn't stay immediately either. They should go to another city, Shenzhou, where it should be safer. The girl asked if the world was really undergoing such great changes, as they were saying online. Her daughter exclaimed that she was terrified when she saw the skyscraper explode in the building next door. Her mother asked her not to be afraid, because everything would be fine. The father shouted that they needed to get out of here quickly. A moment ago, the protagonist was heading into his flames toward his opponent, and Feng Yang was shouting at him to stop. Otherwise, his family would definitely not leave him alone, and the Kanjo branch of the association wouldn't spare him either. How could the barrier be so brazen? Why did he dare attack the Kanzo association? He just bullies the weak. They must support the Divine Blade captain, as he seems to be failing. The burial captain must immediately cease aggressive actions near the Kanzo association. Attacking their captain is a challenge to their entire association. When numerous people gathered in the skyscraper, they continued to shout that they would not tolerate this behavior and that he must be prepared for the consequences. Fang Yi asked again, "Is this the best the Kanzo association can do?" They don't take the captain who came to their aid from Tianbao seriously, simply because he's from another city. Perhaps they think their captain is even stronger, which is why they don't want to interfere here. He raised his hand to create another wave of fire and swung it, saying that he feared they were mistaken. At this level, he still wanted to take his blade. Feng Ying was in the air, unable to respond due to fatigue, and Fang Yi threw his arrow in his direction and shouted at him, "Then try it and see if he can take it." He laughed and shouted that he was glad he finally understood everything. Feng Yang grabbed it with his hand and shouted that the Kanjo Association truly couldn't do anything with such a powerful spiritual weapon, the first to be developed in Tianbao. It was worthy only of him. He was so arrogant that he expected everything to come his way. And Feng Yi thought he would hardly ever be able to understand such pioneers, who, having received extraordinary power, wanted to pay everyone a reward and kill. In a sense, they were no different from anomalies, and if more of them appeared, it would be one of the causes of humanity's destruction. The Kanzo Association indulged such people and did nothing, so he would put an end to it. At that moment, he created a huge fireball directly above the skyscraper and said that, "By the way, he forgot to tell you that this sword wasn't a spiritual weapon created by some association. It was his creation, his personal weapon that recognized only one master." Feng Yang screamed for help as he couldn't cope with anything, as did his subordinates who saw a bright flame outside the windows. They cried out, "Is the Divine Blade really dead?" Hadn't they been told that the maximum level for a barrier was a second-star soul creation? When the building caught fire, people realized Feng Yang must have been a whole rank higher than them. The head of the Kanjo Association, Zhang, was dumbfounded and unsure how to react. He reflected that the Divine Blade was the only one in Kanzo to have reached the 3rd star level and soul creation, an unusually gifted individual with access to resources. Within a month, he would have reached the rank of Diamond Body. This talent and his status as the heir to the Blade art place him among the top 5 captains in the country. But he was absolutely no match for this barrier. He had long since surpassed the captain level and possessed the power to destroy an entire city. At that moment, one of the men cried out, "What should they do? Is he really planning to bury the entire Kanjo Association?" Zhang's subordinates shouted at the protagonist to show mercy. They were to blame for everything. At that moment, a helicopter appeared over the ruined skyscraper. The pilot announced that pure and extremely powerful sun elemental energy had been detected ahead. The flames of the Kanzo Association's influence were killing and dying. Yujo asked again, was it weakening? She feared they were already too late and sensed his power was simply immeasurable. Was he really capable of destroying the 3rd largest city? She created a magical spark in her hands that began to spread to the fire, declaring that this was already the level of a national pioneer. She watched the skyscraper burn, declaring that even considering this was a manifestation of dissent, it was still meager. Meanwhile, people watching from the ground shouted to look at this. It was the headquarters helicopter sent specifically to help. Fan Yi heard this and realized that she was the first to undergo the element and was much stronger than Feng Yang. Among all the pioneers he'd met, she was clearly one of the best. Yujo looked him in the eye and told him that he possessed such powerful, even fierce, inner flame energy, both sun element and heavenly fire, that she hadn't even seen everything. He was truly capable of destroying a city. If he hadn't extinguished the flames himself, her reign might not have been able to extinguish the remaining flames. Suddenly, she realized that this was a sword-shaped spiritual weapon in his hands. Such power and degree of fusion, as far as she knew, spiritual weapon development at the Tianbao Association was nowhere near that level. Then there was only one way out. He had created this spiritual weapon himself. The man began shouting, "Must you be so merciless, Burial Master?" How was he going to report now that someone from headquarters had been sent? Fang Yi replied that he'd given them 10 minutes, but after receiving the news, they didn't come to give him an answer. It seemed they, too, had decided that Captain Kanzo must die. The man became enraged and screamed in anger, and Fang Yi shouted back that if they dared speak to him like that again, he would kill them too. The boys were dumbfounded with fear, and at that moment, Yuzhoi came down to him and said, "Captain Tianbao." He turned around silently, and Zhang realized, right? Public opinion must be taken into account. Even if the mortician was powerful, if the murder of one captain could be tolerated by others, and nothing could be done, wouldn't the other captains feel threatened? How then would he manage the local association branches? At that moment, Yuzhoi approached the protagonist, said she was pleased to meet him, and revealed her name. Zhang realized that the Kanjo Association was in ruins, and the mortician was still speaking insolently. It was time for headquarters to teach him a lesson too. Yuzhoi revealed that she was a sea mystic from the association headquarters, and that their association was to blame for this incident. She bowed and apologized, and headquarters would give him an answer. Fang Yi smirked and said nothing, and at that moment Zhang screamed in horror. What? A sea mystic apologizing to him? His words reflected headquarters' stance on the mortician. They can appease, calm, and reward, and there should be no more conflicts. And as for the Kanzo City Association, is it really over? The Kanzo Association captain asked, isn't this considered an internal dispute? And the headquarters representative promised to simply sort it out? He understood that their discontent was irrelevant. The Kanjo Association captain, with his divine blade, threatened the life of the burying beast. He looked down on the assistants of the Tianbao Association and the Star War Zone and responded with unnecessary gratitude. Why then didn't anyone think to end the conflict and thereby reduce losses in a timely manner? Smug idiots. Yuzhoi asked who was in charge of the Kanzo City Association. Zhang replied that it was him, and Yuzhoi had given him 3 days to calm the residents and come up with a suitable public reason to terminate services. Zhang responded well, they understood everything. Yuzhoi noted that in 3 days they would all be removed from their positions. Headquarters would soon send people to manage Kanzo. At that moment, Zhang was stunned with horror. Yuzhoi told him to remember that if they didn't do anything within this time, the consequences would be their own fault. Fang Yi wondered what headquarters meant by dismissing all the Kanzo Association employees. He hadn't expected them to show such determination, and was even surprised by it. This time, headquarters must clearly state their position for everyone to know. Anyone who dared to challenge the mortician again would end up like the Kanzo City Association and Fengyang. Yuzhoi told the mortician that she didn't know if this decision satisfied him, but he should rest assured. Such situations would not happen again. Anyone who challenged them would also challenge the association headquarters. Fang Yi replied that it didn't matter how they dealt with them. He was more interested in what they planned to do with these rumors. Yuzhoi asked again, asking if he was now able to hide the revival of spiritual energy from the people in Tianbao and Kanzhou. Various supernatural events are currently occurring all over the world, and disasters caused by anomalies are becoming more frequent. Many already suspect what's happening, but they're keeping it under wraps because the time is not yet right. If everything were revealed now, the global situation would change in the blink of an eye, and unrest would erupt from within, quickly destroying the semblance of order that still exists. If he hadn't been in Tianbao City at the time, perhaps the era of spiritual energy revival would have begun the day it was destroyed by the Anomaly King. Or if it weren't for the Elder from the Star Wars Zone, they would have begun earlier and would have caught ordinary people even more unprepared. The protagonist thought he understood everything now. Unrest among the minority is better than chaos for everyone. And he realized that if they wanted to maintain the semblance of equality and prosperity for everyone, they needed those who, after the spiritual energy revival, could rise above the millions of ordinary people to meet the threat head-on. It's no wonder many of the pioneers are eager to wreak even more havoc. The country's strict suppression of rumors simultaneously curbs conflicts initiated by the pioneers and limits the spread of anomalies, allowing ordinary people to smoothly transition into the era of spiritual energy revival. The protagonist exchanged glances with Yuzhoi and realized that without sufficient strength from the pioneers to cooperate, this would be impossible. He stated that it seemed this moment could no longer be postponed. With his current strength, he could eliminate the disaster and buy time for Tianbao City, but that was far from enough. She said he probably had business, and they would send his bus on a special plane. Let him delay it a little longer. That was her personal request, and she didn't know the name of the association headquarters. She understood that he was not only young and strong enough to destroy the city, but also possessed a character capable of great responsibility. Tianbao City was truly enviable, since such talent had been bestowed upon them. She was very interested, and at that moment, Fang Yi addressed her by the nickname Sea Mystic and asked her not to be shy and speak. She offered him her hand and said that on behalf of Yuzhou, not Sea Mystic, she wanted to be friends with him. Could they do that? Sometime later, in the Star War Zone, a subordinate approached Galan and told her that this was how things really were. He chuckled and Galan slammed her fist on the table and started screaming that this was just absurd. The entire Kanjo Association had proven so stupid and short-sighted. If this continued, the city's strategic importance would continually decline. The better option was to quickly take matters into her own hands and begin a brutal future revival with spiritual energy. Kanjo would lose ground and fall from the top ranks. The general's helplessness was ruining the army, and the subordinate said he thought the headquarters were still reliable, especially the sea mystic. Perhaps she even wanted to lure her away. She clutched her head and her subordinate asked, "So what? Maybe they should do something?" She replied, "Of course. The mortician's compensation should definitely be no less than that of headquarters. And also, the reward for helping Kanzo City should also be reduced and compensated to him." The subordinate replied that, frankly, he admired his strength and character, his decisiveness in action, and combination of various qualities. That's what makes him an important member of the city. He thought this reward would suit him just right. At that moment, Galan grabbed the document, the secret restricted area, and was dumbfounded. She said that if she hadn't known he sincerely admired her, she would have thought he was deliberately testing him. The subordinate realized and replied that crisis and opportunity coexisted, but only he was worthy of going there for training. Besides, one day, there was also a time of unity. In the future, things more terrible than the King of Sacrifice would appear, and each of them would destroy existing human beliefs. Let the burying spirit level up quickly to grow in the coming darkness and reach heights beyond their reach. She replied that he was right. Perhaps even their Forbidden Zone training would prove too easy for him. At that moment, a staff member burst in and started shouting, "Galan!" The elder had woken up and wanted to speak with her. They were both dumbfounded by this. A few hours later, in Tianbao City, the protagonist found himself at home and looked at his phone in surprise. The system reported that a transfer of 10 million yuan had been deposited into his account. Lin Yi entered his room and was overjoyed that he had finally returned. She saw on his form that he was in Kanzhou City, but before she could finish speaking, Fang Yi suddenly stood up, patted her head, and told her that nothing serious had happened and not to worry. Lin Yi replied that she wasn't worried, but on the Pioneer Forum, they were writing that he had destroyed the captain of Kanzhou City's Divine Blade. It's all written there very colorfully. And besides information about training, he should be on the forum. Didn't they agree that she would cultivate as quickly as possible? He flicked her, and Lin Yi screamed in pain, then sat down on the sofa and silently watched him go. Fang Yi replied, "Okay, he'll go train and try to break through." Lin Yi screamed, "Didn't he just break through? Is he already about to reach the 3rd star of soul creation?" He chuckled and replied that it wasn't a fact yet, and Lin Yi thought it was strange because it seemed like her cousin was preoccupied with something. When Fang Yi found himself in his room, he created a magical barrier of bright colors around himself. He understood that just a little more, and this was the purest element of darkness of the Bone Bird. He needed to combine it with the boundless dark world to maximize the energy. When this energy appeared around the magic ball, the system asked if he should introduce the element into the boundless dark world. He answered, yes. The fusion with the element of darkness was completed, and the boundless dark world was elevated. When an enemy enters the boundless dark world, the Bone Bird and other anomalies arrive to fight at their side, weakening the enemy by half. The protagonist pondered, should I fight? This meant that, as an overlord, he could give them orders and use them. He continued to destroy these monsters with his magical powers, and they spread ever more powerfully around him. Later, his silhouette appeared in fiery form directly above the house, and the system reported that it had detected he had met the requirements for a break. Does he want to break through to the 3rd soul creation star? At that moment, people passing by saw a golden glow in the sky and began shouting, "Let them see this. Is this a projection?" Another man shouted, yes, it was the immortal who had descended again, the same one who had saved them last time and destroyed all the bats. Fang Yi continued to drain the bright light from his soul and found himself in an unusual space surrounded by numerous monsters. He reflected that those absorbed by the anomaly were now like servants to their sovereign. The boundless dark world also strengthened his position. He gazed into the distance, pondering this, and the system reported that the boundless dark world had successfully improved, having acquired a new technique. This new technique, with anomalies, drew an enemy into the boundless dark world. He could summon anomalies burned by the boundless dark world to attack the enemy. He should note that the stronger the enemy, the more spiritual power they consumed, and the shorter the sustain time. Fang Yi said that the next vibrations were joining the great family of the boundless dark world. Their powers were extremely pure and very beneficial for his growth, and they should work well here, or he would not harm them. He understood that to make the most of the new technique, he needed to continue increasing his spiritual energy reserves. After these words, a bright light erupted over the city and disappeared straight into the sky. He achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd soul creation star and felt that all the previously extinguished elements and learned techniques had become more harmonious, and his strength had become more concentrated thanks to the purification. And with the improvement of the boundless dark world, there was no longer any constraint when using the element of darkness. But he stepped on the floor and said that the rest still needed to be tested in practice, and smiled. Sometime later, in the Star Wars zone, Galan approached her superior and told him that he had advanced in level again. He replied that how long had it been since he had collected the untempered flowers and saved his life? Galan replied that it had only been half a month. She realized that in just over 10 days, he had accomplished so much incredible work. For any other pioneer, this would have been the achievement of a lifetime. Only after reaching the soul creation rank was he able to suppress the dark tide and collect the untempered flowers. The elder replied that he had not only saved him, but also helped her and countless future pioneers of Xia country. Neither she nor he could contain the elements of darkness like that, and he had successively destroyed the Anomaly kings in 2 cities, resolved the disasters, and raised his level by 2 stars, and all this in just over 10 days. He was already eager to meet this chosen one of heaven. Meanwhile, in the Tianbao Association, Su Qingying began shouting, "Is this in the area around Fang Yi's new home? Has he risen in rank again?" Her friend replied that the energy fluctuations caused by the entomber were even stronger than when the Anomaly king descended. They must immediately activate the action plan. They must ensure that its evolution is not subject to external interference. A first-level public opinion management plan. Su Qingying reflected with a smile that since Tianbao had survived the natural disasters caused by the sacrificial king, not to mention the enormous prestige the entomber had gained among the pioneers, even ordinary people who had not yet awakened had accepted the existence of such anomalies. They remembered Fang Yi's spiritual power and felt a sense of calm because of it. As for those upstarts from Kanzo, they too had their small role to play. What had happened was terrifying enough that no reckless pioneers would dare bother him. Sometime later, in Kanzo City, Qingyi sat and reflected on how she hadn't thought cultivation would be so difficult. Since awakening, she hadn't made any progress toward the 2nd star of the Ghost Axe. What was the problem? She thought about the morticians, and realized that the pioneers were now simply a bunch of incompetents. She hadn't been able to obtain any information, or they simply weren't responding. She feared they simply didn't know the mortician or couldn't contact him. Even if she had managed to meet him in person, these mediocrities would have ignored her as soon as they learned she was at the initial level of the Ghost Axe, and she doesn't believe their relationship would have changed if they had met her in person. But are her knowledge and capabilities really that insignificant? According to online information, Kanzo has completely alienated the mortician, and staying here is no longer an option, let alone developing. She needs to return to Tianbao immediately. She grabbed the documents and said that she, Qingyi, wants to obtain all the trump cards she has now and the future after the revival of spiritual energy. Sometime later, in the protagonist's house, Linyi approached him and asked if he had already completed the breakthrough. Did he feel any changes in his body? Fang Yi replied yes, there were some, except that his spiritual power flows more smoothly and his effectiveness has increased, but there are no significant changes yet. He suspects that more noticeable changes will appear when he reaches the diamond body rank. Linyi mentioned that Galan asked if she wanted to go to the celestial sea forest. It seemed that changes had also occurred in the sky and on the ground. He replied yes, he had also received her invitation, and that the Star Wars Zone must be trying to apologize for what happened to him in Kanzo. Since she invited her, they would go together. Lin Yi exclaimed that this was simply wonderful. After some time, they found themselves in the Heavenly Male Forest, a forest adjacent to the territory under the jurisdiction of the Star Wars Zone. Normally unremarkable, it has begun to grow wildly over the past 5 years and evolved into a completely different species. The concentration of spiritual energy here reaches 60% and above, and the mutation rate, flora, and fauna are exceptionally rich. It is both an excellent place for pioneering practices and a potential cradle of terrifying unknown anomalies. And the forest is under the control of the Star Wars Zone. Heavenly War Zone, Heavenly Sea Forest. They found themselves inside, and the girl waved to him and said they met again. Did he remember her? It turned out to be Song Yue, and the protagonist replied yes, and was she here too? She replied that she was guarding the Forbidden Zone, and Commander Galan instructed her to meet him and his cousin, and also report something. Just before their arrival, the Celestial Sea Forest had undergone another dramatic change. Flames distinct from the elements of darkness spontaneously appeared. The aura was extremely gloomy, and the flames couldn't be extinguished. Asked again, are these new, unknown fire elements? She answered correctly. Given his cousin's presence, she would accompany him. Fang Yi replied that he didn't think so and asked Lin Yi if she was okay with it. She smiled and replied that she didn't need it either. Thank her. Song Ye replied, okay, then let them be extremely careful, and she'll wait for them here. Song Ye considered the attention focused on the mortician. But even so, she noticed that this girl, although young and fragile in appearance, possessed a rather solid aura. The spiritual power emanating from her was also very powerful, and she was more talented than her. How did these two even grow up so extraordinarily gifted? When the guys entered, they saw the forest all around them ablaze with bright flames. Fang Yi asked, is this the place? What a raging aura of death there was here. A chilling spirit of death no less than a dark tide. Lin Yi replied that, as the officer had said, the flames couldn't be extinguished, meaning they would continue to spread. Fang Yi shouted at Lin Yi to step back and use the golden sun breathing technique. Everything around him shone with bright colors, and he realized that the flames here were already much stronger than the ordinary fire element, and that this one also had a desire to pursue and absorb a person's spiritual power. But no matter how special it would still be just a fire element. It was powerless against the supreme sun element. He said that his intuition told him the source was somewhere ahead. Lin Yi, her wood element, was facing the fire, and she should put on the protection he gave her and be extremely careful. She replied that she understood, and at that moment, the protagonist rushed to attack. When he struck, everything around lit up with a bright light and an arch appeared in front of them. Lin Yi said the spirit of death had grown heavier, and the protagonist also felt it and lit a flame in his hand. Lin Yi asked what had dripped. He replied that it was lava, and a moment later they arrived at the desired location. Several long pillars appeared before them, emanating from the lava, and the system reported that signs of great changes in the heavens and earth had been detected. A preliminary determination indicated fluctuations in the twilight fire element. The system began automatically collecting data. The protagonist withdrew his hand, and the system reported that he had obtained the twilight fire element, the twilight deity orb. This could absorb the powers of surrounding elements and strengthen the sun element depending on the absorbed powers. He asked, something between the fire and desolation elements? It specifically nourishes and strengthens the sun element. A new death branding technique had also been obtained. Be careful. The special element of this ability must be implemented with caution. He didn't understand what was happening, and the system reported that it had the ability to inflict an infinite number of deaths and impose a death brand on the body of the slain enemy. The enemy feels no suffering due to fear of death, entering an endless cycle of death. The effects of the death brand: yellow source flames reaching from all directions endlessly burn those marked with the death brand. Death crash is highly toxic, as the name suggests. The body is invaded, and the death curse is endlessly destroyed. Hellish vision: the gates of hell open for those marked, and evil spirits line up to escort them to burial. The protagonist realized that infinite deaths was a truly powerful ability, but it wasn't suitable for him right now. The cost was too high, and he didn't want to suffer the side effects. He told the system to retain the death brand technique, but for now he asked them not to implement it. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was alone, thinking about how her cousin had just refined the hellfire. So he now had another element. How many did he have in total? It was simply incredible. Feng Yi told her not to be distracted, because there was something else. She turned around and noticed the monsters approaching her and asked, "Is that a dragon?" He replied that they were mutated lizards. At best, they could only transform into a large four-legged creature, which is precisely what he was testing the twilight deity orb on. At that moment, the dragon opened its mouth and released a fiery flame, and the protagonist also rushed to attack, and their orbs collided. He found himself in a barrier of earth, and bright beams of light began to intermittently intersect, causing an explosion. Song Yi, noticing this, began screaming in fear. What's going on? They needed to urgently request reinforcements. Her subordinates exclaimed that they would do everything now. Attention. A new anomaly has appeared in the celestial sea forest. Spiritual energy concentration has increased by 1000%, and the danger level has reached level 1. The current level of the anomaly cannot be estimated. Galan couldn't understand how it was possible that the spiritual energy in the heavenly sea forest had stabilized long ago, and just then the barrier went there to practice. The elder replied that he trusted his power, but they should still go. They understood and rushed together to help. As everyone began to converge in the forest, they realized there was a light. Elder Wu and Galan's commander, the elder, had officially returned. Song Yue realized they also needed to hurry. At that moment, the battle continued, and the elder struck the ground with a bright beam, causing Song Yue to wonder, is this the speed of movement of a diamond body rank pioneer? If a barrier can do this, a manifestation that causes anomalies, then Elder Wu possesses a profound, restrained power where even a simple movement without spiritual power shocks all pioneers. In just a few seconds, he found the exact location and arrived immediately. Such a deportation could be called perfected. The elder announced his presence and extended his hand to help. At that moment, he struck with a bright beam of light, and they were able to enter through the portal. Lin Yi found herself trapped in her barrier, screaming and groaning as they tried to break through. She opened her eyes and asked her cousin if he was okay. The protagonist replied that he was fine, but it seemed someone wanted to talk to them. At that moment, Yu approached him face to face, and they silently looked at each other. Yu said, "So he is the burial master, his savior," he exclaimed, and the elder looked at Yu, who was dumbfounded. The elder turned and asked, did they really raise them to this level themselves? This mutated lizard was on the verge of completing its evolution and turning into a dragon, so it possessed strength surpassing the soul creation rank, comparable to a diamond body rank. Judging by the wounds, this creature's spiritual energy was quite acute. But they killed it with a single blow. The protagonist pondered this. He sensed an aura of twilight fire on his body, similar to that of a half-dragon, and also extremely pure. Could what the warning system had detected be true? Galan arrived on the scene and asked, have they sorted it out yet? Did they kill the creature immediately? She wondered if the half-dragon had broken through the boundary. It would have acquired abilities comparable to a diamond body. They hadn't noticed its presence before. If it weren't for the burying spirit, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Feng Yi replied, it really is him. There's no need to stand on ceremony. He's very happy he's recovered. Yu exclaimed, realizing that he too could retire peacefully with such a powerful junior. Since he'd killed the half-dragon, couldn't he keep it a secret from them and not tell anyone outside the Heavenly Sea Forest about the creature's existence, including its association? Feng Yi thought it all made sense. So, the Heavenly Sea Forest looks like a mutation and cultivation zone under the control of the Star Wars zone. But in reality, Due to the frequent surges of spiritual energy, anything can appear here. If that happens, perhaps this nothingness seems even more ugly than the anomalies of the dark elements. It seemed the Star Wars Zone was taking on more responsibility, not wanting to burden the association even further, and he replied, "No problem." The twilight fire element he had just absorbing it as the basis of his attack, was very reminiscent of the legendary Tauti. The lizard that had absorbed the twilight fire was able to mutate into a half-dragon. Could the secret of the heavenly sea forest really be that a Tauti once existed here? The anomalous changes brought about by the rebirth of spiritual energy, and even the mutated creatures of ordinary life, had already caused horrific damage. If it were a monster like a Tauti, it would truly be a disaster. It's no wonder the Star Wars Zone treats this place so seriously. You assume they understood each other and shook his hand. Fang Yi did the same and replied, "Of course, neither of them wanted high-level anomalies to be born, but the emergence of names doesn't need to create additional pressure on more people, right?" After a while, a strange sound and sensation appeared below, prompting Fang Yi to ask what kind of aura it was. Lin Yi guessed it was a fragrant, heart-pleasing aura, and Galan realized it was spiritual energy. Had this monster already broken through to the diamond body rank and emerged from seclusion? A young man with long hair appeared before them, smiling and confidently looking ahead. It turned out he was a man from the Star Wars Zone, a wood element pioneer named Bai Su. The guys who saw him asked if he had successfully reached the diamond body rank. Song Yu exclaimed that this was excellent. The Star Wars Zone would finally have a master of such a high level. Fang Yi thought, wait, his spiritual energy is actually different. Bai Su smiled and said, "Teacher Yu, Galan has emerged from seclusion." He looked at Fang Yi and wondered who this was. Yu immediately asked for an introduction. He was the wood element pioneer and their Star Warrior Zone, Bai Su. He was their trump card. Previously, he had been in seclusion to break through to the diamond body rank. Bai Su greeted him and stated his name, but he should add that he was currently halfway to the diamond body rank and had not yet truly broken through. Fang Yi greeted him and also stated his name, stating that he was a burial master, the captain of the Tianbao City Association. He reflected that this man's spiritual body was pure, the energy evenly covering his entire body. Unlike other pioneers or anomalies who were aggressive and oppressive, he, on the contrary, emanated a feeling of freshness that relaxed his entire body. He's truly halfway to the diamond body rank, and it seems his strength is now almost the same as his own. Apparently, this rank isn't so easy to achieve. Bai Su asked, "Is this a burying ground?" Yu replied that he was invited by Galan. He not only saved his life, but also resolved the disaster crisis, and in the future, he too will become an important strategic partner in the war zone. And he, a small man, should treat him with respect. Bai Su asked, "Had so much happened during his seclusion?" Yu noted yes. Bai Su awakened and became a pioneer very early, and his talent and resources were among the best in the world. The speed with which he broke through to soul creation was almost identical to his own. After that, he spent a long time in seclusion in the heavenly sea forest, and is unaware of much of the current situation. Reviving spiritual energy through practice, roughly speaking, was originally a path against the heavens, something that disrupts the natural order. Therefore, progress involving the absorption of elements of human spiritual energy is the slowest. Initially, humans, based on the mutations and evolution of flora and fauna, temporarily divided the territory into 5 sectors, and until now, among all of humanity, there have only been 5 outstanding pioneers with a diamond body level of 3 stars. It's quite possible there are freelance pioneers with similar talents to his, a mortician, unknown to them, but even they, in the true sense of the word, are like the phoenix's feather and cannot advance further. The concentration of spiritual energy gradually increases and the difficulty of breaking through for pioneers decreases, but the diamond body remains formidable and has passed through a barrier similar to the heavenly barrier. Pioneers can barely break through to this rank, and some even lose it during their lifetime. But after reaching the diamond body rank, a person's entire body undergoes profound changes, one might say a rebirth. This approaches what the ancients called the supernatural ascension of immortality. The body is more deeply imbued with spiritual energy. Bai Su is half a step away from the diamond body, and his elemental abilities haven't spiraled out of control. Instead, they become more harmonious and beneficial for both himself and those around him. This is good, and he is very pleased. Bai Su replied that he thinks he too is a mortician, and also quite powerful. Fang Yi listened silently to all these statements, and Bai Su said that before the breakthrough, he felt a vibration of spiritual energy emanating from him. Under its influence, he was half a step away from breaking through to the diamond body, so he really wanted to fight him. What would he say about this? The protagonist thought that this Bai Su was modest in personality, but his fighting spirit was even more impressive. In some ways, they were somewhat similar, and one could even say he felt a similarity in him. He chuckled and replied, "No problem. You said he would take the liberty of acting as referee. Their grip should last until first blood, and they should not overstep their bounds." At that moment, their eyes shone with a bright light, and a large aura appeared around them. A moment later, an explosion occurred in the forest. Songya exclaimed, "Bai Su just emerged from seclusion and is already fighting Captain Tianbao? This is just a clash of 2 monsters." She's even worried. You pondered the fact that one was the suddenly erupting Nova Tianbao, and the other the face of the Star Wars Zone. Who Who would prevail in this duel? Baisu folded his hands in front of him and cast the spell, Nature Diversity. The entire area shone with his bright green sparks, and the protagonist realized that the wood element pioneer was naturally close to plants and could manipulate them to accelerate their growth. Baisu's spiritual power would reach perfection, and he had developed his abilities even further, capable of creating an entire army of plants. Naturally, he could also suddenly take control of any plant with a fatal blow. This entire celestial sea forest was his domain. But wouldn't all this make excellent kindling? At that moment, he ignited his flame and tossed it toward his opponent. He noticed something was wrong and realized that the plants under his control were incapable of burning. Baisu confirmed that this was true. The wood element was indeed at a significant disadvantage against the fire element, but now his plant army could be suppressed by the fire element. The protagonist paused for thought and suddenly found himself surrounded by these plants, which engulfed him within a colossal sphere. Baisu asked, "How about this?" If he were a true enemy, he would now be faced with more than just this indestructible cage. The protagonist realized how powerful this was. This was the power of someone who had almost attained a diamond body. The spiritual power of the wood element was extremely pure, and he was using the local plants to their limits. Baisu said it was best not to touch them for too long. This giant tree itself possessed poisonous properties, and after he began using it, he became even purer and more concentrated, even if he was the first to pass from the 3rd star level of soul creation. Fang Yi asked again, "Is that so? When should he test it?" At that moment, with a grin, he touched these plants, and fiery rays of light began to erupt from the cage. Baisu was greatly surprised by this phenomenon, and a moment later all the plants began to burn. In his mind, he thought, this can't be true, and was dumbfounded with horror. Plants enhanced by his spiritual energy couldn't possibly be burned by the fire element. What was that terrifying flame? Fang Yi replied that he'd been distracted, and that he'd appeared behind him. Baisu immediately shifted position, confused. He was clearly at the level of the 3rd soul creation star, but his abilities were no less impressive. The protagonist appeared opposite him, and Baisu said he'd read that he'd reintroduced spiritual energy into the heavenly sea forest and had predicted an escape route. The entire forest and surrounding trees were ablaze. Baisu asked if he'd intentionally burned the forest. Fang Yi replied that he was correct. He was quite strong, so he had to carefully consider how to cut off his escape route. Otherwise, dealing with him would have been even more difficult. Baisu reflected that he'd considered him one of the geniuses of the Star Wars zone. The heavenly sea forest, feared by ordinary pioneers, was his greatest asset in solitary practice. But the burying spirit was clearly of his level. Yet even on his own territory, he didn't lose his advantage. No way. Now that he'd almost reached the diamond body rank, he couldn't lose. This enraged him and shouted at him to take this blow. When he released his magical power toward the ground, it began to crumble and shatter into tiny pieces, interrupted by the massive tree stem. Fang Yi was dumbfounded when she saw this, and at that moment Yu exclaimed, "Baisu, isn't he a man of great worth? Another heavenly sea forest quest will drain all his spiritual energy." At that moment, the plants began to glow with a bright light, and Baisu screamed in anger. Yu shouted his name in fear, and everyone hoped for a good outcome. Baisu recreated the world and struck with the incredible power of the protagonist. He wondered if this was powerful wood energy, and at that moment, he shouted to the elder and Galan that the duel wasn't over yet, and to leave it to him. Yu looked at him in surprise, then saw fire in his eyes. Fang Yi rushed forward, raised his hand, and struck a bright beam of light into the sky. It shattered several parts of Baisu's plant, and he began coughing up blood. He shouted that he could recreate an entire heavenly forest, and Fang Yi asked, "Is that all he can do?" He approached him closely and wanted to punch him, but Baisu created a protective barrier around himself, which eventually shattered. A moment later, the protagonist struck the ground, causing a loud explosion, and the guys were discussing that he seemed disappointed with the strength of the Star Wars zone. Baisu, the strongest among them, was not enough for him. Song Yue suggested he had a point. Reducing Baisu to such a state was surprising. Lin Yi reflected that her cousin hadn't used half his strength, hadn't even demonstrated many other abilities, and the defeat of this Star Wars zone genius was more than expected. You didn't think Baisu would give up so quickly, let alone lose his composure. After all, the difference between the successors of the Star Wars zone and the Burial Mage was too obvious. Galan replied that he knew that while he may appear serene on the outside, his nature was as simple as a child's and he was truly obsessed with martial arts. When the dust cleared, Baisu thanked Fang Yi, but shouted that he could still fight. His spiritual energy had not yet run out, and Fang Yi replied that he thought it was time to end it. At this moment, Baisu clapped his hands and shouted, "Myriad living beings must obey his command." Fang Yi reflected that he had used spiritual energy to create clones, and that he truly stood out among the pioneers. One could even call him the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. He had significantly exhausted his spiritual energy, yet when these clones moved to destroy him, they didn't understand where he was. Baisu felt him right there. Suddenly, he felt his legs engulfed in flames and cried out in surprise. He realized he couldn't move and stared ahead. Fang Yi appeared right in front of him and asked, "Can he finish now?" Baisu's defeat was obvious. Yu said that the burying beast never ceases to amaze. Galan had expected Baisu's defeat, but not such a crushing one. This monster had also suffered its first full blow. Lin Yi knew it. and their friends shouted that Bai Su's defeat was expected. After all, he was up against someone who had single-handedly dealt with 2 calamity-level anomalies. Song Yue said it was true. No matter how many plants he created, there was hardly a chance of victory. When Bai Su rose to his feet, trying to catch his breath, he asked, "Are you a half-diamond genius?" He's impressed and thanks him for the fight, but he had business to attend to, so he apologized and would move on. Fang Yi replied, "Okay, no problem," and Galan exclaimed, "Where are you going?" He replied that he was going into seclusion, and Galan exclaimed in surprise, but he had just emerged from it. The war zone was full of matters requiring his intervention. Wu asked her to leave him alone. This was his first time suffering such a defeat. The elder turned his attention to Fang Yi and asked Barry if he wished to remain in their Star Wars zone. Even though he was the captain of the Tianbao Association, combining both positions was entirely possible. He wants him to become his successor. Fang Yi asked again, "Successor?" The elder confirmed that it was true. He wanted to raise him. He wouldn't lie that he ranks the Star Wars zone second in the entire country in terms of resources, and no one would dare call themselves first. That's not something you could get for ordinary quests. Later, he introduces him to people from the Divine City. The future Xia Divine City, the largest in the country, controls colossal potential resources. The Star Wars zones were originally created by the Divine City and only later moved here. Anyone worthy of being in the Divine City is very populous, and there they will definitely be able to fully realize their potential, frequently interacting and exchanging experiences with first-class pioneers, and by then, his level will already have surpassed his. He thanked you for the offer, but he has no such desire. Actually, he doesn't belong to the association. The rank of captain is just a formality, and he doesn't want to join either side. They looked at him in shock, and the elder realized he was right in his own way. Given these turbulent times of spiritual energy rebirth, the more powerful a pioneer, the less willing he was to be bound by obligations. Neither side had the right to impose any conditions. Then let him consider this a gesture of goodwill. Even if he didn't enter the Star War Zone, he could make any demands. Fang Yi replied that he wanted to continue practicing here in the Heavenly Sea Forest with Lin Yi. Could they do that? The elder reflected that, due to the rich elemental energy locked up here, the weather was quite fickle. It seemed like a thunderstorm was about to break. After the duel, the lightning energy had gained additional strength, and thinking about it, he hadn't fully revealed his Divine Thunder technique. Because of this, Yu began laughing loudly and shouting that this was wonderful. He was young and talented. Let them free the Heavenly Sea Forest for them, and not interfere with their practice. The guys replied that they heard his order, and Yu thought that as long as he remained the pioneer of the Xia side, it was already a great blessing. The protagonist silently watched what was happening and thought that, as expected, his request was not refused, and no pressure was exerted. This is the advantage of absolute strength. His eyes glowed with a bright blue light, and he said that it was approaching. Divine thunder, 100 tempering. A bright thunderstorm appeared in the sky, and lightning shot straight into the ground. The guys watched in stunned silence, not understanding what the burying master was doing. Was he trying to interact with the thunderstorm? At this moment, Baisu was in a protective barrier, meditating that his fire element was so strong that any careless contact with such pure lightning would only lead to a violent clash of elements within his body. Despite the existence of dual and altered elements, they are still divided into primary and secondary. If one element is stronger, the other will inevitably act as a supporting element, otherwise they will simply collide. Doesn't he understand this? At that moment, a bright thunderstorm swept over their forest, and a smile appeared on Fang Yi's face. A loud explosion erupted in the forest, and Song Yue, covering her face, screamed in fear. Elder Wu, Galan, isn't he going to stop the mortician? The thunderstorm in the Heavenly Sea Forest doesn't allow any living creatures to approach it. And he's going to summon Divine Thunder? Galan replied that it was because he possessed the lightning element. The previously known tyrant was the mortician. Song Yue exclaimed in fear. What? Her friend also screamed. Has he been in the war zone too long? Dual elements aren't that rare here, but this is simply unimaginable. Galan remarked that they weren't the only ones surprised. She had felt the same way when she first learned about it. He's often called the Berry, so much so that everyone has forgotten he also holds the title of Tyrant. Throughout the entire Xia nation, he's a genius, surpassing an entire era. The more powerful the thunderstorm, the more he can transform into his own power. The protagonist realized this was excellent, because what he lacked was spiritual energy. He used the Divine Thunder spell, 100 temperings, tempering his entire body. Bones, meridians, every particle of flesh, all of it, whirled in a vortex of 10,000 lightning bolts. Each element received became more harmonious, and the system reported that the element of inner flame had been tempered. The element of heavenly fire had also been tempered, and the element of sun as well. Divine Thunder, tempering his entire body today, had been achieved. His flesh and spiritual strength had become more cohesive, and his reserves of spiritual energy had increased. He smiled and realized that the element of lightning had been completely reborn. At that moment, he struck his arrow directly into the mountain, causing it to shatter into tiny pieces and explode from the lightning-fast strike. Then Yi thought, well, this is what a heavenly thunderstorm is like. After training, he really did experience a special sensation. Baisu, watching from the sidelines, realized that the Heavenly Sea Forest's rocks were nourished by spiritual energy year-round, and yet he had split an entire mountain with a single strike, and he hadn't even used a third of his strength. This greatly angered him. Even if there were another lightning elemental wielder of the same level and possessing the same unique tempering, he still wouldn't be able to unleash such force with a single punch. It's over, but they'll still have a chance to meet Berry Master. At that moment, the elder remarked that such an outstanding talent had visited them only once, but brought surprise after surprise. The youth violated their respects, how they wished he remained in their war zone. He was capable of openly defeating Baisu and destroying the anomaly that had become a natural disaster. This man possessed superior strength and character. He was able to single-handedly rise to the forefront of the country, and such talent was even a little frightening. If such a person were to succeed him, he would definitely have no regrets in his life. Galan remarked that, however, in a sense, it was the Star War Zone that needed the Berry Master now, not them. He laughed at her words and said he felt she too had changed greatly. Galan asked, "Is that true?" He confirmed his words and, laughing, said he was now even more confident in her future. By the way, perhaps they should invite that young lady along? It was Lin Yi, who was in a protective barrier and had floated above the ground. She was meditating, and the protagonist approached her and realized that such an opportunity was rare, so they needed to try hard. At that moment, he noticed something amiss and turned his attention to the elder. Galan asked, "Haven't they left yet?" You laughed and said yes. He had an idea, but he didn't have to promise him anything. He wanted to invite his relative, Lin Yi, to train in their military zone. She responded with silence, and Fang Yi asked, "Does he mean that Lin Yi can continue her studies and training here?" Perhaps this condition wasn't enough to interest him, but for Lin Yi, this was an excellent opportunity. The benefits far outweighed the drawbacks, and he simply didn't know what she herself was thinking. She opened her eyes and didn't react, at which point Fang Yi thanked him for his sincerity toward the new pioneers and thanked him. Even as Lin Yi's legal representative, it was difficult to refuse this invitation. He simply couldn't decide for Lin Yi. She then replied that she didn't want to, and Fang Yi turned around and asked if she had finished her internship. Lin Yi confirmed that she had, thanking them for their favor and the opportunity, but she didn't want it. The elder asked if he could know the reason. She replied that perhaps she was still too young and thought like an adult, and if she said she didn't want her cousin to be in a dependent position, it would sound like she doubted the integrity of the Star Wars zone and was using him as an excuse. But since she was also a pioneer, she had her own pride and wanted to obtain everything she was entitled to, entirely on her own. Fang Yi was surprised by these words and felt as if a child had grown up. Yu responded, "Okay," he said. They were too superficial, so he apologized to her. They would continue to monitor her progress, and Lin Yi cried out, "Make sure." After some time, the guys found themselves home, and the protagonist thought the spiritual energy reserve problem had been solved. Now they needed to organize the Twilight Fire element and figure out how to use it. There was also the more complex Death Brand technique. These were all his weaknesses. Lin Yi asked, "Cousin, who's that sitting at their door?" It turned out to be Qingying, who exclaimed that they were finally back and stretched. She rose to her feet, and she was sitting at the door. Had something happened? Qingying replied that something serious had happened at the border, and the captain had contacted their association and urgently requested assistance. He asked again, "A captain from Yuanzhou, and where does this man live?" Qingying replied that he was currently seriously injured, and he was still receiving treatment at their association. She had struggled to get out of Yuanzhou to deliver the message, and with no other choice, she named him, not the mortician. When he arrived at the Tianbao Association's branch medical center, Qingying shouted for Chen Ruo. She turned around in surprise and exclaimed with joy that Qingying had arrived. And who was next to her? Qingying announced that it was Captain Tianbao, a mortician. And this was Captain Chen Ruo of Yuanzhou. Chen Ruo greeted the captain and stated her name, then announced that the anomaly that had appeared in Yuanzhou had exceeded level A+. She had heard that he had experience dealing with natural disasters and would please let him help her. He silently looked into her eyes, and she kept screaming for him to forgive her for the inconvenience. She was simply in despair. The anomaly's concentration was only level B, but many were missing. Their people had perished, and those who had come to help from neighboring cities had also all disappeared. Her sister was very strong, but so was she. The protagonist understood that she meant that the anomaly in Yuanzhou had led to the disappearance of many pioneers, but it was only registered as a B level. Although it's a border town, there are reliable pioneers here, but there are a lot of oddities. He said that the Yuanzhou pioneers and her sister were missing or had already died. She began to shake with fear and couldn't say anything. Qingying sat her down on the table and asked her to slow down and speak calmly. Chen Ruo replied that she didn't know, that she couldn't contact them, but she had a special connection with her sister since childhood and felt that she was alive. Clutching her head, she sensed something was wrong and said that she almost forgot the most important thing. This is a gift to them, as a token of gratitude. Just ask them to help her. She begs them. She has no other options left. She pulled out a small box and showed it to the protagonist. Fang Yi thought that although it had many seals, he could feel the familiar energy of the sun element. "What is this and why is it sealed?" She replied that it was a new perspective. A spiritual crystal extracted and condensed from a mountain where solar elemental energy energy was released during the great changes in Yuanzhou. It contains enormous spiritual power from the sun element. It is Yuanzhou's treasure. Initially, they hoped to cultivate a pioneer of the sun element, but no one could absorb even a fraction of its power, and some were even burned. Qingying asked, "Is the spiritual crystal really such a complex creation process and technology? Currently, such a thing is rare both in the association and in large military districts. Moreover, a pioneer without any elemental knowledge has a chance to awaken it by absorbing a spiritual crystal, thereby increasing their talent and strength. These crystals have become the object of all struggles, and they are currently in short supply. There is demand but no supply. A spiritual crystal does not occur naturally, but is a crystal of spiritual energy created and extracted after an intense clash of spiritual energy." Fang Yi replied that they had agreed. He accepted the item, and were they leaving now? She exclaimed, "Of course." After some time, they found themselves on a road 1 kilometer from Yuanzhou. What specific manifestations of the anomaly in Yuanzhou were there? Chen Ruo replied that at first, tombstones appeared out of nowhere in the mountains. Apparently, villagers reported hearing strange sounds. However, the tombstones exhibited anomalous activity, and when they checked the next day, the spiritual vibrations were normal. They cordoned off the area and dispersed the residents to keep them away. But that night, skeletons crawled out of the tombstones and dragged away the villagers gathering herbs. At that moment, they abruptly stopped, and Chenru announced that they had arrived at the right place. There were indeed numerous tombstones and a path. Qingjing asked what he thought about this. Fang Yi thought silently and remarked that it was strange, as there were no traces of anomalous energy there. She replied that this was Yuanzhou, and from that day on, tombstones began appearing randomly everywhere. Besides, it's unknown when skeletons crawl out of them, grab people, and drag them into the graves. Less than a day had passed, and there were even more tombstones. They needed to go. She would introduce him to their employees from the association and the military. He wondered how low the anomaly concentration was. Such a case had never been heard of, neither in the association nor in military circles. Skeletons emerge from the tombstones, but the tombstones themselves show no particular spiritual fluctuations. Are they simply concealing normal energy to lull people into a false sense of security, or do they have another purpose? Grabbing people and taking them to the graves seems more like a ritual. Anomalies, like people, also perform sacrificial rites, but they do so to awaken larger anomalies. This is different from a natural disaster, but there are similarities. Anomaly swarms of mice massacred the residents of Taizhou precisely to summon the Anomaly King. At that moment, Chenro stopped abruptly and said in a trembling voice, "Are natural disasters the same as sacrifices?" Qingying asked again, "What does also mean?" Chenro responded fearfully that people here, especially among the mountain villagers, dislike the rapidly changing outside world. They tried to persuade them to move, but they wouldn't agree and were planning to see them off tomorrow. At that moment, the ground began to shake, and she exclaimed that it had started again. A skeletal hand emerged from the ground, smashing the earth into tiny pieces and approaching Fang Yi. He realized that each individual anomaly wasn't very strong, only level B. He instantly shattered the skeleton's hand in two and leaped into the air with his sword, then silently turned and watched the scene unfold. The skeleton continued to rush in and grabbed his sword. Qingying didn't understand what was happening. Weren't they afraid of the sun element? Numerous skeletons rushed at them, and Fang Yi smiled and said, "I think so, but he needs to check." The task was getting more and more interesting. He began his battle, destroying the skeletons with powerful magical powers. Chenrua was surprised and shouted that these skeletons weren't high level, but they felt no pain and had no concept of death or stopping their attacks. There were more of them than when she'd escaped last time. Killing them all was simply impossible. Couldn't even a mortician do anything? Qingying shouted at her not to lose heart and continued the battle. Suddenly, another skeleton appeared right next to her, and she screamed. "What is this?" Fang Yi exclaimed. "Activate the Twilight Deity Sphere." A huge magical ball appeared above him, igniting all the attacking skeletons and smashing them into pieces. The system reported that a special death element had been detected. The element was being continuously absorbed, energy converted, and the sun element was being strengthened. The sun element strengthening was complete. Everything around them glowed with a bright pink light, and the girls closed their eyes against the increasing wind. Fang Yi created a fiery flame around himself that turned into black smoke, and Qingying asked, "Can she see this?" "This is the true power of a mortician." Chen Ruo shouted that he was too strong, that the mortician truly lived up to his reputation, and that this fire had just burned both the skeletons and the tombstone. She had previously been narrow-minded, but now Yuanzhou City had salvation. She would immediately take them to the association to meet with the others. After some time, they found themselves in the temporary building of the Yuanzhou City Association. When they arrived, one of the subordinates asked, "Is this the captain?" Chenruo said that she had returned with the help of the Taizhou City Mortician Captain and Taizhou Association member Qingying. These were comrades from the Yuanzhou City Association. She introduced Chen Feng, Chen Xin, and Chen Shi. Chen Xin said that the Taizhou City captain was the mortician who single-handedly eliminated the disaster-level anomaly. Could he really be that young? Chen Fen was also surprised. What was the point? What happened in Yuanzhou didn't resemble any anomaly. There were only a few left, and the entire city would soon be swallowed by tombstones. They'd better leave. She'd returned and led strangers to certain death. Chen Shi clutched his head and shouted that this wasn't a level B anomaly. They'd all been deceived and they'd come with them to die. Chen Ruo turned to the mortician and said that they'd simply been through too much, which was why they were reacting this way. He replied that he'd accepted the assignment and therefore would help people and complete the task. He would solve the problem here. Chen Shi said the data had been deleted and the villagers were living a rather tired life. When insurmountable problems arise, they create spirits and pray for blessings. Chen Feng said there were graves everywhere, and they were all praying for blessings. They couldn't convince them otherwise, so they should go and see for themselves. The protagonist looked at this city and wondered, a major ritual for summoning spirits and praying for blessings? Ancient villages, simple beliefs, and ancient rituals will turn out to have something in common with the manifested anomaly. At that moment, the guys exchanged glances when they heard a loud sound, and everyone gathered in a line. Chen Ruo said that this was a ritual that was about to begin. Such a crowd of people. If the anomaly from the tombstones erupted, everything would be bad. He replied that he thought this event was not bad. Who would come with him to watch it? After some time, people gathered in the square and created a huge bonfire. They gathered around and asked the god to open his eyes and look at their children, to show mercy, to save their children. They were ready to give their lives. They continued to shout and pray to the gods and worship directly into the ground. At that moment, the fire stopped, and one of the people cried out in fear. Had the sacred fire gone out? At that moment, cracks began to appear from the ground right in the square, and he realized that it was a tombstone, and the skeleton of a monster appeared again. At that moment, skeletons leaped out of the smoke, and the people began shaking and screaming in fear. They realized their best course of action was to flee. Some trembled and prayed to the heavens and the deities. This must be a test for them. One of the little girls clung to her mother, praying for the gods to save them and asking her mother about it. Suddenly, the skeletons began grabbing people, and they screamed for help. One of the skeletons grabbed the girl's mother and began to strangle her, while the girl screamed and cried in fear. When the skeleton tried to grab her too, the protagonist intervened and destroyed the monster with his fire. All the skeletons began screaming in terror and disintegrating into its tiny pieces. The onlookers were amazed at this phenomenon and shouted that it was heavenly fire. Heavenly fire appeared and burned all the skeletons, and when the protagonist came out into the square, he said there was no need to pray to the gods. There are no gods in this world, and they will not come. The people were surprised and couldn't respond. Suddenly, one of them shouted for the gods to show their power, for the deity to destroy the disasters, for the gods to save them. There were still so many skeletons there. Fang Yi let out a disheartened sigh and, raising his hand, asked the Twilight Deity Sphere to turn toward him. He wasn't a god. He was a pioneer captain from Taizhou City, codenamed Entomber. When everyone turned their attention to him, they began to wonder, what is this? What kind of Entomber is this? What does he do? And what is this strange ability? Shenro exclaimed that she had said he was an extraordinary pioneer, but they didn't believe her. He had destroyed celestial disaster-level anomalies in cities, and single-handedly challenged the third-ranking association in Kanzhou City. Someone heard that the association headquarters and the Star War zones were already welcoming him as an honored guest. When the protagonist rose, he saw a pile of skeletons off to the side, and the system reported that the Twilight Society sphere was absorbing a large amount of unknown elements, the strength of the sun elements increasing. He looked into the distance and asked for permission to use the universe's version of the curved flame sword technique to liberate Yuanzhou City. At that moment, and with those words, he struck the ground with a bright beam of light, causing all the skeletons to ignite in flames. People cried out tearfully that the heavens would not allow the city to perish, that they would disappear, but the coffins and bones vanished instantly. The Anding Zone's anomaly values had returned to normal. The Baimu Zone's anomaly values had also returned to normal. Ahead was the Jinming Zone with the highest concentration, but suddenly she froze. And Qingying asked, no, didn't they notice? The pillars of light actually grew larger, and she exclaimed that there were some fluctuations in the Jinming Zone. The anomaly concentration was continuously accumulating. This was the foundation of the Anomaly King. When this king appeared face to face with the protagonist, the system reported that an unknown element had been discovered, unlocked, and was being analyzed. The name of this element is the element of death. When the monster began screaming loudly and releasing its green energy, the protagonist silently looked at the creature and wondered, is that an extremely unpleasant smell? Chenro asked fearfully. What is it? Xingying screamed. Such an abnormal concentration, even stronger than last time in Taizhou. It was bearing down on him, forcing him to lie down without stopping. When the Skeleton King turned his attention to Fang Yi, he was frozen with horror. He felt a sense of forced distortion of consciousness, as if his brain were contaminated. What was this nauseating sensation? What power? Could this really be the born and fully evolved king of anomalies? The aura of death was stronger than any he had encountered before. Skeletons began to pounce on him, and Fang Yi pulled himself together and began slaughtering these creatures right in front of his his face. The sun element suppresses darkness, and since the death element is an offshoot of darkness, it's not of any kind. However, even his strengthened sun element couldn't completely suppress it. The people on the ground continued to cry out to the deities, calling for miracles to appear again. They begged for protection of the city and for blessings to all living beings. The skeleton rejoiced at these words, and at that moment, Qingjing was frozen with horror. She saw the protagonist in danger and cried out, "Coffin Master." He was completely enveloped by the skeleton's powers and was powerless. His sword fell and shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Taizhou Linyi was dumbfounded and sensed something was wrong. She clutched her heart and asked, "Cousin, why was she so afraid?" He was just carrying out missions as always. He was strong and had easily destroyed 2 anomaly kings. Could something really go wrong this time? If she had known, she would have disobeyed and gone with them to Yuanzhou. She grabbed her phone and saw Galan calling. She answered and reported that they had received her message. Yuanzhou was overwhelmed with mass graves and a quarantine had already been imposed. Her brother was in trouble. Meanwhile, all the officials at the Taizhou Association had gathered and began discussing how, just as things were beginning to improve, the Coffin Master had truly fallen. Was humanity's struggle pointless, even if the mortician couldn't do it? Discussions began in the meeting hall at the association headquarters in Shenzhou City. One of them declared the association's negligence toward Yuanzhou deplorable. The surge of a B-level anomaly and the sudden roll of the anomaly, and they also confirmed that it must be destroyed to complete its evolution. Yuzhoi rose to her feet and asked, "Is now the time to talk about this?" She was heading to Yuanzhou. One of those present began shouting, "Why? After all, she was Shenzhou's key vanguard. The military command was already dispatching forces to break through to Yuanzhou." Yuzhoi replied that first, they nearly lost a respected diamond body-level master, and now they had sacrificed the Xia state pillar. She wondered what they were going to do. If they couldn't defeat the anomaly, then they wouldn't fight. When did the association become like this? She categorically disagreed with their position. He asked again. What did she mean? The mortician had decided to go to Yuanzhou himself. This is the era of spiritual energy rebirth. One wrong step and death will come. So what's so surprising, even if it's him? Yuzhoi exclaimed. Right. Then she suggests simply waiting for death. Why is he resisting and practicing? When Shenzhou faced disaster, and why did Elder Wu sacrifice himself to seal it? Should they seal it, leave it, and wait for extinction? She became very angry and glowed brightly, and the guys shouted that they also cared about the common good. What could she do even if she went there? Yuzhoi realized they were just cowards. She had personally witnessed the burying creature's power and didn't believe it could die so easily. After a while, numerous armored vehicles appeared on the outskirts of Yuanzhou. The elder looked at the purple sky in surprise and said that this king of anomalies possessed elements of darkness, a previously unseen element of death. He speculated that the burying creature's misfortune was likely due to a trap from which there was no escape. They got out of the car with Galan and were met by subordinates who reported that military equipment could not break through. Galan asked what this meant. The man replied that all available forces of the military region had already been mobilized for support, but after several attempts, there was no result. Yuanzhou was already covered in massive tombstones. No matter how many forces they sent, more and more tombstones appeared to engulf them. All attacks were ineffective. Their fighters on the front lines were already all absorbed by the tombstones. The Anomaly King's power continued to gradually spread pollen, affecting the outskirts. When Lin Yi heard this, she began to tremble with fear, and the men reported that, according to their analysis, the probability of solving the problem in Yuanzhou was 0. At that moment, a skeletal expression appeared directly above the sky. The men begged the Wu elders to retreat. The Anomaly King was not afraid of any elements. It was even capable of suppressing their forces, including the Burial King. Lin Yi exclaimed, "No, this cannot be." They'd worked hard, but she'd be heading to Yuanzhou herself. Meanwhile, a multitude of tombstones appeared in Yueyuan Square, and the surrounding area glowed with a bright green light. Both Qingying and Chenruo's names were inscribed on them. Skeletons broke through the enormous chains and emerged from the data above the coffins to destroy specific people. They captured them, and one of them turned out to be the protagonist. The system reported that the death mark was successfully activated, and he now possessed the power of endless death. The death brand trial was complete. He woke up and felt this death brand. This trial made him feel that even the Death Lord was quite sweet and kind, but he didn't want to go through this ordeal of reincarnation again. When he realized that he had been struck by the Death Lord's ability, that death was inevitable, he made the same decision. He was waiting for death in the end anyway, and all he could do was take the risk and implant the death brand. The system reported that he had implanted the death brand within himself and was now mastering all of the death brand's abilities. His entire body began to glow bright red, and the system reported a pending effect. A moment later, he collapsed into a massive magical ball and found himself inside this skeleton. The system reported that the Death Lord's inevitability of death ability was taking effect against him. He was dead. The first step of activating the Death Brand's ability had been achieved. It was detected that the Death Brand had been imprinted on the Death Lord's body, and the second step of activating the ability had been achieved. At that moment, he was thrown straight from the tombstone and soared into the sky. The system reported that the death brand was beginning its final step, the death trial. The death trial is a triple test that the death brand imposes on its bearer. Only through the trials can one obtain the 3 death brand abilities, specifically, those related to the volume of the yellow source flame. Reaching from all directions, the yellow source flame burns endlessly and never ceases. Bound by the poisonous circle of death, his body will be invaded and endlessly ravaged by the curse of death. And bound to the earth, a hellish vision opens for him, and evil spirits line up to honorably see him off, as if he were being buried. During the trial, all the suffering he had endured made it difficult to distinguish reality from hallucination, as if he had truly entered an endless cycle of death. Only the cost does not affect his efforts. He has passed the test of this death brand technique. Now he must face a true battle, confronting the inescapable power of this Lord of Death. A bright magical light glowed in his hand and began to destroy this monster. The skeleton looked at him, and at that moment the protagonist struck one of the slabs. When it shattered into pieces, a loud explosion erupted across the square. The skeleton stood in disbelief, and the protagonist found himself in smoke. He cleared his throat and clutched his head, then locked eyes with the skeleton. The system reported that the Death Lord sensed his resurrection. A bright explosion appeared beneath the skeleton, and the ground began to crumble. This creature looked down on the protagonist, and the system reported that he had escaped the ability of inevitable death. A wind appeared between them. Blood appeared in Fang Yi's mouth, but he did not give up and smiled. The skeleton looked at him in surprise. A thick aura of death appeared outside the Yuanzhou blockade. The guys discussed this horror among themselves, and Lin Yi exclaimed about her cousin. Galan screamed, "Smash this! They need to quickly save people and try to break these tombstones." The guys set to work when suddenly they saw a bright beam of light and were surprised. Yuzhoi appeared among them and announced that she would act with them. Galan was surprised. The sea mystic had come too? She shouted that she was here to fight with them, and at that moment, the guys began fighting. Numerous fiery flashes appeared around, and the people lay on the ground, freed. They didn't understand what had happened, when suddenly the other tombstones began to spread as well. The girls turned their backs to each other and asked if it had started again. Galan warned everyone to be careful, as the anomaly could pull all living beings into the tombstone. Skeletons emerged from the ground again and began attacking the girls, but suddenly they began to fall to the ground, crumbling. They didn't understand what was happening, and Yuzhoi asked, "A mass retreat? What was the local anomaly planning again?" Galan replied that she had no idea, but it must be something grand. Since it wasn't here, all they could do was improvise. At that moment, an elder came out to them and said that perhaps it was for the best. If the Anomaly King had withdrawn his power, then the people recently buried here had a chance to return. This meant that the barrier hadn't died, but rather caused the Anomaly King a lot of trouble. Fang Yi looked ahead, and the system reported 2 deaths. The Death Lord's abilities caused him to enter a cycle of deaths, with a 10% weakening rate. He realized that confronting this Death Lord would be death itself. It seemed as if only death and destruction existed before him. This ability of inevitable death made him quite unique among anomalies. But now, this ability of inevitable death would work against him. All his strength was directed toward the skeleton, and the protagonists waited for this moment, when suddenly everything around them drank. The system reported 3 deaths. Due to his abilities, the Death Lord had been weakened once again, and was beginning a senseless cycle of death. The weakening level was 30%. At this moment, the skeleton gradually began to disintegrate into small pieces, and the protagonist coughed amidst the dust, and once again appeared before the skeleton. He looked at the monster with a smile and decided to see how much he could weaken it. A moment later, he used his magical powers and aimed his fire arrow at the skeleton, which took the blow again, and the system reported that the yellow source flame effect had been activated. The Death Lord was now receiving the Hellfire debuff. The skeleton looked at its hands in surprise, as flames began to emanate from its body. Fang Yi wondered how, according to the description of the Death Brand, the Death Lord wouldn't notice the weakening and wouldn't even feel the effect. The protagonist swung his weapon, thinking it rendered his attacks useless. The skeleton stared at him, and Fang Yi screamed, "A heavenly fire strike." At that moment, their powers clashed, and the system reported a death count of 4. The Death Lord continued to weaken, its weakening level at 45%. The death effect had triggered. The protagonist realized it was starting all over again, and at that moment, the skeleton grabbed his body with its hand. It brought him to its mouth and said, "The Death Lord should look inside." What had become of him? The skeleton looked at him in surprise, after which Fang Yi smiled and created a fiery sphere around himself, dissolving. The death count was 5. The skeleton roared again, its weakening level now at 60%. It fell to the ground and was shattered into pieces. The hellish vision effect triggered, and the Overlord's weakening rate increased. Outside Yuanzhou, new graves continued to open. Galan asked if she was imagining things, or if all the tombstones were collapsing. Yuzhoi confirmed that it was indeed so, and everyone should take a look. The front lines reported that the ghostly glow there was also gradually dissipating. Linyi exclaimed, meaning her cousin really was alive. The elders shouted for them to go to Yuanzhou. They still needed their help. They had to notify the team for support, and both the survivors and the injured had to be evacuated to prevent the anomalies from spreading further here. Had everyone returned to help? When they arrived in Yuanzhou, people were still crawling out of their graves, and one of them was Qingying. She didn't understand what had happened, and just then she felt as if she were about to lose her life. Moreover, when she was sucked into the tombstone, her body and soul were no longer there. She found herself in hell with no way to escape. But very quickly, this vision collapsed. She realized she needed to quickly save the people in these tombstones. She rushed to the tombstone, named Chenruo, and began screaming, "Is she alive? She needs to get out of here quickly." When she revealed it, she realized it was really her. But she hadn't vanished without a trace, like her younger sister, who had also been pulled underground. She looked up at the sky and wondered if everything was collapsing. At that moment, the skeleton fell to the ground again, exhausted, and the system reported that it was a noble death overlord. What kind of creatures were they? How dare they look down on him? Other monsters began to destroy the skeleton, and the system reported that the hellish landscape weakened the death overlord by 80%, then 90%, and finally 100%. The Death Overlord's abilities were completely weakened and seized by him. Congratulations, old Overlord. A new Overlord rises. When the protagonist defeated the skeleton, it rose above the city, and Qingying realized it was him. Yuzhoi suggested that the mortician wasn't dead. He managed to avoid the Death Lord's inevitable death spell and even summon 100 demons from the underworld to devour him. Yu replied that perhaps he was even more incredible than they thought. Inevitable death cannot be saved, it can only be destroyed. But the mortician, even when he was under the Death Lord's influence, found a way to destroy it. He truly died, but gained the power to destroy the Death Lord, returning from the dead. Yuzhou asked, but could a human possess the power to reverse life and death? The Death Lord is an awakened Anomaly king. Perhaps the Death Lord has subjugated the Mortician? Sanyo said no, let them see. If the Mortician were completely defeated, he would become a puppet or an object for the Death Lord to parasitize. They couldn't save the survivors, and the creatures he summoned were attacking them. The boys started shouting that there was a girl there who was seriously injured and had turned blue. The girl herself didn't understand what was going on. She asked why it was so noisy. Hadn't she died? People began to wonder who was up there in the sky. Was he emanating the aura of the Anomaly King? Could it really exist? It was their sleeping lord, the burying lord. No, what a beautiful name. The girl said that he was a deity, their deity, and had defeated this abomination. The protagonist began to descend from the sky, declaring that it was time to end this. He struck a bright beam downward, and the people didn't understand what it was. They watched in bewilderment, and at that moment, a multitude of blood-stained monsters pounced on him and spread throughout the city. Yu said that this was the kingdom of shadows, billions of spirits, a true manifestation of hell in the world of the living. The protagonist told them to return to where they belonged. The sun element is a purifying force, and he used it to illuminate the entire sky with bright sunlight. He exhaled with relief, and it was finally over. All the other people who had survived and climbed out of the tombstone were also breathing heavily from the horror they had experienced. How fortunate they were to be alive. Feng Yi thought that the battle with the Death Lord had drained a huge amount of his spiritual power, and there was no telling what other side effects this death brand would have on him. He landed near the tombstone, and Lin Yi began screaming at her cousin and hugging him. He was surprised, and Lin Yi screamed, "He's not dead, right?" She was so scared for him. He patted her head and told her everything was fine, then turned his attention to the side and saw Qingying, who had already thanked him. They turned around and saw people hugging each other with happiness, and he realized that her sister was alive. Consider them very lucky, given the tragedy. Afterwards, the elders reported that preliminary data was ready. The expected number of casualties in the city due to the Death Lord was approximately half the population. These texts generally failed to awaken spiritual energy or were absorbed for too long. There were 1,500 independent rescuers, and those who arrived in Yuanzhou, 50 were confirmed dead, 30 were listed as missing, and over 1,000 were injured. The elder responded that it was necessary to rebuild everything after the disaster and compensate the families of the dead and injured. Yuanzhou replied that they would also open aid channels, and Galan asked, "Teacher, if it was impossible to officially announce the beginning of the awakening of spiritual energy now, will the pioneers continue to hide the truth from the residents?" She felt so helpless. They couldn't save so many people. He replied that such matters were not for them to resolve with her. People weren't as weak as she thought. And looking at what was happening, many were already beginning to suspect what was happening. Even those who haven't awakened as pioneers will do everything possible to prepare for the end of the world. He turned to Galan and said that she didn't need to shoulder the fates of everyone. Each pioneer has their own mission, and it was enough to do what she could. She remained silent and didn't respond, and Yuzhou said that she had originally come to support the Mortician and meet him, but now there was no need. Besides, it seemed he was very busy right now. This battle undoubtedly cemented his status as the chief protector of the Xia country. People cried out that he was their deity, and if not for him, they would have turned into one of those evil spirits. People thanked him for saving them, and the elder said that a public announcement that the Xia country's pioneer, the Mortician, had successfully defeated the already manifested Anomaly King would serve as a warning to other countries. However, they must continue to maintain the power of the personal axis and its abilities. Currently, they know that countries A, B, and C have been monitoring his data since his public appearance, but key information about him and his abilities is unknown. Once information about the events in Yuanzhou becomes public, they will decide that their country, with the help of the Mortician, has already comprehended the secrets of the revival of spiritual energy, something no one in this world has yet achieved. Whether they intend to unite against the country or not, they clearly won't dare act rashly. This way, they will be able to secure greater advantages for the country in the face of an uncertain future. Yu exclaimed that this was good and they should return and study all the materials and records from the scene. They must sort out the information about the Anomaly King as soon as possible. The future of the Xia country is full of severe trials. One Mortician can't deal with all future anomalies. Galan noted that he was right. Resignation was out of the question. Yuzhou said it was unknown what anomalies would arise, but he should allow Shenzhou to investigate their association. After some time, the protagonist took a bath and reflected on how officials had discovered the dark spirit crystal implanted by the Death Lord and given it to him as a token of gratitude. He also possessed the light spirit crystal, Yuanzhou's treasure, which Chenro had mentioned. He now possessed 2 crystals of the highest level, each with opposing elements. Although the elements oppose each other, since he was recognized as the Death Lord, absorbing them would likely be no problem. The system reported detecting fluctuations in the dark element, and preliminary analysis indicated a dark spirit crystal. He activated his maximum computing power and began compiling. The analysis was complete, and he obtained the Dark Elemental Dance of Death technique. Dance of Death is a flickering technique that uses darkness as a medium, allowing one to navigate through the void to reach a target. Fang Yi considered this as mysterious, but it was essentially just teleportation. While the skill was simple, its role in combat was invaluable. Spatial teleportation simultaneously saved lives and allowed escape. And one more thing. After activating the Death Brand, he switched from indirectly absorbing dark energy for enhancement to directly absorbing it. His domain had now increased significantly. After defeating the Death Overlord and absorbing the dark element from the crystal, he felt closer than ever to achieving the diamond body level, with only one step left. There was also the Sun Element Crystal, originally promised to him by Chen Ruo as a reward for helping resolve the crisis in Yuanzhou City. After defeating the Death Overlord, he and Qingying had almost forgotten about it. Ultimately, Yuanzhou felt that handing the crystal over to Chen Ruo personally wasn't grand enough and held a ceremony. They even erected a statue of him. Well, that's not such a big deal. He noticed at that moment a bright red orb appeared above his house. Vibrations had been detected, and a preliminary determination had been made of the Sun Element Crystal. Ultimate computing power was activated, and compilation had begun. The analysis was successful, and he obtained the Sun Element technique, the Sun God. The Sun God allows one to summon a majestic statue of the Sun God, who is the embodiment of emptiness and burns all worlds. Sometime later, in Taizhou City, people were shouting that a huge yellow figure had appeared in the sky above the city, perhaps the legendary Golden Crow. It was in the city and still nearby. Could this be another mysterious catastrophe? They were truly frightened. Everything had only just calmed down. But they shouldn't panic. This is Taizhou City. The hosts reported this and suspected that the very god who saved the city was once again exceeding his limit. On the Pioneer Forum, people wrote down all the information they had stored and discussed what was happening. Sometime later, the team gathered in the forest with backpacks and discussed how this burying beast was so powerful. When would they be able to properly defeat their country? Yesterday, the so-called great fortune teller from country B was talking nonsense, claiming to have calculated that country Xia would survive the first year of its spiritual energy revival. Qingli, a fortune teller from country B, then could his words be true? The young man shouted angrily, claiming that those loyal freaks would be the first to go. Qingli said that a lot had really happened in country Xia recently, and the young man shouted, "What does she mean? Is she against their country?" Another of her friends shouted that she had awakened long ago and was still at the rank of first star of the ghost apparatus. "Isn't that too weak?" Qingli exclaimed. "So what? Aren't there enough people at that rank? Does he want to learn spiritual techniques, or did he gather there just to look down on her?" The young man shouted that he understood everything. Such an arrogant young lady like her probably hates spiritual energy revivals. After all, being the object of insight is quite unpleasant, right? It's a shame because in today's world, she's trash. Qingli replied that it was funny. What kind of power do they have? They'll grovel before this burying lord anyway. If they really want to die with her, then let them become as strong as him first. He exclaimed. Stop. Does she really want to become a burying lord's partner? She was dumbfounded, and the guys started laughing at her, asking if she was worthy of it. They had never heard of him teaming up with anyone. She was kicked off the team and should go to her burying lord. Qingli yelled at them to wait because she had completed missions with them and let them give her share of the reward. The guy asked again, Does she want a reward too? He should be glad she wasn't asking for payment. She should get out of here. He threw Qingli aside and hit her in the stomach. She winced in pain and shook, after which she became very angry and screamed that they would get everything from her. Sometime later, a great fortune teller from Country B made a sensational statement. Country Xia, the leading power on Earth, would not survive for a year. True or false, what was their goal? A rational discussion ensued about whether topics related to a certain country should be temporarily banned. After some time, the protagonist asked at the Taizhou City Association if this prediction was having such a strong effect on their pioneers. The leader answered yes, which is why they needed him to speak from an official account to prevent ill-wisher from discovering his identity. They had to ask him to come in person. Qingying explained that Country B was skilled in using public opinion and psychological warfare. They also used these methods many times, all to shake the people's spirit, destabilize them, and hinder their cultivation. The leader confirmed that everything was true. Rumors had already spread in Country Xia that their abilities were comparable to the Anomaly King, and they were worried. Country B wouldn't allow them to grow even stronger in peace. They said it was after the natural disaster that occurred in Shenzhou City. Fang Yi asked, but they're not stronger than them, right? If natural disasters could be controlled, then why is this? The leader replied that they didn't know the answer either. According to the predictions of all countries, the natural disasters were originally supposed to happen in Country B, but in the end, they almost happened in Shenzhou City, which almost caused them to lose an elder and many of their elite. He replied that he truly hadn't taken that into account. At that moment, he pressed the button on his laptop and saw that the end of the world wasn't keeping up with the speed of his breakthrough. People began to discuss, is the Burial Master planning to break through again? Could this be the Diamond Body rank? What terrifying progress! Those who stand at the pinnacle of spiritual energy revival, hadn't they noticed? The so-called hellish indulgence from the prophecy occurred precisely in Yuanzhou City. At a time like this, there's no need for long speeches and attacks on Country B. They just need to convey their strength in the simplest possible way. The discussion continued for some time, and eventually in Country B, the office staff at the Attack Information Center began to discuss how this barrier was simply disgusting. How did he gain such unimaginable influence? They still haven't received the barrier's data? They're simply worthless. If they don't find this person, they can't count on this job. This was the threat of the network data expert from Country B's pioneers, shouting that no one would dare interfere with their plan. Fang Yi replied that everything should calm down for a while, and the head of the organization thanked him with a grin. Suddenly, one of the employees ran up to him and shouted, "Mr. Barrier." He sent a message that two powerful elements had merged in the west, forming a new restricted area. Country Xia had already cordoned it off. He asked what elements these were. He replied that this was sun and darkness, an extremely dangerous zone, but perhaps one that held great power. The sea mystic from headquarters had specifically notified them, and if he was interested, he could set out tomorrow morning. He replied that he was fine and considered testing two new abilities. Meanwhile, in the west of Xia country, outside the Forbidden Zone, there was a pool of black sun. Armored vehicles stopped there, and the guys emerged. The protagonist said, so that's why they insisted on sending so many people with him and maintaining constant monitoring. That's right, this black curtain of wind and rain is the only barrier of the Mingying Forbidden Zone, and one can only enter by overcoming it. Fang Yi considered the violent clash of sun and darkness elements, dangerous currents, and ever-changing phenomena within, and they asked Barry if he was ready for this. The protagonist watched silently, then turned and asked, they? Galan replied that they were a select vanguard from Shenzhou and Haizhou headquarters. All of them have reached the 3rd star level of soul creation and are the best pioneers, with the potential to break through to the Diamond Body rank. These are the ones who have proven themselves most in forbidden zones or during anomalies. Wang Lan, the new captain of Haizhou City, and Song Yiming, an elite pioneer from Shenzhou City, arrived. Wang Lan apologized for being a little late. He must be a burying captain from Taizhou City? He's the new city captain, and Song Yiming is with him. He's very strong and masters 2 elements, fan and fire. Song Yiming also greeted him, and Galan said that everyone knows the details regarding the forbidden zone. Then they should rely on their own strength, open the dark storm curtain, and enter. The protagonist turned around and wondered why the two were staring at him. Suddenly, Song Yiming exhaled and said that if that's the case, he'll go first. One of the reasons he accepted the mission from those old men at headquarters was because he was a mortician. It's said that not only does he possess a rare talent and the sun element, but during the recent disaster in Yuanzhou City, he also mastered the ability of the darkness element. He also possesses the purest fire element, supplemented by the wind element, which pushes the fire's power to the limit. Would the gap with his sun element then be significant? Galan reported that Song Yiming, a dual-element genius from headquarters, had already smashed both of his elements to the limit, and this dark storm curtain was difficult to penetrate. mainly because the properties of darkness somehow condense and simulate extremely harsh weather conditions. But for games, it's a piece of cake. At that moment, Wanglon said he would go next. The water cutting technique didn't seem aggressive, but with his leveling, his defense had reached the highest level. When he used his magic, he commented on how powerful the dark energy was. If he'd only recently broken through to the third soul creation star, he might not have been able to hold an umbrella and would have died immediately. Wanglon, surprised, said that was cool. Dark sun elements can really merge and coexist. He looked at Song Yiming, who was saying that he was indifferent to the sun element, but that other elements were incompatible with the human body, and that strong ones were rejected by it. It would be nice to at least avoid being affected, let alone subjugated. Wang Lan replied that perhaps it was because he had day elements that he was also sensitive to the sun element, but he agreed that passing through that barrier curtain was much harder. As for the rumors about the burying man, he also said he wanted to see what he was capable of. At that moment, the hero used his firepower, and the guys shouted to each other to step aside. They turned around in surprise and realized it was the sun element. The protagonist approached them and said they'd been waiting for him for a long time. Galan followed him, and Song Yiming was surprised. Was it him? Fang Yi replied, yes, but they didn't understand how he'd done it. Was the dark storm veil still split and not reforming? She was learning that it was very simple. She simply needed to suppress it with a stronger and purer sun element than the darkness contained therein. Although it required a lot of energy, the sun element inherently counteracts darkness, so only enough energy was needed to last for a while. It was still a shame though. He could have brought more pioneers, but for safety's sake, he'd initially only brought Galan with him. Yiming was surprised. Did he really think it was that simple? Wang Lan was also surprised. Was this man really on the same level as them? It was easy to say, but for nature to do such a thing, someone as strong as Elder Wu would be needed, right? Galan smiled and told them to get used to it. After all, every genius pioneer reconsider their worldview after meeting him. The protagonist was overwhelmed by these words, and the system detected a source of pollution. Fluctuations in anomalous darkness and an A-level anomaly appeared. All the guys were dumbfounded, and Song Yiming asked, is it just an A-level anomaly? Well, if it's an element, then they should try it. They all immediately returned there and saw strange people. The protagonist realized they were people from Country B. Baolan shouted, wait, there's someone else here. Since there were just fluctuations in the anomaly, that means they destroyed it. But there were no other registered pioneers today, and illegal border crossings are very similar to illegal entry. Who are they and how did they get here? The guys replied that they saw a pioneer from Country Sha. They were here for a test, and from that country. Song Yiming exclaimed, a test? This is Country Sha's territory, and they can't enter someone else's restricted area for some kind of test without permission. Galan announced that they had illegally crossed the border and must leave immediately. The gang leader replied that times had changed. If they weren't seizing resources and opportunities themselves, they certainly wouldn't waste them. They were stronger than them and would seize these resources here and now. After all, that was the right thing to do. The protagonist patted Galan on the shoulder and asked, is he saying that only the strong can possess such abilities? He sensed that the three were hiding their auras and were of a higher level than Galan and Song Yiming, which was why they were acting so brazenly. Country B was secretly sending its best pioneers into the country's key restricted area. Was this a direct provocation to war? He shouted at them that in that case, they could get out. Galam reported that 3 illegal individuals from Country B were found in the northwest of the restricted area. They should be expelled immediately, and surveillance should be strengthened. The men tensed, and the gang leader said that if they didn't want it the easy way, they would get it the hard way. He created a magical force around himself, and they were surprised to see that it was a pioneer with the element of darkness. He shouted that the territory was filled with the element of darkness, his element. Galan realized it was a property of the corpse poison that arose after the corpse decomposed under the influence of the element. Wanglon didn't understand what they were planning, and Galan exclaimed that things were bad and that they had destroyed the communication and monitoring equipment they had brought with them. He realized they wanted to kill them to cover their tracks. Song Yiming began shouting that they wouldn't wait for him to finish casting the spell and must act preemptively. Since they couldn't absorb the element, they would destroy it. Wanglon shouted for him to wait, and at that moment, Song Yiming struck his opponent with a bright flame, which had been captured by his powers. A moment later, a bright flash of light intersected, and Song Yiming didn't understand what was happening. Galan shouted that he was advancing, and that they should be careful. Wanglon raised his hand and created a protective barrier above them, but the protagonist realized what was happening and was determined to act. The hand of darkness pierced Wanglon's defense. MC stepped forward and ordered everyone to disperse, then struck, cutting his arm. The guy clenched his teeth in frustration and said that he, a pioneer from the Xia country with the fire element, would not be so lucky next time. He should look back at his comrades. They were even more helpless than him. He remained silent. The darkness had already captured his comrades, and Galan shouted that he had hidden his true strength. He possessed at least the diamond body rank and above. He laughed. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Zone, they were discussing what to do. The guy said, the storm curtain has closed again. Their chances of breaking through are extremely slim. They need to send a warning to headquarters. Unidentified pioneers from Country B have illegally entered their forbidden zone near the border and deliberately attacked. Is the visual data from before the connection was destroyed still intact? The guy answered him that everything was saved. They made a backup copy, just in case. But it turned out to be true that someone in Country B had mastered the element of darkness. It couldn't be said that he had completely mastered it. Judging by the video, his ability was a subspecies of the element of darkness. But the damage was still enormous. The wounds he inflicted did not heal. He heard that Country B constantly conducted cruel experiments on pioneers. The man in the video was probably the result of their labors. At this time, the experiment victim told Fang Yi that his comrades had already been infected with his poisonous element. Soon they would rot alive. Their spiritual energy would become his food, and he would go with him to the great Country B and become a part of it. He laughed as he rushed to attack, and Galan felt the pressure of spiritual energy and warned Burial Sealer that they had sent the strongest pioneer. Yiming exclaimed, "Why is he standing there? Let him attack, otherwise they will die here." MC released his energy and remarked, he had a second diamond body star, and he thought the pioneers of Country B were stronger. Didn't he notice that his netherworld poison had no effect on him? This confused the guy. Fang Yi deployed the Twilight Deity Sphere, strengthening the sun element, and then attacked his subordinates with powerful streams of fire. The guy gritted his teeth in rage. They were just two nothings to be defeated so easily. MC walked towards him and asked with a smirk, "Won't he save them? Otherwise, they'll die soon." The guy laughed, calling him arrogant. As long as he was human, he wouldn't be able to escape his powerful corpse poison. Fang Yi released sparks. His opponent immediately realized it was the sun element, and was surprised that someone in Country Xia had mastered it. MC approached him, raised his blade above his head, and used the heavenly fire technique, piercing his head. He stared at him in shock and thought, this is impossible. His body disintegrated, but because it consisted only of darkness, it began to grow together, which surprised the guys. He coughed up blood. Through laughter, Fang Yi stood in place and waited for what he would do. His body came together, and he laughed, exclaiming that there was so much darkness here, he would not be able to kill him. Yiming was shocked that he was still alive after such a blow. He deliberately chose this place, knowing that it was full of darkness. They both rose into the air and MC asked, does he want to absorb the darkness element to recover? It's just a pity that the poison of the underworld is too weak, and the speed of converting dark energy into healing is too slow. Even the killing move he recently mastered can handle him. The best in Country B, and that's all? The guy's body still wouldn't heal, causing him to panic and exclaim, is his corpse poison element suppressing something? Why can't he recover? Fang Yi snapped his fingers and his opponent exploded, after which he returned to the ground and told his comrades that the matter was resolved. He extended his hand to the guys, causing them to panic, but he merely drew the darkness out of. They were greatly surprised by his abilities. Afterwards, he helped Galan, and she said that she didn't expect him to kill the diamond body rank pioneer from Country B so easily. She still underestimates the speed of his progress. He responded by saying that looking at this rabble, he begins to doubt their fighting ability. The guy with the diamond body rank clearly didn't reach that level by normal means. His spiritual energy is very impure, and since they had already infiltrated Country Xia, why didn't they know about the sun element rank pioneer? Galan replied that she also didn't know why they weren't aware of his existence, but rumor had it that the anomalous disaster that had nearly befallen them back then, and was stopped by Elder Wu, was originally supposed to hit Country B. While it sounded incredible, there was no definitive proof. MC didn't think the rumor was entirely exaggerated. Elder Wu was the strongest of the Xia country's pioneers. He could have been targeted, and Country B had always been in conflict with them. If that was true, he'd inadvertently done a good deed by avenging Elder Wu. Yiming exclaimed delightedly that he'd been too foolish before, but from now on he'd hang Burial Sealer's portrait by his bed to motivate him to train. He'd strive to one day be worthy of catching his eye. His friend glanced at him sideways, saying that he was overheated due to the sun element, and Fang Yi advised them not to approach the core of the forbidden area, even though he had purified them of the darkness element. He asked Galan to take them back or let them train on the outskirts while he went to see the true appearance of the core of the forbidden area, Mingying. He headed straight for a huge tornado with lightning, and Yiming asked, so he just walked in there? Wanglan turned to Galan and asked if she thought they would have a chance of success if they went. She smiled and told him that she had previously been the main candidate to replace Elder Wu, but when Burial Sealer appeared, she had to fade into the background. Of course, they could go to the core of the forbidden area, but absorbing the elements contained there was already beyond reality. The guys were surprised. They both noticed how much her personality had changed. The tornado grew stronger, and they immediately turned to check, and Galan ran forward, telling them to dodge. She erected a shield, and a stream of darkness crashed into them, followed by a powerful explosion. The shield gave way, and they were all thrown several meters away by the shockwave, and when they landed, Yiming remarked, so this is what the true essence of the core of the Mingying forbidden area looks like. The tornado dissipated, revealing a pillar of darkness, at the top of which was an eye, similar to a god's. Galan saw Fang Yi's eye in the middle, right now absorbing the darkness. He glanced at the lump of darkness in his hands and thought it was strange. He felt how these opposing elements were slowly merging into some kind of new spiritual power, and it seemed that the changes began precisely because he touched them. The system reported, a large-scale anomaly between heaven and earth has been detected. Preliminary detection, sun element and dark element. The elements are pulsating and merging. The spontaneous generation of a new unknown element has been detected. Newborn element, turbid sun. The system has begun automatic data collection. Analysis is in progress. The turbid sun in his hands disintegrated. Streams of darkness and light reached towards his forehead, and the system reported, turbid eye technique acquired. All changeable forms are merely illusion. Illusion and reality generate each other. Joy is born in the void. Thus, the dark element in the black pond was dried up. Yiming was shocked that it even merged with the sun element. What kind of monster is this? Streams of darkness and light touched Galan. She felt something and asked the others, did they feel it? Wanglan said with a smile that this new spiritual power looked terrifyingly powerful, but at least the gloom of the dark element that caused instinctive rejection and physiological fear disappeared. Maybe they should try it too? Galan suggested they start practicing without delay, then assumed a meditative pose with Wanglan, and Yiming followed suit, saying that even absorbing the remnants was good enough. Meanwhile, a powerful force was detected outside the restricted area. Even the Anomaly King probably wasn't that strong. The man checked the radar and noted with surprise that those people from Country B had disappeared, causing his colleague to exclaim, has Burial Sealer really already dealt with those pioneers from Country B? Besides, they'd all heard how he'd lectured the Kangzhou City Association. The man exclaimed discontentedly, serves them right. It's good they'd preserved evidence of Country B's vile deeds. He'd immediately contact headquarters to prepare for diplomatic repercussions. Country B could very well cause a scandal. His colleague followed him, saying that the evidence must be personally handed over to the leadership. This video recording will definitely become their trump card in the confrontation with Country B. They must also try to ensure that Country Xia has an advantageous position. Meanwhile, Country B's high military command convened a meeting. The country's leader jumped up and exclaimed, what the hell is going on? Didn't they send the strongest pioneers? How could they disappear? What did they promise him before the operation? The old man guessed that they were most likely dead, not missing. The squad suffered heavy losses, and the Xia country outsmarted them. The man exclaimed in rage, and they called them the strongest? How did they lose to the Xia country then? The entire squad was destroyed. They must return the benefits due to him. He wants everything the Xia country has, otherwise he will cut off all their funding. The old man said that they must avenge this humiliation from the Xia country. He will definitely make them pay for it, but even though he is an extremely loyal citizen of the B country, he is first and foremost a pioneer, and in no way a dog on a leash. He hates being blackmailed. He hopes that he remembers this. He jumped up and threateningly released his aura. The bodyguards immediately shielded the head of the country, and as the old man headed for the exit, he exclaimed that he would immediately call the head of the Xia country and he should try to teach them a proper lesson. The old man left the office, his subordinates caught up with him, and he asked, any results? One of them answered that they were currently unable to enter the forbidden zone of the Xia country and determine the exact location of the second young master's disappearance. The sensor implanted in his body was most likely also destroyed. However, it cannot be ruled out that the interference was caused by the enormous energy fluctuations in the Mingying Forbidden Zone. The old man was furious and swore revenge on the Xia country. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was still in the core of the Mingying Forbidden Zone. The Cloudy Eye technique is an illusory technique capable of dragging any living being into the realm of despair. The most obvious example. You can draw an enemy into an illusion and keep them there until death, without even touching them. Isn't that too convenient? He jumped to the ground and was immediately pierced by a sharp pain. He fell to one knee and coughed up blood, a side effect of the powerful frantic power of darkness. Even after forming a new element, it still has a recoil and tests him, although he has already mastered the technique of this element. He found it interesting, and in general, he hadn't had such a challenge for a long time. At this time, the military command of Country B was discussing the recent experiment. The girl asked, was their experiment really a success? The pioneer who stabilizes the country, the ultimate weapon, was defeated by the country of Xia. Her colleague didn't believe it. They possess the element of darkness, which is beyond the control of humanity. They are crushing pioneers all over the world. Someone suggested that it was because of the side effects, and at that moment, their leader, an old man, entered the meeting room and exclaimed, who was that who just discussed the Great Gamma Plan? It seems he has his own thoughts on the matter. His subordinates circled around the room. He glanced at the guy who dared to talk about Gamma, and told him to offer his body as a new test subject. His subordinates led him out of the meeting room, while he pleaded with them not to touch him. He doesn't want to be a test subject. The man nervously glanced at the leader and asked, did he really dare to do this? The old man said that this useless puppet had achieved nothing. He would personally demonstrate their strength to the Xia country. Moreover, let all nations witness it. Soon, representatives from all countries gathered in the Supreme Hall of the United Nations of the Blue Star to discuss the behavior of the Xia country. One of them said that this time, the Xia country had really gone too far. The ambassador of Federation E declared that on behalf of the United Blue Star countries, they condemned the assassination of another country's key pioneer. In the face of a great calamity, no nation should raise a hand against another. Laughter came from the entrance. Wu Chanyue, commander of the Xia country's Star Wars zone, entered the hall and asked with displeasure, why are they still drinking mineral water? It was unhygienic in their day. He ordered his subordinates to exchange the water for chrysanthemum tea to cool their ardor. The ambassador of country A was surprised and noted that it had been a long time since they had heard from him. The old man said, many days have passed since their last meeting, but now is not the time to reminisce. The major nations had agreed that before the start of a spiritual revival, they would not interfere or oppose each other. However, in Xia country, one of their own had fallen. He owed them an explanation. He himself was surprised that Xin Yue was standing before him, although he didn't show it. Shouldn't his vitality have been exhausted by now? What happened? Qian Yue asked furiously. What other explanation? He thought he should explain everything to him. His oppressive aura spread throughout the hall, and he exclaimed that their man had attacked first. The one at fault shouts the loudest. That's just their style. The ambassadors became nervous, but Elder Wu was always polite. Why was he so abrupt today? The old man was also nervous. He could only guess what had happened in Xia country, but he stood firm and said that empty words meant nothing. What evidence did they have? He was already starting to worry, because if the leader returned to his peak again, then their grand plan would fail. Xianyue said that since he wanted proof so much, he would provide it. He then turned on the video recording of the incident and said, let everyone see and know that Country B's people illegally crossed the border of Xia to seize resources. They destroyed their equipment and attacked first, but fortunately they were destroyed by their own people. He repeats once again, this is what they deserve, those idiots deserve it. The ambassadors realized that it was Country B that broke the agreement, and Elder Wu said that Country Xia has an old saying, he who commits many injustices will doom himself. Let everyone present bear witness. If the pioneers of any other country dare to steal Xia's resources, this is what will happen. He headed for the exit, but the old man couldn't take it so easily and decided to attack him, right in front of everyone. He used the traceless phantom technique. The darkness followed the man, but he parried the blow, and the darkness shot back at the old man, which knocked him back. Qianyue smirked and told him not to make people laugh with these cheap tricks. He should practice more. The people anxiously rushed to their wounded leader and called for a doctor, while Qianyue wondered how many more miracles Burial Sealer could create for the country of Xia. Meanwhile, in the forbidden area of Mingying, the darkness swirled into a whirlpool. Galan felt terrifying fluctuations. It seemed Burial Sealer had encountered danger. At this time, MC absorbed the last particles and fired beams of light from his 3 eyes, after which he screamed, and the ground cracked from his power. The system reported the new technique Muddy Eye was completely absorbed. His body no longer rejects the element of darkness. He decided to master the new technique immediately and activated it with a flick of his finger, after which the space shattered into many fragments, and he saw in them reflections of his memories. He thought, so the illusions it creates are everything he has experienced. This is interesting. Any opportunity that made him stronger would be certain death for others. This is the power of the Muddy Eye technique, and if he combines this with the 3 effects of the Death Brand, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Suddenly, thunder and lightning flashed from the sky. The system informed him, an excess of spiritual energy has been detected. A quick breakthrough to the next level is expected. He was very happy after all. This is what he wanted. Lightning struck next to him, and then a deity appeared. He grabbed a spear and attacked Fang Yi, after which an explosion occurred, and Galan exclaimed in surprise, is he really breaking through right now? MC withstood his blow and even asked, is that all? Now it was his turn. He summoned Boundless Dark World and used Divine Thunder, after which he struck the god with lightning. A beam of energy shot into the sky, and after a few seconds, everything became silent. Feng Yi absorbed the power of a god and completed the breakthrough. Now he has the first Diamond Body Star. He himself did not expect that he would break through to a higher rank here, and decided to test his new abilities. He waved his hand, a stream of energy struck the ground, destroying it, and his comrades felt a powerful spiritual energy. Meanwhile, a shockwave like a terrifying storm engulfed the people outside the forbidden zone. Armored vehicles were scattered in all directions. The guy took cover behind a rock and asked, did the data exceed the maximum monitored value? And the device instantly explode. A curtain of wind and rain conceals the anomaly inside the forbidden zone. But that dim golden light and this system failure. Did someone break through to a higher rank? Did Burial Sealer break through to the Diamond Body rank? What a terrifying sight. And after all the lightning that hit him, he's still alive? A deep crater formed at the site of the breakthrough. Galan said that the spiritual energy inside the forbidden zone was completely depleted. Even together, they pulled out less than 1/10, and the rest was completely absorbed by Burial Sealer. Wang Lan noted the enormous size of this bottomless pit, and Galan said, If it weren't for him, he would have to share this spiritual energy with those vile people from Country B. In that case, it would be better to give it all to Burial Sealer. They jumped into the pit, and Yiming was surprised to see Fang Yi in his oppressive aura. He was just walking here and he felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Wang Lan took the opportunity to take a photo of him, saying he'd use it as his wallpaper. Perhaps it would help him break through to the diamond body rank faster. Yiming pursed his lips nervously, wondering just how strong he had become now. And when Fang Yi emerged from the light, they all confirmed that he had truly reached the diamond body. Galan smiled and thought, if before he was like a divine sword, cleaving the darkness with a blade barely drawn from its sheath, now he illuminated the entire world, openly displaying his crushing might. Everyone knows how difficult it is to make the half-step break from the third soul creation star to the diamond body rank. And in such a short time he's grown so much. Fang Yi gave her a huge surprise. This is a blessing for the Xia country. His future is dazzlingly bright. Perhaps he'll even be on par with her master soon, maybe even become stronger. Of course, everyone noticed how countless lightning bolts struck in the west, and soon a news story appeared. Headlined, "Did Burial Sealer break through again?" People were shocked. Even the Mingying Forbidden Zone, which had just been classified as a 5th level critical zone, was dried out. If this is Burial Sealer, does that mean the Great Xia has gained another pioneer who has reached the diamond body rank? The pioneers of Country B, on the other hand, were irritated by this latest news about him. If he were allowed to continue growing, the Xia country would revolt, which would definitely hinder the progress of their plans. The old man suggested that his comrades take action, and the man said that last time it was because of Burial Sealer that the plan failed, and Taizhou was able to avoid disaster. This time, none of them would escape. The woman showed them a couple of photos with Fang Yi's face and said, in order to uncover Burial Sealer's identity, her followers successfully hacked the Pioneer's mobile database and found these photos. The old man chuckled and said that it didn't matter what methods they used. The main thing was that their cooperation was pleasant. They should uncover Burial Sealer's true face. Time passed, and at 3 a.m. on the roof of a high-rise building in some city, Zhang Lu broke through. He joyfully exclaimed that days and nights of arduous practice had not been in vain. He had finally reached the 2nd star of soul creation. He laughed contentedly and thought, the phenomenon caused by his breakthrough must have attracted everyone's attention. He decided to check how everyone was currently admiring him on the internet, but what he saw was completely different from what he expected. Upon learning that the rake had promoted again, he was delighted. This was to be expected from the one he had chosen as his teacher. When such a brilliant and powerful warrior as Burial Sealer worked so hard, how could he be content with only a minor breakthrough? He should be able to follow in his footsteps now. He wondered if he would be accepted if he returned to Taizhou now. He returned to the city early in the morning and immediately threw up his hands, shouting joyfully. Everyone looked at him strangely. He went home and ran into some girl, but she didn't even apologize, which made him indignant. He called out to her and asked displeasedly, didn't her mother teach her to apologize when she bumped into someone? She turned around and took off her glasses with a smile, apologizing to him. Her eyes sparkled, and Zhang Lu was immediately hypnotized. After that, she grinned and told the handsome man to follow her. Someone was looking for him. He asked where they were going, and she told him, to the heavenly chosen sect, to a holy land like paradise. She turned around, noticed the old man's subordinates circling above her, and told Zhang Lu that he needed to infiltrate Taizhou, and he had better not disappoint his father. If they succeeded in turning Burial Sealer's lair into their territory, his father and their great heavenly chosen sect would shine with glory throughout the country of Xia. They brought him to Quanzhou, to the headquarters of the heavenly chosen cult, and locked him in the repentance room, the so-called torture chamber. He woke up just as the interrogation was ending. He tried to get up but was chained to the couch, and exclaimed that they really didn't know each other very well. Even if they killed him, he still didn't know anything. One part of his mind was still under hypnosis, while the other couldn't understand what was happening. He thought, where is he? His head is about to split. Why can't he control himself? What are these freaks trying to do to him? He remembered how they forcibly brainwashed him and burst into tears. These beasts are trying to extract information about his future teacher. It's good that he knows nothing. Meanwhile, the nun met with the man, and he asked, did he speak? The priest was already asking about the process. She bowed her head and asked the priest for forgiveness for her sins. The demon in the repentance room was forced to speak, but he seemed too ignorant. The man asked, if so, is he even fit to be bait? He has concerns that Burial Sealer might not come. She promised him to strengthen his confession to the priest, no matter the cost. He is already in their hands. She will fulfill the priest's mission. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu's friends came to the association to meet with Fang Yi to find out where he is. Qingying asked, so they specially came to Taizhou for help in finding Zhang Lu? The guy confirmed it. He came here to find Burial Sealer, become his disciple, and cultivate, and then suddenly stopped communicating. His friend added, fortunately, they have many connections and acquaintances from all walks of life. They asked everywhere, both locally and in Taizhou. Someone said that he might have been taken by the Heaven's Chosen cult. MC became interested, and Qingying said that she had heard that name before. It was a cult clearly backed by some pioneering faction. But why did they need Zhonglu? The guy said that they had the same question. Considering that it was them, they weren't sure they could resist, which is why they rushed here to ask for help. Qingying said, the Heaven's Chosen cult has always opposed the association and the military, and also specializes in mental attacks. For a long time, the cult operated and infiltrated ordinary people under the guise of a church. Headquartered in the city of Quanzhou, their number of followers there already numbers in the millions. The local association has tried to suppress them many times, but the followers and leader are elusive. They are more difficult to deal with than anomalies. Fang Yi asked, given Zhonglu's disappearance, does that mean the cult has already infiltrated Taizhou? Qingying decided to immediately inform the association and launch a citywide search for the cult. If they successfully invade, all previous efforts to protect Taizhou from anomalies will be for naught. MC said with a smirk that they infiltrated the city immediately after the anomaly occurred, and no one noticed, and even captured Zhonglu, who had just arrived. It seems the Heaven's Chosen cult is targeting him. Judging by their words, such an elusive organization dared to leave their headquarters and travel thousands of miles just to secretly infiltrate Taizhou and deal with him. If they are deliberately hiding, it will be difficult for them to find any leads. But would they go so far just to deal with him? He suspects that their infiltration of Taizhou is actually disinformation. They asked him why, and he asked, since the spiritual energy resurgence, Quanzhou has seen the fewest anomalies, right? Qingying confirmed this. While anomalies do occasionally occur, they are of a fairly low level, the highest being sea level. Many middle-aged and elderly people choose to spend their old age there. Many aren't even aware that anything has changed in their lives. Fang Yi noted that Taizhou had just experienced a severe anomaly, and there's a legend about the burial sealer who saved the city. It would be quite difficult for a cult to establish itself here out of the blue. They'll likely first establish bases in various places, find the city's weak points, and then gradually subjugate it. And in all of this, he's undoubtedly the biggest obstacle. Zhonglu had most likely already been transferred to their headquarters in Quanzhou, and instead of simply waiting, they could be proactive. They should book the next flight to Quanzhou. He wanted to personally meet the troublemakers who continued to wreak havoc during the spiritual energy resurgence and see what they were capable of. They agreed and volunteered to go with him, and he asked Qingying to simply report this to her superiors. She shouldn't be overly nervous. If she was still worried, they should organize more propaganda events about the dangers of cults. After that, he thought, the Heaven's Chosen cult must be eradicated as soon as possible. He couldn't believe he had no idea about such a thing. Such an influential cult had taken root in Quanzhou City. He remembered Lin Yi mentioning that his aunt had already settled there. Meanwhile, at the cult headquarters, a man came to the priest with a report. Burial sealer, along with the companions of their bait, had boarded a flight and would soon arrive at the sacred land of Quanzhou City. The priest chuckled. Who would have thought that this seemingly useless bait would actually work? He seriously dared to appear right on her territory. Well, guests are guests, even if they are heretics. They must be received properly. The dignity of their sacred cult must not be lost. But can such heretics be of any use to their sacred cult? Heretics are heretics. They cannot be enlightened, and they do not understand what is good for them. Her subordinate told her not to worry about them, and she agreed. People like them have only one fate: to burn to ashes, to be purified through destruction. The plane landed at Quanzhou Airport very soon, and the guy said that what surprised him most was that even now, after the spiritual energy had begun to revive, flights in Xia country were still operating as usual. His friend agreed with him, but there were fewer and fewer flights. If the association hadn't helped with the tickets, they probably wouldn't have made it on time. They left the airport and immediately headed into the forest, and the man asked where they were going now. What was their plan? He answered that they didn't have a clear goal, they were just waiting. The guys didn't understand what he meant, and he told them to be quiet and listen. They had already come to them. Right now, people in black robes were circling above them. Realizing that they had been noticed, they flew towards them, and the MC told the guys to be careful. Don't forget about their ability to hypnotize, and not to look them in the eyes. They both closed their eyes and assumed a fighting stance, and the girl hugged Fang Yi and greeted him. He told his companions not to open their eyes, so why didn't he follow his own advice? He immediately realized that she was a 2nd-star soul creation rank, and she used an illusion technique on him and asked if he really wanted to solely possess this nun's beauty. He smirked and remarked that it was not bad. Did she really think that it would work on him? She was very surprised that her technique didn't work, and MC said, since she is the first person who dared to approach him, she deserves a reward. Perhaps illusion-type pioneers like her will be more interesting. He tried the cloudy eye technique on her, and she became very nervous and thought, how is this possible? Where did Burial Sealer get an illusion technique? It's not in the file. Thick branches grabbed her arms and legs, and she exclaimed indignantly. He decided to use illusions against her. She called him a stupid heretic and exclaimed with a wide smile that their great cult is best at illusions. She took out a pocket watch, used it to free herself from the branches, and laughed, calling him a worthless person. After that, she rushed towards him and struck him, saying that she possessed enlightenment and the blessing of a priest. It was easy for her to cope with such cheap tricks. Her hand passed through him. He smirked and told her to continue, and her eyes suddenly changed. She saw a bunch of souls in the sky, and Fan Yi said that a living and healthy guinea pig is truly excellent material. She screamed in pain and thought, why? In his illusory world, one can feel such real pain? Her powers and techniques stopped working. But why? She had already received recognition from the priest, so why had she turned into a defenseless lamb to the slaughter? She was not like them. She was chosen by heaven. The chains chained her to the cross, and a crowd of demons had gathered below, wanting to devour her. And then she suddenly asked, who is she? Where is she? The demons pounced on her, starting to tear her skin with their claws. She was already starting to lose her mind from this illusion, and MC thought, is this all she can do? She was so weak, he needed very little energy. If he continued, she would definitely die. It was better for him to find out the information first, and only then send her to the next world. He ordered her to tell him everything she knew. What is the purpose of their cult? She answered him. The priest said that they need to eliminate Burial Sealer, the biggest obstacle. Only then can their great plan be realized. He asked, what is their great plan? Where exactly are the priest and Jianglu? She told him they were in the sanctuary now. She wanted to say something else, but the spell cast on her activated, and she screamed loudly in pain, fell, and didn't move anymore. He just clicked his tongue in displeasure and thought, it seemed like some kind of restriction had been triggered. It must have been the work of that very priest. When a cult member says too much, death comes instantly. He looked at the cultists who surrounded his companions and told them to come out. Did they do this to her? The cultists shouted in rage. How dare he disrespect their priest? They will seize him for the glory of the cult. A worthless person like him is not allowed to come near a priest. Let him surrender, otherwise they will kill his partner. He drew his weapon and told them to just dream about it, and thought, these cultists are definitely at the third level of soul creation. Some are even on the verge of a breakthrough. Judging by the illusionary techniques, such a number of people should have given him a lot of trouble, or even been able to withstand the entire association. However, their gait was unsteady, and they only appeared formidable, being weak inside. He struck them with a blood-fire sword and declared that their strength was utterly insignificant. The cultists were thrown back several meters. He swung the blade at the guy, but didn't strike. He only wanted to scare him. Another cultist approached him on trembling legs, holding a mirror. Fan Yi glanced at it, and the priest was reflected in it. She told Burial Sealer that there was a misunderstanding between them. The Heaven's Chosen cult exists to save humanity. In fact, anomalous disasters have occurred in Chuanzhou City 3 times already, and each time, it was their cult that eliminated them. The association itself is a gathering of useless heretics who do nothing but occupy other people's places and fail to fulfill their duties. He chuckled and said, she deceived others so often that she'd begun to believe her own lies. Chuanzhou City, though surrounded by mountains, was located in the central region. No internal disasters from wild beasts, no external isolation by the military. So where did 3 anomalies come from? Fooling the people, attracting followers, and massively accumulating wealth and treasures to continue cultivating and breaking through. Isn't that their true goal? These are rather despicable methods. She chuckled, then took out a cross and a pocket watch, exclaiming that he didn't understand them at all. In their eyes, capable people like him had been brainwashed into risking their lives for the sake of association. But was he truly interested in protecting ordinary people? If they were so pitiful and insignificant, it was better for them to die. This world belongs to the pioneers. They stand on an evolutionary path that no one has ever trodden before. A brilliant future awaits them. He covered the blade in flames and ran to the mirror, and the cultist exclaimed in fear. What was he doing? He said that if she believed that the weak deserved to die, then she should die too. After these words, he struck the mirror. His power came out on the other side, which surprised the priest greatly. She didn't even suspect that such a thing was possible. A stream of energy flew past her. She was very scared, but quickly realized that it was an illusory spell. A little more, and she would have been trapped in his illusion. Luckily, she was not there personally. Otherwise, she would have been quietly killed by Burial Sealer inside his illusion. She frowned, feeling the residue of his element on herself. After which she laughed out loud and said that this method is truly fascinating. He really is very powerful. How about just talking? He looked at her closely and thought it was strange. There was what looked like blood on her head, saturated with the element of darkness, although it didn't quite look like blood. Unfortunately, her real body is not here. A recent check showed that his illusion still can't pull her in from a distance. He declared he wants her to withdraw her forces from Chuanzhou within 3 days. For now, he can only threaten them. If she goes back on her word in 3 days, serious action will definitely follow. He also told her to release the one they captured, and thought, judging by the style of the chosen sect, they would never back down so easily, so he would adapt according to the situation. She agreed to withdraw the chosen from Chuanzhou, and as for his partner, she would pack him up and return him in 3 days. She just needed to leave safely. He agreed to this, after which she said goodbye to him and used her powers. Streams of darkness flew out of the mirror and headed towards the cultists, plunging them into illusions, and they all went mad. MC looked at his companions who were still under hypnosis. He patted one of them on the face and told him to wake up. Their main target is not Jiang Lu. He must return alive in 3 days. He needs to go to the Chuanzhou Association and wait for the Heavenly Chosen Ones to act. He's going with him. He took out his phone, and while they were trying to recover, he thought, it looks like they'll have to stay at the Chuanzhou Association for the next few days. For safety, he'll contact his aunt after this is over. They went to the association, where they were met by a man who said, Captain Su Qingying from Taizhou had already contacted them, and they would fully cooperate. He said that they didn't need to do anything. Once this priest appeared in Chuanzhou, he could handle him alone. However, these two were Jiang Lu's partners and didn't belong to any association, so let them keep an eye on them. The man smiled, saying that this would be no problem, after which his subordinate ran up to him and excitedly told him to look at the Pioneer Forum. Seeing a familiar face, he adjusted his glasses in confusion, and realizing it was Burial Sealer, he handed him the phone and excitedly asked him not to take it personally. They must be some petty, spiteful people. It's unclear what they have in mind. They're just needlessly stirring up the emotions of the pioneers. Feng Yi was intrigued. There were tons of posts on the forum about Burial Sealer, that he had killed innocents many times, and so on. He noted that there were already 3 whole pages, and the news had been blown out of proportion without any verification. Strange, all these posts with Chuanzhou IP addresses. Meanwhile, the Taizhou Association was in full swing. The head called the appropriate authorities and asked them to help them block all posts with Chuanzhou IP addresses. This sect of the Chosen Ones, if not destroyed soon, will sooner or later become a problem for the state of Xia. Meanwhile, the priestess was preaching, exclaiming that she had foreseen the future. Those chosen by heaven would be imprisoned in a cage of blazing fire, struck by thunder and consumed by crimson flames. This was not divine punishment, but someone's malicious obstruction. They had overcome countless difficulties along the way. Finding the path is the salvation of the world and the granting of its rebirth. Burial Sealer wears a mask of hypocrisy, deceiving and charming the ignorant masses. They even mercilessly killed their chosen ones. Now they will eradicate those who maliciously hinder them. They will expose the mask of evil. Her words resounded throughout the city. Using a mirror, she showed them the atrocities Burial Sealer had committed against her subjects, and the people believed. They took to the streets, shouting, "The Church of the Chosen is the true savior of the world. Don't be fooled by someone's false appearance. The true demon always appears in the guise of a savior. They need to save Taizhou. They feed demons with their own flesh. The people of Taizhou are already suffering from cruel actions. Does Burial Sealer really intend to destroy Chuanzhou as well?" Their attacks also affected the Chuanzhou Association. Everyone demanded that Burial Sealer leave and the church remain. MC glanced at the outraged people outside the window and noticed the Chuanzhou Association really has no public support at all. The branch manager clutched his head and said that they can't do anything about all these people. All this is ignorant and absurd, but as pioneers, they can't use force. Under the current circumstances, they won't be able to help him. Fan Yi told him that everything is fine. He didn't have much confidence in their abilities anyway. She decided to use the people of Chuanzhou as weapons and hostages. These are all pathetic tricks. The priest stood in the middle of the crowd and glanced at Fan Yi with a smile, wondering if he would like this gift. Everyone in Chuanzhou is her puppet. He wants to destroy the chosen of heaven? Then let him destroy Chuanzhou first. She told her subordinate, the main thing is for him to retreat in the face of difficulties. They will leave first. Let these fools delay him for a little while longer. And also, they need to return that useless guy to him. Their chosen of heaven have always valued feelings and loyalty. The man noticed her mercy with a smile, then threw the tied-up Jiang Lu towards the door. At that moment, an explosion occurred inside the building, and a bright flash of light blinded them. The priest turned around in surprise, and MC coming out of the building reminded her. He said that if they did not leave Chuanzhou within 3 days, they would have only themselves to blame. She was surprised. She never thought he would dare show himself. Isn't he afraid of chaos in Chuanzhou? She noted her miscalculation with annoyance and, throwing off her robe, exclaimed that if she had known that he was hiding something, she would have killed that man first. But with so many people involved, did he really not care about their lives? He laughed and rushed to the attack, asking, did she not know that? He cut her subordinate and he caught fire, after which he appeared behind her and said that his technique actually specialized in countering the anomalies of the darkness element. She quickly turned around and blocked his strike, and he asked with a smirk, she was not human, was she? She was surprised and asked, did he really understand that? Nothing really escaped his eyes. A third eye appeared on her forehead. She pulled the skin from her face, revealing another eye, and said that it had been quite a long time since she saw such a perfect master like him. She tore off her human shell, revealing her true nature, and the system reported, Dark intelligence detected. It is a parasite, a sub-ability of the element of darkness that has gained self-awareness. The dark intelligence has no physical form. It strengthens itself by parasitizing various pioneers. Each implantation results in the brutal death of the chosen pioneer, and their body and spiritual energy become nourishment for the dark intelligence. Meanwhile, the church was burning. Followers rushed to extinguish the fire, and the dark intelligence told Fan Yi that it had forged a perfect body and accumulated immense spiritual energy. He could not waste such talent. It would take over his body. He turned to his followers and exclaimed, The time has come when he needs them. Energy flew from their mouths, gathering into a huge ball, and the dark intelligence attacked Fang Yi with it. But he only needed a swing of his sword to block the attack and strike back. A stream of flame pierced his shoulder, and he said in surprise that it hurt. He hadn't experienced something like this in a long time. MC said that it seemed that wasn't enough. He had to completely purify it. He raised his hand and thought, this dark intelligence has one more trick. It can develop intelligence and disguise itself as a human to create a faction. Killing it will be no easier than the previous Anomaly king. After that, a huge force fell upon the creature. The head of the association watched it all from the window and exclaimed that the dark element really did give birth to intelligence. It can even parasitize on pioneers. This information must be immediately transmitted to all departments. Fang Yi seemed to have grabbed the monster, but it was able to escape from his hand, and said that he didn't expect this. But no matter how special it was destined to become his vessel. He shouldn't worry. He will take good care of its body. He enveloped it from all sides and laughed, and then MC covered his body in flames and remarked that it was quite impressive. Although the sun element naturally resists darkness, it is still capable of resisting. But he probably doesn't know that he can't truly die. The dark intellect was surprised. Meanwhile, the people of the association watched the huge sphere of darkness in the sky and worried. The guy exclaimed, was the rake absorbed by the dark element? His friend said it was fine. He even killed the overlord of death, and he could do it this time too. The association worker hoped so. This dark intellect had never been mentioned since the founding of their organization. The leader ordered them to stop chatting. The only thing they could do now was believe in him. Finally, Jianglu woke up. He saw the sphere and exclaimed in shock. Did his master really lose? Fang Yi, meanwhile, was walking in the darkness, inside the dark intellect. The system showed him the death count, 1. The dark intellect was weakened by 20% due to its ability. He glanced at his hand and wondered, what are you talking about? He didn't become a spirit, after all. He noticed souls nearby. One of them was the soul of the last pioneer, parasitized by the dark intellect. This woman and the other pioneers fell to their knees before him. They wanted him to free them. These pioneers are long dead. Only the imprisoned aura of their souls remains. They coexist, painfully giving him the last remnants of energy. If the dark intellect is destroyed, they too will completely disappear. To be buried in the purifying divine flame is the best liberation for them. He drew his sword, prepared himself, and then swung it with all his might, severing the heart of the dark intellect. A flash of the sun element immediately appeared, and the purification began. The monster screamed in rage. What has he done? This hurts like hell. It's all useless. He will capture him even faster, and since he doesn't want to do it the easy way, he will cut off all his limbs. The system reported a large amount of dark element detected. The condition for activating the hellish vision enhancing effect has been met. Due to his ability, the dark intellect has been weakened again, with a weakening rate of 50%. The hellish vision effect has been activated, and the dark intellect's weakening progress has reached 80%. The weakening has reached a critical point, 99%. He pointed his finger at the creature, commanding it to perish. The dark intellect was startled, and then an explosion occurred, and the creature, seeing its demise, screamed hysterically. A roar rang out. The flames from the explosion filled the sky, and the association branch head, hearing the scream, asked if the dark intellect had really been destroyed by Burial Sealer. Zhang Lu immediately noticed the powerful spiritual energy. Although he was only a human, he had truly achieved such heights. He had absorbed the ultimate nature of the sun and subjugated it. He himself was like the royal sun embodied in the world, his golden light oppressing, and all evil spirits vanishing. MC glanced at the clod of darkness in his hand and thought that he hadn't come in vain after all. The system reported, dark intelligence destruction detected. No rejection between the host body and the dark element confirmed. The cloudy eye and boundless dark world techniques are strengthening. Sensing the darkness, the spiritual flower emerged and asked him to give it to it. He was even surprised that it had already developed the ability to speak. The flower absorbed the clod of darkness and bowed its bud, thanking its owner for the treat. Judging by the flower's voice, it was also female. After it reached the diamond body, the spiritual flower also imperceptibly strengthened. Previously, it could only absorb, but now it had gained the ability to speak and awakened its mind. It must have absorbed a lot of spiritual power from the boundless dark world, and after absorbing the element of darkness, its aura became even stronger. The flower hid in his sleeve and fell asleep. This seemed strange to him. The flower became even sleepier than before. He'll need to study this thoroughly. Meanwhile, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to thank Burial Sealer. If not for him, the city would have been finished. Zhang Lu said with admiration that Burial Sealer had truly destroyed the dark element that had gained sentience. He could even say that he had seen it with his own eyes, save an entire city. Now he could die without regrets. He didn't notice how a spike of darkness grew behind him. It flew at him at high speed, but fortunately, Fang Yi was nearby and protected it. Hearing a strange sound behind him, Zhang Lu turned around in fear, and MC landed nearby and asked, were there really those who escaped? The association leader smiled and thanked him and Taizo City for their help. They would forever remember this act. Zhonglu glanced at what remained of the darkness and was stunned. He had such great attack skill, strategic combat, a perfect strike that leaves no chance for the darkness. And all this is Burial Sealer, who has reached the diamond body rank, his only idol in this life. The leader shook Fan Yi's hand and thanked him for saving Chuanzhou City from disaster. They had fought the Chosen for a long time and were unable to eradicate this threat. MC told him not to thank him and warned, defeating the Chosen is far from the end. They must not let their guard down. Chuanzhou City has not yet experienced a truly large-scale anomaly. Compared to other cities, they still feel like they are living in a bygone era. But Chuanzhou City is surrounded by rich natural resources, and the revival of spiritual energy is irreversible, which can cause mutations at any moment. The man realized what would happen as soon as this happened, and was horrified, after which he exclaimed that they are always prepared. They patrol the forbidden zones with abundant spiritual energy every day. Fan Yi said something else. He had previously thought he had completely destroyed the dark intellect, but some part of his darkness element had still escaped and almost attached itself to Zhonglu. He turned around and asked them to accompany him to the restricted area of Chuanzhou City. He believed that the revival of spiritual energy was also not far off here. He checked his phone. He still wanted to meet his aunt, but that would have to be postponed. The leader drove him to the forest area and told him that their winding mountain road was still in use, and most of the forest was open. Only a small part, where dense spiritual energy was observed, was restricted. By the way, would he like to see the pandas later, or perhaps have hot pot? He declined and suggested that he instead focus on business, after which he thought, the people of Chuanzhou are optimistic at heart, that innate relaxedness. He remembered Hunyuan, the Iron Devourer, and wondered if, under the influence of spiritual energy, pandas would really take the form described in the ancient texts. He felt something, looked out the window, and said he was there. He jumped out of the car while it was moving and told him to block the road. He was going up the mountains, and no one should follow him. He jumped off a cliff, and the leader immediately stopped the car, looked after him, and scratched his head in confusion. He hadn't felt anything at all. MC was already running through the dense forest at this point. He was already close and could sense it thanks to his lightning. The closer he got to his target, the stronger this feeling of resonance became. He climbed a tree, and the lightning sparked even more intensely. Then he covered the entire trunk with it, and purple lightning flashed nearby. The system detected a thunder element barrier, so he decided to use the 100 temperings technique and struck the barrier. A roar rang out, the barrier reacted, and a huge arrow flew from the clouds toward him. The system informed him that this was Punishing Thunder, a legendary weapon of divine origin. It is a precise weapon that never misses, is unstoppable, and always hits its target. It possesses the majestic power of judging enemies. Its appearance is often accompanied by great disasters, foreshadowing danger. Fan Yi touched the tree, absorbing all the thunder to gather strength to counter this weapon. The two energies collided, and MC, along with its lightning, rushed into the sky. The system detected a large amount of thunder energy and activated maximum computing power. Analysis is in progress. He has perfected the technique, Thunder Divine Limit. He can summon the punishment of heaven, judgment, and extermination, and also channel the energy of punishment within himself to destroy his own limits. He can transcend the limitations of traditional cultivation stages and paths, successfully complete techniques and thunder evolution, and raise his combat power to a new level. Fan Yi thought, transcend limits? As far as he knows, every ability in the world has its limitations. For example, to reach a stage of cultivation, certain conditions must be met to feel the threshold of transition to the next level. A breakthrough can be successful, but it can also end in failure. Or, for example, with techniques, a sufficiently powerful spiritual weapon is needed to unlock their maximum effectiveness and achieve strengthening. He accumulated thunder energy in his hand and invested it within himself. The Thunder Divine Limit breaks this rule. It allows one to summon punishing lightning and, through purification, achieve progress and strengthen one's techniques. But that's not all. It is also said that punishing lightning can be used to destroy enemies. One can imagine how powerful lightning is, which serves as a test for all existence. Even 100 temperings are nothing compared to it. Who would have thought that in such inconspicuous mountains he could obtain such a powerful trump card? Lightning flashed behind him, and he immediately rushed there, as he felt a strong wave of energy. So the source was most likely there. He needed to hurry. It seemed that these lightning bolts no longer repulsed him so strongly. Lightning struck the deepest part of the forest, and a throne descended, its element clearly lightning. Throne, having accumulated spiritual energy, with the acceleration of the revival of spiritual energy, it awakens and descends to find its master. He reached out to this very small throne, but it rejected him. It had already found its master, and was not letting him near. The throne chose the stem of a bottle gourd as its master. MC did not expect that the master would be a plant. With the revival of spiritual energy, all beings in this world truly have new opportunities. No one should be underestimated. Every flower, every fruit, blade of grass, or tree in this era can be an amazing creation. A flower emerged from his sleeve, asking who was calling it. The gourd joyfully walked toward the flower. Judging by its reaction, it sensed the flower's presence and spoke to it. They exchanged a few words, after which the flower turned to its owner and said that it was greeting them, saying that they were the first kin it had met, and therefore it wanted to be friends with them. Feng Yi smiled awkwardly. Calling a spiritual flower a kin was fine, but did it really fall into that category too? It must be because it possessed the same energy as the Thunder Throne. The spiritual flower said that it couldn't leave here. It had recently eaten too much and needed sleep, and when it woke up it looked like this. Now MC understood everything. The bottle gourd stem had received tremendous luck, and it needed time to digest it. And when it finished, like the evolution of a spiritual flower, it would grow to a simply terrifying level. He extended his hand to the stem in greeting and thought, it's a pity they were too late, and he didn't manage to obtain the Thunder Throne. But there's no need to take it by force. Firstly, there's nothing wrong with getting close to a being who has achieved such good fortune and awakened their consciousness. Secondly, fighting for a throne that already has an owner would certainly be costly. But even though this bottle gourd stem is now the Lord of Thunder, this one's disposition seems gentle and harmless. Besides, it took the initiative and spoke to them, so it's unlikely to become the source of disaster. As for the other thrones, it's unlikely that there's only one in the desolate mountains of Chuanzhou province. He needed to prioritize gaining his own throne. If such a force could choose even the stem of a bottle gourd as its master, there was a chance it could also recognize an anomaly as its master. And if such a powerful force were to become an anomaly's enabler, humanity's future would become even more difficult. It was best not to keep such information to himself. He needed to inform the association and military district so they would be aware of the throne's existence and be prepared to respond promptly. Although, if possessing multiple thrones was possible, he should remain silent. The flower distracted him from his thoughts, conveying the words of the bottle gourd stem. It told him to go west, for the throne sensed that a new throne with the wood element would soon descend there. He thanked it for the hint and was about to leave, but the stem reached out to him, and the spiritual flower spoke. It asked him to wait and activate a new technique. There was a lot of thunder element energy here, and it would produce an unexpected effect. He didn't refuse, after which he sat in a meditation pose and thought that this gourd stalk truly considered him a friend. It was so welcoming. It was even ready to share the spiritual energy of thunder with him. His lightning energy shot into the sky, causing the clouds to part, and then they spread across the entire sky, and he used the golden breath of the sun technique, and the flames also rushed upward. He gritted his teeth and thought, this is the power of thunder punishment? He felt how the power of thunder, like a tide, filled his entire body, and then was quickly absorbed into his blood and energy. These two forces did not repel each other, but, on the contrary, made his body burn, and his soul seemed to enter a new state. He noticed a deity in the sky, and the system reported, the golden breath of the sun technique is surpassing its limits, evolution is underway. Evolution was successful. His entire body was enveloped in solar fire which flowed towards him from all sides. The divine sun devouring the sky technique allowed him to transform into a divine sun, absorbing the spiritual energy of all existence. The power to absorb and process spiritual energy increased. It began to rain, and he spread his arms wide and thought it was amazing. He felt as if he were standing in a green field under nature's purest downpour. The purest spiritual energy purified his body, such lightness and delight. Mountains, forests, and golden rain, spiritual power rushed toward him. And then he saw something amazing. A deity in front of him, meaning he was on the threshold of the second star of the diamond body. The system reported, the form of the ultimate sun and void thunder is purifying the divine meridians. The conditions for breaking through to the second star of the diamond body are almost met. The breakthrough began, and he grinned, thinking that it was too fast. Lightning enveloped his entire body. His eyes lit up, and thus he broke through to the second star of the diamond body. Returning to Earth, he fell into thought. He had indeed reached the second star diamond body. Pioneer practices themselves require the absorption of spiritual energy. But since it cannot be fully absorbed and utilized by the human body, spiritual energy must undergo complex transformation and purification processes before the body has a chance to absorb it. Only by mastering high-level techniques and raising one's rank can one achieve higher transformation efficiency. At the beginning of the era of spiritual renaissance, there were anomalies and pollution zones everywhere, but humanity's highest achievement at the moment is the third star diamond body level. This also explains how difficult it is to absorb spiritual energy and transform it to strengthen oneself. And yet, he was able to break through to the second star diamond body level so quickly. And the throne had also appeared, meaning the era of spiritual renaissance had greatly accelerated. It had arrived earlier. The spiritual flower called out to him and conveyed the words of the stem. It congratulated him on his promotion. Under the pressure of his promotion, the throne would also begin practicing, but since it was already late, it wanted them to leave quickly. It is very afraid of its kin, Fan Yi noticed that they had caused quite a stir again. The news about the throne must be discussed with the association and the military district as soon as possible. But this gourd stalk is harmless. If someone were to covet it, nothing good would happen, and the throne's abilities will definitely cause discord among the pioneers. But why on earth do the pioneers even think that the throne must necessarily belong to humanity? He told the stalk not to worry. He would not allow his kin to plunder this one's throne. It cannot leave here yet, so they will have to say goodbye here. He called the stalk the Lord of Thunder and said that they will meet again someday. Sometime later, in the Star Wars zone, Galan turned to her teacher and asked, "Does he already know everything?" He confirmed it. Headquarters recorded that the abnormal wave in the Chuanzhou region, comparable to the third star level of the diamond body, emanated from two different types of spiritual power. What did Burial Sealer say? She replied, he had already broken through to the second star level of the diamond body, and also from S-class spiritual fluctuations from a phenomenon called the throne. Because of its uniqueness, Burial Sealer wants them to investigate. Seeing the man's calm face, she asked if he wasn't surprised. He replied that given the accelerated revival of spiritual energy, the appearance of special abilities like the throne was only to be expected. She had been half a step away from the diamond body rank for quite some time. Had she sensed signs of a breakthrough recently? Recently, the pioneers of Xia country have been experiencing a period of breakthroughs. Moreover, the abnormal activity has reached its peak. He won't hide it. He also felt that he was about to break through the barrier. She was surprised, and he continued. During a surge of spiritual energy, the opportunities and dangers become even more vast and unpredictable. They are pioneers, but above all, soldiers of the Xia country. Their mission is to stay ahead of the danger, trying to defuse it even at the cost of their own lives. The country must seize this opportunity. Even old men like him are in the thick of things. They must not only allow Burial Sealer to take the throne, but also obtain everything that is due to the rest of their pioneers. Let her convey his order. Fully cooperate with Burial Sealer and the Taizhou City Association, and unite everyone who can. Even if some pioneers and organizations pursue their own selfish interests and want to compete for resources under the dual pressure of them and the association, they will clearly have a hard time. Meanwhile, at the association headquarters, Yuzhou received information about the throne from Burial Sealer and was currently conducting a full investigation with her team to determine where else it or similar anomalous energy might appear. She also ordered an immediate convocation of all the captains of all cities. She thought the situation was developing too quickly and had reached a dangerous point. Will they be able to overcome this barrier? The Taizhou City Association also heard the news, and the leader was very surprised and promised to assist Burial Sealer in governing Taizhou City and let them operate freely in Chuanzhou. Hearing this news, Qingying was very happy and asked, "Did he really reach the second star of the diamond body?" The leader replied, "He just did it. Now he is second in strength only to Elder Wu, the second person in the country, and thanks to him, their city is now also honored." She smiled awkwardly and noted that his spiritual energy had truly grown abnormally. Even she didn't expect that. She had been too careless when she rejoiced at the breakthrough a couple of days ago. Now she was half a step away from the diamond body rank. The man agreed with her, and if the city were to experience something similar again, even a greater catastrophe than the last one, then he couldn't imagine it. They absolutely must protect the city and not let Burial Sealer down. 10 hours later, all the captains of the city associations gathered in Chuanzhou. Yuzhou said, according to information provided by Burial Sealer, headquarters analyzed similar spiritual anomalies and discovered more than 20 similar cases across the planet. Although it is unknown if all of them are thrones, there are 7 similar cases in Xia country. The captain of Fengzhou City, a first-star diamond body level, put his feet up on the table and asked, "So they have 7 thrones here? But there are quite a few of them. The pioneers. So how is the association going to divide them up?" Wang Lan reminded him that an association meeting was currently taking place, so he should take his feet off the table. The guy glared at him and released his aura, asking, "Is he also eyeing the throne?" He exclaimed in response, "So what? Who among those present doesn't want it?" The other captains remained silent, and the guy laughingly climbed onto the table and said that their sea mystic had the same power as him. Does he really think a suitable throne will go to him? By the way, how did Haizhou City even allow someone like him to become captain? Wang Lan really didn't like his words and was about to reply, but Yuzhou intervened. She slammed her hands on the table and ordered them to sit down immediately. The use of force was prohibited during the meeting. Suddenly, a powerful force burst into the meeting room, making everyone hold their breath. Huge hands forcibly sat the captain back down at the table, and everyone wondered who possessed such powerful force. At first, everyone thought it was Teacher Wu from the Star Wars zone, only he had such terrifying power. But why would he come here? But it turned out to be only Fang Yi. He entered the meeting room and greeted everyone, apologizing for being late. Captain Fengzhou nervously looked up at him and felt fear, which was very strange for him. Why was he scaring him so much? What's wrong? MC asked them to explain to him what just happened and looked at the captain with displeasure. He immediately lowered his gaze, laughed nervously, and told him that everything was fine. They were just discussing the situation. Fang Yi continued to stare at him, feeling an incredible amount of pressure the whole time, wondering why he, a second-star diamond body pioneer, couldn't move. The MC didn't press him any further and took his place of honor, greeting all his acquaintances. Wang Lan waved at him with a smile and remarked that they hadn't seen each other in a while. They had just learned of the news about the throne and were just discussing it. The MC said that he had come to share this information with everyone present, as he was also a member of the association and didn't want to hide the truth. On a desolate mountain in the city of Chuanzhou, there was a throne that held immense power. Its element was thunder, and the owner of the Thunder Throne turned out to be the stalk of a gourd. Everyone was very surprised that an ancient treasure with incredible power had ended up in the hands of a gourd. This is blasphemy. Someone said that it needed to be claimed by a worthy person, and Captain Fengzhou rose energetically from his seat and agreed with him. He would personally take control of this throne to increase their strength. If people from other countries found out that one of the thrones had ended up with a gourd, they would simply die laughing. Fang Yi firmly stated that this was why he had called them, and he had come here to personally explain to them. If anyone present wanted to take the Thunder Throne, then he, Burial Sealer, would definitely return it to its owner. Everyone immediately fell silent, after which Chen Ruo raised her hand and declared that she agreed with what he had said. Yu Zhou also agreed, and added, "Do not underestimate plants that have received the blessing of spiritual energy." According to the association's latest calculations, before all the commanders arrived in the city, the areas where the Thunder Throne had descended had already become unreachable Thunder Purgatory. Wang Lan raised his hand, agreeing with their opinion and supporting them. Captain Fengzhou also had to agree to avoid problems. Yu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Burial Sealer's presence greatly aided the association, not just in monitoring all the outstanding pioneers. Since there were no other objections, she proposed distributing the tasks of searching for the thrones. Based on the approximate zones of spiritual fluctuations, they would be divided into 4 directions. The captains from each city would act according to the principle of territorial proximity. In the future, the association will not actively interfere in the struggle for unclaimed thrones, but it is strictly forbidden to conceal the fact of their discovery. Suddenly, an association employee ran into the meeting room with an urgent report. According to the latest data, the Thunder Lord has successfully evolved. Their drones can't get close to it, and the indicators continue to grow, exceeding expectations. The Thunder Lord's spiritual power already corresponds to the level of the 3rd star of the diamond body. This news surprised everyone. It is now capable of ruling the state of Xia. MC thought, knowing that this throne contains such ancient spiritual power, such a result no longer seems so surprising. Perhaps, since the currency was successful, he should return to the mountains. After that, he concluded the meeting and wished all the pioneers success in obtaining the throne. After everyone dispersed, Yu Zhou approached him and said that the leadership hoped he would remain in Chuanzhou temporarily. They are worried that there will be pioneers who will still decide to covet the Thunder Throne. Besides, although the incident with the Dark Intelligence has already been concluded, but Fan Yi interrupted her and asked if she also believed that it most likely was not completely destroyed. She confirmed it. The Dark Intellect and the throne are similar, as both are the product of the accelerating revival of spiritual energy. The throne also possesses incalculable ancient power, which is a whole other matter. They witnessed him destroy the Dark Intellect, but they still fear that something of it remains. There's a possibility that, being greatly weakened and unable to leave the city, it will pose a threat in the future. MC found his aunt's number in his contacts and told the woman she was right. He needed to think about this in advance. He thought so too, so he wouldn't leave the city for now. After that, he set off for the mountains, and on his way to the throne, lightning accompanied him, as if greeting him. He noted how majestic this thunderstorm was, and decided to use even more powerful thunder today to refine and enhance his technique. He approached the throne and said that they had only seen each other recently, and it had already advanced in its practice faster than him. The stem thanked him, since he was the one who helped this, and he thought in surprise, had the Thunder Lord also developed intelligence? However, this was normal, since it had already reached the pinnacle of pioneer cultivation. The stem said that the throne had foreseen how he had helped it avoid disaster. Therefore, it wanted to gift him some spiritual power. It was already afraid that he would not return. The spiritual flower emerged and declared that it thought the same. And Fan Yi honestly admitted that he wanted this too, and then he would gratefully accept it. He sat down in a meditative pose. The flower ran to the stem and began to absorb energy, while MC began training the fire sword technique. He commanded the sword to appear, the blade appeared above his head, and the system reported, a large amount of thunder power has been detected. The fire sword technique meets the spiritual power requirements for leveling up. The fire sword technique begins to evolve. He concentrated, flames covered his entire body, and he screamed. When the evolution was successfully completed, he immediately decided to test the blade in action, and swung it, causing a pillar of fire and lightning to strike the sky. This is the true unification of thunder and fire. After being tempered by the lightning of the heavenly trial, the bloody fire sword technique reached its limit. The internal flame, enhanced by the sun element, transformed into thunder flames. A flame ignited at the top of the mountain. Fang Yi threw the blade into the sky, and the system reported that the blade's tempering degree had reached 100%, the enhancement complete. After that, the flames flared even more intensely, and the pioneers who were nearby immediately realized that it was the burial sealer. Wang Lan asked, "Isn't this the forbidden area of the Thunder Throne? What could have happened there?" The guy was outraged that he forbade them from approaching, and went there himself and took everything for himself. But the other guy didn't think so. He said that the Thunder Lord is his friend. Meanwhile, in the association's monitoring room, an abnormal concentration exceeding the maximum range at the coordinates was detected. The operator ordered all drones to immediately retreat from the restricted area, and the branch manager wondered what exactly Burial Sealer was doing there. Had he really engaged in a fierce battle with the throne? At this point, MC caught his blade and ran his fingers over it, assessing it. The Bloodfire sword technique had evolved, and the sword itself seemed to have undergone 1,000 temperings. The system informed him that the spiritual flower's intelligence had increased and its devastation technique had become stronger. Furthermore, the flower had grown slightly in size. It returned to its owner and declared that the throne's power was remarkable. "They need to quickly head to the next throne," he asked in surprise. "So a new one has appeared?" The gourd stalk approached him and congratulated him on his new breakthrough. He was truly strong. During his recent practice, he sensed that a new throne would soon descend. It exuded an aura that simultaneously complemented and suppressed the spiritual flower. Fang Yi considered this, thinking it must be a wooden throne. The stalk showed him the approximate direction where the throne would descend, and streams of energy extended into the depths of the forest. MC closed his eyes, concentrating, and then grinned, saying he understood everything. This place was in Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou is an autonomous city 2 hours' drive from Chuanzhou, known for its luxury and extravagance. But despite appearances, the people gathered here were all sorts, as it was once the city with the highest crime rate in Xia country. And soon he was already within the city limits of Yuanzhou. Although the spiritual energy revival had already begun, the association said that the establishment of a branch in Yuanzhou was progressing slowly due to influential local clans. Not a single pioneer wanted to join the association. Naturally, because of this, any branch and its captain were out of the question. Suddenly, he froze, sensing something to the west, and judging by the flower's reaction, it sensed it too. Not far from the mountains to the west stood a luxurious residence, the head of which was currently enjoying himself with girls in the pool. Jiang Genshin's guard approached him and informed him of the pioneer's arrival. He immediately stood up, smiling and asking what he was doing here. Pioneers had no business in this city anyway. Suddenly, energy flared in the nearby forest, and a shockwave spread throughout the area. The girls barely managed to hold on and almost flew away. Genshin immediately decided to head there with his guard. He wanted to see for himself who had the nerve to cause trouble on his territory. 2 minutes later, they reached the spot where Fang Yi was already waiting. Upon seeing him, the guard immediately rushed to the attack, exclaiming, "Who the hell is he? How dare he invade the young master's personal property?" He smirked and asked, "What kind of personal property is this?" He easily blocked his blow with his hand and said that this mountain was within the territory of the Xia country. If we were to talk about who it belonged to, it was obviously all the residents of the city. In the future, this mountain would be under the jurisdiction of this city's association. How could he call this personal property? He threw the guy aside, while the tree throne grabbed Genshin with its stalks, and he exclaimed that it had no reason to refuse him. He was the king here. Since he had come to this land, he must obey it. He tore the stems apart and shouted that he would have it anyway. The throne should be his. And if he refused, then he shouldn't blame him if he destroyed him too. MC chuckled, and the guy was outraged by his reaction. So he walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder, saying that a treasure of this level chooses its own master. He obviously lacked the qualifications to ascend the throne and become the master of the wood element. Genshin became indignant again and pounced on him, advising him to prepare for death. But in the next seconds, he saw something that made him stop. Right in front of him was a huge flower, the sight of which made him tremble with fear, and Fang Yi said that it wasn't even worth his own bodyguard. Was the local Yuanzhou bigwig really that weak? The wood throne released energy, reacting to his words, and began searching for its master. Of course, the wood throne immediately chose the spiritual flower, after which a bright beam of light shot into the sky, visible from every corner of the city. The pioneers were surprised that the wood throne had already found an owner. If it was Yuanzhou, then it would be bad if a local pioneer seized its rights. Yuzhou contacted Fang Yi to check on him, and he said they should have seen the omen and the hesitation by now. First, he wanted to inform her the wood throne has already chosen an owner. She asked if he had really managed to obtain it. He replied that the throne's new owner was still a plant, his spiritual flower. He also had the element of devastation, so he grew the flower himself, making it his spiritual pet. This ghostly vine was destroyed by him. Yuzhou was greatly surprised by this news, and he continued, the local bigwig was also eliminated by him, and the association can now enter the city unhindered. He'll leave this guy and his men to them to clean them out gradually, but the process will be long. After ending the call, he turned to the flower with a smile and said that it was lucky, but now it has to stay here. Leaving is impossible, so they'll have to say goodbye, for now. now. It even reminded him of seeing a child off to school. The spiritual flower asked when it could return, and he thoughtfully replied, "It will be able to return around the time it reaches the level of a diamond body. So let it train well and enjoy its power." The next day, Lin Yi arrived in the city. As she walked through the streets with a smile, she thought her cousin's spiritual flower had become the master of the tree throne last night. This news had already spread throughout the entire Pioneer District. Moreover, he also let it slip that he himself possessed the element of devastation. However, the association suddenly announced that they wanted to nominate her for the post of captain of Yuanzhou. Although they guaranteed her full support, she needed to see for herself whether she could take on such responsibility. First, she'll visit her mother. She's probably doing well here. Suddenly an earthquake struck, and people panicked and ran for cover. But Lin Yi knew it wasn't an earthquake at all, but a surge of spiritual energy, an anomaly. Meanwhile, the association had already learned of it, but the fact that they hadn't detected it sooner struck them as strange. Had the prediction system malfunctioned? An excited worker ran into the meeting room and exclaimed, "Things are bad. A large-scale anomalous surge of spiritual energy has been detected in the forest-restricted area. The concentration is growing steadily without warning. The forest beasts that absorbed the energy have already mutated. Whole herds of them are moving toward the city limits. Right now, monsters are already destroying the streets, and people are in a panic." Lin Yi, meanwhile, was fighting and simultaneously calling her mother, but she didn't answer, which made her very worried. Distracted by another call, she didn't notice the monster about to attack her, and it was already too late to dodge. But then lightning shot at the creature, and she immediately felt a familiar spiritual energy. Fan Yi had arrived. She ran up to him and worriedly told him that a mutation had occurred here, but she couldn't reach her mother. They needed to go look for her quickly. Meanwhile, monsters had already visited some supermarket and left, leaving behind a pile of dead bodies and destruction. The boy who survived fearfully called for his mom and dad, but they didn't answer. Ignorance and fear brought tears to his eyes. He fell to the floor and cried loudly. And then Ant came up to him and covered his mouth, gently telling him that if he cried, the animals would find him and eat him. Holding back his tears, he asked what about his parents. She took out some crackers with a smile, and he delightedly said that they were his favorite treat. She told him to stop crying, and when his parents came, she would give him to them. This reward is for good children. While the child was enjoying the crackers, a wolf came into the store and heard the boy crying. With a loud roar, the beast rushed to attack. Aunt noticed it in time, and picking up the boy in her arms, ran. She tripped over a bottle of wine and fell. Then the wolf pounced on her, and she, hugging the child, cursed this wolf. She was not going to die today, but she really was not destined to die today. Fang Yi and Lin Yi dealt with this monster, after which he turned to his aunt and asked if she was okay. Seeing rice crackers in the boy's hand, he suddenly remembered how, as a child, his aunt always carried such things with her to calm him down. And now she looked at him with a smile and asked, "Isn't that him, Fang Yi?" He asked who the child was, and she told him that the supermarket was very dangerous. The boy had apparently gotten lost, and she decided to help him. A worried Lin Yi ran into the store, and she immediately threw herself into her mother's arms, exclaiming that she had scared her to death. The woman smiled, saying she was fine. While they were chatting, a boy approached Fan Yi and tugged at his sleeve, asking if he was Superman. He gave him some crackers and said he wanted to give them to him. Could he take him home? MC took the crackers with a smile and told him to try making a wish while looking at this, as it would help him reunite with his family. He heard a crash behind him, immediately grabbed the boy, and jumped aside with him. And then an unknown force pierced the ceiling. He looked into the resulting hole, and his face darkened slightly. There was the king of anomalies. He felt streams of energy swirling around him and thought, great, the anomaly is targeting him, since he possesses the highest spiritual energy. This gives him room to maneuver. At least the danger to his aunt and the others will be reduced. He turned to Lin Yi and told them to leave, otherwise he won't be able to deploy his full strength here. Let them act according to the situation, and be careful. She led everyone away, and then the king let out a roar in which Fan Yi sensed two elements, thunder and wood. What a coincidence, precisely the elements that belong to the two thrones. The Beast King pounced on him. He jumped aside and thought that, judging by the pulsating energy, he was infected with the element of darkness. While dodging, he could have injured his opponent. A cut appeared on his cheek, which caused him to become enraged and pounced again. Then MC swung his sword, and while they fought each other, Lin Yi led her mother and the boy to safety, and on their way they encountered a huge beast, also an anomaly king. She immediately stopped and thought that this was bad. Are there really two of them? The king grinned menacingly. The woman worriedly called out to Lin Yi, and she told her not to worry, then rushed to attack and exclaimed that she was still her daughter. The anomaly king responded by gathering energy in his mouth and firing at her, but she was able to block it, and then the monster released energy from his hand, bypassing her defense. Streams of energy rushed toward Lin Yi's mother. She became nervous, thinking that they both had the wood element, and her spiritual powers gave her no advantage against this monster. If she rushed madly into attacking, her mother and that child would die. She looked confidently at the Anomaly King and said that devouring ordinary people wouldn't give him any strength, so he should switch to her instead. Meanwhile, the Chuanzhou Association was watching the situation with all their might. A man exclaimed, "How could this happen? One birth of an Anomaly King is enough to cause an S-class disaster, and there are 2 of them in the city. The concentration of anomalies continues to grow steadily. Pioneers are protecting civilians, but the city is in danger of destruction. Furthermore, more and more anomalies are breaking through the restricted areas. Their hordes are already invading Chuanzhou from the mountains. All the association workers are immediately requesting support and emergency priority from headquarters." And they all remembered. Burial Sealer said that this is the zone where the throne descends. At this time, Fang Yi defeated the king of the anomaly and asked, did he come from the wild mountains? Was he familiar with the gourd? Lightning raged in the sky. He looked at them and thought, it can't be. Could this disaster really have been caused by the Lord of the Thunder Throne himself? If so, then possessing the throne poses a great danger to all pioneers except him. But the system prompts clearly describe the throne as an opportunity that brings only benefit and not the slightest harm. What's the problem? At this time, Lin Yi continued to protect her mother. She withstood the attack of the monster's claws with the help of a shield and exclaimed, in his opinion, she is so stupid that she will let herself be devoured. She glanced at her mother and asked the monster, or does it want to devour them? She became very angry and said that he would have to kill her first. And then the lightning intensified, and the Thunder Lord began to descend from the sky, surprising all the pioneers. It had grown to an enormous size over the course of this time. MC glanced at it, noticed how the monsters were backing away and trembling, and wondered if the Anomaly King was afraid. It seemed like the anomalies were only using the Thunder Throne's power to mutate and weren't obeying the throne or its lord's orders to wreak havoc. The Thunder Lord descended onto the roof of the tallest building, spreading stalks throughout the city, and pumpkins grew from them. Energy poured out of each pumpkin, turning all the monsters back to normal. Even the Anomaly King turned into a harmless kitten. After this, the stalk descended to Fang Yi and apologized for this disaster. It had just broken through to a new level of cultivation and was finally able to leave the mountains. Could this take these little bastards back to the mountains? Just don't kill them. At the observation center, everyone was surprised that Lord Thunder was apologizing to Burial Sealer. Does that mean it wasn't with malicious intent? The man said he was more interested in how this gourd vine became so powerful. The power of thunder instantly purified the Anomaly King, its power truly unfathomable. His colleague hoped that he would one day have the chance to gain the throne's recognition. But on the other hand, this powerful Lord Thunder bowed his head to Burial Sealer. Doesn't that mean his power should be reconsidered? Sometime later, at the Chuanzhou Association, Fang Yi, his aunt, and Lin Yi went to meet with the branch manager and MC, and he explained to the woman that the whole world is in such a situation now that there will be no peaceful days in the future. But the military districts and the association will still try to ensure their safety. She asked, so humanity really won't go extinct? The man smiled and asked, why such hopelessness? She should know how many disasters Burial Sealer has already prevented. Even S-class Anomaly Kings tremble in fear after sensing his aura, and ultimately cannot escape death. And her daughter is the pillar of the current Xia country. Yuanzhou's city even wants to invite her to the position of captain. The woman told the children with a smile that they were working so hard, but in such a time of crisis, such words did not really calm her. She was only worried about one thing, whether they were tired and injured. If one day they really died, then MC interrupted her and advised her not to think too much about it. By the way, where are John Lu and the others? They didn't come to help during the anomaly either. The branch manager told him that he sent them to the association hospital, but the nurses said that the 3 left at night. He heard that John Lu couldn't sit still and insisted on leaving to continue training. Suddenly, the boy's worried parents burst into the office. Upon seeing them, he was overjoyed and threw himself into his father's arms, while his mother, in tears, thanked Aunt for saving him. Afterwards, they both bowed to her and said that even though they were ordinary people without powers, if she needed anything, they would immediately come to her aid without further ado. She told them that everything was fine, they had to do it. It was their duty. Watching the happy family leave the office, Fang Yi turned to his aunt and asked if she would like to return to Taizhou with them. When they arrived in the city, people gathered outside the house to hold a welcoming ceremony, and it was Qingying who organized it. She greeted Burial Sealer and his family with a smile. When they entered the house, Aunt was surprised to notice that the house was so huge. Her daughter closed her eyes, and MC took a red envelope out of the drawer and said that they had a gift for her. This is the house that he and Lin Yi bought for her in Taizhou. The location and layout are the safest, and it's close to him, so whenever she wants to see them, she can come. And if Lin Yi decides to go to Yuanzhou, they bought her a new house there too. Aunt almost burst into tears from such a gift. She was shocked. They sat down and she said, confused, that she was very proud of them, but she thought something was bothering Lin Yi. Fang Yi told her that she was hesitant about going to Yuanzhou, and she confirmed this. She still can't make a decision. She wonders if they want to use her to improve relations with Burial Sealer. But everything won't change overnight, and they won't be able to help her all the time. Her mother pinched her cheek with a smile and suggested that she just give it a try. She always did what she wanted, and didn't she secretly come to her cousin's place under the pretext of tutoring? She asked awkwardly. So she knew everything? After that, she smiled and realized she must finally grow up. She is no longer a child who only knows how to follow in the footsteps of her loved ones. What is there to doubt? She just needs to try. At that moment, Fang Yi called Galan. She told him that Teacher Wu had found a new mysterious zone and was inviting him to go there with him. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Jiang family were at the underground black market. The girl asked, can't they return to Yuanzhou? The guy remembered how they dealt with Genshen and exclaimed that it was complete nonsense. After which, a mysterious man entered the alley where they were sitting, laughing, and told them not to be nervous. They were in the same situation. Would they like to make a deal? After some time, MC arrived at the military base. He felt the air tremors behind his back and immediately turned around, parrying Qianyue's blow, after which he asked what this meant. The old man laughed and said his old comrades couldn't believe that a man like him had appeared in the country, so he let them see for themselves. Other soldiers emerged from the corridor, and he asked them, now, do they all believe him? The senior military officer smiled and asked, where did such a good shot come from? He had seen him stealthily retreat half a step during a recent duel. Another man said that a new wave of energy was rolling over the old one. It looked like it was time for him to retire. Fang Yi looked at them in surprise. All these men had reached the second star of the diamond body. Qianyue called out to him and asked, does he remember the region of extreme darkness? Similar, even more dangerous mysterious zones had long since appeared outside the planet. They are closely related to the restoration of spiritual energy on Earth. These veterans of the military zone didn't appear when the country was in turmoil, and there's a reason why the higher authority hasn't been strong enough all this time. It's all because they were in those mysterious zones. It could be said that the true front line is there. Humanity's battle against the restoration of spiritual energy began long before he knew about it. MC said that Galan told him that the mysterious zones are like temporal rifts where various dangerous elements intertwine. Qianyue explained everything in detail. The concentration of the dark element is extremely high, and terrifying existences are born there. But these zones, which were kept secret, have recently become overly active, with new ones appearing all the time. The cultivation level of the pioneers is also clearly defined, Fang Yi noted with puzzlement. It's not surprising that the Xia country had designated contaminated zones and forbidden territories even before the restoration of spiritual energy. They need to explore and protect these secrets, while maintaining order and return alive from these inhuman, terrifying places. Moreover, they have all reached the level of a diamond body, with a powerful foundation that cannot be underestimated. The true strength of the Star Wars zone likely far exceeds that visible on the surface. Qianyue said with a serious face that this time, they would be going to explore the most difficult of the mysterious zones, the group burial ground. While they were discussing everything, Jiang Tian, one of the founders of the Star Military Zone, approached them. Tian merely glanced at Fang Yi and then left, and Qianyue introduced him to him. He's unsociable, has a difficult personality, and is stubborn. They all adjust to his mood too, so don't be offended. He's not the only one. Despite his appearance, he's among the top 3 in strength. They called him for backup. He has a nasty temper, but he's a loyal comrade. MC smiled and told him it was fine. He always respects veterans who serve their country. A strange personality is also a characteristic. After that, Qianju approached Tian and introduced Fang Yi to him. This young man is Captain Taizo. His codename is Burial Sealer. He was the one who single-handedly dealt with the S-class Death Overlord Anomaly that the whole city had recently been talking about. The old man seemed interested in him, after which Qianyue suggested they open the gate to the mysterious zone, since everything was in place. They approached the portal. MC glanced at it. He didn't expect the void gate to be so simple. He also saw a spiritual seal on it, apparently placed there for strengthening, but he couldn't let his guard down. He entered the portal after the men and immediately felt a powerful elemental force, and when they seemed to fall into the water, he wondered if this was all a hallucination caused by this. A huge whale swam past them. Each of these energy fluctuations seemed to come from beyond the universe. Qianyue pointed to a small portal from which tentacles were crawling out and told Fang Yi to be sure not to approach or look too closely at all these phenomena, otherwise the elemental force would engulf and devour him. MC immediately sensed too many forces and elements here. Thunder, water, wind, and void. If he were touched by any of them, his body and mind would be subjected to a crushing blow that could cause instant death. These phenomena began to hang over him, but he ignored them. These were pure elemental forces, not anomalies, so his death mark couldn't affect them. He saw cracks in space that led to different dimensions. It was difficult to imagine how many dimensions were connected to this place. If this crack was not contained, it would definitely bring disaster to the world. Qianyue stopped at the exit of the portal and announced that they had arrived. He addressed everyone and ordered them to reveal their spiritual powers, maintain this state, and enter. After passing through the portal, they found themselves on the other side, at a group burial site. There, they immediately felt a strong aura of death. The water began to bubble. Qianyue told everyone to begin, and an invisible force struck the puddle, after which a creature appeared in its place. The men immediately rushed towards him. He extended his hand to the side and fired energy, and then Qianyue and Tian decided to block his attack. But the monster proved stronger, causing the others to become worried. Fan Yi exclaimed that they should attack together, after which the squad members took away the wounded. And he thought, the black giant's aura is interfering and weakening the pioneer's spiritual energy. Just now, the two elders and other pioneers of the 3rd star level of the diamond body, having combined their efforts, were unable to exert even 10% of their strength. He decided to try one of his techniques, releasing a dragon from his blade, but the giant easily blocked it and the flames evaporated. MC was convinced that his strength was also weakened here. If not for this, he would have already destroyed it. One of the squad members said that the youth inspires respect. It looks like he just almost destroyed the black giant single-handedly. He looked at Tian and asked, "Didn't he see this? This is a more significant achievement than simply taming an anomaly." The old man was surprised, and Qianyue reminded them that his codename was Burial Sealer. But if they knew where this nickname came from, they would be even more amazed. At this moment, Fan Yi's eyes flashed. He released darkness, deciding to reveal the boundless dark world area, and then directed it all at the giant. The system reported, boundless dark world area revealed, a large amount of darkness element detected, the effect of his technique recorded. The darkness gripped the giant's throat. He resisted and eventually broke free from the tongues, and the system notified him, target black giant marked, weakening has begun. The power of the darkness element has been reduced to 50%. Then MC decided to use the fire blade to finally finish him off, and then swung the weapon, causing an explosion. When everything calmed down, flames began to emanate from his body, which destroyed the darkness around him, which Tian was very surprised and asked how this was possible. Qianyue smirked and said that the sun element was suppressing the darkness element here. At this time, the spiritual flower heard the call of its owner and went to his aid. Bang Yi continued to fight the giant. He is unsightly in appearance, but quite difficult to kill. Even though he possesses the power of death and has become the master of the throne, he still resists. The men decided to help him. They all shot their energy at Fan Yi together, riding him with power, and then he redirected it into a blow against the giant, after which a bright flash occurred, blinding everyone for a moment. The darkness finally dissipated. Now they could see what this dimension really was. It really was a real cemetery. After this, MC approached them and thanked them for their help. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat the black giant. He underestimated the enemy. No one was hurt, right? Tian apologized to him for his lack of restraint and thanked him for saving him. And the other men thought, is this really their stubborn one? He was replaced. The dog's mouth suddenly uttered, "Thank you." But that's not all. Skeletons crawled out of their graves. They prepared for another fight, and Fan Yi asked them, they remember the disaster in Yuanzhou, right? Qianyue confirmed it, but he didn't expect to see it again, especially here. Tian volunteered to go first and defeat these vile undead and dealt a few blows. Then the others joined him. Qianyue jumped high into the air, creating a huge ball of energy above his head, and then brought it down on the skeletons. They all dealt with the skeletons without Fan Yi's intervention, and the system detected strong fluctuations in the darkness element. He should approach them to interact and create a new technique. He suggested the others move on, and up ahead they saw a huge stele. At first they even thought it was a mirage, but Qianyue immediately said that it also emitted the element of darkness. But when did it appear? MC assumed it was simply a manifestation of dark power, and decided to check. He ran alone towards the stele, causing the others to worry, and when he touched it, it began automatically creating a technique with the element of darkness. That's how he obtained the Great Hell Sword technique. With one blow, he can summon undead from the necropolis to fight for him for 3 minutes. The strength of the undead depends on his strength. These are all darkness element techniques. Weakening from the boundless dark world exhausts the enemy, pulling them into this world and allowing bone birds and other creatures to fight in their stead. As the awakening of spiritual energy accelerates, this becomes less common. Hellish vision requires a prerequisite, the mark of death, and to open the gates of hell and summon a horde of demons, one must survive one's own death. The higher the enemy's intelligence, the more effective the illusions of the cloudy eye technique are. And this technique, it's unknown how long this burial site has existed, but every corpse here is stronger than those in Yuanzhou, comparable in power to hellish demons. This technique not only allows one to command them, but also has no limit to its development. The men ran up to him, surprised that this stele actually contained frozen dark energy, and Tian joyfully exclaimed that this was such good luck, they should send a piece of it to the Institute. If they thoroughly study this thing, they can change the future. Didn't they talk about this? This thing is powerful. They need to attack together. Fan Yi didn't understand everyone's excitement, and Qianyue explained to him, this is frozen dark energy that has never been seen before. They will take to the Institute for research, and if they figure it out there, In the future, the element of darkness will not bind them. At that very moment, Tian struck the stele, causing cracks to appear and it began to collapse. Qianyue exclaimed, "This is bad. This thing can't be touched." After that, the stela collapsed, huge rocks fell on them, and they scattered, and MC felt vibrations of spiritual energy. Now he understands where this black sea came from. A huge dark tide was heading straight for them. The wave crashed against the rocks, and Tian reminded everyone of the first rule of reconnaissance. No matter the situation, when faced with a dark tide, retreat immediately. They followed the rules, but the monsters that appeared intended to keep them there and attacked. Qianyue noticed that Fang Yi was simply standing in place and ordered him to go to them. He, mesmerized by the dark wave, said that there, in the tide, it seemed like a voice was calling him. He touched the tide, deciding to accept death. The old people called out to him worriedly, and when the tide swallowed him, they were horrified. Tian ran to his aid, but Qianyue grabbed him and told him to wake up. He couldn't save him. If he went, he would become one more dead person. Tian exclaimed that he was clearly the future of Xia country. It was them, the old geezers, who had destroyed him. If the fate of Xia country could only be entrusted to one person, then it would definitely be him. Qianyue asked, does he think they themselves don't understand this? If it were possible, he would give his life for him. But no matter how strong he is, if they add to the losses, Xia country will truly become easy prey in the future. Everyone who remains must get out alive and unharmed. He invited him, and he is in the most pain, so all responsibility lies with him. They don't owe anything. They need to remember, if Burial Sealer is okay, then the death of any of them here will not matter. But now they need to get out of here. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. Fang Yi's energy burst out of the dark tide, and they turned around in shock, and the man asked, what should they do now? Maybe they should go save him? They told Qianyue that he owes this guy a life in this life. Let him not forget. Meanwhile, MC was swimming in this dark water, and what was strange was that there was not a single anomaly in the dark tide. His intuition told him he would find the source of the call if he kept moving forward. But the voice that had just guided him was now silent. He called to the system, but it didn't respond. He was completely alone here. Protected by the light of the sun element and the foundation he had laid earlier, even the strongest element of darkness cannot harm him. Maybe he was hallucinating, and the darkness here was simply waiting for his energy to be depleted and kill him? Suddenly, the voice appeared again, very close. The system appeared at the same time, and it immediately reported. Under the influence of a great ancient force, the system was slightly fluctuating. The source of power had been detected ahead. The location confirmed. A deviation of 25 degrees straight ahead. He should head there. He wondered if it might be some kind of throne. He swam further. The closer he got to this unknown object, the stronger he felt it. Very soon, he saw writing stretching downwards, a heavy pressure emanating from it. A suit of armor lay at the bottom, and judging by its aura, each scale held an incomprehensible destructive force. The system told him it was the source of the dark tide, and he swam closer to the armor, thinking, this is not surprising. The power here is more powerful than that of the throne that had descended earlier, but since he had come here, it meant he could subjugate it. He reached out for the armor with a confident smile, but suddenly dark energy gushed out from it, and he was momentarily at a loss. He raised a protective barrier, defending himself from the streams of darkness rushing toward him, and thought, this deadly energy, even sealed, is capable of erasing his solar radiance of the sun element. The dark element had always been suppressed by the sun element, even if it was stronger than his current level. But never before had there been such a fierce rebuff. If so, he should receive this even more so. He spread his arms wide, breaking the barrier, then used the sphere to push back the streams of darkness, and used the hellish sword technique, summoning several souls. They headed for the armor, but nothing happened. The dark aura of this armor was more powerful than all the elements of darkness he had absorbed, suppressing it. The darkness headed towards him. He swung his sword, not letting it get close to him, and thought that this was not surprising, since it was an element of darkness that had existed since ancient times. Now it would be decided who would subjugate whom. A voice ordered him to obey it and clung to his body, and he wondered if it wanted to drag him into demonic corruption. To take his body? Now he could only maintain clarity of consciousness with the technique, devouring the sky with the divine sun. He gritted his teeth, poured out his lightning power and shouted that this was underestimating him. He ordered the system to activate the power of all elements and all the techniques he had learned, and it warned him. His current rank is the second star of the diamond body. His actual ability is unknown. According to calculations, if he mobilized all techniques and the power of the elements, his physical body would not withstand it. The probability of destruction was 99%, but he was willing to take the risk. Today he would either win or die. The system accepted his demands and activated all the techniques, after which he clutched his head, feeling terrible pain. His body glowed brightly. The system confirmed his death and activated the death brand. He managed to survive. Right now his entire life flashed before his eyes, and he woke up. The system reported, the ancient object has been defeated by a master who has collected all the techniques. This recognizes him as the master. He donned the armor of gods and demons and obtained a new technique, the secret art Darkstream. This technique and the ancient armor have a common origin. Anyone who masters the armor automatically obtains this secret art without learning. Wings grew behind his back, one made of darkness, the other of light. He clenched his fist, and the dark tide reacted and began to splash, which surprised him. Could he really now control the power of this and unleash the true dark tide? Moreover, he could not only walk on the dark tide as if it were dry land, but also command it and recall it. In comparison, this was completely different from the dark element he had mastered before. Although he could control the dark element, it had always been difficult to use. But now, it was like a pet that revered him as a master and was very affectionate. From now on, any dark element would no longer be an obstacle for him. He took off his armor and decided to return. Otherwise, he had been here for a long time. If he did not return now, chaos would probably break out outside. Meanwhile, the president of the Xia country was scolding the newly arrived warriors for losing the burial sealer. So many years of training, the most advanced cultivation methods, and the richest spiritual zones, and they can't even protect a junior. They lowered their heads, feeling guilty, and he exclaimed, "What has the Star Wars zone become? While escaping the dark tide, they still needed burial sealer's help? What shame. What right do they even have to protect the country?" Galan stood outside the office and listened to this. After these words, she couldn't bear it anymore and entered the room, saying that she had a different opinion. Firstly, she believed that Burial Sealer had the power to escape the dark tide. She was sure that he remained there for something critical, and that's why he agreed to put his life on the line. Secondly, regarding the defense of the country, Elder Wu, Elder Zhang, herself, and other comrades had been on all major fronts long before the spiritual energy resurgence. They faced death without sparing themselves, prepared to die each time, losing countless soldiers. Burial Sealer is extraordinarily gifted. He has resolved the country's crises of calamity several times. Elder Wu and the others would never intentionally put him in danger. If they could, they would also choose to give their lives to retrieve Burial Sealer. The president exclaimed that he was the heart of their plan to lead the association. Can she guarantee that he will escape the dark tide? Those older than her can't, and this is a dark tide. His value is far greater than theirs combined. Why not them? Why him? Galan asked. If he believed that Burial Sealer, caught in the dark tide, was doomed to die, then why was he more important than the entire Star Wars zone? If he so doubted Burial Sealer's power and the importance of the Star Wars zone, then did he think the country would survive the great changes and the revival of spiritual energy thanks to his association alone? Could they succeed? Qianyue indignantly called her to be quiet, after which the president calmed down and said that it was his mistake. He had gotten carried away. So what should they do now? Once Burial Sealer's disappearance is announced, not only will unrest erupt in every city, but enemies both inside and outside the country will also take action. Galan and Qianyue had only one option in this situation: block the information and set the highest level of secrecy. A week passed, and Lin Yi spent all this time sitting in the villa, waiting for her cousin, but he still hadn't returned. There was a knock at the door, and she was already overjoyed, thinking it was him, but it turned out to be her mother. She entered the house and asked if Fang Yi hadn't returned. He'd been on a business trip for so long and hadn't called even once. It was already making her worry. Maybe she should call him? She replied that she wouldn't be able to. He'd gone to a very dangerous place where she couldn't contact him by phone. Her mother asked, but hadn't there been times before when they couldn't contact him? By the way, when was she going to Yuanzhou on assignment from the association? She replied that they had originally agreed to go together as soon as Fang Yi returned, but he was busy now, and there was no news from the association either. She became worried. This had never happened before. Even if there was a temporary loss of connection, he always returned. She contacted Qingying, but she also didn't know where he was, and Galan's message remained unanswered, so she decided to find out everything herself. She ran to look for him despite the rain. If something happened to her cousin, not only Taisho City, but the entire country would be turned upside down. She was sure nothing would happen to him, because his strength was with him. Everything was going well so far. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the sky, it immediately froze, and a bright comet flew over the city, causing people to become frightened and run in panic. But it turned out to be only a throne. It fell into the mountains, and the pioneers who saw it grinned. The descent of the throne meant that a fierce battle was about to begin. At this time, Fang Yi was trying to escape from that space, but he couldn't find any landmarks to return to reality. It was like being trapped on an endless road, constantly going in circles. He asked the armor, could it really be that it couldn't find a way out either? The darkness wavered. Everything was very strange. Even the system worked as before, but there was no signal. If even this ancient armor of gods and demons couldn't find a way out, could it be that after he took it out of the mysterious zone, it caused some kind of butterfly effect? Or did something else happen? The armor suddenly flashed, disagreeing with him, and he asked, did it mean to say that this wasn't the problem? The darkness moved more actively, confirming this, and he asked, couldn't it speak? It had used human speech when it told him to enter the dark tide. The darkness trembled, and he asked, so it can't speak anymore? He sighed heavily, deciding to return to searching for a way out. and suddenly, he felt a strong energy and realized that it was the throne from the mysterious zone's space that had descended on Taizhou. At this time, Lin Yi fled to the mountains, as she understood that her cousin was not here, and the appearance of the throne would definitely cause chaos, so she needed to check everything herself. But suddenly, bandits surrounded her and asked, "She's Miss Lin, right?" Her face darkened, she poured out her energy and exclaimed, "Since they broke into Taizhou at such a time, what are they planning?" The men were scattered. Then she grabbed one of them with vines and pulled him towards her, after which she kicked him in the chest and exclaimed that she asked a question. "Is he mute?" She threw him aside. Another guy whistled, signaling the others, and they emerged from hiding. The numerical advantage was clearly on their side. Their men pointed a blade at Lin Yi and exclaimed, "She's just a greenhorn-tailing burial sealer. So she's putting on airs?" He ordered them to attack together. Lin Yi realized they were simply underestimating her, but now she would test how they could handle her crowd control technique that she had trained for so long. She used the vine-splitting technique, throwing some of the guys aside and grabbing others. After that, she kicked those she couldn't grab and released vines again, this time binding everyone. The man tried to get out, but her vines suppressed the flow of spiritual energy, and then she grabbed the vines tighter and threw the men aside with all her strength, telling them to go away. Black fire flew at her from behind. She immediately realized that it had an element of darkness added to it. If it had been ordinary fire, it would not have been able to suppress her vines. She had to dodge, but a magic projectile wounded her shoulder and she immediately fell. Then, the men took advantage of this and pounced on her. She quickly hid under the shield and exclaimed indignantly, "9 adults attacking 1 student? And that's all?" She spread her arms to the sides and released vines, forcing them to retreat, and the man noted that even now there was no reaction. It seems Burial Sealer really is not in the city. They have tested her strength, now they can retreat. Hearing this, Lin Yi realized that it was a trap. Her actions and behavior only confirmed that her cousin is not in the city. If they come again, they will definitely be prepared. She pursed her lips, calling herself stupid. She needs to think of something. And then something fell from the sky, accompanied by a bright flash, and inspiration descended on her. She called Captain Su, and she answered, saying, "She is here blocking the forbidden area of the throne. What if there are invaders attacking from their side? The association will immediately send people to her aid." Lin Yi told her that she had driven them away, but not for long. Their goal is the throne. They think that without Burial Sealer, no one can defend Taizhou. Qingying understood what she was getting at, and suddenly her voice rang out right behind her. She declared that she must force the throne to recognize her as its ruler and submit. She had no other choice. Seeing her determined face, Qingying became agitated and immediately rushed to embrace her, exclaiming, "She's gone crazy." The metal element is known for its danger. What this throne represents is 100 times more dangerous than any anomaly she's encountered. Besides, her element is wood. She has no advantage against metal. She can't risk her life needlessly. The commander of the destroyer squad ran up to them, bearing bad news. Underground and neutral forces beyond the control of the association and the military, even registered pioneers, were all heading for Taizhou right now. They thought Burial Sealer was already dead, no longer caring about the association or the military, and had decided to compete fairly for the throne, risking their lives to become the new ruler of the Xia country.